In the second place, however, we also discover that part of the surplus gains under discussion divide up into two classes between which there is an analytically significant difference. Consider a natural agent, perfectly homogeneous in quality, perfectly divisible, and perfectly transferable between the different uses, industries, that it is capable of serving, and let us assume perfect competition all round. Each of these uses will then be governed by what we have called opportunity cost. The users of the factor may therefore have to pay all that its services are worth to them, in which case no surplus attaches to its use. 1598 And the owners may receive, from each group of users, no more than they could receive from any other. They derive no surplus over opportunity cost, though the whole of their receipts may be, in another sense, a surplus over martially and real cost. 1599 In another class of cases this is not so. It is unnecessary, I hope, to adduce examples in which owners of requisites of production, whether or not they be natural agents, earn surplus gains over opportunity costs. Technological difficulties of transforming savings into certain types of capital goods suffice to create, for the owners of the latter, gains over opportunity costs that are also gains over real costs which, at least in the short run, even otherwise quite unimpeded competition may be inadequate to remove. 1600 The distinction between surplus gains over real costs that are also surplus gains over opportunity costs, and surplus gains over real costs that are not, is sufficiently important to be recommended to the reader's attention, especially because the former do not, and the latter do, play an essential role in the process of allocation of resources. 1601 C. Wages. Longfield's and Thinan's old marginal productivity theory of wages was the new thing in the 1880s and 1890s and, at least among leading theorists, the accepted thing for the rest of the period and beyond it. Bohm-Bawerk's amendment, namely, that the real wage rate, in perfect equilibrium and perfect competition, should be equated to the discounted marginal product of labor rather than to the marginal product of labor, gained some votes after 1910, in the United States mainly because Taussig threw the weight of his authority into the scale. 1602 We need not stay long to discuss the types of wage theories that preceded the vogue of the marginal productivity analysis, partly because most of them did not amount to much and partly because we have learned the necessary minimum about them already. 1603 Suffice it then to recall that most of these wage theorists went on killing the wage fund theory, some of them in the mistaken belief that they were thereby gaining a point for labor, and that, with practical unanimity, they held that wages were not paid out of capital but out of consumers' income. George, Walker, Sidgwick, Brentano, and many others. Though this argument, as we also know, rests upon a misunderstanding of the wage fund theory, it should be noticed that it did, in fact, even though not in intent, pave the way for the marginal productivity theory. Let us cast at least a perfunctory glance on the victorious onward march of this analysis as applied to wages, neglecting all minor points. Jevons' statement in the brilliantly original Chapter 5 of his theory must be mentioned first. 1604 Menger's presentation is, however, fully equal to it in spite of being still more incomplete. Walra's earlier formulation is somewhat impaired by the fact that his constant production coefficients, like Wieser's, exclude the possibility of taking account of relations of substitution between labor and other requisites of production within each firm. Marshall established the marginal productivity analysis of wages in England, succeeding more completely than he seems to have wished. But Edgeworth's various contributions should not be forgotten, see especially his paper on the theory of distribution, 1904, republished in Papers Relating to Political Economy, Volume I. Among other things, he exploited the new catalectics for the purpose of treating special cases of wage determination. A particularly felicitous idea of his was to invoke the theory of international values in order to elucidate the relation between employers and employees, treating them by analogy with different nations that trade with one another or between non-competing groups of workmen. Wicksteed and especially Wicksell then greatly improved the Austrian theory. The development in the United States was largely independent of the contemporaneous development in Europe. The marginal productivity theory, in a very advanced version that took full account of the relations of substitution among productive factors and came close to the modern concept of a marginal rate of substitution, sprang ready-made from the brain of Stuart Wood, whose 2 papers on the subject should assure his position in the History of Analytic Economics 1605, A New View of the Theory of Wages, Quarterly Journal of Economics, October 1888 and July 1889, and The Theory of Wages. Publications of the American Economic Association, 4, 1889. Simultaneously with the latter, i.e. in the same volume of the publications, J.B. Clark published his Marginal Productivity Theory of Wages, The Possibility of a Scientific Law of Wages. In 1892 appeared H.M. Thompson's Theory of Wages. Taussig, thereby joining the marginalists, introduced Bohm-Bawerk's amendment into American wage theory, Outlines of a Theory of Wages, Proceedings of the American Economic Association, April 1910. For the rest, I shall confine myself to mentioning 3 standard works of our own epoch which are all based upon the marginal productivity theory of that period. The first is P.H. Douglas' Theory of Wages, 1934, which will have to be mentioned again as one of the boldest ventures in econometrics ever undertaken. The second, whose great merits are somewhat impaired by not quite adequate handling of the tools of theory, is J.W.F. Rowe's Wages in Practice and Theory, 1928. The third, so far as theory is concerned, by far the most significant Marshall-Lien performance in the field, is J.R. Hicks's Theory of Wages, 1932. These stepping stones will carry the reader to the beginning of the Keynesian controversies. Since consideration of some of the more delicate questions about marginal productivity must be postponed to the next chapter, this is really all that needs to be said for the moment. See, however, the subsection on labor economics below. But in view of the fact that misunderstandings persist to this day concerning the nature and value of the marginal productivity analysis in its specific application to wages, the reader will perhaps condone or welcome, as the case may be, the following explanatory comments in spite of the repetitions some of them involve. First, then, let us recall what has been said above about the difference between Longfield's and Thinan's marginal productivity and that of Jevons and Menger. Longfield's and Thinan's concept is the one revived by Stuart Wood and the one that is commonly used now. The current textbook simply says that, in perfect equilibrium and perfect competition, the money wage rate of every kind of labor equals the physical marginal increment of the product due to the last increment of labor applied, marginal product of labor, multiplied by the equilibrium price of the product. But with Jevons and Menger and also with Marshall, this was not the basic concept. Their basic concept was the increment of satisfaction individual consumers experience from that increment of product. 1606 Only a theory that uses this concept is a genuine imputation theory of wages and really should be distinguished from simple marginal productivity theories that do not use it. But both yield the same results, of course, and if we do not care for the deeper meanings that Jevons and Menger believed the imputation theory reveals, we may deduce the usual formula for the competitive wage rate without using that concept. 1607 In many important cases of applied wage theory we do not even need the usual formula but may treat the determination of the wage rate simply as a matter of supply and demand. And this is why Fleming-Jenkin must now be added to the list of the builders of modern wage theory, Part 3, ch 6, Sector 6f. He used nothing but the simple supply and demand apparatus, taking everything for granted that may be behind it, and was nonetheless able to derive important results, for example, about the possibilities of trade union policy. But an important limitation of his considerable performance should be noticed at once, especially because it carries over to the Marshall-Lien analysis of wages. An analysis that uses the simple demand-supply apparatus is essentially partial analysis, that is to say, it takes as independently given the factors that determine the demand and supply schedules. As we shall see, this is inadmissible in the case of so important an element of the economic system as is labor as a whole. To illustrate the point, let us for a moment consider the most obviously practical implication of this. So long as we operate with given demand and supply schedules which do not change when wage rates change, then we shall ordinarily have a single equilibrium rate of wages such that any increase of it creates, or increases, unemployment. And practically all economists of this period would have subscribed to the latter proposition, even for a general increase of wage rates. 1608. Second, recalling what has been said about the formal character of the marginal productivity theory, let us ask ourselves how far this theory provides a causal explanation of wage rates. On the one hand, it is clear that in order to enable it to explain any particular level of wages that we observe in any given place at any given time, it is necessary to feed into it the particular facts of that place and time, and these facts, such as the available amounts of complementary factors, and not the margins of productivity, may then be called the true or ultimate causes of that wage rate. On the other hand, it is equally clear that wage rates, being elements in a system of interdependent magnitudes, are simultaneously determined with all its other elements, so that even in pure theory, that is, irrespective of the facts of any particular case, they cannot be said to depend upon a margin of productivity as if this were an ultimate datum. However, this is all that Marshall can have meant when he wrote that wage rates are determined at the margin and not by the margin. But this argument only parallels Marshall's argument about marginal utility about the three balls resting against one another in a bowl, and admits of a similar reply. 1609. In any case, it does not reduce the value of the marginal productivity theory as a tool for solving wage problems. 1610. Third, he who wants to use the marginal productivity of labor as an explanatory principle and as a tool for solving wage problems must, of course, understand it and acquire some experience with it. If he fails to fulfill these conditions, difficulties will crowd upon him which, human nature being what it is, he will turn into so many objections, especially if, suspecting apologetic traps. 1611. He dislikes the theory in the first place. But for the period under discussion there was an excuse for this. The theory was not only not developed in a manner that would have shown its usefulness as it stands out, for example, in Hicks's theory of wages, 1932, but in many cases it was also faultily formulated. Some economists even had difficulty in seeing the difference between the marginal product of labor and the product of marginal, least efficient, labor. Others seem to have believed that the marginal productivity theory of wages breaks down if increased wage incomes or reduced hours increase the efficiency of labor. 1612. Fourth, in consequence of this we find that many labor problems continued to be treated by means of the tools that had served the classics. This holds in particular for the machinery problem. It received plenty of attention, but analysis rarely rose above the old arguments pro and con the compensation theory. Such as it was, this discussion on technological unemployment provides, however, one of the answers to the Keynesian indictment that the theorists of that period knew of no unemployment other than frictional, for technological unemployment, even if essentially temporary so far as the effects of any individual act of mechanization is concerned, may evidently become a permanent phenomenon through being incessantly recreated. 1613. The purely theoretical question of full employment in perfect equilibrium and perfect competition will be considered in the next chapter, and nothing need be added to what has been said before on the supply of labor. 6. The contribution of the applied field. 1614. We have repeatedly noticed that the economists of the period, or most of them, approached questions of economic policy, or many of them, in a new spirit. In this section we shall not dwell on this fact again, but rather hunt for the contributions to analysis that resulted from their preoccupation with practical questions. In all cases, these preoccupations advanced scientific knowledge mainly by increasing our command over facts. Gains for our analytic apparatus, though of course not absent, were much smaller than they might have been. We shall briefly survey the more promising fields, except money and cycles, which are considered in ch. 8. But we shall not consider developments in the field of business economics, business administration, private Wirtschaftslehre, including accounting and actuarial science. It has been emphasized from the first that there is really no better reason for separating it from general economics than that a large majority of economists, believing themselves to be concerned with the affairs of nations, used to consider the details of the economic lives of households and firms to be outside of their sphere and also, perhaps, somewhat below it. Actually, this material is basic to the work of the economist so soon as he goes beyond the most jejune assumptions about individual behavior, and cooperation between business and general economics is a primary necessity for both. But during the period under survey, there was so little of it that all we could do would be to list the results of the explorations of business practice undertaken by business economists, which failed to inspire general economists as completely as the advance of economic theory failed to inspire business economists. 1615 Let us note, however, that Marshall, by dealing extensively with the behavior of businessmen, gave an important lead toward a merger of large parts of business and general economics, and that Irving Fisher, in Capital and Income, took a first step toward coordinating the economists' and the accountants' work. 1616. A. International trade. This subsection was planned but not written. B. Public finance. From the comments made on this subject in Chapter 2, we recall that the period was eminently one of what I might term comfortable finance, the result of increasing wealth and relatively peaceful conditions, on the one hand, and of bourgeois influence upon public expenditure and taxation, on the other. Pressure on economic activity was accordingly light, so light as to justify exclusion from the general analysis of the determining factors of the economic process. We have also noticed that toward the end of the period a new spirit began to assert itself in political practice, and this new spirit did not fail to show in the writings of economists. It is not only that leading academic authorities, such as Marshall, began to approve of what was then considered high direct taxation including inheritance taxes, but also that they began to espouse what was a mortal sin against the spirit of Gladstonian finance, namely, a policy that went beyond taxing for revenue and aimed at taxing in order to change, correct, income distribution. Adolf Wagner for Germany and A.C. Pigou for England may serve as examples. The counter-argument that points to possible harmful effects of high and progressive taxation on effort and capital formation, which on the popular level took the shape of the goose that laid the golden eggs, was much in evidence, the more so because practically all economists of standing took a view very favorable to saving. More analytic effort went into two old topics that were bound to benefit from the new theories. The one was justice. Ethical postulates changed with the times, of course, and the principle of ability to pay, and a social theory of taxation including, among other things, special taxation of privilege, a term whose coverage tended to widen, began to make converts. 1617 But I do not mean these and other canons of justice per se, but genuinely analytic performances that were induced by their advocacy. It may or may not be the economist's business to posit imperatives, but it certainly is his business to rationalize given imperatives by analyzing their implications. How much there was to be done in this line, we may infer from the fact that many economists were completely muddled about the very meaning of such ideas as equal, proportionate, and minimum sacrifice. Some thought, the error was originally Mill's, I believe, that equal sacrifice implies minimum sacrifice. Others thought that the law of decreasing marginal utility of income suffices in itself to deduce progressive taxation from a postulate of equal sacrifice. 1618 These and other matters of this type were cleared up by a number of writers, among whom I mention the outstanding contributions of Edgeworth, Barone, and Pigou. 1619. The other topic was shifting and incidence. This subsection was not completed. C. Labor economics. In Chapter 2, we surveyed the political conditions of that period which were bound to impart a powerful impulse to the study of labor problems. In Chapter 4, we registered some of the effects produced upon the economic profession by socialpolitik and still more by the spirit of socialpolitik. In Section 5c of this chapter, we surveyed the contribution that economic theory made to labor economics. It remains to notice briefly the latter's descriptive or practical or institutional part which, owing to the policy-minded economist's aversion to theory, was then no better correlated with analytic economics than, in general, it is now. 1620 Broadly speaking, we may say that the period under discussion laid, in all essentials, the groundwork of modern labor economics. The subject did not quite attain the status of a recognized special field in the sense of modern American teaching and research practice. But it commanded the services of a rapidly increasing number of specialists. Principally these specialists were out for practical reform of legal institutions and administrative practice, and they had their own ideas about what it means to apply reason to human affairs. But this fact-finding and their recommendations did not fail to benefit general economics. As an example, take the Minority Report of the English Poor Law Commission, 1909. This seminal performance, a belated reaction to the severe unemployment that had prevailed in England between 1873 and 1898, taught many an economist who stood in need of such a lesson that unemployment was at times very little influenced by factors under the workman's control. At all events, it was, or should have been, important raw material on which the general economist could exercise his analytic powers. In addition, monographs and treatises on labor questions began to appear in increasing quantities. Two famous monographs by Beatrice and Sidney Webb and Herner's treatise or textbook are familiar samples 1621 from a rapidly swelling literature. Statistical research was hampered by the inadequacy of material. But some efforts were nevertheless made in all countries. 1622 As every reader of Marshall's Principles knows, general treatises allowed more and more space to labor economics, also to its purely institutional aspects. Previous textbook practice in this respect was far surpassed by the textbook of von Filipovich. We might fitly conclude these remarks by pointing again to the greatest venture in labor economics ever undertaken by a man who was primarily a theorist, Professor Pigou's Wealth and Welfare 1623, 1912. D. Agriculture. Planned but not written. E. Railroads, public utilities, trusts, and cartels. The statements with which I introduced the subsection on labor economics might almost be repeated for what was done during that period in the fields of these and cognate topics. Again, the historian of economic thought would have to notice not only new problems but also a new spirit of dealing with them. The historian of economic analysis has little to report beyond a rich crop of historical and descriptive work, some of which has retained its interest to this day. For the rest, we must confine ourselves to a few bald comments that are necessary in order to round out our sketch. Any decent theory of cost and price ought to be able to make valuable contributions to railroad economics, and railroad economics ought to be able to repay the service by offering to general theory interesting special patterns and problems. As has been pointed out before, there are great possibilities in a cooperation of economists and engineers, and few fields offer such possibilities as obviously as does the railroad business. We find something of this but not much, though more could be unearthed from technological journals. As an example, I mention the work of Wilhelm Launhardt, who not only investigated the influence upon operating costs of gradients and curves but also produced a theory of railroad rates that, among other things, contained the theorem. His argument for government ownership is based upon it that the social advantage from railroads will be maximized if charges be not higher than, as we should say, marginal cost. It follows from this that the whole overhead would have to be financed from the government's general revenue, the theorem that has been much discussed in our own day after having been independently discovered by Professor Hotelling. 1624 This is very much more interesting than our generalities about the desirability of nationalization or regulation which, of course, were published in shoals. Most of the work of which Launhardt's is an example was, however, done in France. It must suffice to mention the performances of Chasin 1625, Picard, and Coulson. English railway economics of the period is, I believe, represented at its best by the descriptive analyses and the little textbook of Ackworth. Professor Pigou's treatment of railway rates is, however, more fertile in results relevant to general economics 1626, especially as regards the issue, cost of service principle versus value of service principle, what the traffic will bear. The quantity of American railroad publications of the period was, I am afraid, quite out of proportion to its quality. Serious analytical slips may be proved even against works of standing that were in other respects meritorious, and most of them are quite forgotten by now. Hadley's 1627 textbook is one of the not too numerous exceptions. All aspects of the subject, historical and institutional, there receive adequate treatment. In addition, however, the book moves on a high level of analytic correctness, and nobody will ever surpass the telling example by which he drove home the truth that discrimination may, and often will, benefit all parties concerned, including the one that is being discriminated against, the case of the two oyster-producing villages that cannot supply a given inland market unless one pays a higher freight rate than the other. It is, however, characteristic of a comparatively backward state of analysis that this case was treated like a curious exception instead of being made to follow from a more general setup in which absence of discrimination would constitute a special, or limiting, case. Like railroads, public utilities should have proved both an important field of application and an important source of particular patterns for the theorist. Very little was accomplished, however, 1628 that will bear comparison with Dupuyt's earlier contributions. 1629 The European discussions on nationalization and municipalization present but little interest from our standpoint. Nor is there any benefit to the analytic apparatus of economics to report from the American discussion on rate regulation that dealt with the problem of the reasonable return on the fair value of the property which the Supreme Court held public utilities should be permitted to earn. The various theories of valuation for indemnity, taxation, and rate regulation purposes that the legal mind produced offer curious examples of logical muddle. Many economists did useful work in trying to clear it up and seem, for example, after efforts extending over more than half a century, to have convinced lawyers that the attempt to define a reasonable rate of return with reference to the value of a property that is itself derived from expected returns, involves circular reasoning. But this suffices in itself to characterize the level of this branch of economic analysis. 7. Equilibrium analysis 1630. One fundamental unity of the period's economic theory. Even for the preceding period we have been able to discern a considerable amount of agreement as regards the essentials of economic analysis and, in fact, a kind of average or modal system of general economics, deviations from which were the less frequent the greater they were. With much more confidence can we aver for the period under survey that there existed by about 1900, though not a unified science of economics, yet an engine of theoretical analysis whose basic features were the same everywhere. This should be obvious from our survey in the preceding chapter. But it may be helpful, in view of the different impression we get when we behold the troubled surface and in view of the different opinion entertained by many historians, to show this once more. Nobody denies that, numerous differences in detail notwithstanding, Jevons, Menger, and Walras taught essentially the same doctrine. But Jevons and Marshall's analytic structures do not, in essence, differ more than the scaffolding differs from the completed and furnished house, and note XXI in the appendix to Marshall's principles is conclusive proof of the fundamental sameness of his and Walras models. Wicksell's engaging frankness reveals the two pillars of his arch to the most perfunctory glance, the one is Walrasian, the other Bombaurkian. J.B. Clark's blueprint, however independently conceived, embodied substantially the same principles as did Marshall's Book 6, Pareto and Fisher developed Walras. And, so far as professional theory is concerned, these names cover practically all of what we may call the period's primary work in general theory, the teaching associated with them, as has been shown in the two preceding chapters, shaped practically all of the secondary or derivative work of the period, except that of the Marxists. Why, then, do the structures of these leaders look so different? And why is it that many even of those of us who do see the fundamental sameness in them nevertheless deny the underlying unity of that period's general economics? The answer to the first question is, because there were plenty of differences in technique, in details, and in views on individual problems, and because in addition leaders and followers alike overemphasized them. The most important differences in technique turned on the use or the refusal to use the calculus and systems of simultaneous equations, The same theory looks quite different in this garb and without it, especially to the man who is not familiar with the former. An example for the differences in details and at the same time for the propensity to overemphasize them is afforded by the controversy on real cost, see above, ch 6, sector 4. And examples of differences in views on individual problems are the differences in the theory of capital and the different attitudes as regards partial analysis, see below, sector 6, which Marshall elaborated and Pareto affected to despise. 1631 But differences of this kind and controversies arising out of them are part and parcel of the very life of every field of knowledge. If we allowed them to obscure the sameness of fundamentals, we could never speak of the scholastic doctors as a group that was united as regards methods and fundamental results. We might not even be able to speak of a Marxist school. With reference to the second question, it must be remembered that our proposition of fundamental unity does not apply to the first part of the period but only to the classical situation that emerged roughly around 1900. Before that there was, of course, not more but less agreement among leading theorists than there had been around 1850. The system that was established by Jevons, Menger, and Walras in the 1870s and 1880s and found its classic form in Marshall's Principles, 1890, came to most theorists as something new and unfamiliar. Nothing, in fact, proves so convincingly that, forerunners notwithstanding, it actually was something new, as does the resistance it met with. While the fight was on and individual adherents were being won here and there, Mill's economics, to choose Mill once more as representative, was in possession, and one more cause for dissension was being added to those that had divided economists at the end of the preceding period. This also accounts for the fact that the laggards who clung to the old doctrines, even after victory had been substantially won by the new, were both more numerous and more respectable than would have been the case if the changes had been less revolutionary. A random sample from the economists or even theorists taken from the whole period, therefore, might well seem to refute the proposition here advanced. But in addition there was a large number of outsiders, that is, of writers who championed theoretical systems of their own and condemned professional theory without bothering to master it. And, finally, there was something else. Then, as always, the majority of economists were absorbed in the task of investigating the facts and practical problems of the various departments of public policy. This majority, which was reinforced by the historical and institutional groups, had little use for theory and did not welcome a new type of it. They never accepted it as an instrument of research but looked upon marginalism as a sort of speculative philosophy or as a new sectarianism which it was precisely their business to eliminate by what they considered truly scientific and realistic research, see ch 4 above. Hence they passed, in methodological and programmatic pronouncements, all sorts of sweeping judgments upon it. On the surface, the result was bedlam, especially in Germany and in the United States, a multitude of discordant voices, all of which seemed to testify to the presence of an impasse. The reader must try to understand, on the one hand, how very natural this was and, on the other hand, that it did not mean what it seems to mean. 1632 Below the phrase troubled surface, there was no impasse. To Cournot and the mathematical school, econometrics. It was during the period under survey that the inevitable happened. Mathematical methods of reasoning began to play a significant and indeed decisive role in the pure theory of our science. Numerical or algebraic formulations and numerical calculations had occurred, of course, in the earlier stages of economic analysis. There were the political arithmeticians, the physiocrats, and many isolated instances such as Briscoe, Siva, H. Lloyd, Condillac, whom we have noticed in their places, or the two authors rescued from oblivion by E.R.A. Seligman. 1633 But the use of figures. Ricardo made ample use of numerical illustrations or of formulae such as we find in Marx, or even the restatement in algebraic form of some result of non-mathematical reasoning does not constitute mathematical economics. A distinctive element enters only when the reasoning itself that produces the result is explicitly mathematical. 1634 Of this, however, I know only three clear cases that antedate von Thunen and Cournot, de Bernoulli, Beccaria, and, if we Attach enough importance to even a glimpse of an equilibrium system, Isnard. 1635. The non-mathematical reader may welcome an attempt at defining more closely the nature of the service that mathematics rendered to the economic theorists of the period under survey. A. The service mathematics rendered to economic theory. We shall presently touch upon the services that mathematics rendered in the treatment of statistical material. Here we are concerned with its use in theoretical analysis that is quantitative but not numerical. Now, the layman, when he hears of the application of mathematics to economics, thinks primarily of technical operations, calculations, that involve the use of higher mathematics, that is, the things that first come into view in the more advanced ranges of the college student's algebra and analytic geometry and then soar out of the range of the non-mathematical mortal. It is quite true that during, a little more than, the last quarter of a century, really advanced methods have increasingly imposed themselves upon economists, methods that would be recognized as either hard or else very special by professional mathematicians. Prior to 1914, however, this was not so, and very few publications that appeared earlier required of their readers or even their authors any proficiency in technical mathematics. What was required, beyond the rudiments of algebra and analytic geometry, was a knowledge of the calculus, and even of this the general ideas or logic rather than the more difficult techniques, for example, of integration. Barone was quite right when he averred in 1908 that though mathematics was becoming indispensable to the theorist, every normal and normally educated person could acquire what was needed of it by the spare time work of about 6 months. The logic of the calculus may be expressed in terms of a small number of concepts such as variables, functions, limits, continuity, derivatives, and differentials, maxima and minima. Familiarity with these concepts and with such notions as systems of equations, determinateness, stability, all of which admit of simple explanations, changes one's whole attitude to the problems that arise from theoretical schemata of quantitative relations between things. Problems acquire a new definiteness, the points at which they lose it stand out clearly, new methods of proof and disproof emerge, the maximum of return may be distilled from the little we know about the form of the relations between our variables, and the logic of infinitesimals disposes automatically of much controversial matter that, without its help, clogs the wheels of analytic advance. 1636 Did space permit, it could be shown instructively that a great part of the controversies of that period consisted simply of controversies between people who lacked a powerful tool of thought and people who possessed it. But some examples have been presented in the last chapter and others will occur in this. Since this kind of service consists simply in sharpening the edges of our analytic tools and therefore does not necessarily involve elaborate calculations, a man's mathematics does not necessarily show on the surface of an argument. Mathematical theory is more than a translation of non-mathematical theory into the language of symbols, but its results can, in general, be translated into non-mathematical language. This is the reason why the non-mathematical majority of economists never realized the full extent of their obligations to the mathematically trained minority. The typical theorist never realized, for instance, that he did not fully understand Marshall, who was careful to banish his mathematics from the surface of his argument. And so this majority found it easy to look upon those mathematical economists who did flaunt their mathematics as a particular sect or school that was of no particular importance to the profession at large. But mathematical economists form no school in any meaningful sense of the term, any more than do those economists who read Italian. All the differences of opinion that can be conceived to exist between economists at all, a certain class of errors alone accepted, may and do exist between the mathematically trained ones. And the latter's contributions to the period's dominant analytic structure were much greater than people realize even now. Let us see. In the preceding section we have associated that structure with 9 names: Jevons, Menger, Walras, Marshall, Wicksell, Bombauer, Clark, Pareto, and Fisher. This makes 6 mathematical to 3 non-mathematical economists. And if we add, as we should, von Thunen, Cournot, Dupuit, and Gaussen, we have 10 to 3. Nor would the situation be changed if we considered a wider circle of economists who wrote or began writing before 1914, For this would have to include F. Jenkin, Edgeworth, Auspitz, and Lieben, Pigou, Moore, Bowley, Castle, also Pantaleoni, and others who are difficult to match, so far as front-rank performance is concerned, by names from the non-mathematical camp, a lesson to ponder on for the non-mathematical reader of these pages, at least if he be young. 1637. But since the essentials of the marginal utility and the marginal productivity theories were worked out also by economists who were complete strangers to higher mathematics, it was natural for these and for the non-mathematical majority of the profession at large to think that, except perhaps for a few otiose refinements, mathematical reasoning in economics did not add anything to what could be found out without it. This view was all the easier for them to take because they were not aware of the shortcomings of their own products. On the contrary, in several cases of some importance they made virtues of these shortcomings. 1638. And so we shall understand that the men who, around 1900 or even later, were in positions of leadership or influence, and this means in or past middle age, had no difficulty in excusing themselves from learning what they looked upon as a difficult and ungenial technique that might, after all, turn out to be of little value. Not less understandably, they rationalized this attitude and produced in its defense a number of methodological arguments, such as that the attempt to apply mathematics, the tool of physics, to the social sciences was a mistake on logical principle, and others of the same kind, into which, at this hour of the day, it is no longer worthwhile to go. 1639. These particular rationalizations have worn away, although the attitude itself has not. But the movement gained enough ground during the period to produce that important symptom of success, the emergence of a small crop of derivative, interpretative and introductory works. 1640. Of unfavorable symptoms, let us notice the indifference or even hostility displayed by eminent mathematicians. 1641. And the fact that there were economists who were well versed in mathematics and yet unfriendly to mathematical economics, the outstanding instance being Lexus. Mention has already been made of some performances in the field of mathematical economics that belong chronologically to the preceding period. But consideration of the greatest of all, Cournot's, has been deferred until now because, quite neglected before, it acquired seminal importance in the period under survey. b. The contribution of Cournot. Antoine Augustin Cournot, 1801–77, 1642. After a successful career at the École Normale Supérieure, was not less successful as an academic teacher and administrator. He was appointed professor of analysis and mechanics at Lyons, 1834, rector of the Academy, University, of Grenoble, 1835, inspector general of studies, 1838, rector of the Academy, University, of Dijon, 1854. I mention these otherwise irrelevant facts because some of his American admirers, greatly mistaking the psychology generated by the French civil service, have displayed a tendency to make a sort of martyr of him on account of the failure of the recherches. Almost certainly he thought of this failure as a small disagreeable incident in an otherwise prosperous career. Moreover, he had every reason to congratulate himself on the reception of what he again, almost certainly considered his really important works. Of these, I mention his Exposition de la théorie des chances et de probabilités, 1843, an admirable performance that met with deserved recognition at the time and later, 1643, and his three ventures in the type of philosophy or epistemology that grows out of theoretical physics and was to become so popular around 1900, Essai sur les fondements de nos connaissances, 1851, Traité de l'enchaînement des idées fondamentales dans les sciences et dans l'histoire, 1861, and Considerations sur la marche des idées et de événements dans les temps modernes, 1872. Cournot was fairly well read in economics. But whatever the nature of the interest that made him take up Smith or Say or Ricardo, it was certainly a purely scientific interest that made him take up his pen. He had no practical object in view, and he made haste to assure his readers that theory ought not to be confounded with systems of, I suppose, rules of policy, although in the infancy of all sciences the instinct of system necessarily attempts to outline theories. And he proposed to deal with a number of problems that lent themselves particularly well to treatment by that branch of analysis which comprises arbitrary functions, which are merely restricted to satisfying certain conditions. Preface to the researches. Neither systematic completeness nor novelty of principle was aimed at or achieved. A few concepts and propositions that existed already but only in a hazy and confused form were neatly restated in a more rigorous manner. And all the historical greatness of the performance is in the surprising success that attended the execution of this modest program. There are 3 introductory chapters, of which the second, on relative and absolute changes in value, suggests some influence of Ricardo, and the third presents the algebra of foreign exchanges whose importance, Jevons did not see this, but Walras did and profited by it, consists in the circumstance that it implies the algebra of the price mechanism in general. It is this reason and not any great gain to be derived for the theory of foreign exchange itself which justifies the advice not to miss it. Chapters 4 to 9 are the famous ones. They are the nucleus of Marshall's partial analysis, namely, the demand function, the theory of monopoly, including also the familiar theorems on taxation of monopolized commodities, the theory of perfect competition, and, finally, the treatment of oligopoly and of a particular case of bilateral monopoly, both of which have become the whipping boys of a larger literature. See below, Sector 4. Chapter 10, though disfigured by a serious slip, deserves more attention than it has as yet received. Chapters 11 and 12 have been, to some extent rightly, voted out of court by the overwhelming majority of critics. But at least the former is historically interesting because its argument anticipates the post-Marshallian, Keynesian, idea of supplementing partial analysis by income analysis. Cournot recognized, of course, that for a complete and rigorous solution of the problems relative to some parts of the economic system, it is indispensable to take the entire system into consideration, OPCITP 127, which is precisely what Walras was to do. But, exactly like the Keynesian group of post-Marshallians, Cournot believed that this would surpass the powers of mathematical analysis and of our practical methods of calculation, and therefore envisaged instead the possibility of treating such problems in terms of a small set of aggregates in which social income and its variations were to hold the place of honor. He did not get very far, but it seemed worthwhile to notice this first explicit reformulation of an old practice which we shall have to discuss again. In order to rate at its full value Cournot's performance in what I have described as the famous chapters, and particularly in Chapter 4, of the Law of Demand, and in Chapter 5, of Monopoly, it is necessary to remind ourselves that at that time literary economists experienced the greatest difficulty in formulating the simple relation that became so familiar as Marshall's demand curve, that, if we neglect Vary's forgotten contribution, Cournot created the theory of it, and that his treatment of monopoly was an even more striking feat of the same type, for nobody had anything useful to say on monopolistic pricing until Marshall published his masterly version of Cournot's theory. If we add Cournot's theory of the competitive mechanism and of costs, we shall indeed see the justice in his posthumous rise from almost complete oblivion to his present place in our Hall of Fame. But this place is inscribed to the master of partial analysis, who in addition was the first to show what mathematics can do for us. I do not think it historically correct to attribute to him more than a vague and non-operational idea of general equilibrium. So far we have been considering the aid that mathematics was beginning to render, during the period under survey, to what is best described as pure theory. The specifically econometric program mathematical theory plus statistical figures was struggling toward conscious formulation all the time, but, with some important exceptions to be noticed presently, did not quite get there all the same. The message of Petty and Davenant was as yet in abeyance, and even most of those theorists who also did statistical work did not contemplate a wedding between the two lines of research. All the more important is it to cast a glance, on the one hand, at the relation between economists and the theory of statistics, and, on the other hand, at the progress of work that was econometrics without the name. As regards the first, let us recall a few facts. Higher statistics grew up from the theory of probability. Jacques Bernoulli's theorem, which has every claim, in a sketch like this, to stand at the beginning, induced the work that culminated in the contributions of A. de Moivre, Laplace, and Gauss. The latter's law of error and method of least squares vigorously propagated in the social sciences by Vitellit became the pride and at the same time the curse of applied statistics for more than half a century. 1644 All this belongs to the preceding period, as does the work of Poisson and Cournot. The period under survey, almost, begins with Lexus' new departure, which at first made but a little dent in the position of Gauss's law of error. Later on, however, before the 19th century was out, a boom in statistical theory set in. To put the reader on the track of its achievements, it is sufficient to mention the names of Fechner, Thiele, Bruns, Pearson, Edgeworth, and Charlier. Though Lexus and Edgeworth 1645 were economists, analytic economics drew very little profit, during that period, from their contributions to statistical methodology, incomparably less than did astronomy or psychology or biology. As regards the second, an important type of econometric work may be illustrated again by Engel's Law 1646, which, though published originally in 1857, did not attract international attention before the period under survey. Even then neither Engel himself nor anyone else seems to have realized its interest for economic theory. It states that, in a set of families in which tastes do not differ significantly and in which all of them face the same prices, percentage expenditure on food is on the average a decreasing function of income. Also, we have already met another example of such statistical laws that might be inserted into economic theory: Pareto's law of the distribution of incomes by size. The works of Fisher and of Moore, discussed above, were indeed genuinely econometric, and the latter may be said to have given the decisive impulse that started the modern torrent of statistical demand curves. For this there are several bibliographies that will help the interested reader, for example, the one by Louise O. Burkhaw, Price Analysis, Econometrica, October 1934, which presents the material that appeared 1927-33 and refers to other bibliographies that go further back. Henry Schultz's treatise on the theory and measurement of demand, 1938, is, as the reader presumably knows, the standard work on the subject, into which we unfortunately cannot go in this book. Several other pioneer works besides Moore's had appeared by 1914, however, among them Leyfeldt's The Elasticity of Demand for Wheat, Economic Journal, June 1914. The latter, so far as I can make out, was the first modern follower of Gregory King. Whatever may be thought of the immediate practical value of the many demand curves that have been obtained, it is certain that trying to meet the problems that arise in their construction and interpretation is one of the best methods of developing our analytic powers. Precisely for theory, therefore, the subject of statistical demand curves is of the utmost importance. The history of this type of work belongs, however, almost entirely in the present period. The same holds for the work in fields other than the theory of demand, especially in the fields of statistical production functions, statistical cost, and statistical supply functions. For a preliminary study, readers are referred to H. Schultz, Statistical Laws of Demand and Supply, 1928, J. Dean, Statistical Determination of Costs, 1936, W. A. Tweddle and Richard Stone, Study of Costs, Econometrica, July 1936, the reports of a committee of the Econometric Society presided over by Mr. E. H. Phelps Brown, Ibid. April and July 1936, and Reinhard Hildebrandt, Mathematische Grafik Untersuchungen über die Rentabilitätsverhältnisse des Fabrikbetriebs, 1925. Perusal of these books and papers will put the reader on the track of methods, problems, and results that foreshadow important parts of the economic theory of the future. But as we have seen, while little progress was made before 1914 on the lines just glanced at, investigations into agricultural technology, particularly into plant and soil nutrition, quite essential to such old topics of economic theory as the law of decreasing returns, and also into cattle feeding, had already reached a high degree of development during the period under survey. The first of the reports of the Phelps-Brown Committee mentioned above has the particular merit of bringing home to its readers the theoretical importance of such work and of disabusing them of the idea that the marginal productivity theory is just an armchair speculation. But the theory of the period did not lend itself to the insertion of such results. The majority of theorists, including some of the greatest, were completely unaware of the possibility of a theory that might eventually achieve numerical results. Accordingly, it never occurred to them to frame their schemata in a manner that might have made them amenable to statistical treatment. The very idea would have seemed to them fantastic. However, there were exceptions. Both Cournot and Jevons saw that possibility looming in the future. Pareto and Marshall realized its presence. The latter's address the old generation of economists and the new, 1896, is the first pronouncement by a leading theorist in favor of an econometric program. More important still, Marshall theorized with a view to making his concepts numerically operative, and his occasional appeal to statistical figures 1647 has more than illustrative importance. Institutionalist critics have hardly done justice to the implications of this. Individual workers in special fields, as we know, see, example Chasen's performance or that of the writers on railroad transportation, above, ch 6, sector 6, did however make some progress. 3. The concept of equilibrium 1648. A. Statics, dynamics, the stationary state, evolution. We now return to a subject which we have left in the shape it had received at the hands of J.S. Mill. In order to make it easier for the reader to follow the exposition of this section, I shall first restate, with a few explanatory comments, the definitions that are adopted in this book. The first two are due to Ragnar Frisch. By static analysis we mean a method of dealing with economic phenomena that tries to establish relations between elements of the economic system, prices and quantities of commodities, all of which have the same time subscript, that is to say, refer to the same point of time. The ordinary theory of demand and supply in the market of an individual commodity as taught in every textbook will illustrate this case. It relates demand, supply, and price as they are supposed to be at any moment of observation. Nothing else is taken into consideration. But the elements of the economic system that interact at a given point of time are evidently the result of preceding configurations, and the way itself in which they interact is not less evidently influenced by what people expect future configurations to be. Thus, to keep to our example, we may conceive of the situation in our market as determined, or at least influenced, by previous decisions of producers which cannot be understood from the conditions of the point of time chosen for observation but only from the conditions that prevailed at the time when those decisions were taken. Hence we are led to take into account past and expected future values of our variables, lags, sequences, rates of change, cumulative magnitudes, expectations, and so on. The methods that aim at doing this constitute economic dynamics. The relation between static and dynamic theory may be elucidated from two different if related points of view. On the one hand, static theory involves a higher level of abstraction. Dynamic patterns also abstract from a good many things, but the static pattern drops additional features of reality, namely, those enumerated at the end of the preceding paragraph, and is still nearer to a pure logic of economic quantities than is dynamics. On the other hand, static theory may be said to constitute a special case of a more general dynamic theory. This we see from the fact that we may derive static patterns from dynamic ones by the simple process of equating to zero the dynamizing factors that may occur in the latter point 1649. Now, an observer fresh from Mars might excusably think that the human mind, inspired by experience, would start analysis with the relatively concrete and then, as more subtle relations reveal themselves, proceed to the relatively abstract, that is to say, to start from dynamic relations and then proceed to working out the static ones. But this has not been so in any field of scientific endeavor whatsoever. 1650 Always static theory has historically preceded dynamic theory, and the reasons for this seem to be as obvious as they are sound. Static theory is much simpler to work out, its propositions are easier to prove, and it seems closer to logical essentials. The history of economic analysis is no exception. By a stationary state, as the term implies, we mean not a method or mental attitude of the analyst, but a certain state of the object of analysis, namely, an economic process that goes on at even rates or, more precisely, an economic process that merely reproduces itself. Nevertheless, when understood in the sense we are concerned with here, it is nothing but a methodological fiction. Essentially, it is a simplifying device. But it is also something more. When we try to visualize how such a process might look and which of the phenomena of reality might be present in it, we ipso facto discover which of them are lacking. And we thus acquire a tool of analysis that helps us to locate the sources of the latter, a service the importance of which it should be, but unfortunately is not, superfluous to emphasize. 1651 The term evolution may be used in a wider and in a narrower sense. In the wider sense it comprises all the phenomena that make an economic process non-stationary. In the narrower sense it comprises these phenomena minus those that may be described in terms of continuous variations of rates within an unchanging framework of institutions, tastes, or technological horizons, and will be included in the concept of growth. The reader will please observe that, in logical principle at least, statics and dynamics, on the one hand, and stationary and evolutionary states, on the other hand, are independent of one another. We may describe a stationary process by a dynamic model. This will be the case whenever we make the conditions for stationarity of a process in any given period depend upon what happened to the process in preceding periods. We may also describe an evolutionary process by a succession of static models. This will be the case whenever we deal with disturbances of a given state by trying to indicate the static relations obtaining before a given disturbance impinged upon the system and after it had had time to work itself out. 1652 The latter method of procedure is known as comparative statics. So far as I know, the term has been first used by F. Oppenheimer 1653 in Wort und Kapital Profit, 1916, 2nd ed., 1922. Finally, the reader should also observe that the conceptual devices sketched have nothing to do with any similar ones that may be in use in the physical sciences. The widespread impression to the contrary is due to two facts. First, though they embody nothing but habits of the human mind that are as general as is ordinary logic, they or similar devices have, precisely for this reason, been adopted wherever the character of the facts under analysis seemed to suggest them. Since the physical sciences and mechanics in particular were so much ahead of economics in matters of technique, these conceptual devices were consciously defined by physicists before they were by economists, so that the average educated person knows them from mechanics before he makes their acquaintance in economics, and hence is apt to suspect that they were illegitimately borrowed from mechanics. Second, such devices being unfamiliar in a field where a looser conceptualization prevailed, some economists, I. Fisher in particular, thought it a good idea to convey their meaning to the untutored mind by way of the mechanical analogy. But this is all. We know that actually the concept of economic statics may be traced to zoology rather than mechanics, and, what is much more important, primitive and subconscious use has been made of it from the very beginnings of economic analysis. Having thus cleared the ground, I shall endeavor to show, 1. That those improvements in the analytic apparatus of economics were, actually or potentially, slowly worked out during the period under discussion, but not quickly enough or rigorously enough for them to take full effect upon analysts' practice before 1914, and, 2. That the latter fact slowed up advance and explains some of the most serious shortcomings of the actual achievements. 1. The concept of the stationary state had been, as we know, quite familiar in the preceding period. But it was used to denote an actual state of the economy to be expected at some future time rather than as a methodological fiction. In the latter capacity it had been used to the full only by Marx, who called it simple reproduction. However, independently of him it began to be used in the period under discussion for the purpose of singling out, for preliminary analysis, a set of particularly simple problems. As such it was recognized, for example, by Marshall 1654, who spoke of the famous fiction of the stationary state, though, as a methodological fiction the stationary state was not at all famous in 1890, used it repeatedly, and was, so far as I know, the first to point out that we may increase its usefulness for analysis by defining it differently, more or less strictly, for different purposes. Also he gave the lead, followed by many and especially by Cassel 1655, for an extension of the idea to the case of balanced progress, that is, to the case of a society in which population and wealth grow at about the same rate and in which methods of production and the conditions of trade change but little, and, above all, where the character of man himself is a constant quantity, a conception which has acquired additional interest in our own day owing to its bearing upon the problem of full employment in the models not only of a stagnating but also of an expanding economy. 1656 This extension of the concept of stationarity should have separated out neatly the phenomena of evolution in the narrow sense of the term, and so it did. But with all the leaders of the period this meant setting these phenomena aside rather than constructing a comprehensive theory of them. Neither Walras, who used the phrase point de vue statique, nor Marshall, who used the phrase statical method, failed to distinguish static theory from the theory of the stationary state. But most writers confused them, witness the growing popularity of the phrase static state, 1657, which is the hallmark of this confusion. Nevertheless, though more clearly visualized than rigorously defined, the system of economic statics did emerge during the period and in fact constitutes its great achievement. But the nature of economic dynamics was not even clearly visualized. Some identified it with a historical theory of change or else with a theory that allows for trends, others with a theory of general interdependence as against partial analysis of sectional phenomena, still others with a theory of a modern as against the tradition-bound economy of the Middle Ages, and a few simply with the theory of small variations of economic quantities. 1658 Many, among them Bohm-Bawerk, would not hear of statics and dynamics at all. For them there was just one type of theory, which no doubt admitted of varying degrees of abstraction but not of logically distinct methods. And there were those in whose hands the whole discussion degenerated into a quarrel about words. All this goes to show the importance, even for purely practical purposes, of logically rigorous definitions, for had the nature of the statics of the day been subjected to rigorous analysis, the problems of dynamics would have emerged almost of themselves. But all was not mere confusion. We also find suggestions that point toward the dynamics of our time. They were not more than suggestions, sometimes not more than obiter dicta. I can only refer to the, relatively, clearest and most important of them, which are all due to Pantaleoni. 1659. 2. Precisely because even the most advanced thinkers of that time had no explicit dynamic schema or method to help them, they failed to realize the severe limitations of their static schema or method. For these reveal themselves only in the light of dynamic considerations. In consequence, they incessantly stepped out of their statics without having a right to do so and without being aware of it. The situation was made worse by the prevalent confusion between static theory and the theory of a stationary or quasi-stationary state. This version breaks off at this point, obviously unfinished, with 3 lines of shorthand notes to indicate how the argument was to be carried on. B. Determinateness, equilibrium, and stability. From the workshop of Walras the static theory of the economic universe emerged in the form of a large number of quantitative relations, equations, between economic elements or variables, prices and quantities of consumable and productive goods or services, that were conceived as simultaneously determining one another. As soon as this great feat had been accomplished, as soon as this Magna Carta of exact economics had been written, which we shall presently study in some detail, a type of research began to impose itself that had been unknown in pre-Walrasian economics. Pure theory there had been from the first, or almost. But its technique had been a simple affair. The Walrasian system of simultaneous equations, however, brought in a host of new problems of a specifically logical or mathematical nature that are much more delicate and go much deeper than Walras or anyone else had ever realized. Mainly they turn upon determinateness, equilibrium, and stability. 1660 They are much too difficult and especially too technical for us. but a few fundamental points about them must be noticed if we are to understand the nature of that period's achievement and the way in which modern work links up with it. For this purpose, let us consider a distinction that was very characteristic of the analytic methods of that period, as it presents itself both in the critical and in the constructive part of Bohm-Bawerk's work. He was out to explain or understand the phenomenon of interest. This task seemed to him to involve two different things. First, it seemed obviously necessary to unearth the cause or source or nature of interest. Second, after this had been done and the result had been critically safeguarded against other theories, there arose the problem of what determines the rate of interest. Mathematical economists, Pareto especially, poured contempt upon this methodology. But it may be salvaged, to some extent, by reformulating it like this: since the economic system cannot be treated as a set of undefined things, we must in fact first define what its elements, including interest, are to mean before we can formulate the exact problem of their determination in terms of certain properties of the functions, relations, which this meaning involves. Then follows logically the proof that the problem can in fact be solved, proof of the existence of a solution, and, finally, the investigation into the laws that the solution reveals, the properties of the solution. When we have done all this, we say that we have explained or understood whatever the element or elements we wish to explain or understand. More generally, and at the same time more simply, we say that we have determined a set of quantities, variables, if we can indicate relations to which they must conform and which will restrict the possible range of their values. If the relations determine just a single value or sequence of values, we speak of unique determination, a case that is, of course, particularly satisfactory. The relations may yield, however, more than one possible value or sequence of values, which is less satisfactory but still better than nothing. In particular, the relations may determine only a range. 1661. In the light of what has been said in the preceding paragraph, we realize that determining a set of quantities in the sense in which we use this phrase is indeed not all that is involved in the task of explaining a phenomenon. But we also realize that it is an indispensable and important part of, or, more precisely, an indispensable step in this task. And this answers the question, so often asked with a sneer, why theorists should bother so much about mere determinateness. If the relations which are derived from our survey of the meaning of a phenomenon are such as to determine a set of values of the variables that will display no tendency to vary under the sole influence of the facts included in those relations per se, we speak of equilibrium. We say that those relations define equilibrium conditions or an equilibrium position of the system, and that there exists a set of values of the variables that satisfies equilibrium conditions. This need not be the case. Of course, there need not be a set of values of variables that will satisfy a given set of relations, and there may exist several such sets or an infinity of them. Multiple equilibria are not necessarily useless, but, from the standpoint of any exact science, the existence of a uniquely determined equilibrium, set of values, is, of course, of the utmost importance, even if proof has to be purchased at the price of very restrictive assumptions, without any possibility of proving the existence of uniquely determined equilibrium, or at all events, of a small number of possible equilibria at however high a level of abstraction. A field of phenomena is really a chaos that is not under analytic control. Again, we derive a simple and convincing answer to the layman's question concerning the good we expect from all our worry about determined equilibrium, and to the more specific question why this concept played such a role in the thought of Walras and Marshall. 1662. The relations from which we start, according to whether they link elements that carry the same time subscript or different ones, may define a static or a dynamic equilibrium. The leaders of that period used only the former concept, at least in their mathematical set ups, and do not seem to have had any precise ideas about the problems that center in the latter. We shall, therefore, confine ourselves to static equilibrium except so far as description and criticism of their analysis forces dynamical aspects upon us. It should be emphasized, as it has been in the first part of this section with respect to the terms static and dynamic themselves, that the concept of equilibrium, whether static or dynamic, has nothing to do with any borrowing, legitimate or not, from those physical sciences in which analogous concepts occur. They are logical categories and as such as general as is logic itself. They occur both in the physical and the social sciences because it is the same human mind that works both. Whether static or dynamic, equilibrium may be stable, neutral, or unstable. Before we go into this matter, it will be well to comment briefly and very superficially on the meaning of a system of simultaneous equations and on the conception of simultaneous determination of a set of variables. We start again from the first two of the four steps into which we have split exact analytic procedure and which are, for the first time in the history of economics, clearly discernible in Walras' work, namely, the inquiry into the nature of the phenomena we are to study and the discovery of the relations which, guided by our knowledge of their nature, we conceive to subsist between them. When we have succeeded in expressing these relations by equations, we are ready to take the third step. We put them together into a system, a theoretical model, and ask whether there is a unique set of values of the elements that appear in this system as variables, or unknowns, that will satisfy all those equations which must all hold simultaneously, hence the phrase simultaneous equations. So far, it is hoped, everything is plain sailing. But the answer to this question, in most cases negative of course, is extremely difficult to provide. Plain common sense can indeed indicate certain conditions that must be fulfilled if such a unique set of values a solution is to exist. Thus, the equations must be genuine equations and not mere identities, such as x is x. 1663 They must be independent in the sense that none must be implied in one or more or all of the others. 1664 They must be sufficient in number, and, of course, they must not contradict one another. 1665 But these conditions are adequate and easily verifiable only in a particularly simple class of cases to which the Walrasian system does not belong. Very advanced argument involving some complicated tools of modern mathematics is needed to cope with the problem, of which we shall get but a glimpse in section 7. Walras and Marshall were far from solving it, for one thing because some of the mathematical tools required did not exist in their creative time and cannot even have had a clear conception of its nature and difficulty. But, as we shall also see, Walras did more than counting equations. 1666. This version too is unfinished. A single paragraph from the early version, see appendix, follows here, because it very briefly defines stable, neutral, and unstable equilibrium. These concepts will be touched upon again in later sections of this chapter. Thus we may consider stationary and evolutionary processes, and we may analyze both of them by either a static or dynamic method. We shall now introduce the concept of equilibrium. The simplest and for most purposes the most important case is that of static equilibrium. Suppose we have settled the question, what elements in an economic universe we wish to determine and what are the data and the relations by which to determine them. Then the question arises whether these relations that are supposed to hold simultaneously, simultaneous equations, are just sufficient to determine sets of values for those elements, variables, that will satisfy the relations. There may be no such set, one such set, or more than one such set, and it does not follow that our system is valueless if there exist several. But the most favorable case, and the one every theorist prays for, is of course uniqueness of the set. Such a set or such sets we call equilibrium sets, and we say that the system is in equilibrium if its variables take on the values thus determined. It goes without saying that these values are very much more useful for us if they are stable than if they are neutral or unstable. A stable equilibrium value is an equilibrium value that, if changed by a small amount, calls into action forces that will tend to reproduce the old value. Neutral equilibrium is an equilibrium value that does not know any such forces. An unstable equilibrium is an equilibrium value, change in which calls forth forces which tend to move the system farther and farther away from equilibrium values. A ball that rests at the bottom of a bowl illustrates the first case, a ball that rests on a billiard table, the second, and a ball that is perched on the top of an inverted bowl, the third case. Naturally, the conditions which ensure stability and the absence of which produces instability are of particular interest in order to understand the logic of the economic system. In this sense it has been said that it is the stability conditions that yield out theorems. For the competitive hypothesis and the theory of monopoly 1667. It has been stated above that the economists of the period under survey substantially retained the habit of their classic predecessors, which was to consider competition as the normal case from which to build up their general analysis, 1668, and that like those predecessors they overrated the range of application of such an analysis. In fact, instances abound of writers who considered competition as the normal case either in the sense that it covers most of actual business practice, Walras, the Austrians, or in the sense that deviations from the competitive schema, though frequent, may be taken care of by occasional recognition, Marshall, Wicksell, 1669, or in the sense that competition ought to be the normal case and should and could be enforced by appropriate policies, Clark, or, finally, in the sense that the actual system, however non-competitive in parts, nevertheless works out, on the whole, as if it were competitive, Castle. Moreover, while not all of them were uncritical eulogists of competition, see below Sector 5, nearly all of them were apt to yield to the specific bias of the economic theorist that has nothing to do with political preference, the bias for easily manageable patterns. And it stands to reason that the theorist's generalized description of economic behavior is greatly simplified by the assumption that the prices of all products and factors cannot be perceptibly influenced by the individual household and the individual firm, and hence may be treated as given, as parameters, within the theory of their behavior. 1670 These prices will then be determined, in general, by the mass effect of the actions of all households and all firms in markets, the mechanisms of which are relatively easy to describe so long as the households and firms have no choice but to adapt the quantities of commodities and services they wish to buy or to sell to the prices that rule. We may call this the principle of excluded strategy and accordingly say that the bulk of the period's pure theory was a pure theory of static equilibrium that excluded strategy. The all-round rise of the level of scientific rigor eventually produced, if not the term yet the substance of what we now call pure or perfect competition. 1671. A. The competitive hypothesis. This notion had been made explicit by Cournot at the end of Chapter 7 and the beginning of Chapter 8 of his researches, after having started with the case of straight monopoly, discussed below. He first introduced another seller and then additional ones until, by letting their number increase indefinitely, he finally arrived at the case of illimite, unlimited, competition, where the quantity produced by any one producer is too small to affect price perceptibly or to admit of price strategy. 1672 Jevons added his law of indifference, which defines the concept of the perfect market in which there cannot exist, at any moment, more than one price for each homogeneous commodity. These two features excluded price strategy and law of indifference express, so far as I can see, what Walras meant by libre concurrence. Pareto's definition, Corsi, p. 20, comes to the same thing. This does not however dispose of all the logical difficulties that lurk behind the concept of a competitive market 1673, and some of these must now be noticed briefly. The mechanism of pure competition is supposed to function through everybody's wish to maximize his net advantage, satisfaction or monetary gain, by means of attempts at optimal adaptation of the quantities to be bought and sold. But exclude strategy as much as you please, there still remains the fact that this adaptation will produce results that differ according to the range of knowledge, promptness of decision, and rationality of actors, and also according to the expectations they entertain about the future course of prices, not to mention the further fact that their action is subject to additional restrictions that proceed from the situations they have created for themselves by their past decisions. As we shall see below, Walras was very much alive to these difficulties and in places, example in the last paragraph of the 35th Lection of the Elements, he clearly saw the necessity looming in the future of constructing dynamic schemata to take account of them. For himself, however, he saw not less clearly that, absorbed in the pioneer task of working out the essentials of the mathematical theory of the economic process, he had no choice but to simplify heroically, Elements, p. 479. Thus, he postulated, at first, that the quantities of productive services that enter into the unit of every product, coefficients of production, are constant technological data, that there is no such thing as fixed cost, that all the firms in an industry produce the same kind of product, by the same method, in equal quantities, that the productive process takes no time, that problems of location may be neglected. Under such circumstances it was but natural that he used or abused the prerogatives of the pioneer still further by narrowing down all the possible types of reaction to a single standard type. 1674 For us the question arises, how much of this did he mean to include in his free competition? It has been held, by Professor Knight among others, that Walras, and the theorists of that epoch generally, intended to make omniscience and ideally rational and prompt reaction attributes of pure competition. Deviations from this pattern would then find room in the spacious folds of an entity called friction, which would thus emerge as a helpmate of pure competition with the assignment to pick up whatever the latter proved incapable of carrying. It is submitted, however, that there is no point in overloading pure competition like this, and that it is quite possible to separate, in interpreting the writers of that epoch, their concept of pure competition as defined in the preceding paragraph from any further assumptions that they may have made, in general or for particular purposes, about knowledge, promptness, and rationality of action and all the other things mentioned above, even in those instances in which they did not carry out this separation themselves. 1675. Marshall, however, did not take this line. Just as Walras, more than any other of the leaders, was bent on scraping off everything he did not consider essential to his theoretical schema, so Marshall, following the English tradition, was bent on salvaging every bit of real life he could possibly leave in. As regards the case in hand, we find that he did not attempt to beat out the logic of competition to its thinnest leaf. On the first pages of his principles he emphasized economic freedom rather than competition and refrained from defining the latter rigorously. Moreover, throughout the principles, he paid much attention to the problems of individual firms, the manner in which they conquer their special markets within which to maneuver, the manner in which they lose them again, and certain consequences that follow therefrom. It is submitted that there is more in this than mere dislike of naked abstractions. There is awareness of that set of problems that later on developed into the theory of monopolistic, Chamberlain, or imperfect, Robinson, competition, whose patron Saint Marshall may indeed be said to have been. But there is also a subtle difference in attitude toward these problems between him and the modern exponents of this theory that is not easy to convey. If we are of the opinion, on the one hand, that from all the infinite variety of market patterns pure or perfect monopoly and pure or perfect competition stand out by virtue of certain properties, of which the most important is that both cases lend themselves to treatment by means of relatively simple and, in general, uniquely determined rational schemata, and, on the other hand, that the large majority of cases that occur in practice are nothing but mixtures and hybrids of these two, then it seems natural to accept pure monopoly and pure competition as the two genuine or fundamental patterns and to proceed by investigating how their hybrids work out. This renders the attitude of the theorists of monopolistic or imperfect competition. But instead of considering the hybrid cases as deviations from, or adulterations of, the fundamental ones, we may also look upon the hybrids as fundamental and on pure monopoly and pure competition as limiting cases in which the content of actual business behavior has been refined away. This is much more like the line that Marshall took. Should the reader feel that I am laboring to convey a distinction without a difference, he is requested to ask himself whether the definition of pure competition that has been given above really fits what we mean when talking about competitive business. Is it not a fact that what we mean is the scheme of motives, decisions, and actions imposed upon a business firm by the necessity of doing things better or at any rate more successfully than the fellow next door, that it is this situation to which we trace the technological and commercial efficiency of competitive business, and that this pattern of behavior would be entirely absent both in the cases of pure monopoly and pure competition, which therefore seem to have more claim to being called degenerate than to being called fundamental cases, 1676. This, if I am not mistaken, is beginning to be widely felt today, hence the search for a workable concept of competition, J. M. Clark, that might well start with an analysis of Marshall's argument. The latter was, however, singularly unfortunate in this part of his teaching. Neither theorists nor institutionalist enemies of theory saw the hints that they could have developed. b. The theory of monopoly. We have already surveyed the work and views of that period's economists concerning the practical problems of monopoly, oligopoly, and monopolistic practice that were thrust upon their attention owing to the developments in the sphere of largest-scale business. Now we must turn to the theoretical tools they provided for use in this field. Several excellent critical histories permit us to confine ourselves to the most general outlines. 1677. The chief performance was Cournot's, and the period's work may be described as a series of successful attempts to develop his statics of straight monopoly, and as another series of much less successful attempts to develop and to correct his theories of oligopoly and bilateral monopoly. Second honors are divided between Marshall and Edgeworth. 1678. In order to appreciate Cournot's performance, it is necessary to recall the fact that, as we have noticed not without surprise, practically no theory of monopoly had existed before him, in spite of all the talk about it, and that even his starting point, the Marshall-Lien demand function, loi du debit, had not been properly defined before 1838. Let us first observe that the demand function, D equals F, P, hence also the total revenue function, PF, P, and the marginal revenue function, F, P, plus PF, P, researches, P53, are objectively given to the monopolist who, on the one hand, can exploit a given demand schedule at his pleasure and, on the other hand, is not supposed to be able to alter it to his advantage, for example, by advertising or by teaching his customers new uses of his product. For the first time, we are thus presented, by implication, with a definition of monopoly, but with one that excludes the large majority of all the single sellers we can observe in real life. 1679. The given revenue functions Cournot then proceeded to confront with total and marginal cost curves. 1680. In order to derive the theorem, now so familiar to every beginner, that, instantaneous, gain will be maximized if the monopolist sets a price for which marginal revenue equals marginal cost, OPCIT. P57. This theorem is, of course, strictly static and belongs to the realm of partial analysis, see below, Sector 6. Also it relies exclusively on the maximum criteria afforded by the calculus, that is, the existence and the uniqueness of the maximum are proved, and the manner in which the monopolist's optimum price is affected by a change in cost is determined, for small displacements only. 1681. But in spite of these and other criticisms which cannot be presented here, 1682, this was a splendid performance, for which, as for the treatment of taxes on commodities produced under a monopoly, ch. 6, we ought to entertain the highest admiration. In Chapter 13 of Book V, Marshall reproduced this analysis by means of a technique of his own that not everyone will consider superior to Cournot's. 1683. But he added something that was truly his own. Cournot had indeed realized that a monopolist's cost structure may be more favorable than that of a competitive industry. But it was left for Marshall to point out the full importance of this possibility and to present it in the full regalia of his practical wisdom. His argument actually amounts to denying the existence of a presumption that the price usually set by a modern industrial monopoly is higher and the quantity produced by it is lower than would be the case if the same commodity were produced under free competition. Again, Cournot had known, of course, but had failed to emphasize that monopoly price is determinate in a sense that differs from the sense in which competitive price is. Under pure competition, firms have to accept the ruling price. Monopolists are under no such compulsion and may well set prices that are lower than the instantaneous optimum, either for strategic reasons in their own profit interest or for other reasons in the interest of somebody else, especially of their customers. Marshall realized what this means. An outlook was thus opened up on a wide variety of important phenomena and problems. 1684 that was soon to be lost again in ideological mists. 1685 But, like Cournot, he failed to give adequate attention to one very important aspect of monopolistic strategy, price discrimination. The theory of it had been developed in a rudimentary form by Dupuit, Walras 1686 and Edgeworth. Pigou's presentation of this range of problems in wealth and welfare indicates the extent to which discrimination was understood by the economists of the period. We must not forget, however, that the specialists in applied fields, notably in the field of transportation, had got further than that. 1687. C. Oligopoly and bilateral monopoly. Cournot left two other legacies, however. The one was a theory of oligopoly 1688 or, as it came to be called from the special case that was mostly discussed, of duopoly. As stated above, he met oligopoly on his way when, starting from monopoly, he went on to introduce 1, 2, 3 competing firms of comparable size until he landed at illimite, unlimited, competition, for which he derived correctly another of those theorems that are now familiar to every beginner, namely that, in equilibrium of pure competition, price equals marginal cost. At the starting point as well as at the end point, his argument was all right so far as it went. Hence nothing could have been more natural than to apply the same reasoning also to the intermediate situations. Admitting, then, for simplicity's sake, one competitor only and, also for simplicity's sake, neglecting cost of production 1689, he was easily led to argue that this competitor will, on finding a monopolist in possession, offer in the market assumed to be perfect that quantity of the, perfectly homogeneous, commodity which will maximize his revenue, the output of the former monopolist being what it is. This former monopolist will thereupon adjust his output to the new situation, the newcomer will then do the same, and so on, price falling all along, as automatically as if, at each step, the resulting total output of both duopolists were put up for auction. And Cournot showed not inelegantly, by means of his apparatus of reaction curve 1690, that under his assumptions this step-by-step adaptation of quantities issues into a unique state of stable equilibrium, namely, a state in which the duopolists sell equal quantities at a price that is below the monopoly price and above the competitive price, and which, if departed from, will be re-established by a series of reactions, constantly declining in amplitude, OPCITP 81. Since this result, whether attacked or accepted, became the backbone of all further work on oligopoly and the starting point of a discussion that lasted into the 1930s, we shall, in order to extract the moral of the story 1691, first of all try to make clear to ourselves what we are to think of Cournot's solution and what we might expect, in the absence of historical information, the further development to have been. To begin with, it should be clear that Cournot's solution is not absurd. It is not true that his duopolists are supposed to act on an assumption about one another's behavior that is incessantly belied by the facts, that is, the assumption that each takes the quantity offered by the other as constant when he cannot help observing that the other keeps on adjusting it. No such assumption is implied. All that is required is that each chooses this particular method in order to find out how the other will react, or that he takes the other's output as given for the moment and as a guide for his own next step. Equally clear, however, should it be that the behavior selected by Cournot is not the only possible or even the normal one. The duopolists may agree to cooperate. Or, without any agreement, explicit or tacit, they may still both of them set the monopoly price point 1692, or they may fight either with a view to driving or to bribing the competitor out of business, or with a view to making him conform to a desired pattern of behavior. In doing so, either or both may try to bluff. Any of these courses of action may eventually lead to a stable situation. But there is no guarantee that it will, and even if it does, it will in most cases do so by destroying the specifically duopolistic pattern. So far, then, the only thing that can be averred about the latter without introducing further assumptions seems to be that there is no general solution. 1693. However, we see immediately that, though the course a duopolist or oligopolist will choose depends in part on the kind of man he is, and so far as this is the case, All we can do is to list possible types of behavior. It also depends in part on the general business situation and on a concern's position relative to its competitors, particularly on its own and their cost structures. And this opens up a way that leads out of the impasse and to many results that are specific to particular situations and often do no more than narrow the range of indeterminateness, but are not without interest all the same. We know already why Cournot neglected all this. In his brief sketch of the theory of pricing, he evidently wished, starting from pure monopoly, to follow an unbroken line of reasoning that would lead up to the case of pure, illimite, competition without having to vary anything except the number of competitors. On this line he met nothing but quantity adaptation, and hence this pattern drifted for him not unnaturally into a key position. The criticism that may be directed at him, therefore, is that he neglected or overlooked the fact that, as we leave the case of pure monopoly, factors assert themselves that are absent in this case and vanish again as we approach pure competition. In other words, that the unbroken line from monopoly to competition is a treacherous guide. The next steps to take in analysis when from the 1880s on economists discovered Cournot's solution and began to take interest in it should therefore have been to realize the situation, to recognize those factors that shape price strategy, and to work out the theory of the more important ones, all of which would have opened up the fertile region of the pricing problems of modern industry, including, among other things, the problem of delivered prices or of locational price differentiation. This would have wedded pure analysis to institutional fact and would have produced a richer and more useful theory of price. Actually, with a lag of more than half a century, we have more or less reached this position, although much remains to be done. Professor Chamberlain's work may be mentioned at once as an outstanding landmark on this road. 1694 But during the period under survey there is but little to record that foreshadows this development. As examples, I mention Marshall's frequent emphasis on the fact that if the duopolists, oligopolists, operate individually under a law of increasing returns, then the one who can expand with the greatest relative advantage stands a chance to drive all his rivals out of the field, which implies, although Marshall does not say so, 1695 the recognition of a particularly important type of price leadership. 1696 I mention also the attempt made by Edgeworth 1697 to treat duopoly as a limiting case of related demand for monopolized commodities. For the rest, however, most of the work done comes under the heading of sterile criticism or equally sterile defense of the Cournot solution. J. Bertrand was, so far as I know, the first to make an attack upon it that challenged it on principle, but so inadequately 1698 that I doubt whether it would have made much impression if Marshall, Edgeworth, Irving Fisher, Pareto 1699 and others had not, though wholly or partly for other reasons, repudiated Cournot's solution. By the end of the century, there was, among leaders, only Wicksell 1700 left to defend it, and by 1912, in Wealth and Welfare, Pigou was able to write that indeterminateness, or, more precisely, the existence of a range of indeterminateness of the quantity of resources devoted to production in duopolistic situations, was now accepted by mathematical economists. Though this attitude is in fact acceptable when the problem is posited in full generality, that is, without any information whatever except that there are several sellers, or buyers, each of whom may influence price and output significantly, the reader will realize also that this is not more than a first step, which invites further analysis in the light of additional information, hypotheses. He will, therefore, not be surprised to learn that, given the basic weakness and sterility of the criticisms, the Cournot solution experienced a renaissance during the 1920s which merged into the situation adumbrated above. The manuscript breaks off at this point. Since JAS at the beginning of this subsection, 4c, said that Cournot left two other legacies of which one was a theory of oligopoly, the following three paragraphs, concerned with Cournot's contribution to bilateral monopoly, seem to follow logically. This short treatment had been written much earlier, was already typed, and had many penciled notes in shorthand. Cournot left also another legacy. In Chapter 9 of the Researches he dealt with a case that differs from duopoly but bears a fundamental similarity to it. Two different commodities, each controlled by a monopolist, are jointly demanded by competing producers of a third commodity and serve no other purpose whatever. This case opens up an outlook on a wide variety of industrial configurations which we are far from having fully explored as yet. Moreover, Cournot's treatment teaches important lessons about how to deal with problems of this kind and about useful simplifications that can be introduced, as temporary expedients, in order to make headway. These two merits are of seminal importance. But for the rest, Cournot's treatment is open to objections similar to those that have been raised against his treatment of the straight duopoly problem. He lets the prices of the two commodities be independently determined by the condition that each monopolist endeavors to maximize his own net revenue, assuming this time that the price of the other's commodity is given, that is to say, he postulates a behavior which is only one of many possible ones and which moreover, even if realized, does not always lead to a position of stable equilibrium. Edgeworth, Bowley, and Wicksell are the most important of the authors who carried the discussion further. But the most valuable materials for the analysis of problems of this type are to be found in Marshall's book V. For bilateral monopoly we have a theoretical prototype, namely the theory of isolated exchange. The indeterminateness of the latter case had been well understood by several authors of the 18th century, for example, Beccaria. Karl Menger and, following him, all the Austrians emphasized this result because it was part of their argument that was to establish the determinateness of competitive equilibrium price. The easiest way of satisfying oneself of this is to study Baumbacher's horse market case, in which the price of a horse would remain indeterminate within the limits of the buyers and the sellers' utility estimates until increasing numbers of buyers and sellers eventually narrow down the range to a point. 1701 What the Austrians strove to express was expressed much more correctly and elegantly by Edgeworth in his Mathematical Psychics of 1881-1702 where the apparatus of indifference and contract curves was used precisely for the purpose of analyzing the range of indeterminateness in bilateral monopoly. A. Marshall popularized the result by means of his apple and nut market principles, p. 416 and Appendix, Note 12. There he also added Berry's result 1703, namely, that if the marginal utility of one of the commodities exchanged be constant, a case of some value as an approximation, if the commodity in question be money, then the quantity bought of the other commodity will be uniquely determined by whatever route the barter may have started. 1704. This relation between the theory of bilateral monopoly or oligopoly to the case of isolated exchange teaches us to see the main problem in the determination of the factors that limit the range of indeterminateness. About this, however, the theory of isolated exchange has really little to say. In all cases of this kind that arise in modern industry, particularly in modern labor markets, determinateness of the ranges between which exchange rates may be expected to fall, sometimes even unique determinateness of individual exchange rates, will depend on the particular circumstances of the case, which must be introduced by special assumption. Success will depend on our ability to find hypotheses which, though not of general application, will yet cover a considerable number of cases or describe individual ones of particular importance. But again, as in the case of duopoly and oligopoly, we meet two formidable difficulties. In practice, behavior is shaped, much more than by the observable data of a situation, by expectations that change rapidly in the turmoil of capitalist development, and even if this were not so, behavior could never be fully understood from the objective factors of the given situation without taking account of the kind of people who are in a position to make strategically important decisions and whose numbers are in most cases so small as to make modes unreliable. 5. The theory of planning and of the socialist economy. We know already that most of the leading theorists of that period were by no means the unquestioning addicts of laissez-faire they have sometimes been made out to be. For the purposes of this chapter, however, it is still more important to emphasize that neither were they all of them unconditional eulogists of pure competition. Walras, though his land nationalization scheme does constitute a qualification, reproduced indeed the old proposition that a state of pure competitive equilibrium all round guarantees a maximum of satisfaction for all parties concerned. But he did so in a novel and rigorous manner that brought into full daylight all the assumptions involved, though he does not seem to have realized how much he reduced its practical importance thereby. Marshall did realize this. Not only did he point out the trivial truth that the proposition in question assumes that all differences in wealth between the different parties concerned may be neglected, Principles, p. 532, but he went on to show that even if we disregard this trivial truth 1705 we cannot assert that the prices and quantities of competitive equilibrium are necessarily the ones that maximize aggregate satisfaction, granting for the sake of argument that there is meaning to this concept as compared with the ones that other arrangements might produce. This he illustrated by cases in which welfare may be increased by subsidizing the employment of resources in industries where expansion of production is attended by more economies than it is in others. 1706 We shall return to this and cognate subjects in the digression appended to this chapter. Meanwhile I am content to point out that measures of the kind envisaged by Marshall come within the range of any reasonable definition of planning. No doubt he only scratched the surface. But any proposition that avers that a piece of planning can improve upon the working of ideally perfect competition means a breach in an old wall and is therefore of great historical importance. No mere criticism of capitalism on ethical or cultural lines, however important in other respects, could have accomplished precisely this. Others, Edgeworth, and Pareto among them, were not slow to widen the breach. 1707. Of far greater importance was another achievement. Three leaders, von Wieser, Pareto, and Baron, who were completely out of sympathy with socialism, created what is to all intents and purposes the pure theory of the socialist economy, and thus rendered a service to socialist doctrine that socialists themselves had never been able to render. As we know, Marx himself had not attempted to describe the modus operandi of the centralist socialism which he envisaged for the future. His theory is an analysis of the capitalist economy that is no doubt geared to the idea that this economy, by means of the inevitable breakdown and of the dictatorship of the proletariat resulting from this breakdown, will give birth to the socialist economy, but there is a full stop after this and no theory of the socialist economy that deserves the name follows. 1708 Most of his disciples, as we also know, evaded the problem instead of meeting it, though some, Koski in particular, did display awareness of its existence by pointing out that the socialist regime, after the revolution, would be able to use the pre-existing capitalist price system as a provisional guide, an idea that points in the right direction. Now the Austrians were in the habit of using the model of a Crusoe economy for the purpose of explaining certain fundamental properties of economic behavior. Therefore, it was particularly easy for them to realize that there was nothing specifically capitalist about their basic concept of value and its derivates such as cost and imputed returns. These concepts are really elements of a completely general economic logic, of a theory of economic behavior that may be made to stand out more clearly in a model of a centrally directed socialist economy than it can in the capitalist garb in which it presents itself to the observer whose historical or contemporaneous experience is with the capitalist world. For instance, when we are trying to describe how Crusoe allocates his scarce resources in order to maximize the satisfaction of his wants, or, in other words, to formulate the rules he follows in transforming these resources into objects that will satisfy his wants, we discover immediately that his economy may be characterized by certain coefficients of transformation which fill the same function that prices fill in competitive capitalism. If we consider a socialist economy, it is still more obvious that, for instance, maximization of satisfaction requires that the ratio of marginal utilities for each pair of consumers' goods must be identical for all comrades, that in every line production must be so organized as to make the technologically optimum use of all means of production, and that the marginal value productivity of all scarce means must be the same in all their uses, or, at all events, must in every use be at least as great as it would be in any other. But all this amounts to saying that any attempt to develop a general logic of economic behavior will automatically yield a theory of the socialist economy as a byproduct. The first to realize this explicitly was von Wieser, Natural Value, 1st German ed., 1889. Pareto, in the second volume of his Course, 1897, 1709 excelled Wieser in clearness and skill of presentation, if not in insight, and has more claim than any other individual to being considered as the originator of the modern pure theory of the socialist economy. 1710 Actually, however, his contribution has been overshadowed by that of Baron, who presented the whole of the subject in a famous piece of work that, so far as essentials are concerned, has remained unsurpassed to this day. 1711 Many economists of our own day have added details and some further developments. I mention O. Lang and A.P. Lerner, and for the rest refer the reader to A. Bergson's paper mentioned in the penultimate footnote. Baron's performance consists in a nutshell in this: after having presented on Walrasian line 1712 the system of equations that describes economic equilibrium under conditions of pure competition in a private property economy, he wrote down the analogous system of equations for a socialist economy of a certain type. Whereas in the private property economy incomes, simultaneously with all the other variables of the system, are determined by the economic process itself, so that, as we have said before, production and distribution are but different aspects of one and the same process. There is of course a separate problem of distribution in the socialist commonwealth. That is to say, society must first of all decide by a separate act, for instance by a clause in its constitution, what the incomes or relative shares in the social product of the individual comrades are to be. Then a central social agency or ministry of production could be created for the management of the economic process, and a unit of account could be introduced. A definite amount of such units could be allocated to every comrade, which he is free to spend according to his tastes on the consumer's goods that the Commonwealth produces, or to save, that is to say, to hand back to the Ministry of Production in consideration of a premium that the latter is prepared to pay for deferment of consumption. We thus derive demand functions for consumers' goods and supply functions of labor and saving, and the reader will have no great difficulty in seeing how, guided by these functions and by its own technological knowledge, the ministry will cause appropriate quantities of consumers' and investment goods to be produced. This arrangement is, of course, not the only possible one and can be varied in many ways. For instance, we may exempt provision for investment from the range within which comrades are permitted free choice, and subject it to the decision of the ministry or of a parliament, just like expenditure for national defense. Also, we may either offer the comrades equal incomes, and then postulate that they must accept the ministry's directions as to the kind and amount of work which they are to do, or else we may devise a system of differential income rates so as to call forth the free offer of the kinds and amounts of work that are to be done in every line, thereby introducing wages and labor markets. Baron blocked out a theory of a socialist commonwealth that assumes freedom of choice all around as to consumption, as to saving, investment, and as to employment. But whether we follow him in this or not, the formal similarity between a socialist order of things and the order of things that would obtain in a perfectly competitive capitalist society stands out strongly. It is not even lost in the case of dictatorial socialism. The perfect dictator would in fact behave according to a pattern of which the prototype is the Crusoe economy. But also the non-dictatorial socialist commonwealth can be run on principles other than the principle of consumers' sovereignty. It is quite thinkable, for instance, that comrades should not get what they actually wish to have but what some experts or bureaucrats think that they should have. However, theoretical difficulties do not arise in any of these cases but only in the case of federalist socialism, where there is no central agency and each industry is controlled autonomously by the workmen attached to it. In this case the problem becomes oligopolistically indeterminate. The essential result of Baron's or any similar investigation is that there exists for any centrally controlled socialism a system of equations that possess a uniquely determined set of solutions, in the same sense and with the same qualifications as does perfectly competitive capitalism 1713, and that the set enjoys similar maximum properties. 1714 Less technically, this means that so far as its pure logic is concerned the socialist plan makes sense and cannot be disposed of on the ground that it would necessarily spell chaos, waste, or irrationality. This is no small thing, and we are within our rights when we emphasize again the importance of the fact that this service to socialist doctrine has been rendered by writers who, since they were not socialists themselves, thereby victoriously vindicated the independence of economic analysis from political preference or prejudice. But, at the same time, this is all. We must not forget that, just like the pure theory of the competitive economy, the pure theory of socialism moves on a very high level of abstraction and proves much less for the workability of the system than laymen, and sometimes theorists also, think. In particular, the proposition about the maximum properties of the solution that characterizes the equilibrium of a socialist economy is of course relative to its institutional data, and avers nothing concerning the question whether this purely formal maximum is higher or lower than the corresponding maximum of the competitive economy, especially if we refuse to go into the further questions, whether the one or the other institutional setup is less exposed to deviations from its own ideal or more favorable to progress. These questions are so much more important in practice than is the question of determinateness or rationality per se, that it is sometimes not easy to tell whether the later critics of the socialist plan, especially von Mises 1715, really meant to deny the validity of the Pareto-Baron result. For it is quite possible to accept it and yet to hold that the socialist plan, owing to the administrative difficulties involved or for any other of a long list of reasons, is practically unworkable 1716 in the sense that it cannot be expected to work with an efficiency comparable to the efficiency of capitalist society as revealed by the index of total output. But although pure theory contributes little to the solution of these problems 1717, it helps us to posit them correctly and to narrow the range of justifiable difference of opinion. We thus arrive at the same conclusion as in the case of non-socialist planning, ever since Marshall, the theoretical possibility of improving the purely competitive mechanism by public policy should no longer be a matter of controversy, but it is of course still possible, as Marshall well understood, to criticize either particular measures or even the whole idea of planning on such grounds as lack of confidence in the political or administrative organs that are available for the task. It seems as if Marshall had been alone in understanding this situation. 6. Partial analysis. The unwieldy system of the innumerable quantities that make up the budgets of all the individual households and firms, microanalysis, to use Frisch's phrase again, invites simplification, for instance, by combining them into a few comprehensive social aggregates, macroanalysis. But there is also another method that, for some purposes, achieves simplification just as effectively. When we are interested in those economic phenomena that can be observed in small sectors of the economy, for example in individual industries of moderate size and, in the limiting case, in individual households or firms, we may assume that nothing that happens in these small sectors exerts any appreciable influence on the rest of the economy. This assumption does not necessarily imply that the latter remains unchanged, although this is what we mean when using the ceteris paribus clause, but it does imply that, if some external influence be exerted upon the small sector under consideration, then this sector adjusts itself without exerting, in turn, more than a negligible effect on the rest of the economy or any element of it. Principle of the negligibility of indirect effects. A change in wage rates, for instance, that occurs in a small sector, whether brought about by the conditions of the sector or imposed from outside on it alone, may be treated as if it did not affect national income or market demand schedules at all. This postulate defines the method of partial analysis. Though it has been used since the beginning of time, it acquired a novel definiteness and an apparatus of its own at the hands of Cournot, von Mangold, and, in the period under survey, Marshall, who, as we have already noticed, became and remained for many economists primarily the master of partial analysis. 1718 The method appeals to our common sense, which tells us that, so long as we are content with an approximation, we need not take account of at least the great majority of effects and counter-effects that, on principle, the slightest alteration in the conditions of, say, the production of pins exerts upon national income and through national income upon the demand for gasoline. But the same common sense should also tell us that the postulate, which is so powerful a simplifier, severely restricts the method's range of application and in fact removes from it all the relations that cannot be observed in small sectors but only in the economy as a whole. 1719 Therefore, While it is understandable that partial analysis has been and is being widely used, it is equally understandable that it has been condemned from the first by theorists of the sterner type. Especially by Walras and Pareto. 1720. A. The Marshall-Lien demand curve. The standard tool of partial analysis is Cournot's or Marshall's market demand curve. It represents the quantity of a commodity that buyers are willing to purchase at a given price as a function of this price alone. 1721. All the other factors that affect their willingness to purchase, especially their incomes, are taken care of by the shape of the demand curve. Moreover, the marginal significance to them of the income unit, marginal utility of money, is not supposed to vary as they move along the demand curve, so that the purchases they have made at any price P0 have no influence upon their willingness to buy additional quantities at any price pi P0. If the significance people attach to a unit of their incomes should vary for reasons other than that they spend more or less upon the commodity in question, then the individual and market demands are displaced and or altered in shape, they shift. In his Principles, pages 171 ETSEQ. Marshall developed the theory of these demand curves carefully, laying in fact the whole foundation for the demand studies of the future. But he hardly emphasized enough the severity of the restrictions to which their validity, even as approximations, is subject. Actually, they can be used only for commodities that are relatively unimportant, absorb but a small part of buyers' total expenditure, or for relatively very small variations in the prices of important ones. 1722. It is in such cases only that demand curves of individual households may be treated as translations of the law of diminishing utility into terms of price, OPCITP 169, without having to be redrawn for every price, and that Marshall's development of Dupuyt's invention, consumer's rent, acquires its true meaning. B. Elasticity concepts. The concept of consumer's rent will be discussed below in the appendix to this chapter. I take this opportunity to introduce Marshall's price elasticity of demand, embryos of which are, as we have seen, contained in Cournot's and Mill's treatises. The behavior at any point of any continuous and differentiable curve is rendered by its slope or differential coefficient at that point, if the ordinate, the price in our case, be denoted by y and the abscissa, the quantity in our case, by x, and if x0 identify the point in question, the expression is fuller. Information is conveyed by higher derivatives, but this does not concern us here. Our expression has, however, the disadvantage that it is not a pure number and that its value is not invariant with respect to the units in which the price y and the quantity x are measured. A simple device for remedying this is to divide the increments dy and dx by the respective price and quantity to which they refer. Thus we get dy/y divided by dx/x, or x dy/y dx, which is called the flexibility of price. If, however, we wish to express the sensitivity of quantity demanded to small variations in price, we had better choose the reciprocal of this, that is, dx/x divided by dy/y equals y dx/x dy, the elasticity. And since this expression is essentially negative because quantity demanded falls when price increases and vice versa, at least with the Marshall-Lien demand curve, we might prefix a minus sign so as to have a positive number. Y dx/x dy is, then, what Marshall called elasticity of demand and what is now called, more precisely, price elasticity of demand. The cases must be rare in which so modest a contribution has met with such applause. See, for example, Lord Keynes's eulogy in Essays in Biography, p. 228. We may as well continue this report of the history of elasticity concepts. The word is infelicitous, for it raises in the beginner's mind quite unjustified associations to avoid the necessity of having to return to it in Part V. First, Marshall-Lien elasticity of demand refers to a point on the demand curve. It is point elasticity and is therefore applicable, with increasing inaccuracy, only to infinitesimal changes in price and quantity. Hence, the wish to have a measure that will apply to finite stretches of the demand curve. This problem of our elasticity, first posed by Mr. H. Dalton, has been the subject of a discussion to which Professor A.P. Lerner made the leading contribution. The The diagrammatical representation of elasticity of demand, Review of Economic Studies, October 1933, see also Professor R.G.D. Allen's Analytic Treatment and Learner's Reply, The Concept of Arc Elasticity of Demand, IN 2, Review of Economic Studies, June 1934. But it must not be forgotten that point elasticity serves tolerably for variations of a few % of price, whereas our elasticity, intended to serve for larger variations, is much more likely to violate the restriction to which partial analysis is subject. Second, reasoning in terms of elasticities presents the same advantages that it possesses in the case of the Marshall-Lien demand curve in many other cases. Accordingly, a rich crop of elasticity concepts has matured. We speak of elasticities of the total, average, and marginal cost functions, of income elasticity of quantity demanded, of elasticity of substitution, Hicks, J. Robinson, and so on. Income elasticity presents a new problem. No difficulty arises when we express the elasticity of an individual's demand for a commodity with respect to his income, but if we express the elasticity of aggregate demand for a commodity with respect to national income, we run up against the fact that given changes in the latter have different effects upon quantity demanded, according to the manner in which the increase or decrease of national income is distributed among buyers or potential buyers. This problem has been treated by Professor Marschalk and by Mr. P. de Wulf. See, example the latter's Income Elasticity of Demand, Economic Journal, April 1941. Finally, we may notice R. Frisch's Elasticity Calculus, see R.G.D. Allen, Mathematical Analysis for Economists, 1938, pages 252-3. Third, in introducing the concept of income elasticity, we have already stepped out of the domain of the Marshall-Lien demand curve, but without leaving the domain of partial analysis. We do the same thing, or, at all events, we practice partial analysis while recognizing that the sector studied is actually an element of a more comprehensive system. When we use the concept of partial elasticity, for example, of partial price elasticity. In itself, the concession we make in this case consists only in replacing the ordinary differential coefficient that enters into the elasticity expression by a partial differential coefficient in order to indicate that we are not simply freezing the rest of the economy, but that we are holding its elements constant at a certain level. But once we have gone as far as this, we may equally well express the elasticity of demand for a commodity with respect to variations in the price of any other commodity, cross elasticity, or, successively, with respect to variations in the prices of all commodities, factors as well as products. This has been done systematically by H.L. Moore, see his Synthetic Economics, 1929, and, For the Elasticity of Substitution, by Hicks and Allen, see the latter's exposition, OPCIT pages 503 ETSEQ. In those cases, elasticity concepts become tools of general analysis, that is, tools that may be used for the purpose of exploring relations in which we are primarily interested because they also assert themselves in the economy as a whole. C. Concepts useful for general analysis. It follows that partial analysis is not separated from general analysis by any sharp dividing line, but rather shades off into general analysis as we extend the scope of the concepts that have been in the first instance conceived for its purposes. The best illustration of this is Marshall's book V. Primarily, it is the classic of partial analysis, the theory of the individual industry that is small relative to the economy as a whole. 1723 Industrial demand curves are there matched with industrial supply curves from which they are supposed to be independent. 1724 The theory of these supply curves is a development of Cournot's theory of costs and is subject to restrictions that are still more severe than those that partial analysis places upon demand curves. 1725 But Marshall clothed his schema with such a mass of luxuriant detail as to give it an importance not really its own and to make it the backbone of a study of all non-aggregative industrial processes, a role which it has been made to play right into our own time. 1726 And in doing so he developed concepts that are also valuable in general analysis, or, as we have put it before, serve the purpose of exploring relations in the economy as a whole. An example is the concept of quasi-rent, the fact that appliances made by man may behave exactly like natural agents for longer or shorter periods of time, though displayed by Marshall in connection with his partial analysis, is of course just as important in a general analysis of the walrus type. 1727 But the most important example is the principle of substitution, which creeps in quite modestly, OPCITP 420, apropos of producers substituting less expensive for more expensive combinations of factors, and eventually rises to the proud position of Thenon's great law of substitution, which pervades and controls the whole economic process and opens one of several possible roads toward the recognition of the universal interdependence of economic quantities. 1728 From the standpoint, and within the precincts, of partial analysis, this universal interdependence was demonstrated by numerous investigations into the theory of joint and composite demand and supply and of the values of related commodities in general, which produced some of the most illuminating passages of Book V of the Principles, and which were further developed by Edgeworth. In fact, it stands to reason that the comprehensive but gaunt and colorless idea of the universal interdependence that subsists between all elements of the economic system and so easily provokes sneers about everything's depending upon everything else can be brought home and made alive to the many by means of concrete cases about the relations between the values of beef and mutton, or again of tea and sugar, the relations between the values of competing or completing commodities, Fisher. And this can be done without violating the restrictions inherent in the methods of partial analysis. We do indeed in such cases, sometimes with a slight disregard of strict logic, go beyond direct effects and take into account also indirect ones, but still we do so only within small sectors that do not produce significant effects upon the whole economy, at least not effects significant enough to affect the quantities, such as national income, that determine the setting of the small sector. In such cases the relations, in the small sector which can be managed by partial analysis, illustrate or exemplify to a limited extent the relations in the whole of the economic cosmos. 1729. But they do so only up to a point. Beyond this point the methods and results of partial analysis remain inadequate and may become even misleading. Marshall realized this. It is very instructive to observe how carefully he watched his step wherever his argument rose into the realm of the general theory of distribution. 1730 However, it is obvious from his appendix, note XXI, that, had he wished to go further, he would have sought the necessary complements of partial analysis in the methods of general microanalysis of the Walrasian type rather than in a separate body of aggregate analysis, macroanalysis. We shall see, Part V, ch. 5, that it is the latter solution which appeals to many economists of our own day, especially to members of the Keynesian group. These divide up economic theory into a theory of the individual firm and a macroeconomic theory that is to take care of the relations between aggregate consumption, investment, employment, and so on. It is therefore worth our while to point out, first, the historical connection that exists in this respect between Marshall and his apparently so rebellious followers of the 1930s, and, second, the extent to which this combination of the theory of the individual firm and macroanalysis has been anticipated during the period under survey. As regards the first point, the fact that Marshall made the small industry his cheval de bataille in Book V of his Principles should not be allowed to obliterate the not less important fact that much of his analysis of industries was really carried out in terms of the economy of the individual firm. 1731 And that even beyond what this implies Marshall assembled practically all the bricks and all the mortar required for the theory of the individual firm, including even a fairly complete assortment of all those circumstances that prevent the sweeping generalizations of pure theory from working out in real life and have been repeatedly adduced as objections against his own generalizations, see in particular Principles, Book 6, ch. 8, and the notion of normal profit there developed, especially pages 696 and 700. Therefore, so soon as the concept of the industry gave way under modern criticism, the one of those divisions of economic theory lay ready at hand, while the desirability of the other imposed itself much more obviously on his pupils than it would have imposed itself upon pupils of Walras. As regards the second point, it cannot be too often repeated that Marshall himself gave no lead toward macroanalysis. but macroanalysis itself and its combination with microanalytic explanations of individual behavior were old. Quesnay's tableau is a macroanalytic description of a stationary circuit flow of economic life, and Quesnay supplemented it, as we have seen, by a microanalytic theory of exchange. In the following period, Ricardo did much the same thing. His distributive shares are aggregates, but the reason why they behave as they are supposed to do is derived from a fragmentary microanalysis. During the period under survey, Bohm-Bawerk also did much the same thing. He started with a theory of individual behavior and with a theory of exchange that is based upon it, but, on the highest floor of his building there is almost nothing left but aggregates such as, value of, the sum total of wage goods, value of, total output, and an aggregative period of production to boot. Similarly, Wicksell reasoned on a social production function without displaying any symptoms of critical discomfort. And there is hardly any need for adding that this Quesnay, Ricardo, Bohm, Wicksell method is also that of Lord Keynes. 7. The Walrasian Theory of General Equilibrium 1732. In this section we shall analyze the logical structure of Walras' system of the conditions or relations, equations, that are to determine the equilibrium values of all the economic variables, to wit, the prices of all products and factors and the quantities of these products and factors that would be bought, in perfect equilibrium and pure competition, by all the households and firms. Let us notice at once that, since the determination of these quantities implies the determination of individual as well as group and social incomes, this theory also includes all that is covered by the concept of income analysis, and that the conditions or relations to be considered, though they are fundamentally microanalytic in nature, they refer fundamentally to the quantities bought and sold by individual households and firms, also include macroanalytic aspects, for example, as regards total employment in the society. It cannot be too strongly impressed upon the reader that it is not correct to contrast income or macroanalysis of, say, the Keynesian type with the Walrasian microanalysis, as if the latter were a theory that neglects, and stands in need of being supplemented by, income and macroanalysis. Attention should also be drawn at once to 3 other points. First, I have spoken above of prices of products and factors. But Walras' theory of pricing, primarily and on the ground floor, refers to prices of services of products and factors. This amounts to the same thing only as regards products and factors that do not serve more than once. For all the others, the problem of pricing the products and factors themselves is a distinct problem that is solved on a second floor, as we shall see. It would be unnecessarily pedantic, however, to insist on this where no misunderstanding is to be feared. Second, I have spoken of prices that would be paid in perfect equilibrium and pure competition. This manner of speaking is not Walrasian. Walras, much like J.B. Clark, conceived these equilibrium prices to be, normally, the actual level around which prices oscillate in real life. 1733, which involves a claim which I do not wish to make. Third, Walras grouped his productive services into services of land, labor, and capital proper, 1734, but this does not spell acceptance of the old triad of factors. Actually, Walras admitted an indefinite number of means of production and services. This piece of manuscript breaks off here. A. Walras conceptualization. The description of the economic pattern that Walras' equations were to express is contained in Elements 1735, Lecons 17-19. The functioning of this pattern is further illustrated by the tableau économique presented in Lecons 35, where he also indicated his opinions concerning the oscillations that occur around the equilibrium state. 1736, we are introduced to his entrepreneur and, by means of a most useful analysis of a simplified accounting system, to the structure of a typical firm's operations. This analysis dovetails with a list of assets 1737 that determines much, if not everything, in Walras' theoretical organon. For our present purpose it will be useful to note, or to note again, some of the salient features of this list of assets. As we know, the Walrasian entrepreneur is the agent, a physical person or a corporation, 1738 that buys raw materials from other entrepreneurs, hires land from landowners, personal aptitudes, faculties personnels, from workmen, capital goods from capitalists, and sells the products that result from the cooperation or combination of their services for his account. 1739 Into this and the meaning of the concept of entrepreneurs who, as such, neither make nor lose, we need not go again. Important is it, however, to notice three other things. First, Walras was careful much more so than other writers to construct theoretically, and to identify practically, the various markets through which his economic mechanism works and the interaction of which constitutes his analytic organon. Simplifying and combining as much as we can, we have the two fundamental markets, those of the products and of the productive services, and in addition the market that determines the prices of the capitals, hence also the rate of new revenue and the market of means of payment. The reader may be somewhat surprised at my emphasizing this apparently trivial matter. But the strict association of every part of the argument with an identifiable market, even on the highest level of abstraction, is an essential feature of Walras' procedure that starts in each of these four cases with a theoretical solution of an equilibrium problem and then investigates the manner in which this theoretical solution works out practically in the corresponding market. 1740. Second, we observe when going over Walras' list of assets that very considerable emphasis is placed upon stocks or inventories. There are inventories of new capital goods, consumers' goods inventories held by households and by firms, raw material inventories held by both their producers and their users, and also, as we have seen, stocks of money, cash holdings, of various types. Since the existence of these inventories presupposes a certain past behavior of the people concerned and since their current reproduction presupposes certain expectations, the system even if perfectly stationary still depicts a process in time and might therefore be called implicitly dynamic. If Walras did not feel like this and if we agree with him in calling it static, this is only because of a device that was perhaps justified by the purpose of exhibiting the logical skeleton of economic life but is highly artificial all the same. He tried to build up an equilibrium state of ovo in the manner in which it would be built, if smooth and instantaneous adaptation of all existing goods and processes, to the conditions obtaining at the moment, were feasible. His households do not purchase consumers' goods or sell productive services outright. Nor do his firms, entrepreneurs, purchase productive services and offer products outright. They all merely declare what they would respectively buy and sell, produce, at prices cries o hazard, that is, announced experimentally by some agent in the market, and are free to change their minds if these prices do not turn out to be the equilibrium prices. Other prices are thereupon announced, other declarations of willingness to buy or sell, and to produce, are written down on bones pieces of paper that do not carry any obligation until equilibrium values emerge, namely prices such that no demand willing to pay them and no supply willing to accept them remain unsatisfied. And the only mechanism of reaction to these variations of experimental prices that Walras recognizes is to raise the prices of commodities or services, the demand for which at these prices is greater than the supply, and to reduce the prices of commodities or services, the supply of which at these prices is greater than the demand. 1741 I shall not stay in order to proffer the obvious arguments that may be adduced in mitigation of such heroic theorizing. Apparently there is no discussion of the last of the three other things that it is important to notice. b. The theory of exchange. Since the equilibria in the two basic markets, the consumer's goods and the service markets, and the way in which they interlock simultaneously determining one another are of decisive importance for the strength of the Walrasian structure, we shall now consider these two basic markets separately. For this purpose we neglect both saving and the production of capitals. 1742 a procedure which involves the assumption that the produced capitals are just as permanent and indestructible as is land. Further, in order to emphasize the steps in the procedure, we shall indeed introduce a numeraire, the standard commodity in terms of which all exchange relations are to be expressed but no money that actually circulates or is being held. 1743 Several questions that cannot be answered without impeding the progress of our argument will be reserved for section 8. We know already that Walras based his structure on an elaborate theory of exchange which fills two distinct roles. First, it was to describe the fundamental features of economic logic which, with Walras, amounts to the same thing as the fundamental mechanism of competitive markets in general. Second, it was to yield the behavior equations, maximizing equations, of the households. As regards the first role, Walras' theory of economic logic issues into a marginal utility explanation of economic value that will be discussed, in its historical setting, in the appendix to this chapter. Here we are not interested in such questions as whether there is any sense in speaking of marginal utility as the cause of value, but immediately proceed to a discussion of the second aspect of the Walrasian theory of exchange. We can do this because, as has been pointed out by Pareto 1744, the concepts of marginal and total utility are redundant so long as we merely wish to formulate equilibrium conditions. On other features of this theory of exchange a few comments are nevertheless desirable. Making ample use of the concepts that we have just voted superfluous, Walras first developed brilliantly the theory of competitive exchange of two commodities. The point to notice is that he fully recognized the possibilities that there may be no solution to the problem or else multiple equilibria which in his setup reduce to three, two stable and one unstable, whereas in general no such situation will occur and unique equilibrium prices will practically always emerge if there are many commodities in the market. This piece of manuscript ends here, but the next one seems to follow with no serious break in the argument. C. Determinateness and stability of simple exchange. Since the theory of exchange, besides providing the theoretical description of the behavior of consumers, households, also serves to display the fundamental properties of economic action in general, the logic of choice, there is point in raising right here the questions of determinateness and of stability of simple exchange in a perfectly competitive market, indirect exchange, arbitrage, being duly taken into account and a standard commodity, numeraire, but no money being used. 1745 we raise these questions in the same sense as did Walras, except for one point that will appear presently. People say n of them endowed with definite tastes and possessing, to begin with, arbitrary quantities of an arbitrary number of well-defined commodities, say m in all, appear on the market, in order to take advantage of the possibilities this market may offer to them of improving upon the satisfaction of their wants as guaranteed by their original possessions. 1746 we thus accept Walras' manner of speaking of a tendency on the part of all participants to maximize their satisfaction. 1747 we also accept the usual assumptions about continuity and differentiability, at least of the resulting market curves. Finally we assume for the moment, as did Walras, that the marginal utility functions of every participant, for every commodity, not only exist but are functions of the quantity of this commodity alone, that is, independent of whatever other commodities he might possess. They are all monotonically decreasing. We then have, n, m1, behavior equations expressing for all n participants the quantities, including zero quantities, they will give away or acquire at any given system of exchange relations, or prices in terms of the numeraire, by virtue of the condition that they will go on exchanging until no further exchange can increase their individual satisfactions. 1748 N equations such that all the quantities the participants acquire and give away, each quantity multiplied by its price in the standard commodity, must add up to zero, if we give minus signs to quantities given away and plus signs to quantities acquired, individual balance equations, finally M equations such that, for every commodity, the total amount of quantity given away must equal the total amount of quantity acquired for the market as a whole, market balance equations. 1749 These are M, n plus 1, conditions or equations. But, as is easily seen, one of them, for example the last one of the set of market balance equations, may be shown to follow from the rest of these and from the household balance equations and must therefore be thrown out as not independent. Thus we are left with m, n plus 1 independent ones by which to determine the variables or unknowns, namely, the m equilibrium prices and the mn quantities exchanged by the households. Now, we may say either that, since the price of the numeraire commodity in itself is of necessity always equal to unity, there are only m1 prices to determine, or that, since the two first sets of equations, the behavior and the household balance equations, considered by themselves, are homogeneous of 0 degree in the prices, it is only the exchange ratios and not the absolute prices which we can determine, though we can then translate these ratios into absolute prices by means of the numeraire price identity. 1750 The reader should make sure that he understands the perfect equivalence of these two ways of putting the matter and also the special sense in which it is true to say, that in this setup absolute prices, or the price level, are indeterminate. 1751 Now we ask, do these conditions suffice to determine values of these variables? This, to repeat, is the question of the existence, in the mathematical sense, of a set of values that will satisfy the conditions. This question is synonymous with the question whether the equations embodying the conditions are capable of being simultaneously solved. But it is neither the question whether there is any tendency in our market to establish these solutions, if they do exist, nor the question whether these solutions or equilibrium values are stable or not. Of all the unjust or even meaningless objections that have been leveled at Walras, perhaps the most unjust is that he believed that this existence question is answered as soon as we have counted equations and unknowns and have found that they are equal in number. We have already seen that he made sure of one additional prerequisite: independence of equations. But as we analyze his argument we discover further that, though his mathematical equipment was no doubt deficient, his genius saw or sensed all or almost all the other relevant problems and practically always arrived at correct results. If he failed to answer all questions satisfactorily, there was immortal merit in his having posited them. If his work is not the culmination of this type of analysis, it certainly is its foundation. He saw the possibility that our system of equations may not admit of any solution at all. He also saw, and even proved, that the solution, if it exist, may not be unique. All he claimed was that solutions exist normally and that, if the commodities in the market are numerous, there will in general be a unique solution, elements, p. 163. Since in his schema quantities demanded and offered are single-valued functions of the prices and since his marginal utility functions are monotonically decreasing, so much may be readily granted, although Walras did not emphasize, perhaps was not fully aware, that the unique solution, where it exists, need not be economically meaningful in the sense that an actual system might work with it. 1752 We may as well ask the further question, can we not do better than that? This question divides up into two parts. We ask first, can we state more rigorously the conditions on which the existence of solutions, and especially of a unique solution, depends within the Walrasian assumptions themselves? The answer is affirmative. Such a more rigorous statement has in fact been provided by Professor Wald. 1753 Without going into several delicate questions that Wald's brilliant work raises, and without subscribing to every sentence of it, we simply note that Walras' analysis emerges substantially unimpaired. 1754 But, second, we have to ask whether the existence theorem still stands if, as we must, we make total and marginal utility a function of all the commodities that enter a household's budget. This is of course the real difficulty. But the answer, under restrictions that seem tolerable, is affirmative even in this case. It has been given by Professor Amoroso. 1755 For a treatment of the whole subject from the standpoint of the theory of demand, the reader is referred to the standard work by Professor Wold. 1756. We turn to the question of stability, with which we shall include the question of the presence of a tendency towards such unique, theoretical, solutions as may exist. 1757 It is one of the greatest merits of Walras to have distinguished between the existence and the stability problems and to have paralleled the argument about the former by an elaborate argument about the latter. However, he treated the problem of stability in a peculiar way, because it posed itself to him in connection with what in strict logic is an entirely different problem, namely, the problem of the relation between the mathematical solution of his equations and the processes of any actual market. First and foremost he was anxious to show that the people in the market, though evidently not solving any equations, do by a different method the same thing that the theorist does by solving equations, or, to put it differently, that the empirical method used in perfectly competitive markets and the theoretical or scientific method of the observer tend to produce the same equilibrium configuration. Posing this problem then naturally puts the question of stability into the foreground, that is, the question how the mechanism of competitive markets drives the system toward equilibrium and keeps it there. Since it is clear from the outset that the markets of real life never do attain equilibrium, this question can only be posed for markets that are still nothing but highly abstract creations of the observer's mind. The people, who appear with initial stocks of commodities and definite marginal utility schedules, are confronted with prices cries "Oh hazard" by someone. They decide to give away certain quantities of some commodities and to acquire certain quantities of others at these prices. But as we know, they do not actually do so, but only note on bones what they would buy or sell at those prices should they persist, or, if they enter into contracts, they reserve the right of recontract. It is easy to see that if no recontract proves necessary and if the bones are redeemed, then the conditions embodied in the equations must indeed be fulfilled in practice. Whenever they are not, there will be recontracting at different prices, which are higher or lower than the original ones, according to whether there is positive or negative excess demand in the respective commodities, until demand and offer are equated in all cases. Elements, p. 133. Whatever we might have to say about this on the score of realism 1758, it seems at first sight to be intuitively clear that, so long as no other mechanism of reaction is admitted than the one exclusively considered by Walras, equilibrium will be attained under these assumptions, that, in general, this equilibrium will be unique and stable, and that the prices and quantities in this configuration will be those we get from our theoretical solution. 1759. Nevertheless, Walras himself displayed hesitation on a very important point that has been strongly re-emphasized by Professor Wald, Zeitschrift, OPCITP 653. It is this. Equilibrium values in the perfect market are established by a game of trial and error, tâtonnement, prices being adjusted and quantities being readjusted in response. For clearness, suppose that all prices except one do equate the respective demands and offers. We have a rule by which to adapt the one price that does not equate demand and offer. But if we do adapt it, we thereby upset the equilibria in all the other sections of the market, whose prices are no longer equilibrium prices, since they equate supply and demand in these other markets only with reference to the one price that failed to do so. Therefore we have in turn to adjust the others, and the only reason Walras gives for expecting that the new configuration is nearer to equilibrium all round than was the original one is that this is probable, because the effects of the adjustment of the price that was originally out of line upon the excess demand of the corresponding commodity are direct, strong, and all in the same direction, whereas the effects of the necessary readjustments of the other prices are most of them indirect, weaker, and not all in the same direction. In part they compensate one another. As it stands, this attempt at proving both tendency toward, and stability of, the equilibrium of the market evidently lacks rigor. This has been increasingly recognized of late, but no entirely satisfactory solution of the problem has been offered as yet. 1760. The subsection is unfinished. D. Walras' theory of production. We turn to the second branch of Walras' pure theory of the economic process, namely, the theory of production, which, as we know, is nothing but a theory of the manner in which the mechanism of pure competition allocates the services of all the different kinds and qualities of natural agents, labor power, and produced means of production. 1761. This theory of allocation in turn is the same thing as the theory of the pricing of these services, because it is the price mechanism which brings these services into the place they actually hold in the great jigsaw puzzle and keeps them there. Finally, we do not say more than this when we say that the theory of production tells us which quantities of which products each firm will decide to produce, and which quantities of which productive services it is going to buy in view of the given tastes of prospective consumers of its products and the given propensities of these same consumers considered as owners of productive services. Now, the total quantities of these services, that is, the quantities of them that are potentially available during a given period of time, are given because their sources are. But they need not be completely absorbed by production, nor do they necessarily go to waste if they are not. For an essential feature of the Walrasian schema is that they are all of them capable of being consumed by their owners directly. 1762 Thus, their total quantities and the propensities of their owners to consume them, possibly even to acquire further quantities of them for the purpose of consumption or to part with them, constitute the second group of data, and Walras' problem was to show how these data interlock with those of the first set, the consumer's tastes, so as to produce a consistent set of quantities and values. 1763. We perceive immediately that Walras strove for a solution of this problem that was to be entirely symmetrical with the solution Lie had previously worked out in his general theory of barter in a multi-commodity consumer's goods market. In fact, his theory of production may be described as an attempt to resolve, in the spirit of J.B. Say, the case of production into the more general case of exchange between services and goods and, in the last analysis, simply between services. He was aware of the costs of this attempt and was willing to pay them. First, though he did introduce into his mechanism an entrepreneur who was not merely a capitalist, he reduced him, as we saw, to the purely formal role of buyer of productive services 1764 and seller of consumers' goods without any initiative or income of his own. 1765 In order to emphasize this, we shall replace the term entrepreneur by the impersonal term firm. It is clear that in Walras' thought the households were really the agents that, both as buyers of products and as sellers of services, determine the economic process. Second, though he was, of course, aware of the fact that production and adaptation of production involves delays, he at first purement et simplement neglected these delays, elements, p. 215, deferring partial recognition of their role to the far-off section on circulation and money. We do the same thing and even accept, for the moment, the apparently impossible assumptions of constant coefficients of production 1766 absence of any overhead, and all firms in every industry producing exactly equal amounts of product. 1767 And we ask, first of all, as we did before in the case of multi-commodity barter, whether with all these simplifications, some of which were in the end discovered to be complications, there exists a unique set of solutions for a system of equations that covers both consumers' and producers' behavior, or represents, as it were, the chassis of economic life. Intuitively we realize that, with the same qualifications that we had to make in the general case of multi-commodity exchange and with the further qualifications that are imposed upon us by the additional assumptions made by Walras in order to reduce the problem of production to manageability, the answer will be affirmative. We may balk at the assumptions. We may question the value of a theory that holds only under conditions, the mere statement of which seems to amount to refuting it. 1768 But if we do accept these qualifications and assumptions, there is little fault to be found with Walras' solution. It comes to this: the households that furnish the services have in Walras set up definite and single-valued schedules of willingness to part with these services. These schedules are determined, on the one hand, by their appreciation of the satisfaction to be derived from consuming these services directly 1769 and, on the other hand, by their knowledge of the satisfaction they might derive from the incomes in terms of numeraire that they are able to earn at any set of consumers' goods and service prices. For the prices of consumers' goods are determined simultaneously with the prices of the services and with reference to one another. Every workman, for instance, decides how many hours of work per day or week he is going to offer in response to a wage in terms of numeraire that is associated with definite prices, in terms of numeraire, of all the consumer's goods that would be produced with the total amount of work being offered at that wage rate. Mathematically, we express this by making everybody's offer of every service he owns a function of all prices, both of consumers' goods and the services, and, for the same reason, everybody's demand for every commodity another function of all prices, both of the services and the consumer's goods. Everybody's demand for the numeraire commodity follows simply from everybody's balance equation, which, since we are as yet abstracting from both genuine money and saving, is exactly analogous to the balance equation in the case of multi-commodity barter, except that in the present case the offers are offers of services and only the demands refer to commodities. 1770 From these individual demands and offers we get the aggregate, net, offers of services and the aggregate demands for products in the market, all in function of all service and product prices. But the rest of the setup is crippled evidently in order to focus attention upon the great social relation between the ultimate factors that simultaneously shape consumption and production by the assumption of technologically fixed and constant coefficients of production, which readily yield the remaining restrictions that we need for the determination of prices. To determine prices we need the equations, equal in number to the number of services, which express that the quantities of the services employed in all industries must add up to the total offer of these services, and the equations, equal in number to the number of products, which express that the coefficients of production of the services used in each industry, each multiplied by the price of these services, must equal the unit price of the industry's product, or that in all industries average cost, in Walras' case the same as marginal cost, must equal price. The number of variables to be determined can easily be shown to be equal to the number of equations. As to the mathematical question whether these can be solved for the variables, whether an equilibrium solution exists, we have to say much the same as before. Walras did not present an answer that will satisfy the standards of the modern mathematician, though it could be shown 1771 that he saw and either took or avoided all the hurdles that stand in the way to an affirmative answer. Of course, we have to repeat that, in the same sense as before, existence of a set of solutions or even of non-negative solutions does not necessarily mean the existence of economically meaningful, that is, practically possible, tolerable, and so on solutions. But within his assumptions and with qualifications already mentioned, the affirmative answer stands, and objections against it are much more due to the critic's failure to understand Walras than to any mistakes or oversights of his. 1772 Also it may be averred that, so far as this part of the Walrasian analysis is concerned, our result is, or comes near to being, the common opinion of theorists. 1773 As regards questions of stability and of the presence in the economic process of a tendency to establish that equilibrium set of prices and quantities, the situation is still more seriously affected than we have already found it to be in the case of multi-commodity barter by the difficulty of accepting Walras' assumptions. 1774 We have again to rely on the method of Bones. But in this case, if the prices that are being experimentally fixed, cries, at first do not prove to be, miraculously, the equilibrium prices, the rearrangements that are to lead toward equilibrium involve instantaneous rearrangements of all the tentative decisions to produce that are embodied in the Bones, which is a matter of much more difficulty than would be mere rearrangement of tentative decisions to acquire or to give away existing commodities. And even if all firms and all owners of productive services did succeed at this task, they would still have to carry out this production program, which takes time, during which nothing must be allowed to change. Walras himself posed the problem exactly as he posed it for the case of multi-commodity barter, namely, in the guise of the question whether his theoretical problem was the one that is actually solved in the markets of the services, and he arrived, by the same reasoning, at the same conclusion, namely, that a process of trial and error carried out under conditions of pure competition and with only the one mechanism of reaction allowed prices being increased where there is positive and reduced where there is negative excess demand will probably ensure that each step in adjustment actually does lead toward, and not away from, equilibrium. I have thought it necessary to put this matter fully before the reader, lest he should thereupon turn away from Walras' construction on the ground of its hopeless discrepancy from any process of real life. I wish to ask him whether he ever saw elastic strings that do not increase in length when pulled, or frictionless movements, or any other of the constructs commonly used in theoretical physics, and whether, on the strength of this, he believes theoretical physics to be useless. In the footnote below, I add one or two other comments that may reduce the reader's discomfort. It remains true, however, that both Walras himself and his followers greatly underestimated what had and has still to be done before Walras' theory can be confronted with the facts of common business experience. 1775. E. The introduction of capital formation and of money. The rest of this section may be cast into the form of an answer to the question how the fundamental schema of consumers' and producers' behavior is affected or possibly upset by the introduction of capital formation and of money. Though both subjects have been touched upon in the preceding chapter and will again have to be treated in the next, they must also receive attention here to enable the reader to appreciate Walras' structure as a whole and to realize the extent to which he anticipated modern work in these fields in some respects and prepared the ground for it in others. In the Walrasian system, the theory of capital formation is, on the one hand, the foundation of the theory of interest and, on the other hand, itself rests on the theory of capital goods prices. At first we consider only the prices of produced capital goods. So far, we have a theory for the prices of their services only, and even this was arrived at by means of an assumption which we must now drop, namely, that the quantities of produced capital goods are given once and for all, and they never wear out or perish by accident. Accordingly, we now deduct an allowance for depreciation and also an insurance premium. 1776. What remains is the net revenue yielded by the capital goods. We have noticed before that Walras took the existence of such a surplus over depreciation and insurance as an undeniable fact which he made no effort to establish. 1777. However, if we accept this for the sake of argument, then we can proceed at once to construct the theoretical market for capital goods which, according to Walras' laudable practice, we need in order to determine their prices. 1778. In this market capitalists and not as entrepreneurs, firms, demand new capital goods which the firms that produce them offer in response to that demand. The new capital goods that are being demanded and produced may not suffice, just suffice, or more than suffice to make up for the loss the existing capital stock currently suffers from accident or wear and tear. The last of these three cases defines saving, which, expressed in terms of the numeraire, is therefore the excess of net income, the total net value of the services sold by households, over consumption, the total value of the products bought by households. Hence, exactly as in Keynes's general theory, current saving is tautologically equal to current investment. Saving is here merely a word that identifies a particular kind of demand, namely, the demand for capital goods. So far there is no meaning to the phrase offer or supply of saving unless we wish to denote by it that part of the household services that is offered against capital goods. 1779. Instead of being offered against bread or beer, and to say that current saving can get out of step with current investment has no more sense than to say that saving can get out of step with itself. Hence, equality of current saving and current investment is an identity and not an equilibrium condition. The equilibrium condition is that the sum total of saving in a given period should be equal to the costs to the capital goods producing firms of the capital goods, produced and sold in the period, since these firms, like all others, are subject to Walras' law of costs. Now, and this is not as in the system of Keynes's general theory the only motive that capitalists can have in the setup for demanding capital goods is in the net revenue expected from them, no matter whether this net revenue consists in the use value to them of the durable objects acquired or in the yield in numeraire to be collected from letting them to firms, or to people who wish to consume their services directly. From this follows another equilibrium condition which must be fulfilled by their prices. These prices must, under ideal conditions, be proportional to their net yields, or else arbitrage operations would set in to enforce this proportionality. But this may be expressed by saying that our capital goods market is really a market of streams of perpetual net revenues, from which standpoint all capital goods are on the same footing irrespective of their physical shapes. In order to emphasize this aspect, Walras created an ideal or imaginary commodity that represents perpetual net revenue. This gadget, another purely theoretical construct, 1780, enables us to endow each household with a marginal utility and a demand function for perpetual net revenue, 1781, and to replace all the unknown prices of the capital goods by a single price, which then helps to determine them, namely, the price of a unit of perpetual net revenue per unit of time, a profound move on the analytical chessboard. This single price results from the condition of proportionality mentioned above, which may be reformulated by saying that the total demand for new capital goods, identically equal to saving, must be distributed between the industries that produce these new capital goods in such a way as to equalize their net value products, in terms of numeraire, per unit of cost, in terms of numeraire, 1782. Thus the single price in question is simply the reciprocal of the rate of perpetual net revenue, TOS. Du revenue net perpetual, which is a factor of proportionality, common to the values of all capital goods and readily identified so long as there is no money, with the rate of interest. With infinite care, to which justice cannot be done here, Walras developed this theory for both the cases of produced durable goods such as homes, the services of which are to be directly consumed, and of produced durable goods that are to be used in production, supplying the marginal utility, maximizing, conditions for static equilibrium 1783, and arriving, as regards determinateness and stability, at results analogous to those arrived at in the cases of multi-commodity exchange and of production. If space permitted comment, it would have to be similar to the comments submitted in those cases. We must be content to state without proof that Walras' system is not. We are still following an analysis that abstracts from genuine money upset by the facts, as stylized by him, of capital formation, and by the excursion that the theory of it involves into progressive or else retrograde, that is, non-stationary, states. But let us summarize what else we have got so far. First, we have a theory of the prices, values in terms of numeraire, of capital goods which we have not had before. In the first instance, this was a theory of the pricing of new capital goods. But this theory is then readily extended to the cases of existing produced capital goods and of non-produced capital goods, land. Walras even extends it to labor power, by the simple device of applying to them the same rate of perpetual net return, or of interest, 1784, that emerges in the case of new capital goods. 1785. Second, as a byproduct of the theory of capital goods prices, we have a theory of interest which now enters all demand and supply equations. From these, then, a comprehensive theory of its role in the economy may be read off. 1786. The prices of the capital goods themselves do not enter any of the final equations of the Walrasian system other than those that describe their own conditions of supply and demand qua products. Third, since saving is merely a species of demand, there cannot be any question of equalizing its demand and supply by varying the rate of interest or anything else. What is equalized by virtue of an equilibrium condition not merely set tautologically equal is the amount that people have decided to save and invest and the costs of the new capital goods. Now, if this equality is not realized, this means that the values of new capital goods will be above or below their costs to the firms that produce them, and therefore will have a motive to expand or restrict their production. But there is another aspect to this. Suppose that the values of new capital goods have risen above their costs. If for the sake of argument we assume that the expected net yield of the capital goods has not changed, this implies that the rate of perpetual net return has fallen. In other words, that a unit of perpetual net return will be more expensive for the capital goods purchasing capitalist than it was before. It is this rise in the numeraire prices of new capital goods which brings home to the capitalist the implied fall in his rate of net return. In still other words, it is not the fall in the rate of interest which plays any direct causal role, but it is the rise in the values of capital goods which reduces, tautologically, the rate of interest. 1787. Of course, the rate of interest thereupon also assumes an active role so far as it enters the demand and supply functions of all products and services. Yet it is important to notice that, in this analysis, it plays a passive role in the first instance because this puts a different complexion on its significance in the economic process and serves especially to put the capitalist's reactions in a different light. They are reactions to the increase in the price of a particular type of goods the capitalist demands, and not reactions to the decrease in the price of a service he renders. 1788. Finally, it follows from the preceding argument that, sharply renouncing allegiance to the Turgot-Smith theory of saving, Walras' analysis agrees with Bohm-Bawerk's in yielding the result that the prices of consumers' goods and prices of capital goods will, within the assumptions of this analysis, in principle move in opposite directions. At last, we introduce money and monetary transactions. Deferring Walras' other exploits in the field of monetary theory and policy to the next chapter, we must see right now how he fitted money into his schema of the economic process, how he determined absolute prices in money as well as in numeraire, and whether he was right in claiming that his monetary economy enjoys the same properties of determinateness and stability that may be attributed to his numeraire economy. For this purpose it will suffice to deal with the case of a money of given quantity that consists of a material of negligible use value 1789 and to note briefly that Walras, who in the first edition, 1874-7, of his Elements had based his monetary analysis on the concept of the economy's monetary requirements, 1790 adopted in the second edition the concept of the amount of cash people desire to hold, and caisse désirée, 1791 which was, however, not made part and parcel of his pure theory of general equilibrium not fully amalgamated with it before the fourth edition, 1900. 1792 It is there that the whole of the Walrasian structure of pure theory appears in all its logical beauty. The ground floor of this structure is the theory of the market of consumers' goods. On the second floor we find the theory of production and the market of production services, not separated from, but integrated with, the first market. On the third floor we have the market of capital goods similarly integrated with the two others. And on the fourth floor there is another market, integrated with the other three, of circulating capital, that is, of the stocks or inventories of goods, new capital goods for sale at the establishments of their producers, and consumers and producers' inventories of all kinds that are necessary to keep things going. 1793. Thus, after having determined, in his theory of production, the equilibrium, numeraire, prices and quantities for both consumers' goods and productive services, all of which, once determined, are to remain unchanged while the goods are being produced, Walras lets actual delivery of these services and of equivalent goods begin at once, that is, before the program of production decided on in principle has been carried out. Of course this presupposes that households and firms are from the outset in possession of stocks of goods, inventories, which are now introduced among the data of the general equilibrium problem. 1794 As we have already seen, Walras treated them formally as he had treated the capital goods. There are the stocks themselves and, in addition, there are the services they render currently, namely, the services d'approvisionnement. Hence stocks and their services have to be priced separately, but the price of each stock stands to the price of its service in the same relation as the price of the service of each capital good stands to the price of the capital good itself. 1795 Note that the introduction of stocks and the services of stocks constitutes Walras' method of synchronizing the economic process, on condition of paying the price of the service, that is, an interest charge on the circulating capital involved. Households are now able to transform their productive services immediately into consumers' goods. But this is evidently no mere detail but an essential feature of the general equilibrium system to which, by way of anticipation, Walras already adverted in his theory of production, Elements, p. 215. With the stocks enters money. It is simply a particular item in the list of inventories and also renders a service d'approvisionnement, which acquires a price, like any other service, by virtue of its marginal utility functions. 1796 This price emerges in a special market, which Walras called the capital market, marché du capital, in distinction to the market of capital goods, marché de capitaux, and which is an annex of the market of all productive services, Elements, p. 245. All suppliers of services are now paid, and by products, in money. Capitalists save no longer by exchanging productive services against capital goods, but they save in money, and we have a quantity called monnaie d'épargne in addition to the two quantities of transaction money, monnaie de circulation, in the hands of households and of firms. The latter borrow money and buy new capital goods. The equilibrium price of the commodity in this market, namely, of money's service d'approvisionnement, is determined by the condition that people's demand for the service represented by their encaisse désirée be equal to the total amount of money in existence. Having determined this equilibrium price, we may choose money itself for numeraire and then restate the condition by saying that the rate of interest should be such as to equalize the encaisse désirée and the total amount of money in existence. 1797. So far, the existence of a unique set of solutions or of equilibrium values for the Walrasian system is not affected at all by the introduction of money. The situation in this respect remains, qualifications included, much as we found it in the case of the numeraire economy. This could be proved but should be intuitively clear from the fact that Walras fits in money by a device that amounts to setting up its service d'approvisionnement as just one more service, of no direct utility, to be traded in, which evidently no more changes the logic of the situation 1798 than would the introduction of any other additional commodity or service. It should be added, however, that owing to the nature of the service that money is supposed to render, the price of its service enters the demand and supply equations that determine the prices of all the other commodities and services in a peculiar way. This may be seen most easily by observing that variations in the price of the service of money, or, choosing money for numeraire, interest, affect directly the values of capital goods and stocks, inventories, and through these all the other prices and quantities in the system, including those of the productive services such as wages and the quantity of labor demanded and offered. This is important to keep in mind. Any variation in any price affects all other prices, offers, and demands, but variations in the price of money have an additional influence of particular importance. Hence money prices are not simply translations of prices expressed in a numeraire that is not money into prices expressed in another numeraire that is not money. Money prices are not proportional to numeraire prices, they are prices adjusted to a new condition, that is, the condition that governs equilibrium in Walras capital market. We may still formulate this monetary equilibrium condition as we did above, namely, that total encaisse désirée should be equal to the total quantity of money in existence, but we must keep in mind that the encaisse désirée depends, among other things, on the total numeraire value of transactions, and that the latter also depends on the price of the service of money and cannot remain constant if this price or the rate of interest changes. In other words, we cannot fulfill the monetary equilibrium condition by treating as given not only the existing quantity of money but also the total encaisse désirée, and letting monetary equilibrium come about by appropriate variations in the rate of interest alone. If this fact is realized and acted upon, then we may aver indeed that the Walrasian argument determines a consistent set not only of relative but also of money prices, or, if you wish, the price level. Walras himself realized this situation and must therefore be credited with having created a theory of money that is complete, consistent, and perfectly adequate, within its own assumptions, to determine absolute prices in terms of money. 1799 But at the critical point he failed to go through with it. On the ground that the influence of variations in the rate of interest upon the sum total of transactions, hence upon the encaisse désirée, is only indirect and feeble, elements, p. 311, he decided to neglect it altogether and then proceeded to base much of his reasoning about applied monetary theory on the simplifying assumption of its absence. This assumption, quite apart from the question whether it is factually justifiable or not, 1800 would change the whole situation if we were to take it as part of Walras' rigorous theory. Then, as Walras himself observed, the equation of monetary circulation would indeed be external to the system of equations that determine economic equilibrium, IBID, and then there would be some warrant for saying that Walras' system is essentially a real or numeraire system, complete as such, on which he threw, as a separable piece of apparel, the veil of money. See, however, next chapter. 1801 Money interest and money prices would then be no longer determined simultaneously with the relative prices and would in general be inconsistent with them. 1802 In view of the spirit as well as the wording of Walras' text, it is, however, much more natural to say that, for the purposes of applied monetary theory, Walras decided to abandon his method of general analysis and to adopt that of partial analysis. This means that he decided to adopt an approximation to which the standards of rigorous analysis do not apply. 1803. But the question of stability, and of the presence of a tendency in the system to realize the equilibrium values of its elements, is now much more difficult to answer than it was before. This is not owing to any change in the logical situation that the introduction of money has brought about, which is much as it was in the numeraire economy, but to the fact that in a money economy it is more difficult to accept Walras' general pattern of the economic process. Of this Walras was perfectly aware. Proof of it is his emphasis upon the instability of bank credit, e.g. Elements, pages 353-4. Apart from this, it stands to reason that the insertion of a monetary capital market offers the economic engine new opportunities for stalling which are absent in a numeraire economy. We may exclude uncertainties in obedience to Walras' directions, but in the case of a commodity which is as volatile as money and which can be so easily redirected at a moment's notice, we cannot help thinking of them all the same. Under these conditions, the practical value of the final result, at which we arrive nevertheless, is no doubt much reduced. It reads, both for a numeraire and for a money economy, Walras' system of the economic process is determined and stable, though he did not quite succeed in proving this rigorously. For a process which is stationary except for positive or negative investment on traditional lines, it is hitchless in the sense defined above, and full employment of resources is in fact one of its properties. Conclusions other than these can be arrived at only by introducing hypotheses at variance with those of Walras. 1804. If in the last analysis Walras' system is perhaps nothing but a huge research program, it still is, owing to its intellectual quality, the basis of practically all the best work of our own time. 8. The production function. All that remains to be said about the period's work on the higher levels of theoretical analysis may be grouped conveniently around the two sets of data that were the two pillars of the classical temple of 1900, the given tastes of consumers and the given technological possibilities within the horizon of producers. The former topic will be dealt with in the appendix to this chapter, the latter best fits in here. In both cases we shall be only supplementing what, for a lower level of analytic rigor, we have already learned before. In both cases I shall carry the story to the present situation. In both cases I shall have to be sketchy to the point of incorrectness. 1805. A. The meaning of the concept. We begin by recalling the concept of a production function as it is commonly used today. Suppose that a businessman A contemplates producing a well-defined commodity X at the rate of per unit of time in a single plant that is to be constructed for this purpose. This may require a unique set of rates of inputs per unit of time, such as nu1, nu2, nu-n of the equally well-defined services V1, V2, Vn that are technologically fixed like the Walrasian coefficients of production and define for us economists the only process or method of production that is available. As a rule, however, there exist several or even infinitely many such processes or methods of production by which X can be produced. Each of them is identified by a distinct set of time rates of inputs. Again, for us economists, should it happen that two or more technologically different processes use exactly the same combination of rates of inputs in order to produce X, they would be the same process for us. Mr. A will choose between these possibilities with a view to minimizing the total cost of producing X and hence reject from the outset all those processes that use more of all the scarce services V1, V2, Vn than does another. Among the rest, which we may call the eligible choices, he will choose according to the price situation he expects to prevail in the factor markets during the period for which he plans. The complete list of all those eligible choices, with which A or his consulting engineer is fully familiar, defines A's or his engineer's technological horizon. 1806 allowing the new S to vary continuously and smoothly. 1807 and letting vary continuously and smoothly also, we may express a man's technological horizon by setting up a transformation function of the form, x equals f, nu1, nu2, nu-n, which we call the production function and which associates with any given set of the nu is, I equals 1, 2, n, a definite maximum value of x which it is possible for him to produce with the given set. Any change in the technological horizon, for example, caused by the discovery of a new process or even by some known process becoming commercially available which was not so before, destroys this production function and replaces it by another. All this is quite simple, and it should be fairly obvious which properties we are to assign to the production function on the various levels of abstraction that are prescribed to us by the requirements of the particular problems we wish to investigate. Thus, when we are high up in thin air and hunting for the purest features of the logic of production, we shall assume, as we have just done, that production functions are continuous and also that they are differentiable twice in all directions. 1808 Reality very frequently fails to correspond to these assumptions. But this is no objection so long as we are concerned with the pure logic of production. It becomes an objection only when we apply results, derived by means of them, to patterns and problems for which discontinuity and non-existence of partial derivatives of the first and second order are relevant. There is no sense whatever in either asserting the presence of continuity and differentiability or denying it for all patterns and all problems. Neglect of this trivial truth has been an unbelievably fertile source of futile controversy to this day and has impeded analytic advance in a manner that is most interesting from the standpoint of the student of scientific progress and of the ways of the human mind. In order to bring out this aspect, it will be convenient to touch first upon a number of points as they present themselves today in order to clear the ground, or part of it, for our story of the historical development and in order to supply to the reader information that may help him to appreciate it. Some modern expositions of the theory of production and cost, mainly of static aspects, are listed for reference in the footnote below. 1809. 1. We have come to distrust the idea of any well-defined commodity or service. Moreover, firms do not as a rule produce just one commodity in one quality but many commodities in many qualities, and ability to shift their production from one to the other is obviously an important consideration in the choice of a productive setup. 1810 Finally, a change in the combination of productive services will frequently affect of itself the quality or even kind of the commodity a firm produces. To some extent, this may be taken into account by admitting many commodities, X1, X2, Xm, into the production function and by writing the latter in the implicit form, phi, X1, X2, Xm, V1, V2, Vn, equals 0. This has been done by Allen, Hicks, Leontief, Tintner, and others. 2. If we wish to base our theory of production on the Jevons, Bohm, Taussig theory of the roundabout process, we may introduce time explicitly into the production function, that is by writing, x equals psi, v1, v2, vn, t. This practice is strongly suggested by Wicksel's treatment of capital problems and has been adopted by several modern authors. C.E.G. Allen, OPCITP 362, 1811. Evidently, however, there are other characteristics of a firm's technological pattern besides rates of inputs and time, the rates of change of these rates, lags in some of them, cumulation, integrals, of others, outputs that are expected not for the immediate but the more distant future, may all be significant. Without going into these problems, we will advert to the practice of inserting shift parameters, alpha, beta, into the production function, which then looks like this, x equals f, v1, v2, vn, alpha, beta. This amounts to not more than a purely formal recognition of the fact that production functions do change in time. The practice may justify itself any day, of course, but so far it seems to me that this fact is equally well expressed by saying, as we said above, that an innovation destroys a production function and sets up a new one. 1812. 3. For the economist, a process or method of production is defined by the independent variables in the production function, even though this may amount to throwing together what are very different processes or methods to the engineer. This practice simply means that technological differences per se are without interest for us. But it follows that we must include all the productive services that may be required for any of the eligible methods of producing a commodity, although some of these methods may require services that are not required for others. This creates a difficulty that has induced some theorists, see, Example Schneider, OPCITP1, to include in the production function only those processes or methods that use the same services, though in different proportions, and to define the technological horizon not by one production function but by many. More important, however, is another point. As defined, our production function refers only to a single firm strictly, only to a single unit of production or plant 1813 and not to the economy as a whole. But throughout that period and even today, it was and is common practice to reason as if there were such a thing as a social production function 1814, and it is not difficult to see the reason why. We obviously wish to speak of a social marginal productivity when expounding the theory of distributive shares. And so most of the leaders of that period, among them Bohm-Bawerk, J.B. Clark, Wicksteed, and Wicksell, took the existence of an aggregative, social, production function for granted, at least by implication, without realizing that the logical right to use this concept must be acquired by proof. 1815 Many modern authors, especially those of the Keynesian type, are just as careless. For, mathematically, the production function enters the theoretical setup in order to yield demand functions for productive services. See for example Allen, OPCIT pages 369 ETSEQ. As a restriction upon firms' behavior, these strive to maximize net profits subject to the possibilities listed in the production function. We might try to crowd into a single expression the whole of the technological facts that, for any purpose in hand, seem relevant to us. But even where this is possible, it is much more convenient to make a single relation basic. We shall of course choose one that has some primary economic significance, of this presently, and then to introduce the other facts, hypotheses, that are to be taken into account as further restrictions, or, as we may say, as restrictions upon the restriction that we regard as fundamental. The best way of making this clear is as follows. Suppose we have n services 1816 which define a production surface in n+1 dimensional hyperspace. In general we shall find that firms cannot move about freely over the whole of this surface, and that technological conditions permit choice only within the boundaries of a certain region. Thus there may be limitational factors, which must, by technological necessity, be always used in strict proportion to the quantity of product or to the quantity of some other factor, r frisch. There may be also restrictions of other types, A. Smithies, point 1817. We shall return to this in a moment, but must now advert to a particular short-run type of these additional restrictions, the importance of which for the theory of marginal productivity has been pointed out by Professor Smithies. I have emphasized the fact that the full logical meaning of the concept of production functions reveals itself only if we think of them as planning functions in a world of blueprints, where every element that is technologically variable at all can be changed at will, without any loss of time, and without any expense. But whenever we apply the concept, as we certainly wish to do, to firms that own going concerns and are already committed to plant, equipment, and perhaps part of an existing administrative apparatus, then, according to the time we allow for adaptation, those elements of their existing setup that are resistant to change will act upon technological choice as further restrictions. 1818 To assume them away will bring us back into the sphere of pure logic and not alter the fact that reality will fail to correspond to the theoretical model and to the theorems, especially the marginal productivity theorems, that are derived from the model, and to allow time for full adaptation. Marshall's method of dealing with this situation will not help us either, because during the lapse of the necessary time other disturbances will occur that will prevent correspondence to the model from ever being brought about. It is as important to realize the inevitable discrepancies between theory and fact that must result from this as it is to realize that they do not constitute a valid objection to the former. It is no valid objection to the law of gravitation that my watch that lies on my table does not move toward the center of the earth, though economists who are not professionally theorists sometimes argue as if it were. 5. It is therefore under exceptionally favorable circumstances only that we can observe logically pure production functions. This is the case particularly in agriculture, where we have not only observational but also experimental material with which to construct them. but whenever we try to do so from observations of going concerns alone, we meet difficulties similar to those that we meet in trying to construct statistical demand curves, and cannot in general expect, not at any rate without taking special precautions, that we get the production functions of economic theory. Nevertheless, and in spite of the errors in interpretation to which they may give rise, 1819 realistic production functions are of great importance. They help to destroy the layman's impression that production functions and marginal productivity schedules are just theorists' fictions. They confront us with new problems and shed light on the stretch of road before us. For examples, I refer the reader to the report of a committee of the Econometric Society published in Econometrica, April 1936, by its chairman, Mr. E. H. Phelps Brown. B. The evolution of the concept. As we have seen in the preceding chapter and in parts 2 and 3, schedules of marginal productivity, in terms of physical and of value products, have been in use ever since the times of Turgot and even before. The production function itself appeared in classic times under the name of the state of the arts, it being recognized that certain arguments hold only if technological knowledge is assumed to be constant. The most important of these arguments was the law of decreasing returns from land, but already Ricardo, by recognizing that real values of commodities are regulated by the real difficulties encountered by the least favored firm, pointed toward a wider generalization. And then there was what Marshall called Thenon's great law of substitution. All this had still to find its proper relation to the principle of marginal utility, but the rest looks to the backward glance apart from the more difficult problems that lurk behind even the simplest case, like a fairly easy task of polishing, coordinating, and developing existing ideas, all of which were to be found, in one form or another, in J.S. Mill's principles, or, at all events, in Mill plus Thenon. The Austrians accomplished this in their way, and Marshall in his point 1820. In Marshall's principles we find, in fact, though he did not avail himself of the production function explicitly, a very complete and properly qualified marginal productivity theory of the firm and of distribution, and in addition many indications that he saw the problems beyond point 1821. If we take in his treatment of the subject fully, even in the form given to it in the first edition of his Principles, we cannot help feeling some surprise at the statements at the beginning of Wicksteed's essay, to wit, that in investigating the laws of distribution it has been usual to take each of the great factors of production, to inquire into the special nature of the service that it renders, and to deduce a special law regulating its share of the product, and to unify these laws on the basis of the common fact of service rendered. 1822. But Wicksteed, dropping Marshall's wise hesitations and qualifications and writing down the production function explicitly, did set forth boldly the naked logic of the matter, and also attempted a proof of the propositions, both of them guardedly affirmed but not proved by Marshall, that every factor's distributive share will under ideal conditions tend to equal its quantity multiplied by its marginal degree of productivity, and that those shares will tend to sum up to exhaust, the net product of every firm and, in the sphere of social aggregates, Marshall's national dividend. Now, both propositions are equilibrium propositions and need not hold outside of the point of equilibrium, assuming that one exists. Marshall was of course aware of this, but it was left for Wicksell to state it explicitly. Point 1823. Wicksteed, however, based his proof on the sufficient but not necessary postulate that the production function is homogeneous of the first order, in which case the exhaustion theorem would hold identically, that is, all along the line and not only in equilibrium. Point 1824. He did recant later on, see Common Sense of Political Economy, p. 373n, but without carrying out the alterations that this recantation would have called for. Before going on, we had better see what happened at about the same time in Lausanne. Remember that Walras originally used what may be called a degenerate production function, that is, a production function restricted to technologically fixed and constant coefficients of production. In 1894, Baron suggested to him the idea of turning these technological constants into economic variables and of introducing, for the determination of these, a new relation, the equation de fabrication, which was to express the fact that, if some coefficients are decreased, output may be maintained by an appropriate compensatory increase of others. The new unknown / that is the new variable coefficients, were then to be determined by means of the condition that costs be minimized for any given output and any given factor prices. Barone himself started work on these lines and published 2 installments of a corresponding theory of distribution, Studi sulla distribuzione, La prima approssimazione sintetica, in the Journal degli Economisti, February and March 1896–1825. Without however going on with it, we shall presently see why. Walras had already glanced at variability of coefficients of production in connection with his theory of economic progress, which he defined, in contrast to technological progress, as progressive substitution of the services of capital goods for services of land. He then reproduced Barone's suggestion in his note of 1896, mentioned above, and in the new number 326 of the 4th edition, 1900, of the Elements. There he formulated the theory of marginal productivity in 3 propositions, of which the last was omitted, without warning, or motivation, from the edition definitive, 1926. 1. Free competition brings about minimum average costs. 2. In equilibrium and if average cost equals price, the prices of productive services are proportional to the partial derivatives of any production function that contains only substitutional, compensatory, services or to the marginal productivities. 3. The whole amount of product is distributed among the productive services. 1826 in 1897, Cors 2, 714–19, Pareto criticized the marginal productivity theory mainly on the ground that it breaks down in the case of what are now called limitational factors and blocked out a theory that covered all the more important possibilities and which was technically improved in the manual. But he looked upon this not as an improvement, especially not as an improvement on Walrasian lines, but as a renunciation of the marginal productivity theory, which in the resume of his Paris course, 1901, he declared erroneous. It was necessary to inflict these details upon the reader because they serve to clarify the situation in the late 1890s. 1827. By 1900, then, the production function had established itself, as a result of the efforts of many minds. 1828 its key position, alongside the utility function, as the second of the 2 descriptive functions that I have called the 2 pillars of the classic theory of that time. 1829 the old laws of returns, properly generalized and polished, lay at hand to supply the properties which the production function was to enjoy, either generally or normally, and which we shall now restate again. If we wish to define marginal productivity of a service as the partial derivative of the production function with respect to the quantity of that service, we must, as has been pointed out already, assume first of all that these partial derivatives exist. We may postulate in addition that they are positive, that is, that a small increase in the quantity of any services will increase the quantity of the product. 1830 following Turgot we may postulate further that this rate of increase itself increases at first, then passes through a single maximum and, after having reached this point, keeps on declining. Law of decreasing returns in the primary sense. In this case 2 corollaries follow. 1. There exists a point beyond which the average productivity of every service, x/6, decreases also, law of decreasing returns in the secondary sense. 2. Cross derivatives are positive, which means that if I increase the quantity of a productive service 6 by a small amount, this will not only decrease, after the point indicated, its own marginal productivity but also increase the marginal productivities of all the other productive services. A methodological remark may be usefully inserted here. Among the properties to be assigned to the production function, there are some that follow from others and therefore may be proved deductively or stated as theorems. Thus decrease of average productivity, after a certain point, may be deduced from, or proved by, the decrease of marginal productivity, and there is then no need for any separate observational or experimental proof. Thus Wicksell, see his article in the Thanen Archive, 1909, was right in holding, and F. Waterstraat, Ibid, was wrong in denying, that the law of decreasing average productivity follows from other properties of the production function which we usually assume. but, though we have in general some latitude in deciding which properties we wish to postulate and which we wish to formulate as theorems, this is not always so. Thus, there is no economic axiom that would imply the proposition that physical marginal productivity, after a point, decreases monotonically. And in any case we always have to postulate some propositions for which, within a deductive sector of R, or any, science, it is not possible to provide logical proof. This raises the question of their status or nature. Formally they enter as hypotheses, or as definitions in B. Russell's sense, which on principle we can frame at will. But when, with a view to application, we ask whether they are true or valid, that is, whether results arrived at by means of them may be expected to be verifiable, in general or with respect to certain phenomena or aspects of phenomena, then there are only two possibilities: they may be deductively provable in some wider system that transcends economics or its deductive sector, or they must be established by observation or experiment. This is the case of the proposition that asserts decrease, after a point, of the marginal productivities of productive services in function of the quantities of these services. This means that when we assert this proposition we are asserting a fact, and this imposes upon us the duty of factual verification. Of course, evidence for such a proposition may be so overwhelming that we may refuse the challenge as vexatious. But since there is no logically binding rule for deciding what is and what is not vexatious, we must on principle be always prepared to meet the challenge. We have no logical right to reply that the challenged proposition is obvious, and we are committing a definite error, if we call it evident. For us, these truths are important because they have been and are frequently sinned against in the matter of laws of returns. We shall presently see an interesting instance of this is the discussion on first-order homogeneity. Let us note in passing that here we are brushing against an interesting problem of general epistemology. I take this opportunity to mention Edgeworth's analysis of the laws of return, published originally in the Economic Journal, 1911, republished in Papers Relating to Political Economy, Volume I, pages 61 ETSEQ and 151 ETSEQ, which has been rightly called one of his most important contributions to economic theory by Professor Stigler, OPCIT pages 112 ETSEQ, to which the reader is referred. It is as interesting to note that Edgeworth had still to struggle for the recognition of quite elementary matters such as that the law of diminishing returns does not apply to land only, as it is to note that Edgeworth, whose chief merit it was to teach the distinction between decreasing marginal and decreasing average returns, had repeatedly confused the two himself, and that his presentation in the paper in question is not correct in every detail. The matter was taken up again by Karl Menger, the mathematician, son of the economist, in his Bemerkungen den Ertragsgesetzen, 2 articles in Zeitschrift für Nationalökonomie, March and August, 1936, see also a comment by K. Schlesinger, Ibid. We must be grateful to the eminent mathematician for the lesson on slovenly thinking which he administered to us, and which may serve as a shining example of the general tendency toward increased rigor that is an important characteristic of the economics of our own period. But in effect, the logical crimes revealed except the confusion between decreasing marginal and average returns have hardly been productive of serious errors in results. Even as regards that confusion it should be mentioned that, though no less a thinker than Bohm-Bawerk committed it, it remained quite harmless in his case, for he reasoned correctly about decreasing marginal returns to his roundabout process. The reader will have no difficulty in understanding why it was that the properties of the production function, that is, the use of a production function that constitutes the only relation between the productive services employed, all of which are assumed to be substitutional, recommended themselves to theorists, particularly for classroom and textbook purposes. Such a production function is easy to handle and yields simple results. Moreover, it picks up, from the mass of relevant technological facts, just those that are subject to economic choice, and thus serves well to display the economic logic of production. It cannot be repeated too often that this production function is valid only on a high level of abstraction, for planned and not for existing plants, and for a limited region of the production surface at that. But on that level, and for that range, it is an advantage and not a blemish that it discards all the cases in which the economic logic if thwarted by additional restrictions of a purely technological nature. These additional restrictions exist, however, even in the stage of planning an enterprise. Many more impose limits upon long-run and still more upon short-run adaptations of existing concerns, and as we approach the patterns of real business life we lose that pure logic more and more from sight, especially because the restrictions prevent even immediately adaptable services such as labor that can be hired by the week or day or hour and their prices from behaving according to the marginal productivity rules, even apart from the facts that perfect equilibrium and pure competition are never fully realized. And the reader will also understand that some economists will express the situation by saying, the marginal productivity theory is of universal application on a high level of abstraction, whereas other economists will prefer to say, the marginal productivity theory is erroneous. Barring the regrettably frequent cases of failure to grasp the meaning of the theory, this is all there is to the controversy on the production side of marginalism that has been carried on to this day. 1831 in particular, all that Pareto can have meant by renouncing the marginal productivity theory is that we cannot be content to deal with the case of substitutable services, the case of the single substitutional relation, any more than we can be content to deal with the case of constant coefficients, but that we must take both into account and, in addition, cases in which coefficients of production vary with the quantity produced. 1832, which simply amounts to saying that the fundamental analytic schema that uses nothing but the substitutional relation needs to be supplemented if we wish to approach reality more closely. 1833, but remains valid within its proper sphere. C. The hypothesis of first-order homogeneity. If, following Wicksteed, we further endow the production function with first-order homogeneity, that is, if we assume that there are no economies or diseconomies of scale, we secure further simplifications which explain why many authors cling to it. 1834, even though it is generally recognized by now that we do not need it for proving that distribution according to marginal productivity rules will just exhaust the product. Again, I have to report a long, inconclusive, and unnecessarily acrimonious discussion. 1835, which hardly deserves more than the following comments. First of all, he who asserts first-order homogeneity of the production function asserts a fact, at least hypothetically. Since this fact is not implied in any of the other properties that, in general, normally, or for particular purposes we have previously agreed to attribute to the production function. 1836, it can be established or denied only by factual evidence, if at all. Edgeworth's early criticism of Wicksteed's use of first-order homogeneity is indeed disfigured by misplaced irony. But it had at least the merit of realizing correctly that it is facts and not speculations which are needed to refute the hypothesis. This is why he hunted for contradicting instances. The vast majority of participants in the discussion, however, have tried to this day to prove or to refute it by logical argument or by appeal to its obviousness or lack of obviousness. 1837, which inevitably leads into deadlock. Second, we must not forget that asserting, denying, the practical possibility of multiplying all factors by a constant lambda is one thing, and asserting, denying, that output would also be multiplied by lambda, if it were practically possible to multiply all factors by lambda, is quite another thing. 1838, nobody denies that the practical possibility is more often absent than present. Controversy should therefore be confined to theorems for which the assumption is both necessary and sufficient. Since neither assumption is necessary for the ordinary marginal productivity theorems, it is readily seen that the room for disagreement could have been greatly reduced if this distinction had been kept in mind. It is a striking illustration of the lack of rigor prevailing in economic discussion that this was not done. Third, one obstacle to first-order homogeneity that is universally recognized by its sponsors is indivisibility or lumpiness in some factor or factors such as management, railroad tracks, rolling mills. Such factors cannot be varied by small quantities even in the blueprints of a plant that is still in the planning stage, where size of plant is a variable, and much less so within the framework of a going concern. 1839, where it is only or mainly variation of output from a plant of given size which is under discussion. We conclude by glancing at a circumstance of a different type. Fourth, then, we note that a given hypothesis may be verified not only by observations that bear upon its validity directly but also by observations that do so indirectly by verifying consequences that follow from it. Many physical hypotheses are verified in this way alone. Now, if there were any sense in speaking of a national production function at all, first-order homogeneity of this function would supply a very simple explanation of a remarkable fact, namely, the relative constancy of the main relative shares of factors in the national dividend. For two factors, V1 and V2, such a social production function of the form, x equals V1 alpha V21 alpha, alpha 1, was first suggested by Wicksell, Lectures, I, p. 128, and has been extensively used by Douglas and Cobb. 1840. So far we have, throughout this section, defined marginal degree of productivity by means of a partial derivative, that is, our marginal product has been the increment of product which we get when adding an infinitesimally small amount to the quantity of a service employed while keeping the quantities of all other services strictly constant. 1841 We have indeed seen that the latter is not always technologically possible and that when it is not, marginal productivity breaks down. But now we have to add that even where the addition of an infinitesimal amount to some service employed, all other conditions remaining the same, yields a determined increment of product. This procedure need not be the most economical method for securing this increment, it may be more economical to adjust the quantities of the other services employed as well. It is true that these adjustments may be of the second order of smallness, especially if we are very strict about the smallness of the increment we contemplate adding in the first place. But this need not be so. Furthermore, it is true that there are purposes for which it is proper and useful to keep all other services constant in order to isolate the effects upon product of the one singled out for study, 1842. But there are other purposes, among them the analysis of business behavior and of the behavior of distributive shares, for which it may be quite misleading to do so. This difficulty worried Marshall greatly and induced him to emphasize the dangerous concept of net marginal product. 1843 That is to say of the marginal product that results from an increment in the quantity of a factor, after corresponding rearrangement of the others. Marginal productivity in this sense is no longer properly expressed by a partial differential coefficient. 1844. Output being evidently measurable, the production function is not exposed to the criticism that induced economists, 01 most of them, to drop the utility function. You can see and count loaves of bread, you cannot see and measure satisfaction, at least not in the same sense. Technically it is however just as possible to do without the production function as it is to do without the utility function. The fundamental theorem that the marginal productivity, utility, of a dollar's worth of each factor, consumer's good, must be, at least, equal to the marginal productivity, utility, to the firm, household, of the marginal productivity, utility, of a dollar's worth of any other factor, consumer's good, follows in both cases, though in a different garb, whether we use production, utility, functions or simply marginal rates of substitution or transformation. This can be visualized, if we agree to admit two factors only, V1 and V2, and mark off their quantities, V1 and V2, on the two axes of a rectangular system of coordinates in space, reserving the third axis for output. The latter then swells up from the factor plane in a loaf-like fashion, forming the production surface. 1845 Sections parallel to the factor plane will cut out contour lines that are loci of constant output. Projected on the factor plane they will cover the positive quadrant of the latter with equal product curves or isoquants. 1846 Each of which depicts all the combinations of the two factors that result in a given quantity of output. 1847 And isolates nicely the relation of substitutability from the other relation that enters when we proceed from any equal product curve to a higher one, that is, increase output. 1848 All this has been worked out and made fruitful and brought into general use only in our own time, mainly by the efforts of Professors Allen and Hicks and their followers. I mention it here to emphasize the historically important fact that it stems from Edgeworth and Pareto and that, by 1914, all the elements of the modern theory were present at least embryonically. Similarly, it should be intuitively clear that the theory of production functions and of the families of equal product curves must have done much to improve the theory of cost. The great contribution of the period to 1914 was indeed the theory of opportunity cost and its application to the problems of income formation, which has already been dealt with in Chapter 6 and owes little to the rigorous elaborations in the field of cost phenomena with which we are concerned here. 1849 But in itself this contribution touched but peripherically upon the problems of what we now understand by the theory of cost. So far as exact aspects are concerned, Pareto's was the chief performance. 1850 However, instead of entering into these developments, I shall conclude by noticing another development that stems directly from Marshall. In doing so we re-enter the field of partial analysis, but in a region that borders upon general analysis. D. Increasing returns and equilibrium. Marshall himself undoubtedly did more than any other leader to pack a maximum load of business facts upon his theoretical schema. The width of his grasp shows nowhere more impressively than in his theory of production. But we may duly admire this performance and yet feel that his marvelous comprehension both of purely analytic and of realistic aspects resulted in an exposition that seemed to leave many loose ends about and certainly left plenty of problems for his successors. Thus, his emphasis upon the element of time in relation to the phenomena of decreasing marginal and average cost 1851 constitutes a major contribution. 1852 His familiar concepts of prime and supplementary costs, of quasi-rent, of the representative firm 1853 of normal profit, and, above all, of internal and external economies, together with his attention to particular patterns of the data that individualize almost every firm's environment 1854 go far toward presenting all the clues that are needed for a satisfactory treatment of decreasing costs in all its various meanings and aspects. Nevertheless we get clues only, and Keynes was right in asserting that in this field Marshall-Lien analysis was least complete and left most to do. Essays in Biography, pages 225-6. This was, I think, because of Marshall's aversion to going through with pure analytic schemata and to his bent toward misplaced realism. He insisted on including internal and external economies in his industrial supply schedules, though he noticed the objection to this, Principles, p. 514n. I suppose, in order to make these more realistic in spite of the fact that he thereby destroyed their reversibility and rendered them useless for the purposes of static theory, they really represent pieces of economic history in the form of diagrams. 1855 He thus blurred the clarifying distinctions between falling cost curves and downward shifts of cost curves, and between costs that fall while production functions stay put and costs that fall in consequence of changes in production functions. 1856 At any rate it is understandable that both the leads given by Marshall and the loose ends left by him must have started discussion in any environment that took any interest at all in the foundations of economic theory. The only thing to wonder at is that this discussion took so long to burst into print and to present results to the scientific public at large. For instance, Professor Weiner's famous paper on cost curves and supply curves that, starting from Marshall's analysis, successfully cleared up a large part of the ground, appeared only in September 1931, Zeitschrift für Nationalökonomie, Professor A.A. Young's paper on increasing returns and economic progress only in December 1928, Economic Journal. We shall group our brief comments around the topic increasing returns and equilibrium, and even so shall have to confine ourselves to but few of the many valuable contributions that ought in fairness to be considered. 1857. After rumblings which we must neglect, there appeared in the Economic Journal, December 1926, the famous paper by Professor Sraffa that was destined to produce the English branch of the theory of imperfect competition. 1858 But for our present topic, his criticism was not anything like as destructive as Keynes, to judge from his introductory remarks to the symposium, seems to have considered it to be. Sraffa had simply pointed out that, under conditions of pure competition, a firm cannot be in perfect equilibrium so long as increase in its output would be attended by internal economies. 1859 Partly influenced by Sraffa and partly by way of developing Marshall-Lien teaching, Professor Pigou, in his Analysis of Supply, Economic Journal, June 1928, inserted in the third ed of Economics of Welfare, Appendix 3, pointed out that, if we base declining industrial supply curves on external economies only, we may still retain rising supply curves for individual firms and thus avoid formally at least any conflict between increasing returns and competitive equilibrium conditions, granted that we really believe in the existence of such a conflict at all. He added that if the growth of an industry or its environment induces increased specialization and this again increased size of the firms composing that industry and increased opportunities for harvesting internal economies, we get a type of external internal economies, as Professor Robertson called them, that may be of some analytic use. More important was his suggestion to make the costs of firms functions both of their own outputs and of the output of the industry or group, provided we can make definite sense of these concepts to which they belong. Much has been done to put the topic into a more promising shape by Harrod, Shove, Viner, and Young, but I have said all I can say in the available space to convey to the reader this striking instance of the slowness and roundaboutness of analytic advance 1860 and to set him pondering over the question why results were established in and after 1930 that might easily have been established by 1890. Instead of grouping our comments around decreasing costs, we might as well have grouped them around Marshall's complex doctrine of normal profit, which survived well to the present time when it is still quite common to find teachers dividing the profit item into Marshall-Lien normal profits and windfall profits. 1861. Since we have dealt with this range of problems already, see above, ch 6, we have only to add 2 points that are more easily dealt with on the higher theoretical level on which we are moving now. The one refers to the relation between production functions and cost functions in general, and the other to the tendency toward zero profits in particular. Tendency toward zero profits. But since the subject of profits is still more than are others infested by confusions, it will be well to restate first a few propositions that will serve to disentangle the points that interest us now from others with which they are habitually associated. Marshall as a rule considered the profit item of the balance sheets of business practice and especially the balance sheets of owner-managed firms rather than anything that has any claim to be called pure profit, and he considered this profit item as it is rather than as it would be in static equilibrium of a stationary process. Though careful analysis, in this as in other cases, can no doubt unearth the contours of a comprehensive schema in which everything finds its appropriate place, but of a schema that is Ulysses' bow to less powerful minds, the ordinary reader simply finds a fricassee of such things as earnings of management of all possible kinds, including also the earnings of better than common management, gains from successful risk-taking and uncertainty bearing. That is the sort of thing that gives a favorable bias to the relation between expected and actual results, gains from advantages incident to the control of particular factors, some of which would, in other firms, not contribute as much to results as they do where they are, chance gains that go to the owner as residual claimant, due regard being paid to the wisdom of Goethe's dictum that only the able enjoy consistent luck, and, among other things, gains that accrue to a firm as it grows, or else, because it has grown relatively to its competitors or absolutely or both, an element of monopoly entering, implicitly or explicitly, wherever required. Evidently, these items do not constitute a logically homogeneous whole, in the same sense as do for instance wages, in spite of all the qualifications that have to be added also in their case. Nevertheless, Marshall created a sort of normal rate of profit out of this compound, warily treading his way through the dangers of circular reasoning which he associated felicitously with the representative rather than with the marginal firm. 1862. This normal rate of profit may be loosely defined as the rate that makes it worthwhile to enter, and to stay in, business. These expressions mean the same thing in the end, and thus acquires a distinction from the managerial salary that is easier to justify in a common-sense manner than in strict logic. Somehow all this has grown into the simplified normal profit of Marshall's followers and then into the marginal efficiency of Keynes's general theory. Now, nobody has ever asserted that this rate of profit either is or tends toward zero. Walras meant something entirely different when he set up his concept of an entrepreneur ne faisant ni benefice ni perd. 1863. What he did mean can be most easily realized if we analyze the list of causes that produce the Marshall-Lien rate of profit. We then also realize that the Marshall-Lien theory, according to which profits have no tendency to vanish, and the Walrasian theory, according to which they do, not only do not contradict one another but, referred to the same level of abstraction, turn out to be identical. The reader can satisfy himself of this by observing, first, that Marshall's theory, as he himself presented it, is geared to phenomena of change or growth that static equilibrium excludes. 1864. Second, that the monopolioid elements that enter Marshall's analysis, though implicitly more than explicitly, and which are not necessarily excluded by the assumptions of static equilibrium, do violate the assumptions of pure competition, and that, if we are resolved to display the logical properties of perfect equilibrium in pure competition, Marshall's profits will in fact vanish as completely as will Walras. Observe that this does not necessarily exclude institutional gains such as may accrue to an innkeeper from good relations with the police. 1865. Nor does it exclude the existence of net surpluses in the system. Only they should in good logic not be associated with profits but rather with the control of the thing that gives rise to them. Even with the most perfect competition, factors will frequently receive more than is necessary to induce them, a. to offer their services for productive use and, b. to offer their services at any particular spot in the system. 1866. As mentioned before, Pareto also noted, from a somewhat different angle, the surpluses that may arise from technological or institutional obstacles to optimum allocation of resources, transformations incompletes, that are the cornerstone of his theory of rent. Careless handling of these surpluses may easily lead into circular reasoning or to meaningless appeal to some logical necessity, according to which they must be associated with some factor or other. But their existence and also this association are indubitable facts that are not difficult to establish. Because of this I feel unable to give instances from the literature that would clearly illustrate either of these mistakes. 1867. Finally, it is convenient to use this opportunity to point out the relation between decreasing costs and profits, even though we have already seen that, so far as perfect equilibrium in pure competition is concerned, there is no need to worry about them. For this purpose we cannot do better than borrow the argument of Marx. As we know, he made investment of industrial exploitation gains which are not profits, though he called them so, but capital gains the main motor of economic evolution. If we press this process into a schema of cost curves that fall owing to internal and external economies 1868 and incidentally to increasing sizes of individual firms, we immediately realize two things. First, this process, while it does not benefit the individual firms or the bourgeois class as a whole ultimately, is attended at every step by temporary gains that are profits in our sense and accrue to firms that grow in this manner more quickly or more successfully than do others. Disequilibrium prevails throughout, but Marx saw that this disequilibrium is the very life of capitalism 1869 and it is with this disequilibrium, on the one hand, and with decreasing costs in this sense, on the other, that pure profits are chiefly associated. Second, Marx's process, as he did not fail to notice, must in strict logic lead to monopolies or oligopolies of those firms that have once gained an initial advantage. Marshall's treatment of the same set of problems in general, and of decreasing costs in particular, really comes to the same results on both points, due allowance being made for his superior technique and his anxiety to do justice to all the facts, frictional and other, that prevent those individual trees from growing into the high heavens. We shall have to return once more to this historically important, though only objective, doctrinal affinity. Having thus cleared the ground, we can settle our two questions very quickly. The emergence of the production function into explicit recognition, a development that we may for our present purpose associate with Wicksteed's essay on the coordination of the laws of distribution, 1894, raised a problem of coordination of the theories of production and of cost that did not exist before. The old theory of production, such as we find it in J.S. Mill and even in Marshall, was simply a discussion of the factors of production and fitted in easily with the laws of cost. But however effectively the intrusion of the production function clarified other problems, it obscured for a considerable time the problem of the relation between the technology and the economics of production, or, as we may also say, between technology on the one hand and cost and distribution on the other. This may be best illustrated by Wicksteed's own attempt to derive a proposition on the distribution of the national dividend, namely the proposition that distributive shares determined according to the marginal productivity principle will just exhaust the national dividend, apparently 1870 from nothing else than a property of the production function, namely first-order homogeneity. It is easy to see now that the production function alone does not determine either cost of production or distribution, and in particular that, by itself, it cannot tell us much about the existence or absence of net gains to firms. Not less easy is it now to see how the production function fits into the cost and distribution phenomena. All that we need for this purpose is to keep in mind that, in the sphere of pure economic logic, the production problem is the problem of maximizing the difference between a firm's receipts and costs, and that this maximum is subject to the technological restrictions embodied in the production function. 1871 But around 1900 this was not so easy for the average economist to see, especially if he was not in the habit of throwing his ideas into the simple mathematical form which in this instance clears up everything. A center of such confusion as there may have been 1872 was of course the zero profit proposition, the meaning of which we have taken pains to make clear. From what has been said above it should be clear that there is a perfectly good way of satisfying ourselves that, on the way toward perfect equilibrium in pure competition, with the qualifications that have been indicated and do not render the proposition either circular or tautological, pure profits tend to vanish. All we have to do is to list all the sources of such surpluses over paid out or imputed costs we can think of 1873, and then to show cause why they all shrink and, in the limiting case, disappear on that way. Equality between, properly discounted, planned receipts and planned costs may be legitimately inferred from this, though only with the reservation that somebody may any day present specific instances to the contrary, and is further strengthened by the consideration that firms that make less than total costs in the sense above will, in the long run, go out of business, and men who expect to make more than total costs in the sense above will, under the conditions assumed, be drawn into business in the long run. 1874 But a more rigorous though still elementary proof has been offered and has gained some currency in classroom work. For brevity's sake we assume away all but substitutional factors, so that the only restriction upon a firm's maximizing behavior is the ordinary or normal production function as defined above, and also the problems that arise in the case of discontinuities of cost curves. 1875 In perfect equilibrium and perfect competition, marginal costs to a firm will be equal to the price of the product which, like all factor prices, the firm accepts as data. In a large class of cases this condition determines output uniquely. Since, in strict logic, the firm will minimize total and average costs for any output, average costs must be at a minimum also for this output. But in the point of its minimum, the average cost curve is intersected, from below, by the marginal cost curve. Therefore marginal and average costs are equal in this point, and both are equal to price. It is true that in the Cambridge theory of the early 1930s, R. F. Kahn, J. Robinson, average cost includes normal profit. But this schema applies only to situations of imperfect competition. Only in imperfect competition can this normal profit contain anything besides returns to owned factors evaluated at the market prices of these factors. Hence pure profits are zero in perfect competition. 1876 This may be unduly abstract, but there is nothing wrong with it in logic. Appendix to Chapter 7. Note on the theory of utility. In this note we shall survey, in the briefest possible compass, the whole career of the utility theory of value, both its earlier developments which we know already and its later developments down to its metamorphoses in our own epoch. Let us keep in mind throughout that, although we shall now deal with utility theory, and its successors, as a theory of consumers' behavior, its importance extends far beyond this field into those of production and income formation, as has been pointed out in the preceding chapter. 1. The earlier developments. We know that, from Aristotelian roots, this theory was developed by the scholastic doctors whose analysis of value and price in terms of utility and scarcity lacked nothing but the marginal apparatus. We also know that, alongside of scholastic teaching and presumably not entirely without its influence, the utility theory of value began to be taught by layman de Vanzetti being our star instance, and that it went on developing quite normally right into the times of A. Smith Galliani's work being the peak achievement of the epoch, though Genovese should not go unmentioned. 1877 Even the paradox of value that comparatively useless diamonds are more highly valued than is useful water had been explicitly posited and resolved by many writers, for example by John Law. And there was, though standing by itself on a side-line, Daniel Bernoulli's expression for the marginal utility of income, Part 2, ch. 6, Sector 3b. But then this development came to a standstill, though many economists, particularly on the continent and still more particularly in France and Italy, referred to the element of utility as a matter of course, and though Bentham formulated explicitly what was to be known as Gausson's law of satiable wants, they failed entirely to exploit it any further. Some who tried to do so did it in so very infelicitous a way as to discredit rather than to spread its use. Condillac, for instance, who may be considered its most important sponsor in the last quarter of the 18th century, explained the utility of air and water by the effort involved in breathing the one and drinking the other. A. Smith and, following him, practically all the English classics with the exception of Senior 1878 evidently did not realize the possibilities of the utility approach to the phenomenon of economic value, and were content to turn away from value in use with a reference to the paradox of value that should not have been a paradox anymore. Let me repeat that it is quite wrong to explain this attitude, especially in the case of Ricardo, by saying that, while seeing all there is to see about utility, they did not care to elaborate so obvious an aspect of things. It is quite clear and can, for Ricardo, be proved from his correspondence that they did not follow up the utility clue because they did not see their way to using it effectively. But Senior's treatment does constitute a definite step in advance. In France and Italy the old tradition that favored the utility approach did not die out entirely. But neither did it bear fruit. J.B. Say, who made an attempt on this line, spoiled his chance by his handling of the matter that was still more clumsy than it was superficial and led nowhere. A number of forerunners began to emerge, however, though none of them received any recognition at the time. The two who achieved the largest measure of posthumous fame have been mentioned already, H.H. Gausson and J. Dupuit. There were several others, but it will suffice to mention three: Walras, the father of Leon, Lloyd, who published 3 years later, and Jennings. 1879. The three performances are closely similar in nature and results. In particular, the marginal utility concept, Walras' raret and Lloyd's special utility, 1880, is clearly present with all three authors, and so are those general arguments about how wants and utility are related to value that became so familiar half a century later. 2. Beginnings of the modern development. Leon Walras tells us that he started from his father's teaching. But Jevons and Menger undoubtedly rediscovered the theory for themselves. In so doing, all three of them improved and amplified it, but their historical achievement consists in the theoretical structure they erected upon it and not in these improvements. As we have already seen, they all restated Gausson's or Bentham's or Bernoulli's law of satiable wants. In so doing they all treated utility, or the satisfaction of wants, as a psychological fact that is known to us from introspection, and as the cause of value. They felt little or no compunction about its measurability, 1881, and they all made the utility of every commodity to its possessor depend upon the quantity of that commodity alone. 1882. Further work, partly induced by hostile criticism, transformed this psychological or subjective or modern theory of value before long. In order to convey the essentials of a story that cannot be told satisfactorily in the space at our command, we shall confine ourselves to a minimum of names and reduce to a sequence of logical steps what actually was a sequence of controversies, which were sometimes as acrimonious as they were pointless. 3. The connection with utilitarianism. The first task that confronted the sponsors of the new theory of value was to defend it against all the misunderstandings, some of them quite puerile, to which it had given rise. 1883 Ever fuller restatements resulted, nourished by applications to particular cases, which were not valueless though they were sneered at as futile casuistry that did something to clear the ground for further advance. For instance, the Austrians, who faced German opponents of strongly anti-utilitarian tastes, pretty quickly realized the necessity of clearing their skirts of hedonism. The historical alliance of utility theory with utilitarian philosophy was obvious. We cannot blame men who were no theorists for suspecting that there was also a logical one. Moreover, some of the most prominent exponents of marginal utility were in fact convinced utilitarians. Gosson was, and Jevons, and Edgeworth. They, and others too, had used language that was apt to create the impression that marginal utility theory depended upon utilitarian or hedonist premises. Bentham certainly thought so and could be attacked successfully by attacking these. Jevons was the chief culprit. He even went so far as to call economic theory a calculus of pleasure and pain. Very had done so before and elicited from Marshall the rebuke that he was mixing up economics with hedonics. It was one of the many merits of Marshall's treatment of utility that he deplored and renounced the alliance with utilitarianism. See especially his footnote, pages 77-8 of his Principles, Book I, ch. 5. But in one respect he followed Jevons in teaching a doctrine that comes more naturally from a utilitarian, although, again, the relation is one of association rather than logic. From the standpoint of a calculus of pleasure and pain, disutilities, the term is Jevons, should be in fact introduced on the same level as utilities. This is what Jevons did. Walras did not do so, and the Austrians, Bohm-Bawerk in particular, were strongly opposed to doing so. But Marshall and Pigou kept to the Jevonian standpoint. Marshall developed it into his doctrine of real cost, efforts and sacrifices, which, in a way, was the olive branch presented to his classical predecessors. J.B. Clark and, in Vienna, Auspitz and Lieben also accepted it. Notice that this standpoint, however independently arrived at, stands in line with old tradition. Compare, example, what has been said above on Galliani's theory of value, and that, outside of the utility theory tradition, it had the support of A. Smith, and of many philosophers of natural law. In England, Cairnes sponsored it, but it was renounced by Wicksteed and, more effectively, by Keynes. The analytic importance of the question lies in its bearing upon the concept of supply of labor and, if we adopt an abstinence theory of interest, of capital. In all other respects it makes little difference whether we take the available amount of labor as given or insert into our system another equation, marginal utility of real wages equals marginal disutility of labor, in order to determine it. Actually, it is not difficult to show that the utility theory of value is entirely independent of any hedonist postulates or philosophies. For it does not state or imply anything about the nature of the wants or desires from which it starts. 1884. 4. Psychology and the utility theory. Once we recognize the purely formal character of the theorist's utility concept, we are naturally led to question the relations between the utility theory of value and psychology. Some of the early Austrians seem to have believed that their theory was rooted in psychology and even that they were developing what in essence was a branch of applied psychology. This belief was encouraged by some Austrian psychologists such as von Meining and von Ehrenfels, who held that Menger had made a valuable contribution to psychology which was capable of more general application. Certain applications, for instance to the psychology of religion, were in fact made which it is impossible to report without a smile, though they were far from being nonsense. Thus, von Ehrenfels actually spoke of marginal piety and of the marginally pious individual. But many non-Austrian economists, who sympathized with the Austrian theory, also thought, and even think, a great deal of the importance of its psychological aspects. On this compare, Maurice Rocher-Ghazal, La psychologie économique chez les Anglo-Américains, 1918, and Études bibliographiques des sources de la psychologie économique, 1919, Also the same author's Psychologische Ökonomie in Frankreich, Zeitschrift für Nationalökonomie, May 1929 and January 1930. Let us note in passing a side issue that has never received the attention it deserves. If psychology is to render effective assistance to economics at all, economists must not, of course, neglect experimental psychology and especially the work that turns upon the measurement of sensations. It is, to say the least, a curious fact that one of the early exploits in this field, the one that was undertaken by E.H. Weber, has led to a result amplified by G.T. Fechner, see above ch3, sector 3, into the fundamental law of psychophysics, which is formally identical with the Bernoulli-Laplace hypothesis about the marginal utility of income. It postulates that, if Y be the intensity of sensation, X the physically measurable external stimulus, and K an individual constant, then dy equals K dx/x. This was in fact noticed by some economists. But it was brushed aside by the leading Austrians, Wieser, for example, declaring, Theorie der gesellschaftlichen Wirtschaft, 1, that this law had nothing whatever to do with Gauss's law of satiable wants. But however that may be, the efforts of psychologists to measure psychical quantities is not a matter of indifference to any economist who is not entirely lacking in scientific imagination. For examples of recent progress in the measurement of sensation, see especially Professor S.S. Stevens' scale for the measurement of a psychological magnitude, loudness, Psychological Review, September 1936, and his N.J. Folkman's, The Relation of Pitch to Frequency, American Journal of Psychology, July 1940. But both the Austrians and others soon came to realize that their psychology was a mistake. The utility theory of value has much better claim to being called a logic than a psychology of values. Opponents, however, at first did not see this, any more than did adherents. In consequence, the sponsors of the psychological theory of value had to face two additional indictments. First, that they were exploring psychological aspects of value in use that were irrelevant to the objective facts of the economic process. Second, that their psychology was bad. The first indictment has no other basis than a failure to understand the import of the theory. 1885. The second would be quite true, if any psychology were involved in the utility theory of value considered as a theory of economic equilibrium. If we ask how consumers come to behave as they do in all those wider problems of human behavior for which particular psychological propositions become relevant, we must in fact appeal to all that modern professional psychology of all varieties, from Freudianism to behaviorism, might have to give us. As a rule, however, the necessity of such an appeal does not arise in technical economics. It is different, of course, in economic sociology. Most of us would indeed find it difficult or at least highly inconvenient to avoid entirely all reference to motives, expectations, comparative estimates of present and future satisfactions, and the like. However fervently we might hope for an economic theory that would use nothing but statistically observable facts. But such use of psychical observations must not be confused with the use of methods or results borrowed from professional psychology. Like all other research workers, whatever their field, we take our facts where we find them, irrespective of whether or not they are also dealt with by other sciences. We do not become dilettantes in physics when we use the physical facts that are implied in the classical law of decreasing returns in agriculture. No more do we become dilettantes in psychology or borrow from professional psychology when we speak of motives or, for that matter, of wants or satisfactions. But though this practice does not present any problems concerning the relation between economics and psychology, it does present another. Early utility theorists talked about psychical facts with the utmost confidence. They included them in the stockpot of common experience, that source of knowledge of the course of everyday life, no element of which a reasonable man could possibly call into question. But so far as these psychical facts are known to us only from observation of what goes on in our own individual psyches, from introspection, their standing evidently leaves something to desire, even though most of them, such as the satisfaction incident to quenching one's thirst, are so simple and so little problematical that he who quibbles about them might easily compromise himself in the eyes of men of less delicate methodological conscience. In any case, nobody will deny that it is preferable to derive a given set of propositions from externally or objectively observable facts, if it can be done, than to derive the same set of propositions from premises established by introspection. And, as we shall presently see, this can actually be done in the case of the utility theory of value, at least so long as we do not ask it to do more for us than to furnish the assumptions or restrictions that we need within the equilibrium theory of values and prices. This is the leitmotif of subsequent developments. 1886. 5. Cardinal utility. Let me repeat once more, in the beginning, utility, both total and marginal, was considered a psychic reality, a feeling that was evident from introspection, independent of any external observation. Hence, to repeat this also, not to be inferred from those externally observable facts of behavior in the market which were to be explained by it and a directly measurable 1887 quantity. I believe that this was the opinion of Menger and Bombach. Marshall, though he spoke boldly of utility as a measurable quantity, refined upon this, in the remarkably careful argument of sections 2 to 9, chapter 5, book I of his Principles, by adopting the weaker assumption that, though we cannot measure utility or motive or pleasantness and unpleasantness of sensations directly, we can measure them indirectly by their observable effects, a pleasure for instance by the sum of money a man is prepared to give up in order to obtain it rather than go without it. 1888. This was no doubt a step in advance. But we shall henceforth merge both these theories of utility measurement into one conception which we shall call, the theory of, cardinal utility. Both present difficulties and are open to objection. But neither is simply nonsense. However, even on this level and apart from mere defense and elaboration, there was plenty to do. In order to illustrate, I shall mention 3 contributions of major importance. First, none of the founding fathers, not even Walras, had bestowed adequate care upon fundamentals. 1889. The theory badly needed rigorous restatement. This was accomplished, in a manner that anticipated many a later performance, by Antonelli. 1892. Edgeworth did away with the assumption that the utility of every commodity is a function of the quantity of this commodity alone, and made the utility enjoyed by an individual a function of all the commodities that enter his budget. Marshall welcomed this step coldly, to say the least, perhaps because he thought of the mathematical complications involved in making the equations of utility theory partial instead of ordinary differential equations. As a third example, we choose Marshall's attempt to make the measurement of utility operational by means of the concept of consumer's rent. The term consumer's surplus or rent is Marshall's, but the essential idea, not every detail, is Dupuyt's. The reader should, if necessary, refresh his memory from Principles, Book 3, Chapter 6, so that this space may be reserved for comments. There, Marshall does not mention Dupuyt's name, and only inadequate amends are made for this by means of a statement occurring in another and far distant place, Book V, ch. 12, concluding footnote, namely, that the graphic method has been applied in a manner somewhat similar to that adopted in the present chapter by Dupuyt in 1844 and, independently, by Fleming-Jenkin in 1871. The idea of measuring the total utility accruing to an individual from the consumption of a given quantity of a given commodity by the sum of money represented by the definite integral, taken from 0 to the given quantity, of his individual demand function, the consumer's surplus is then the difference between this integral and the price actually paid times the quantity bought, is at first sight open to a number of objections, which were in fact raised but most of which rest upon misunderstandings of Marshall's meaning. Appreciation of the value of the tool will be best conveyed by a frank recognition of the limitations to which, at least in the original Marshall-Lien formulation, it must be understood to be subject. First, it was meant to be essentially a tool of partial analysis. The price of one commodity only is made to vary, all other prices being kept constant. Second, even within this range, the concept of consumer's rent embodies a method of approximation, though it may be exact in certain cases. For it assumes that the marginal utility of income does not change if the individual, having acquired a first unit of the commodity in question for, say, $100, a second for, say, $99, a third one for, say, $90, goes on spending more and more money on additional units as they are offered to him at decreasing prices. Strictly, this is inadmissible. But if this expenditure is but a small part of his total expenditure so that his other expenditures are not perceptibly affected by this one, we may neglect, as of second order of magnitude, the variations in the marginal utility of income that actually occur. Of course, this limits the method severely. It cannot be applied to such things as food in general or house room, or it can be applied only to small ranges of variations in the prices of these, and Marshall knew why he used T as an example by which to display it. But within these limits the method is neither incorrect nor valueless. Even the sum of all consumers' rents enjoyed by an individual, a concept that looked absurd to some critics, and the sum of all consumers' rents enjoyed by all individuals buying an individual commodity may be made to carry meaning by means of further assumptions that are not worse than others we habitually make. However, consumers' rent had a bad reception from the first, and Professor Pigou, who developed Marshall's teachings so faithfully in other respects, did not throw the weight of his authority into its scale. But of late, Professor Hicks, impressed by its usefulness in welfare economics, see below, Sector 8, recalled it or something like it from the limbo of dead issues to what looks like another lease on life. See his note to Chapter 2 of Value and Capital and his articles The Rehabilitation of Consumers' Surplus, Review of Economic Studies, February 1941, Consumers' Surplus and Index Numbers, Ibid Summer 1942, and The Four Consumers' Surpluses, Ibid Winter 1943. Cf. also R.L. Bishop, Consumers' Surplus and Cardinal Utility, Quarterly Journal of Economics, May 1943. 6. Ordinal utility. Of course, if measurability were the only stumbling block in the way to acceptance of the marginal utility theory, critics could be satisfied by a reformulation that retains the concept of utility or satisfaction but makes it a non-measurable quantity. 1891 For there is in fact no compelling necessity of insisting upon measurability so long as we are interested only in a maximum problem. There are means of telling whether or not we are on the top of a hill without measuring the elevation of the place where we stand. And since the objection to measurability was the most serious of the objections that were raised from the first by non-mathematical opponents of the non-mathematical exponents of the marginal utility theory, some of these, Wieser especially, soon discovered that they could afford to yield the point 1892 at least with respect to total, as distinguished from incremental, utility. Pareto, who, after having at first accepted the marginal utility theory in the Walrasian form, turned against it around 1900, 1893 also raised primarily this objection, which then was anything but new, to wit, show me a utility or satisfaction that is, say, 3 times as great as another. But nobody questioned people's ability to compare satisfactions expected from the possession of different sets of goods without measuring them, that is to say, people's ability to array such sets in a unique scale of preference. This is what we mean by ordinal utility. Only the briefest reference can be made to a point on which economists have not been able to reach agreement to this day. We can, as has just been stated, array hypothetical sets of goods ordinally. Suppose that an individual tells us that he prefers a set of goods, B, to a set of goods, A, and a set of goods, C, to the set of goods, B, therefore he prefers, C, to A. Transitivity. But can we go further and assume that the increase in satisfaction which, on the showing of the experiment, he must experience when, having been promised, A, he is then promised, B, is capable of being greater or less than, or equal to, the increase of satisfaction he would experience if, having been promised, B, he is then promised, C? This question is by no means otiose because it has been asserted by some and denied by others that admissibility of this assumption opens a way back to measurability, even though, by itself, it is not sufficient to ensure it. We cannot go into this question and must content ourselves with a reference to the three most important papers about it. They are, Lang, The Determinateness of the Utility Function, Review of Economic Studies, June 1934, PA. Samuelson, The Numerical Representation of Ordered Classifications and the Concept of Utility, IBID October 1938, and especially F. Alt, Über die Messbarkeit des Nutzens, Zeitschrift für Nationalökonomie, June 1936. For readers who can muster sufficient interest in questions of this kind, I shall however add this: the merit of having seen the importance of this assumption is Lang's. But he failed to see that it was only necessary, but not sufficient, in order to prove the possibility of measurement. Samuelson's argument points this out correctly. Alt's argument, however, which was not known to Samuelson, is logically adequate and reduces the problem satisfactorily to one of empirical verification of the 7 assumptions involved, which it is true has not been attempted so far. Pareto proceeded to develop the idea of ordinal utility and eventually worked out what must in fairness be considered the fundament of the modern theory of value. 1894 He was not quite consistent about it and slid back again and again into the habits of thought he had acquired in his formative years. Further advance was made, however, by Johnson and Slutsky, although it was not until 1934 that the job was completely done by Allen and Hicks. 1895 Additional problems cropped up in the process, some of them in several different forms, but the familiar outcome may be briefly stated as follows. 1896 Cardinal utility had been conceived as a uniquely determined 1897 real function of the quantities of commodities, per stated period of time, at the disposal of the individual or household. Ordinal utility cannot be so conceived. But it is still possible to describe its behavior by means of any real function of the same quantities that increases whenever we proceed from any given set of commodities to another which the individual prefers, decreases whenever we proceed from any given set of commodities to another which is less acceptable to the individual, and assumes constant values, does not change, whenever we proceed from any given set of commodities to one which is equally acceptable to the individual, just as the 2 bundles of hay were to Buridan's S. Such a function will represent the individual's scale of preference mentioned above, but, unlike the function that represents cardinal utility, it will not do so in a uniquely determined way, because all it is devised to tell us is whether there is increase, decrease, or equality of utility. Everything else about it, any further algebraic or numerical features it may display, is entirely arbitrary and has in fact no economic meaning. Hence, if phi be any such function 1898 any monotonically increasing function of phi, call it f, phi, will do just as well. Pareto called such a function an index function, Funzian indus. They were to play the same role in the value theory that works with ordinal utility as had been played by the utility function in the value theory that worked with cardinal utility. In fact, we might call them utility functions that obviate the objection against measurability. As a matter of fact, however, it was not the index function as such, but another construct that became characteristic of this stage of value theory, namely, the indifference surfaces, or, in the case of 2 commodities, the indifference curves, curves of equal choice, curve dissoluti uguali. It is very interesting to notice that historically these were independently discovered, for purposes that had nothing to do with ordinal utility, by Edgeworth 1899, who fully accepted the doctrine of cardinally measurable utility. Let us for a moment return to this doctrine. Confining ourselves to the 2 commodity case, we can then lay off the quantities of these commodities on 2 of the coordinates of a 3-dimensional diagram and represent by the 3rd coordinate the varying amounts of total utility enjoyed that correspond to all the possible combinations of the 2 commodities. The result is a utility surface that rises from the origin as the quantities of the 2 commodities increase, and possibly flattens out later on, presenting a shape not unlike that of a loaf of bread. Pareto called it la colline du plaisir. A succession of horizontal planes, that is, of planes parallel to the plane of the 2 commodity coordinates, will cut out from this loaf curves along which total utility is constant, the quantities of the commodities varying in such a way that the increase of one just compensates the individual for the corresponding decrease of the other. These curves, the whole meaning of which seems to rest upon the assumption that utility is measurable, are what Edgeworth called indifference curves. If we project them on the commodity plane, we get the familiar indifference map. Edgeworth used it very elegantly in his theory of barter, particularly in order to delimit the range of possible barter terms or exchange ratios. 1900. But so soon as we project the indifference lines on the commodity plane, the utility dimension vanishes from the picture so that their meaning is no longer dependent on any hypothesis of measurability. They then tell us no more than, 1. That the individual considers certain combinations of the two commodities as equally eligible, and 2. That he prefers combinations represented by any higher indifference curve to combinations represented by any lower one. The first man to see the implications of this was Irving Fisher. 1901. He had no objection to measurability. On the contrary, he tried to make it operational, see below editor's note between sections 7 and 8. But in doing so, he encountered certain difficulties when, in the second part of his work, he discarded the untenable assumption that the utility of each good depends on its own quantity only, independent goods. 1902. At this point doubts were bound to arise not only about the measurability but also about its very existence. Accordingly, Fisher presented an analysis completely free from utility assumptions that worked only with indifference maps in the modern sense. With him, as later on with Allen and Hicks, indifference curves were the starting points of the analysis. They were not, as with Edgeworth, derived from a utility surface. However, the indifference curves are part of index functions and can also be derived from these. This is what Pareto did. But they are just as independent of the particular index function chosen as they are of the particular form of the cardinal utility function, being uniquely determined by the scale of preferences. This suggests the idea of doing also without index functions, especially because they give rise to difficulties similar to those that Professor Fisher met in the case of utility functions. 1903. But it took until 1934 to give full effect to it and to develop a theory that is nothing but a logic of choice. The theory of Allen and Hicks that was published in that year was, so far as I know, the first to be completely independent of the existence of an index function and completely free from any lingering shadows of even marginal utility, which is replaced in their system by the marginal rate of substitution. 1904. In consequence, elasticities of substitution and complementarity are defined exclusively from the scales of preference and likewise divorced from utility. Beyond this we cannot go. It must suffice to mention the most important of the problems that are as yet unsolved within the range of this theory of choice. So far, indifference curves are satisfactorily defined for individual households only. The question remains what meaning is to be attached to collective indifference curves, for example, indifference curves of a country, which have been used in some of the most brilliant theoretical work of our time. 1905. The first 6 sections of the note on the theory of utility had been substantially completed and had been typed. The next few paragraphs were found in manuscript, incomplete, with shorthand notes to indicate the argument contemplated. See editor's note at end of this section. 7. The consistency postulate. As the reader knows, indifference curve analysis has at long last become part of current teaching. The profession has got used to it, and even the controversy concerning its suitability for a sophomore course has died out. But it should have been clear from the first that things would not stop at indifference varieties and that they are after all but a midway house. They are more elegant and methodologically safer than was the old utility analysis, but they have not helped us to results that the latter could not have reached, and no result of the latter has been proved definitely wrong by them. Moreover, if they assume less than does the utility analysis, they still assume more than, for purposes of equilibrium theory, it is necessary and comfortable to assume. And if they use nothing that is not observable in principle, they do use potential observations which so far nobody has been able to make. In fact, from a practical standpoint, we are not much better off when drawing purely imaginary indifference curves than we are when speaking of purely imaginary utility functions. 1906. Accordingly, it has been pointed out, as early as 1902, by Bonin-Segner, and a few years later by Baron 1907 that for the purposes of writing the equations of equilibrium theory, we do not need either. 1908 What then do we need for this purpose if we leave every other out of account? A little reflection shows that even the early utility theory of value never actually used any other postulate than this: faced with a given set of prices and a given income, everybody chooses to buy, or sell, in a uniquely determined way. Everything else is idle decoration and justified, if at all, by such interest as may attach to it from the standpoint of other purposes. Baron had seen this, but he had failed both to formulate this postulate exactly and to prove its sufficiency. This has been done by Samuelson 1909, who formulated the consistency postulate, if, and proved brilliantly that this gives all the restrictions we need for our 1910. Editor's note: the plan for the remainder of this appendix to Chapter 7, Note on the Theory of Utility, is not quite clear. There is no doubt that JAS intended to make his treatment of welfare economics a part of this appendix, which is described as a digression or note on utility. See the first paragraph of Section 5 of this chapter, The Theory of Planning and of the Socialist Economy, and there is some evidence that it was to be sub 8, Section 8. The section on welfare economics which follows was a preliminary treatment probably written in 1946 or 1947. The first 6 sections of the Note on the Theory of Utility were apparently written at the end of 1948. This material had been typed and read by JAS. Sometime later he sketched out Section 7, the consistency postulate, and put down notes for a Section 8, the corpse shows signs of life. It is conceivable that welfare economics would have been discussed here. The corpse is so fragmentary, however, that I have simply presented it in the next 2 paragraphs as part of this note and have made welfare economics Section 8 of the appendix to Chapter 7. 8. The corpse shows signs of life. We have surveyed what, in spite of backslidings and detours, looks like a very definite line of development to a goal that seems to have been definitely reached by Samuelson. However, the picture would be incomplete if we failed to notice a number of symptoms which seem to be at variance with that line and to point in another direction. If these symptoms could all be interpreted as survivals of old views, they would not be worthwhile mentioning. It is but natural that a concept like utility, so deeply rooted both in century-old tradition and in the habits of everyday thought and parlance, should not give way easily. But there is more to it than this. It is true that it has by now been cogently proved that the concept of utility is superfluous in the theory of equilibrium values, which is in fact not only the strongest but the only needful argument against it. But it has not been proved and cannot be proved in the nature of things that the concept can never be useful for any other purpose. However we may feel about it, we cannot deny the heuristic service it has rendered in the past. Historically it was the discovery of the very theory which now can do without it, and there is no saying whether its fertility is exhausted for all time. In this connection it becomes relevant to note that some arguments against it have no weight and others have gone too far. It is even possible that the argument against measurability is among the latter. Of course, as far as this goes, if we ever come to devise methods of measurement, it would not be the old psychic reality. There is the possibility that we might wish for a potential, there is even a possibility that we might measure without subjective reality. Shorthand notes. And in this connection shorthand notes whatever objections against them shorthand notes. JAS then jotted down the following references, which he obviously intended to discuss. 1. Irving Fisher, Mathematical Investigations in the Theory of Value and Prices, 1925, his doctor's thesis first published in the Transactions of the Connecticut Academy of Arts and Sciences, 1892. 2. Octi not certain, writing illegible. 3. Irving Fisher, A Statistical Method for Measuring Marginal Utility and Testing the Justice of a Progressive Income Tax, in Economic Essays contributed in honor of John Bates Clark, 1927. 4. Ragnar Frisch, Sur un problème d'économie pure, Norsk matematisk forskningsskriften, 1926. 5. Ragnar Frisch, New Methods of Measuring Marginal Utility, 1932. 6. Paul A. Samuelson, A Note on Measurement of Utility, Review of Economic Studies, February 1937. Is not true. Shorthand Notes Welfare Economics Shorthand Notes Consistency Shorthand Notes Parameter, Features Shorthand Notes Potential, Shorthand Notes Angle Curves. 8 Welfare Economics 1911. The reader is presumably familiar with the distinction made in current teaching between positive and welfare economics. Little beyond convenience of exposition can be adduced for this distinction so far as it means not more than that positive economics is to explain and welfare economics is to prescribe. For all propositions of welfare economics can be formulated in the indicative mood just as well as any propositions of positive economics can, by the insertion of the appropriate axiological postulates, be turned into an imperative. Since, however, modern welfare economics has, as a matter of fact, acquired a distinct status of its own, it is convenient to notice its development separately. We have also an additional motive for doing so since the subject bears an obvious relation to the subject of interpersonal comparison of satisfactions that has not yet been touched upon. We know the hallowed antiquity of welfare economics. A large part of the work of Kurufa and his successors as well as of the work of the scholastic doctors and their successors was welfare economics. We also know that the welfare point of view was much in evidence in the 18th century and that, in Italy, the phrase felicita publica appeared very frequently on title pages. For Bentham and the English utilitarians generally this point of view was, of course, an essential element of their creed. Hence, the positive spirit of Ricardian economics notwithstanding, we find it also in the English classics, particularly in J.S. Mill. So far as this goes, modern welfare economists merely revive the Benthamite tradition. The temporary victory of the utility theory naturally gave a new impulse. We can see this already with the forerunners, such as Dupuit and Gosson. But current work in welfare economics harks back to Marshall's teaching, as developed by Pigou, and to Edgeworth and Pareto. Marshall made two contributions, besides offering many of those general considerations that were so congenial to his propensity to preach. First, as has been mentioned above, he rediscovered Dupuit's consumer's surplus or rent, and thus presented welfare economics with an analytic tool that is, or was thought to be, particularly adapted to application in this field. Second, he formulated several propositions of the kind that is typical of modern welfare economics. The most famous one is noticed in the footnote below. 1912. Its importance consists not so much in the proposition per se, but in the fact that it spelled a new departure. The virtues of the perfectly competitive equilibrium state, what Marshall called the doctrine of maximum satisfaction, had indeed been questioned many times before from a variety of standpoints, but this was the first time that this was done within the range of the pure theory of that state, the first time that, on the theoretical plane, the possibility was considered of turning individual actions into channels more conducive to general welfare than those of laissez-faire. Edgeworth's many contributions are perhaps best exemplified by that part of his theory of taxation which is concerned with justice. The treatment is in the spirit of his New and Old Methods of Ethics, 1877, that is, in the spirit of hedonism or utilitarianism. The main points are the distinction between, and the rigorous definition and quantification of, the concepts of equal, proportionate, and minimum sacrifice, the equalitarian implication of the last mentioned idea coming duly into view. 1913. Mainly, Edgeworth's efforts were directed against popular errors of reasoning such as are implied, for instance, in the widespread belief that decreasing marginal utility of income is all that need be assumed in order to make progressiveness of taxation follow from the postulate of equal sacrifice. 1914. All this is simply revived Benthamism, or rather, Benthamism in the armor of a better technique, and implies not only a quantitative conception of utility or satisfaction or welfare but also the further idea that satisfactions of different people can be compared and, in particular, summed up into the general welfare of society as a whole, the idea of interpersonal comparability of utility. This idea, which few economists will care to defend nowadays 1915, although many use arguments that presuppose it, has had a checkered career. It has been challenged almost from the first, for example, by Jevons, and then again and again both by writers who raised no difficulty about measurability and by writers who did. But it kept on intruding, the chief reason being, of course, that it seemed so useful in welfare economics. Marshall himself evidently did not object to it 1916, and Wicksell actually went to the length of saying that parliamentary discussions on questions of taxation would be meaningless if it were impossible to compare the utilities of different persons. 1917 This is going rather far, but on the other hand it is also going rather far to state unconditionally that interpersonal comparison of utility 1918 is meaningless in every sense and for all purposes. However, from the standpoint of those economists who are steadfast opponents both of interpersonal comparison and of measurement of individual utilities, any attempt at either is of course no better than walking on clouds. Nevertheless, they were in no mind to give up welfare economics. It is here that Pareto enters again to save the situation, at least in part. He and, following him, Barone pointed out that objection to interpersonal comparisons, or measurability, does not invalidate those propositions of welfare economics which refer to events that benefit or injure some members of society without injuring or benefiting others. 1919 This principle will also enable us, in a more restricted sense, to speak of an event's being socially beneficial when some people are injured, lose something, but when those who are can be fully indemnified, so that they no longer prefer their old situation to the new one, at the expense of those who have been benefited, and when, after this has been done, the latter are still better off than they were before. 1920. The standard work from which the new Anglo-American welfare economics stems, Professor Pigou's Economics of Welfare, 1920, 3rd Rev. ed. 1929, 1921, though it does take some account of the point of view just referred to, goes much beyond the limits drawn by the Pertien suggestion. Especially as regards transfers of wealth from the relatively rich to the relatively poor. But the new Anglo-American welfare economics itself tries to respect those limits, though trespass on forbidden ground is still frequent. That is to say, it tries to confine itself, on principle, to propositions that can be established without the aid of either interpersonal comparison or measurement of utility. Such self-restraint might seem surprising in view of the fact that its main result is to deprive of their scientific or pseudo-scientific foundations many equalitarian articles of faith to which most modern economists are emotionally attached. But not much self-restraint is actually needed, for a device has been discovered that enables welfare economists to elude those restrictions. It is called social valuation and consists in replacing the conception of social welfare defined as the sum of individual satisfactions by the dictate of some agent who decides what relative weights are to be attached to the unmeasurable desires of the members of society. 1922 That this agent is nothing but the volant general of the 18th century should be clear, so should the danger that this agent become but a name for the interests and ideals of the analyzing individual. Under these circumstances, the question arises once more in what way modern welfare economics differs from that of the English classics. 1923 It differs, first, by a better technique. Second, partly because this better technique yields better results, but much more because the preconceptions and affiliations of the modern radical differ from the preconceptions and affiliations of the old radical. It also differs by its attitude toward business and laissez-faire. But third, it also differs by a circumstance that is not to its credit. Classic welfare propositions, including those of Jeremy Bentham, display a remarkable awareness of the qualifications to which considerations of instantaneous welfare maxima become subject as soon as we take account of the future. Not less remarkably, such considerations are almost completely absent from the writings of modern welfare economists. Practically their only topic is the administration of the means afforded by an existing industrial structure. This is no objection so long as welfare propositions remain exercises in pure theory and are frankly described as such. It is a fatal objection as soon as the welfare economist, repeating a long-exploded methodological error, proceeds to prescribe. The chief objection to the most popular of all welfare precepts, equality of incomes, is not that it has no rigorously defensible foundations. The chief objection is that, even so far as tenable, it is completely uninteresting by comparison with the question of its effects upon cultural and economic evolution. 8. Money, credit, and cycles. 1. Practical problems. Once more, the bulk of the vast literature on money and related subjects, which the period under survey produced, grew out of the discussions of current problems. It contained, as the literature on money always did and does, a large quantity of completely worthless publications and a still larger quantity of publications which, though more or less meritorious within their range, are uninteresting from the standpoint of a history of analysis. It is nevertheless necessary, recalling what has been said in Chapter 2, Section 3, to restate a few of those practical problems that induced discussions of some importance. A. The gold standard. The literary reflex of the tendency that dominated the monetary policy of the period, the maintenance or adoption of the gold standard, merits more careful analysis than it is possible for us to offer. There were in all countries, among those who discussed actualities of national monetary policy in a practical spirit, very many unconditional pros. They included, as does every party to every practical controversy, narrow-minded fanatics without a trace of intelligence, but on its higher levels this was a respectable group. I shall mention, by way of example, Bamberger, Giffen, de Pereux, though a dozen other such trios would do just as well. 1924. In view of the superficial sentence that some of us are in the habit of passing on the monetary thought of that time, it should be noticed, first, that the opinions and recommendations of the unconditional pros were incessantly under fire, so that nothing could be farther from the truth than the idea that the economists of that period as a body worshipped the golden calf, and, second, that these opinions received but qualified support from those leaders of scientific economics who actually worked in the field. As we shall see, neither Jevons, nor Walras, nor Marshall, nor Wicksell, nor Wieser, nor Fisher can, without qualification, be called either theoretical or practical gold monometallists. Later on, moreover, the depressions of the 80s and 90s raised the question of gold's responsibility either for falling or for cyclically fluctuating prices. And the emergence of the gold exchange standard raised the question of the merits of actual gold circulation, to which, as we know, Ricardo had already returned a negative answer. 1925. B. Bimetallism. This was, throughout that period, the most fertile source of practical controversy. The popular and political literature of the silver men, justice to silver, dollar of our fathers, you shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold, contains many arguments that kept on a much lower level than anything that can be found in the writings of the sponsors of gold. In particular, it is infested by products of a semi-pathological nature, for at that time bimetallism was the chief hunting grounds of monetary monomaniacs. Nevertheless, it is the fact that these semi-pathological products and also the victory of the gold party tend to obliterate that, on its highest level, the bimetallist argument really had the better of the controversy, even apart from the support that a number of men of scientific standing extended to the cause of bimetallism. 1926. C. International monetary cooperation. The various international monetary unions and conventions, such as the Latin Union, the Scandinavian Union, the German Union, before the foundation of the empire, naturally suggested more comprehensive schemes. On the initiative of France, an international currency conference was held in Paris, 1867, that under the leadership of de Pereux succeeded to a surprising extent in keeping clear of the bimetallist hornet's nest, considered the question of a uniform world coinage of gold, and adopted what were so far the boldest proposals ever made for a worldwide monetary union. But at the subsequent international conferences of 1878, 1881, and 1892, pressure by the United States diverted discussion and proposals to bimetallism and thereby killed the original idea. 1927. However, at the conference of 1892, the German economist, Julius Wolff, proffered a new idea, namely, that an international gold reserve be deposited in a neutral country and that international banknotes be issued on the basis of this reserve. The idea that, though in an entirely different form, was to be partly realized by the International Fund of Bretton Woods fame. D. Stabilization and monetary management. The chief appeal of the bimetalist argument, at least for people not directly interested in silver production, was of course in the prospect it held out of rising prices. Officially, however, bimetalists preferred to speak of stabilizing the price level. But other schemes of stabilization, unconnected with silver, were also produced, for example, schemes that proposed to divorce circulation entirely from gold and to use paper money. And though, during 3 decades of falling prices, it was primarily the price level people thought of stabilizing, as always, there was intentional or unintentional confusion of this aim with the aim of keeping up individual prices, especially those of agricultural products. Broader aims were by no means absent. Even mere stabilization of prices implies as its main purely economic motive concern with stabilization of a country's economic situation. But stabilization of employment was often mentioned explicitly. Further, especially in connection with discussions of the gold exchange standard, there was much talk about stabilizing money rates. 1928. All this already meant monetary management of one kind or another. For instance, bimetallism spells management whenever, in order to make it work, it is necessary to regulate the price of silver, that is to say, to peg it by purchases in order to keep silver from driving gold out of circulation, for in this case the monetary system no longer works automatically. All schemes that went further than this involved, of course, still more management. As an example, I shall mention a proposal that commanded some support, the proposal of an inconvertible paper currency to be regulated by a government department that was to buy government bonds for this currency to increase liquidity whenever the price level fell, and to sell government bonds to decrease liquidity for this currency whenever the price level rose. This proposal may be considered as one of the many precursors of the open market operations of the Federal Reserve System. But the idea of open market operations was familiar in other forms also. For monetary management was not confined to management of the currency. It extended to management of the foreign exchanges and, more important, of bank credit. 1929. Nor did it remain in the realm of plans. It was increasingly practiced by all the great central banks. 1930. And it is not true that monetary management of this and other types knew no other purpose than to safeguard a nation's gold stock. It was practiced for therapeutic purposes. These purposes differed from ours, and the full employment purpose was not the dominating one. But it is as misleading to overstress the importance that was then attached to playing the gold standard game for its own sake as it is to speak of the monetary systems prior to 1914 as automatic. 1931. Unless this be clearly understood, it is impossible to appreciate the doctrinal developments of that age either in themselves or in their relation to the thought of our own time. For the rest, we must be content to notice a few of the performances, in the field of monetary reform, of the scientific leaders. Jevons sketched out what seemed to him an ideally perfect system of currency 1932, in which gold, while retained as means of exchange and common denominator of values, was to cease to be the standard for deferred payments, the amounts of debts, although expressed in gold, being varied inversely, as gold varies in terms of other commodities. This revived the tabular standard plan of Lowe, see above, Part 3, ch 7, Sector 3, and is also the keynote of Marshall's suggestions. 1933. The latter include, however, a novel idea. Adopting Ricardo's ingot plan, he proposed that these ingots should consist of both gold and silver, and that silver bars of a certain weight should be legally wedded to gold bars of a certain weight, so that the monetary unit would constitute a claim to quantities of both gold and silver in fixed proportion, symmetalism. Irving Fisher's proposal 1934. The compensated dollar, combined adoption of the gold exchange standard with the device of varying the gold content of the monetary unit according to the variations of an official price index, so that a dollar should represent, instead of a constant quantity of gold, a constant quantity of purchasing power. Finally, Walras advocated a plan that linked up with actual practice in France in a manner that was as ingenious as it was simple. Gold was to remain the standard monetary metal and to be coined for private account without limit. Silver was to be the material of token coins, billen, which, however, were not only to provide small change, billen divisionaire, but also a type of legal tender money that was to be used for the purpose of controlling the price level. Billen regulator government was to expand its circulation when prices were falling and to contract its issue when prices were rising. The modern ring of this proposal needs no emphasis. Walras added another, which makes him one of the precursors of our own 100% plans. He recognized, though only in the case of bank notes, the fact that banks create means of payment or, as he put it, that banks can lend to entrepreneurs without borrowing the same amount from capitalists, savers. But he disapproved of it. And he proposed that the silver surplus be used in order to coin additional silver tokens in the amount of banknotes outstanding minus the amount of legal tender cash held by the issuing banks and to suppress the latter. 1935. The merits or demerits of these plans are not in question here. They have been mentioned for two reasons. First, because they show how utterly unfounded is the belief that scientific leaders did not attend to problems of monetary reform until our own day. Second, because all those plans rested upon a basis of analytic work, the fundamental importance of which must be recognized quite independently of whether or not we like the plans themselves. 2. Analytic work. The story of the period's purely analytic work to which henceforth we shall confine our attention almost exclusively is a story of successful advance. 1936. Though, as we have just seen, most of the leaders participated with zest in the discussions on the practical problems of their day, their work was less dependent upon this stimulus than had been the work of their predecessors, more than before analysis forged ahead, as it were, under its own steam, and the purely scientific filiation of ideas. Doctrinal change that is not simply reaction to changing facts and changing political humors is more in evidence than it was in the preceding period. And more than in other parts of economics, new and valuable methods and results grew out of the pre-existing stock of knowledge. In general theory it is possible, if we so choose, to speak of revolution. In monetary theory there was only vigorous evolution. No break occurred with the work that J.S. Mill had thrown into an imperfectly systematic form. Yet most of the ground on which the structure of monetary analysis stands today was actually conquered. The general picture I am about to present suffers from the impossibility of giving an account, except on rare occasions, of the factual work of that period, which is at least as important for our own as are the theories. But all that can be done in a sketch like this is to mention types and give one or two examples of each. There are, first, some really excellent official reports, besides the English ones, which as usual hold first place. I will again refer to those of the International Monetary Conferences and of the U.S. National Monetary Commission, 1911-12. Second, there are the histories of currencies and of banking such as W.A. Shaw's History of Currency, 1252-1894, 1895, or W.G. Sumner's Classic, A History of American Currency, 1874. Third, the period produced repertoires of materials that are still of value. Adolphe et Beers, 1814-92, Materialien zur Lotterung und Beurteilung der Wirtschaftslichen Edelmittelverhältnisse, 1885, English trans from 2nd ed., 1887, the seventh part of which contains his famous table of prices, is the outstanding performance of this genus. A fourth type is exemplified by Sir R.H. Inglis Palgrave's statistical work on central banks, especially the Bank of England, most of it summed up in his Bank Rate and the Money Market, 1903, which is a masterpiece of the art of making figures speak. It is very difficult to formulate particular results, but he who peruses this book page by page suddenly discovers that he understands its subject. Fifth, we should note the infiltration of modern statistical methods into the field, the earliest example known to me being J.P. Norton's Statistical Studies in the New York Money Market, 1902. Why is it, then, that the work of that period is sometimes referred to so slightingly and that many of us construct an entirely unrealistic cleavage between it and our own? One answer is precisely that the evolutionary quality of those new methods and results make them look like mere reformulations of old stuff. But there is another answer, one that is highly interesting for the student of the mechanisms of scientific progress. That period failed to develop and systematize its conquests in a form readily accessible to all economists, with all implications and applications nicely worked out and displayed on a silver platter. These conquests therefore did not penetrate into the common run of literature, especially into the textbooks, so that derogatory criticism, while it arouses just indignation in scholars like Professor Margate, is at the same time in a position to justify itself by quotations from the common run, even from such well-known, successful, and, in their way, meritorious books as Karl Helferich's Das Geld, 1903, or J.L. Laughlin's Principles of Money, 1903, or Horace White's Popular Money and Banking, 1st ed., 1895, 5th ed., 1914, or David Kinley's Money, 1904, or Alfred de Fauveley's La Monnaie, 1907. Even Adolf Wagner's Sozialökonomische Theorie des Gelds, 1909, which takes a higher flight and contains several original points, is not in much better case, and Karl Nietzsche's Geld und Kredit, 1873-9, important though it is in other respects, added but little to the topics covered by its title. In conscience, we must, however, mention at least a few more of those textbooks that stand out from the rest for one reason or another. Jevons' Money and the Mechanism of Exchange, 1875, which ran into many editions, a charming book in which rather trite elements are sometimes glorified by original sparks. J. Shield Nicholson's Treatise on Money and Essays on Monetary Problems, 1888, a work that has never got its due. F.A. Walker's famous textbook, Money, 1878, perhaps the best means to familiarize oneself with the current doctrine of those times at its best. Tullio Martello's La Moneta, 1883, the value of which is but slightly impaired by some liberalist vagaries on free coinage. A. Messadeglia's La Moneta, 1882-3, one of the best performances of the scientific literature on money that preceded the Walras, Marshall, Wicksell, Fisher achievements. In addition, the parts, books, or chapters on money of the general treatises such as Pearson's, or Divisia's, or Colson's ought to be mentioned. 1937. But we must confine ourselves to the third book of G. Cassell's Theoretische Sozialökonomie, 1918, 4th ed. Rev. 1927, English trans. 1923, New ed. 1932. This work deserves to be singled out because it presents, with a clearness that does not admit of doubt, an instance of the view that the fundamental logic of the economic process is entirely independent of the monetary phenomenon, the theory of which fundamentally consists merely in the theory of the price level by which relative prices, exchange ratios, are turned into absolute money prices on quantity theory lines, and therefore really and not only apparently stands outside the body of general economic theory. In this respect, Cassell entirely missed the import of Walras' message, which in other respects he followed so closely. But if we take his treatment as an outstanding instance of what is indeed a completely antiquated view of the matter, we must add that he represents this view extremely effectively and that his treatment therefore retains importance. Nor is this importance merely historical. We may well use Cassell whenever we wish to find out what our own advance really amounts to. A brief description of the nature and fate of the chief analytic performances of the period will explain this paradoxical state of things. A. Walras. First, by far the greatest of those performances was that of Walras. 1938. In the same sense in which it is true to say that he created economic statics, the modern theory of economic equilibrium, it is also true to say that he created the modern theory of money. In fact, his theory of money and credit is simply part of this general theory of economic equilibrium. He therefore substantially fulfilled the great desideratum which has been so much stressed during the last 20 years, namely, the desideratum that the analysis of money should be built into the system of general theory instead of being developed independently and then plastered upon it. And, so far as monetary statics is concerned, all propositions developed about money and monetary processes are either contained in his system or may be derived from it by introducing additional assumptions. Thus, as has been shown by Lang 1939, the Keynesian analysis of the general theory, not of the treatise of 1930, is but a special case of the genuinely general theory of Walras. But, as we have seen, Walras did not come into his own until the 20s. Such influence as he exerted during the period under discussion was mainly through Wicksell and Pantaleoni. And even these two did not fully appreciate the importance of his work on money. His immediate successor, Pareto, was altogether blind to it and slid back rather than advanced in this particular field. Two excellent followers Walras did find. But they remained almost completely unknown, Opti and Schlesinger. 1940. So far as the period under survey is concerned, the Walrasian theory of money simply did not exist for the overwhelming majority of economists. I take, however, the opportunity to advert to the original work of Del Vecchio, which, in part from Walrasian bases, started in the last years of that period. 1941. Another body of original work on money, related to that of Walras, may be conveniently mentioned here, namely, Irving Fisher's. Most of it came too late to exert influence within the period. And when it did appear, professional attention was too much concentrated on one book, The Purchasing Power of Money, 1911, the success of which obscured the fact that it presented only one aspect and not the most important one of its author's monetary theory as this phrase is understood now. Ever since the publication of this book, Fisher has been classed as a sponsor of a particularly rigid form of quantity theory, see below, Sector 5, and all his other contributions to monetary analysis of the economic process as a whole. Monetary analysis in the sense in which Keynes's general theory is monetary analysis have been neglected. This was and is because he did not call them monetary or income analysis but chose other titles, such as theory of interest or booms and depressions. In consequence, his readers never got a full view of his work on money and in particular never noticed the Walrasian streak in it. 1942. B. Marshall. The second great performance of the last 3 decades of the 19th century was Marshall's. 1943. Like Walras, though less explicitly, he saw the monetary problem as part of the general analysis of the economic process and as one of the doors to the theory of employment. More clearly than Walras, though less emphatically than Wicksell, he taught the importance of the distinction between the real and the monetary rate of interest and of attending to the details of the mechanism by which changes in the amount of money act on the economic system. And there were many hints that suggest future developments, though only a few of them will be mentioned in this chapter. He held all the elements required for a decisive step forward, though he did not himself take the step. Unlike Walras, he was indeed in a position of effective leadership. From 1885 on, the whole world's population of economists would have listened had he addressed it. But only glimpses of his views on monetary problems were vouchsafed to it until the publication, in his extreme old age, of his Money, Credit, and Commerce, 1923, when nothing in it seemed novel any more. His Cambridge pupils and other followers of his did listen. As a matter of historical justice, it should be emphasized that, in developing the English monetary theories of our own time, Hawtrey, Lavington, Keynes, Pigou, and Robertson developed Marshall-Lien teaching, though on lines of their own. It is unnecessary to comment upon works that are in every student's hands. All that is necessary to point out here are the links with Marshall. Professor R.G. Hawtrey should perhaps not be called a pupil in the same sense in which this term applies to the others. But most of the propositions that individuate his teaching, which, as the reader knows, is mainly geared to the problems of business cycles, may be traced to Marshall, and some to Wicksell. The best way of putting it is perhaps to say that Hawtrey's analysis is an original development, in a certain direction, of Marshall's analysis. Of his numerous works, it will suffice to mention here Good and Bad Trade, 1913, Currency and Credit, 1st ed., 1919, The Art of Central Banking, 1932, Capital and Employment, 1937. Frederick Lavington's works are not so well known as they deserve to be, The English Capital Market, 1921, and The Trade Cycle, 1922. They are unconditionally Marshallian. So is Professor Pigou's article, The Value of Money, in the Quarterly Journal of Economics, November 1917, his chief contribution to monetary theory per se. Other contributions are to be found in his Industrial Fluctuations, 1927. Of all the rest, I will mention only his Monetary Analysis of the Economic Process, Employment and Equilibrium, 1941. The theoretical skeleton of Lord Keynes's first book, Indian Currency and Finance, 1913, was also Marshallian, and in his tract on monetary reform, 1923, he wrote that his exposition of monetary theory follows the general lines of Professor Pigou and Dr. Marshall, p. 85n, though notes of his own are sounded at critical points. His most ambitious book, A Treatise on Money, 1930, may be described as a development of, though also away from, Marshallian and Wicksellian lines. The Wicksellian elements were rediscovered, however, not taken from Wicksell. It was only in the General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, 1936, that allegiance to Marshall was formally renounced. This makes it all the more important to note that it was not so much theoretical differences which produced this posthumous break with Marshall as the difference in social vision in the diagnoses Marshall and Keynes formed about the economic situation of their times. As far as points of theory and not factual assumptions or practical recommendations are concerned, there was one important difference only about the mechanism of saving and investment, but even this one could have been reduced to a matter of shift of emphasis, had it not been essential for Keynes to divorce himself from what he styled the classic theory. Professor D.H. Robertson's strikingly original banking policy and the price level, 1926, went really further beyond Marshall than any of the works mentioned in this paragraph. If it stood alone, it would not be appropriate to pigeonhole Robertson with the Marshallians. Nor can he be so pigeonholed on the strength of his theory of business cycles. But the rest of his publications on money, including his well-known elementary textbook, the most important of which have been republished in his Essays in Monetary Theory, 1940, may be said to have grown from Marshallian roots. But this success of Marshall's teaching on money was to come later, so late that he lost part of the credit for it. Up to 1914, monetary theory outside of Cambridge was practically untouched by Marshallian influence. C. Wicksell. The third great performance to be mentioned is that of Wicksell. 1944 posthumously he acquired even greater international reputation as a monetary theorist than either Marshall or Walras. This better fortune is due to the facts that his Swedish disciples never ceased to call themselves Wickelsians, even when they criticized and surpassed him, and that his message became accessible in German at a relatively early date and in a form that was not so forbidding as was that of Walras. But it took him decades to reach the Anglo-American sphere. Again, it is hardly necessary to mention such well-known names as Myrdal, Olin, Lindahl, Lundberg. Gunnar Myrdal's Monetary Equilibrium, Swedish, 1931, German, 1933, English, 1939, Bertil Ohlins Swedish Essay on the Theory of Expansion, Penningpolitik, Offentliga Arbeten, Subventioner och Tuller som medel mot arbetslöshet, published in a report on monetary policy to the Swedish Unemployment Commission, 1934, and Erik Lindahl's English summary of his contributions, Studies in the Theory of Money and Capital, 1939. Erik Lundberg's Studies in the Theory of Economic Expansion, 1937, will represent the post-Wickelsian development. It is an interesting fact to note in a history of economic analysis that, until about 10 years ago, this development paralleled and in some important points anticipated, the English, Keynesian, one without becoming known to English economists. Some mild protests naturally resulted from this state of things, and also some discussions about the differences between, and the relative merits of, the two bodies of thought. See Oland's Some Notes on the Stockholm Theory of Savings and Investment, Economic Journal, March and June 1937, and the subsequent discussions in the same journal, see below, Part V, ch. 5. Professor D. Davidson, the contemporary and helpful critic of Wicksell, should not go unmentioned. The reader finds all he ought to know about Davidson's monetary doctrines in the excellent article, The Monetary Doctrines of Professor Davidson, by Mr. Brinley Thomas, Economic Journal, March 1935. In the latter's Monetary Policy and Crises, 1936, there is a brief but useful sketch of Swedish monetary theory since Wicksell. D. The Austrians. In the fourth place, there were the contributions of the Austrian group. They all started from Menger 1945, who did not, however, strike out on a line for himself. His theory, though a masterly performance so far as it went, was simply a descendant from De Vanzati's. It was Wieser who attempted a new departure point 1946. In trying to do justice to it, we meet with the same difficulty that confronted us when we were trying to define his place in the history of general theory. Wieser's spacious vision of the monetary phenomenon is not adequately rendered by calling him a sponsor of the income approach 1947 or a sponsor of the consumption standard. It comprised much more than that, in particular the conception of a monetary theory of the economic process as a whole. But he was so deficient in technique and so little able to coin his metal that nothing of this came out as it should have. And so his influence touched only a few individuals. The author of the group's standard work on money, von Mises 1948, who was also its foremost teacher in the field, in fact the founder of a school of his own, was no doubt one of them. But he was only partly in sympathy with Wieser's views. 3 fundamentals. A. Nature and functions of money. Discussions on the nature and functions of money, and hence on the question of definition, were carried on throughout the period. But, with the exception to be noticed under B, they did not excite much interest and, without any exception, they did not produce very interesting results. I believe that a majority of writers accepted, or would have been willing to accept, Roscher's definition. 1949 Menger and his followers did so with particular emphasis, without any intention to commit themselves thereby to all its implications. Others, Americans especially, accepted Walker's neat phrase, money is that money does, in an equally non-committal spirit. Most writers distinguished between money or primary money, meaning coin, and government fiat, often but not always, also banknotes or at least notes of central banks, and credit or fiduciary money, meaning means of payment arising out of credit transactions, a distinction to which some attached great importance 1950, and which, in certain cases to be noticed, was in fact indicative of something more significant than terminological preference. We have seen above that the leading authorities on money were not addicted to any uncritical gold standard fetishism. Where they did stand for the gold standard, as in Italy, there were good and sufficient practical reasons for their doing so. But practically all must be classed as theoretical metalists in our sense of the term. 1951 It seems worth our while to advert to the following points. First, the practice continued to prevail of developing the theory of money from its old 4 functions: medium of exchange, measure of value, store of value, standard of deferred payments, many authors insisting both on the separability of these functions and on the practical reasons why we actually find them combined. Walras, anticipated of course by all those authors who like A. Smith and Malthus had used labor as a standard of value, introduced the useful fashion of keeping distinct the numeraire, a commodity whose unit is used in order to express prices and values but whose own value remains unaffected by this role, and monnaie, the commodity that actually serves as means of exchange and whose value is consequently affected because its monetary role absorbs part of its supply. Second, many writers went out of their way to emphasize the store of value function of money. This is important because it raises the question how far the economists of that period were aware of the phenomenon that is called liquidity preference in the Keynesian economics of our own day. Marshall spoke of a law of hoarding according to which people's demand for gold hoards increases as its value rises, see Official Papers, p. 6. Occasionally he seems to have given thought to the fact that people sometimes fail to spend though they have the power to do so. 1952 Von Mises noticed in passing that money is sometimes held as an asset, Vermögensanlage. Going further, Kemmerer averred, Money and Credit Instruments, p. 20, that large sums of money are continually being hoarded and that the proportion of the circulating medium which is hoarded from time to time varies with all the influences which affect business confidence. Moreover, Marshall and others, especially Fisher, were aware of the role that hoarding, in the sense of unwillingness to spend, plays in the mechanism of depressions. But only outsiders, such as Hobson, attached critical importance to it as a cause of disturbance in general and of unemployment in particular. 1953 Since it is this feature that constitutes the theory of liquidity preference, we must, I think, credit or debit the introduction of the theory to Lord Keynes, see, however, below, Sector 6. Third, the theory of money of that period was not monetary analysis either in the sense of Beecher and Quesnay 1954 or in the modern sense, that is to say, it was not the general theory of a monetary economy. We have indeed seen that Walras' theory of money is fully integrated with his general theory of value and distribution. We have noticed and shall notice again other advances in that direction, in particular the one associated with Wicksell's name. On the whole, however, monetary theory remained in one separate compartment and the theory of value and distribution in another. Prices, including rates of income, remained primarily exchange ratios, which money reduces to absolute figures without affecting them in anything except for clothing them with a monetary garb. Or, in other words, the model of the economic process was in all essentials a barter model, the working of which inflations and deflations might disturb but which is logically complete and autonomous. Practically all the most valuable work of the period so far as it was not concerned with specifically monetary problems was real analysis, even where it expressed its concepts in terms of money. 1955. This situation found expression in the creation of an interesting concept that emerged and vanished with it. If, on the one hand, the facts of value and distribution are logically so independent of money that they can be set forth with only a passing reference to it, but if, on the other hand, it is recognized that money may act as a disturber, then the problem arises of defining how money would have to behave in order to leave the real processes of the barter model uninfluenced. Wicksell was the first to see the problem clearly and to coin the appropriate concept, neutral money. In itself, this concept expresses nothing but the established belief in the possibility of pure real analysis. But it also suggests recognition of the fact that money need not be neutral. So its creation induced a hunt for the conditions in which money is neutral. And this point eventually led to the discovery that no such conditions can be formulated, that is, that there is no such thing as neutral money or money that is a mere veil spread over the phenomena that really matter. An interesting case of a concept's rendering valuable service by proving unworkable. 1956. Fourth, so long and so far as the theory of money actually did dwell in a separate compartment, its central and practically only problem was the exchange value or purchasing power of money. In the analytic work of the period this stands out much more clearly than it did before. Hence the popularity of the book title, Money and Prices, which persisted into post-war times. 1957 No doubt influenced by the progress of the index number method, most authors, especially in the United States, did not hesitate to define the value of purchasing power of money as the reciprocal of the price level. The Austrians distrusted index numbers 1958 and felt more theoretical qualms concerning the nature of the value of money. A brief comment on these qualms seems justified. From the first, the Austrians entertained a wish, not unnatural from their standpoint, to apply their marginal utility theory to the case of money, which both the enemies of this theory and some of its foremost sponsors, Wicksell for instance, declared to be impossible. Now it was easy to apply the marginal utility theory to the significance that individuals attach to their monetary income. Daniel Bernoulli, see above, Part 2, ch 6, Sector 3b, had already done this. But this significance for the individual of a unit of his money income, its subjective exchange value as Menger called it, does not help us at all when we wish to explain the purchasing power or exchange value of money, Menger's objective exchange value of money. For the latter must be known to the individual must know what his money will buy before he can put any subjective value upon his money. On the face of it, it is therefore impossible to do in the case of money what can be done in every other case, namely, to deduce its exchange value from curves or schedules of marginal utility. To attempt to do so seems to spell circular reasoning. We cannot stay to discuss the efforts of Wieser and especially of Mises to overcome this difficulty or the objections raised against their solution by Anderson. 1959. But it should be pointed out that, quite independently of this question, the Austrian way of emphasizing the behavior or decision of individuals and of defining exchange value of money with respect to individual commodities rather than with respect to a price level of one kind or another has its merits, particularly in the analysis of an inflationary process. It tends to replace a simple but inadequate picture by one which is less clear-cut but more realistic and richer in results. Most economists agreed or would have agreed if asked that marginal utility analysis does not apply to the case of the exchange value of money. But the question whether the supply and demand apparatus applies to it was answered affirmatively by most. This was the natural position to take for those who were prepared to treat money like any other commodity, as were the Austrians and E. Cannon. But it is curious that many of those who, by adopting a special formula for money such as the equation of exchange or the cash balance formula, see below, SECS 5 and 6, testified to their belief that money cannot be so treated, should also have taken that position. In fact, both friends and foes of the quantity theory agreed in describing it as an application of the demand and supply apparatus to the case of money. 1960. B. Knapp's state theory of money. In Germany, what may be described as a tempest in a teapot was raised by Knapp's state theory of money. 1961. This book presented a theory of money that turns upon the adage, money is the creature of law. Had Knapp merely asserted that the state may declare an object or warrant or ticket or token, bearing a sign, to be lawful money, and that a proclamation to this effect or even a proclamation to the effect that a certain pay token or ticket will be accepted in discharge of taxes must go a long way toward imparting some value to that pay token or ticket, he would have asserted a truth but a platitudinous one. Had he asserted that such action of the state will determine the value of that pay token or ticket, he would have asserted an interesting but false proposition. But he did neither. He explicitly denied that he was interested in the value of money. His theory was simply a theory of the nature of money considered as the legally valid means of payment. Taken in this sense, it was as true and as false as it is to say, for example, that the institution of marriage is a creature of law. If this be so, however, how are we to account for the success of the book which, though substantially confined to Germany, was spectacular? An attempt to answer this question might make an interesting study in the social psychology of economic analysis. First, Knapp's exposition was extremely effective. His forceful dogmatism and his original conceptualization of his theory 1962 impressed laymen and those economists who were laymen in economic theory. Second, many people and especially politicians at that time welcomed a theory that seemed to offer a basis for the growing popularity of state-managed money during the First World War. It was in fact widely used to prove that the inflation of the currency had nothing to do with soaring prices. Third, in almost complete ignorance of both the literature and the logic of the subject, Knapp believed that his theory offered not only an alternative to theoretical metalism, his pet aversion, but the only possible one, and that it alone was capable of explaining why such a thing as paper money can exist at all. And this absurd claim was widely accepted, although Knapp entirely failed to work out a non-metalist theory of the value of money. 1963. Fourth, leaders such as Wieser and Hawtrey, who were themselves advancing towards such a theory, felt some sympathy for the work that bore a superficial resemblance to their own. He who is interested in the question what it is that succeeds and how and why, and who believes that the answer to this question is more revealing than anything else can be of the conditions prevailing in a field of human endeavor, will do well to ponder this. For the value of money, index number approach. Much more important than the theoretical discussion on the purchasing power of money was its statistical complement. The vigorous developments in the field of price index numbers during that period constitute indeed one of the most significant facts in the entire history of economics, and one of the most significant strides toward an economic theory that is to be not only quantitative but also numerical. Index numbers of production followed with a considerable lag upon those of prices, but the foundations for their post-war developments were also laid. And there was a beginning in the construction of wage and employment indices. But precisely because the subject expanded to vast dimensions, no attempt can be made here to survey its growth. I shall merely mention the outstanding efforts at systematization of what was becoming a semi-independent specialty or science, and then offer a few comments that may help the reader to link up the subject with the rest of economic analysis and to see its more general bearings. 1964. A. Early work. Index numbers having attracted the attention of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, Edgeworth, acting as secretary of the committee that was appointed for the study of the subject, wrote his two famous reports, 1887 and 1889, 1965, remarkable not so much on account of the recommendations proffered as regards practical methods of index making as on account of the comprehensive analysis of meanings and purposes: labor standard, consumption standard, question of all-purpose index, and so on. In 1901, C.M. Walsh published his Measurement of General Exchange Value, which also based discussion of statistical technique upon a comprehensive economic theory of index numbers elaborated in his important book, The Fundamental Problem in Monetary Science, 1903. Next must be mentioned Professor W.C. Mitchell's monograph on wholesale price index numbers of wholesale prices in the United States and foreign countries, Bulletin 173 of U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, 1915, to be used in its revised edition, Bulletin 284, 1921. But the American century in index numbers was to be ushered in by Professor Irving Fisher's monumental work on the making of index numbers, 1922, 1966, the fountainhead of almost all the best later work. But all that can be noticed here of the wealth of its results is this: Fisher analyzed, classified, and rectified existing and possible index number methods by means of certain previously established tests, that is to say, he formulated certain conditions which index numbers ought to satisfy, and ever since most of the theory of index numbers has really been the theory of these tests. This is much more important than is the search for an ideal index number per SE, though of course the tests were devised in order to rationalize this search. B. The role of the economic theorists. The point about index numbers that is most relevant to a history of economic analysis is the dominant role played by economic theorists in their development. On the face of it, index numbers pertain to the province of the statistical technician, and their theory should accordingly be part of the theory of statistics, just as is, for example, the theory of sampling. A great part of the work on index numbers was in fact done by statisticians or by economists who cared little for economic theory. For instance, the formula that of all displayed the most indestructible vitality is due to a man who cannot without qualification be called an economist at all, Lasbayer's point 1967. But almost all the decisive impulses and ideas came from economic theorists, as they had in the 18th century and in the first half of the 19th. In order to establish this point, it is enough to mention the names Jevons, Edgeworth, and Fisher, to which should be added that of A.A. Young. 1968. But these were not isolated cases. An ever-increasing number of economists whom everyone would class primarily as theorists took an interest either in developing the method or in elucidating, critically and constructively, the meaning and purposes of index numbers. Marshall suggested the chain system. 1969. Lexis, Walras, Wicksell, Wieser, Pigou, to mention but a few leaders, contributed substantially to the theoretical foundations. 1970 Their work was continued, on an enlarged scale, during the 20s and 30s. Unfortunately, we shall not be able to notice in any detail the developments since 1920. But 3 performances of this period will, nevertheless, be mentioned in what follows, those of Divizia, Haberler, and Keynes. Before going on, let me restate the reason why I thought it necessary to insist on the share of economic theorists in developing the index number method. Some statisticians and some economists of anti-theoretic bent seem to think that this piece of realistic analysis is something to set against the flimsy structures of theory, something that has been created, in the true scientific spirit, for the purpose of replacing mere speculation. It seemed important to correct this opinion. The subject of index numbers affords a good example of the manner in which theoretical research and statistical research are really related, and in particular how statistical methods may grow out of the theorist's work. See Haberler, Divizia, and Keynes. With the exception of Wieser, most of the leading Austrians took a critical, not to say hostile, attitude toward the idea of measuring variations in the purchasing power of money, reciprocal of price level, by index numbers. They were inclined to refuse citizenship to the concept of price level and, in any case, to deny its measurability on principle. 1971 In view of the fact that so many economists placed and place an uncritical trust in index figures without troubling themselves about their meaning, 1972 this attitude provided a much-needed antidote. And not only that. The criticism, at first merely negative, eventually turned constructive in Professor von Haberler's book on the meaning of index numbers. 1973. The core of his analysis is an interpretation of price index numbers that turns upon the following proposition: for a given individual of unchanging tastes, the price level has fallen, risen, between the points of time t0 and t1. If, his money income remaining the same, the individual is able to buy at t1 a collection of goods which he prefers to the collection he was able to buy at t0, is unable to buy at t1 a collection of goods which he prefers to the collection he bought at t0. This interpretation connects index numbers with welfare economics. But its chief importance is in the fact that it bases them upon the theory of choice and thus makes them come to anchor in the very center of modern value theory. 1974. Whereas Haberler abandoned the idea of an objective price level and replaced it by what may be termed a subjective one, Divizia produced the theory of the objective price level or monetary parameter, or monetary index, indice monétaire, an achievement of first-rate importance. An attempt at a simple explanation of the essential idea is made in the footnote below. 1975. It stands to reason that the idea of an overall price level, even if admissible, is for many purposes much less useful than is the idea of sectional price levels, for example, of a price level of consumers' goods, consumption standard, and services as distinguished from a price level of producers, or else investment, goods, or of a price level of finished products as distinguished from a price level of productive services, and so on. The overall price level in particular hides the relative movements as against each other of these sectional levels, and these relative movements are of pivotal importance for certain cycle theories, especially for that of Professor von Hayek. They are also of pivotal importance for the monetary dynamics of Keynes's treatise, Book 2 of which, entirely devoted to this subject, is the chief reference for this type of analysis. This section was left unfinished. 5. The value of money, the equation of exchange and the quantity approach. We have seen that, so far as the large majority of writers on money are concerned, there is some truth in the statement that monetary analysis of that period dwelt, as it were, in a separate compartment. It is also true, though we have noticed exceptions such as Walras and the Austrians, that the furniture of this separate compartment was designed for the special purpose of explaining the value or purchasing power of money and not intended for any other use. Now, whenever we propose to explain the behavior of a single variable of the economic system, it is evidently convenient to bundle up all the others into a few big aggregates and to consider these as the causes that determine the one to be explained. The so-called equation of exchange is certainly the simplest possible system of such aggregates that contain the value of money or the price level at all. And if the latter be the thing to be explained, the others drop naturally, though illogically, into the role of its causes, and the equation of exchange, in itself nothing but the statement of a formal relation without any causal connotation, then turns or may turn into the quantity theory. This is why during that period both the equation of exchange and the quantity theory enjoyed another lease on life, and why so much of the discussion on the theory of money took the form of arguments for and against the quantity theory. We must therefore try to find out what the quantity theory of these writers really amounted to. To accomplish this in the way most useful to the reader, we shall concentrate on the outstanding achievement in this line, Professor Fisher's theory of the purchasing power of money. 1976. In itself there is nothing new about what has come to be called the Fisher or Newcomb-Fisher equation. It simply links the price level, P, with 1. The quantity of money in circulation, M, 2. Its efficiency or velocity, V, and 3. The physical volume of trade, T. Let us express this by writing P equals F, M, V, T. To this functional relation the Fisher equation imparts the particular form, P equals F, M, V, T, equals MV/T or MV equals PT. Again, this equation is not an identity but an equilibrium condition. For Fisher did not say that MV is the same thing as PT or that MV is equal to PT. By definition, given values of M, V, T tend to bring about a determined value of P, but they do not simply spell a certain P. But the really interesting monetary analysis begins behind the facade of the equation. Two sets of questions arise. A. The definition of the concepts. First, what are the precise meanings of P, M, V, T? Whatever may be urged against the quantity theory approach, one virtue it certainly has: the obvious vicinity of its concepts to statistical material forces theorists to do what without this compulsion they often fail to do, namely, to define their concepts accurately and operationally. We cannot discuss or even list, but can only point to, all the problems that lurk behind the question which prices should, for the general purposes of the equation of exchange, be included in P, and consequently which transactions in T. 1977 Fisher himself, although in his introductory considerations he defined T as the amount of goods bought by money, adopted a wider concept that included securities in his statistical work. But attention must be called to some problems concerning the definition of M. Most writers on money displayed reluctance to calling checking deposits money, at least to doing so without qualification. As we have seen, they usually stress the difference between money and credit, see below, Sector 6, or primary and fiduciary money. But when it came to working the equation of exchange, the majority, especially the Americans, who did by far the greatest part of the statistical work, included the quantitatively most important type of credit instruments, checking deposits, as a matter of course, often going so far as to call them deposit currency. The M of their equation of exchange, then, meant substantially coin, government fiat, bank notes, demand deposits. Since this means including practically everything that buys, it might seem that they should have, on the one hand, taken account of barter, and also of the fact that part of the social product is consumed directly by its producers, and, on the other hand, excluded non-circulating money, the cash reserves of banks and hoards. The first difficulty was, so far as I can see, not taken very seriously. As regards the second, I shall simply quote Kemmerer's opinion, OPCITP 23. It makes no difference to the truth of the quantity theory whether new money is offered for commodities all at once, slowly, or not at all, because money that does not circulate has simply the velocity zero. In Europe, especially on the continent of Europe, this conceptual scheme was much less popular, in part, because most Europeans did not face up to the statistical task. To give a front-rank example for an alternative scheme, Wicksell, as Rodbertus before him, confined M to metallic money, and, I suppose, fiat paper money that does not carry any title to redemption in metal, and interpreted banknotes and deposits as devices for increasing the velocity of money so that bank reserves, instead of having the velocity 0, would have a very high one, Fisher's virtual velocity. The reader should observe that there is no intrinsic merit or demerit in either arrangement, convenience alone is the criterion for choosing between them. This criterion, of course, tells heavily for the American alternative. But there is another point to attend to. Fisher introduced the checking deposits, m, with a distinct velocity, v, separately into his equation so as to make it read, mv plus mv equals pt. But he introduced two additional hypotheses. First, he assumed that there exists a very stable relation between the primary money, the hand-to-hand cash, people carry in their pockets or keep in their chests or vaults, and the amounts of liquid means they keep on checking account. Second, he assumed that, in equilibrium, and for periods that are not too long, there exists a very stable relation between the reserves of the banking system and the sum total of checking deposits. Let us consider what this means. By virtue of these two hypotheses, Fisher's position lies somewhere between the position of those who simply include in M demand deposits along with currency outside of banks without making any distinction between these two categories, so far as purchasing power problems are concerned, and the position of those who, like Wicksell, include only coin and irredeemable paper. For that part of the quantity of money which Fisher called primary and which, envisaging Anglo-American conditions of 1911, he identified with gold, acquires a position not shared by the checking deposits. These remain indeed deposit currency, but the idea is suggested that the variation in the amount of this currency is governed by the variation in the quantity of the primary currency or, under those conditions, of gold. The reader will see how well this links up with the compensated dollar plan, which aims at controlling the price level by appropriate variations of the gold content of the monetary unit. Two additional points must be mentioned about the V additional, that is, to the observation made above that the velocity concept depends upon the quantity concept we choose to adopt. First, no great advance beyond Mill was made in the analysis of the factors behind the velocity of money. 1978 In fact, it was not before the publication of Pigou's Industrial Fluctuations 1979 that the various types of velocity were clearly distinguished, and that the most important of them, the now familiar income velocity, was brought home to the profession at large. But it should not be said that the economists of that period habitually considered velocity to be a constant. Kemmerer's 1980 emphasis on its variability as a function of the general business situation should suffice to refute an accusation that is constantly being repeated and that has created, in many minds, an entirely unrealistic impression to the effect that it is the chief merit of modern analysis to have recognized this variability. Second, we must pay our respects to some pioneer efforts in statistical measurement of velocity landmarks, even though only partly successful, on the road toward numerical economics, principally associated with the names of de Esses, Kinley, Kemmerer, and, above all, Irving Fisher. 1981. B. Distinction between the equation of exchange and the quantity theory. The second set of questions turns upon our distinction between equation of exchange and quantity theory. How far did the writers of that period actually go beyond the statement of the formal equilibrium relation MV equals PT? The task of answering this question is rendered more difficult by the fact that those writers themselves did not make that distinction but often described themselves as adherents of the quantity theory when all they meant was that they saw some advantage in the use of the equation of exchange or its equivalents. However, so far as the majority of first-flight authors are concerned, we may well take as typical the opinion that Pigou was to express a little later. The Value of Money, Quarterly Journal of Economics, November 1917–1982. The quantity theory is often defended and opposed as though it were a definite set of propositions that must be either true or false. But in fact the formulae employed in the exposition of that theory are merely devices for enabling us to bring together in an orderly way the principal causes by which the value of money is determined. This statement, in which the words quantity theory should be replaced by equation of exchange, certainly holds true for Marshall himself and all Marshallians. They did not go at all beyond using their variant of the equation of exchange. The same applies to the Wicksellian treatment of the influence upon price levels of autonomous variations in the quantity of money. Wicksell put so much emphasis upon the role of the rate of interest as to leave little room for direct influences of autonomous variations in the quantity of money. Of course, from the standpoint of those extremist opponents of the quantity theory, presently to be noticed, who denied that autonomous variations in the quantity of money have any influence upon its value, he and Marshall would have to be classed as quantity theorists. 1983 The case of Walras was different, at least on the surface. Walras' position is extremely difficult to understand. His purely analytic work upon the problem, see his treatment in the Elements and in the notes sur la théorie de la quantité in the Études d'économie politique appliquée, pages 153 etseq, presents first of all a most interesting feature. He did not simply posit that the value of money is inversely proportional to its quantity, but he tried to deduce it rationally from the marginal utility principle, going so far as to say that one would have to reject the latter in order to have a right to reject the former. Another interesting feature is that he lets the quantities of fixed and circulating capitals be determined beforehand as a function of a given rate of interest. But, proved under these restrictions, the theorem in question, while of course true, is extremely weak and fully open to the objection we so often meet, that the quantity theory is true only under assumptions that render it trivial and quite valueless. For Walras' theorem really amounts to not more than that, all other things being strictissime equal, a given amount of transactions could be effected as well by means of a smaller amount of monetary units if all prices were reduced in the same proportion. However, not only did Walras call this the théorie de la quantité, which in itself would entitle us to class him with its opponents, for, if this is really its formule exact, then there is certainly nothing to it, but he also seems to have been a victim of the delusion that this theorem was all the analytic basis needed for his plan of currency reform. That is, he identified this theorem with the proposition that practical control of the price level can be achieved by controlling the quantity of money, a proposition which, right or wrong, has certainly little to do with the theorem proved. Kemmerer's proposition that the amount of the circulating medium that is being hoarded varies widely in the short run amounts to renunciation of the quantity theory in the strictest sense and reduces so much of it as we may impute to him to the statement that P is determined by the three variables M, V, and T, whereas we cannot say just as well that M is governed by P, V, and T, or V by P, M, T, or T by P, M, V. Fisher expressed this by saying, purchasing power, p. 172, that the price level is normally the one absolutely passive element in the equation of exchange 1984, but he went further than this. He also held, not indeed as a matter of general theory but as a matter of statistical fact, that in practically all cases of substantial fluctuations of price levels it was M only, and neither V nor T, which varied sufficiently to be considered as the explaining variable. In other words, that M was normally the most important active variable as P was normally the passive one. This seems to come as near to teaching quantity theory in its boldest acceptance as any front-rank economist's teaching ever did. 1985 If in addition we remember the rigid assumptions that Fisher made concerning the relation between total checking deposits and gold, by virtue of which the total quantity of the circulating medium is, under the Anglo-American conditions of 1911, governed by gold production and gold exports or imports, we seem to get not only a quantity theory of the value of money, but, for those particular conditions, a gold quantity theory of it. All the more important is it to realize that those critics were wrong who classed Fisher as a sponsor of the most rigid and most mechanical type of quantity theory, and who on the strength of this see a well-nigh unbridgeable gulf between the monetary theory of the period under survey, as represented by Fisher, and the monetary theory of the 20s and 30s. They are wrong for two reasons. 1. The monetary theory of the 20s and 30s is much more under quantity theory influence than is generally realized. 1986. 2. It should be clear, not only from all the other writings of Fisher but especially from his theory of interest, that he cannot be classed with quantity theorists except in a special sense. First, he stopped short of the quantity theorem in its fullest possible sense by admitting the influence of T on both V and M, purchasing power, ch. 8, 6, this weakens the theorem considerably, at least as a long-run proposition, because it introduces a relation between the independent variables that interferes with the direct effects of variations in T on P. Second, since the quantity theorem holds only in a state of equilibrium, it is of course neither a qualification nor an objection to say that it does not hold in what Fisher calls transition periods. But actually, since the economic system is practically always in a state of transition or disequilibrium, phenomena that seem incompatible with the quantity theorem and have in fact furnished many of their arguments to its opponents are almost always in evidence. By paying careful attention to them, especially to one type of them, namely, the tendency of the interest rate to adjust itself to both rising and falling prices with a lag, see below, Sector 8, 1987, Fisher entirely changed this situation. In strict logic, of course, he thereby merely supplemented the information that the quantity theorem conveys. But for practical purposes and, especially, if we place ourselves on the standpoint of naive friends and foes of the quantity theorem, we might say with almost equal justice that, in a large and particularly valuable part of his work, he shelved it. Third, Fisher untiringly emphasized that M, V, T were only the proximate causes of P. Behind them there are almost a dozen indirect influences on purchasing power, OPCITCHS 5 and 6, which act on price levels through M, V, T. All quantity theorists of all times would have accepted this, at least under critical fire. But there is a point beyond which emphasis upon those indirect influences begins to impair the status of the proximate causes, which then easily degenerate into intermediate causes and finally into mere names for what we are then led to label real causes. And this point Fisher seems to have reached, particularly in dynamic analysis, his analysis of transitional periods, which is really the thing that matters. Those indirect causes become much more interesting than the question whether or not they can be forced into the straitjackets of M, V, T. But why should that great economist have insisted on adopting what on closer scrutiny turns out to be a particularly narrow and inadequate, if not actually misleading, form of his own thought? I will hazard a hypothetical answer. He had conceived a scheme, the compensated dollar plan, which he believed to be of great and immediate practical utility. For the success of a practical scheme, simplicity is essential. 1988. Hence it was the simplest aspect of Fisher's analysis, the quantity theory aspect, which presented itself to his mind and dominated his exposition. The theory in the purchasing power of money is conceived as a scaffolding for statistical work that in turn was to serve a piece of social engineering. This is what pushed aside all other considerations. But they were there, and by virtue of their presence his quantity theory, if quantity theory it must be, is something quite different from other quantity theories. As the argument above amply shows, it is not easy to draw a convincing boundary line between economists who adhered to, and economists who rejected, the quantity theorem. But there were all the time many professed enemies of it in Germany 1989, and in France they were in the majority, who held that that theorem was untenable or else completely valueless. Compared with Fisher's performance, and indeed with the performances of any of those leaders who may be credited, or debited, with having used the quantity theorem in some sense or other, the arguments of those professed enemies do not show up very well. This is due to the fact that, so far as those top-flight quantity theorists are concerned, opponents were really fighting windmills. As is so often the case in economics, they were trying to knock down a creation of their own fancy. They were trying to refute what had never been held, for example, that the amount of money in circulation is the sole regulator of its value, or to urge what, unknown to them, was fully taken into account by any of the better expositions of the obnoxious theorem. They thus often raised objections that asserted nothing but what was factually and theoretically correct, but were nevertheless incorrect qua objections. Vice versa, where their arguments would have constituted valid objections, for example, the argument that quantity of money has nothing at all to do with its value, they were often patently wrong. Finally, They sometimes made points that were both valid and relevant but not decisive. This holds for Anderson's criticism, which otherwise stands out brilliantly from the rest. 1990 These shortcomings also impair the critical implications of the factual research, very valuable in itself, that was done with a view to refuting the quantity theory. Again and again such phenomena as that in the earlier phases of an inflation prices rose less than m, and in the later phases more than m, were adduced against its validity, a shot that completely fails to hit the target. 1991 Fisher's attempt at verification, though open to certain criticisms concerning the correlation of time series, is greatly superior to anything done by opponents. 1992 Nevertheless, these did not yield. And they were justified in refusing to do so. For they had a case. A simple example will elucidate this apparently paradoxical situation. Consider a case of war inflation that runs its course like this: disturbance of domestic production and of export and import trade first raises most prices, the government's war demand being financed by means that would without the war have been spent by private individuals. This rise in prices together with an increase, at an increasing rate, in war demand in physical terms then enforces resort to the manufacture of money, or credit instruments that do not have, in this case, the properties of the ordinary credit instruments of commerce, and finally there develops an increasing demand for loans by producers, a credit expansion in the commercial sense but incessantly fed by ever-increasing prices. Now, historians, politicians, businessmen will certainly describe such a process in terms of the war itself and of the disturbance on the one hand and the excess demand on the other which the war entails. They will be surprised to learn that, instead of war and war disturbance and war demand, it is just M, V, and T that cause inflation, and that it is only M and V that really matter. And if they are told that these are the proximate causes whereas war disturbance, war demand are indirect ones, the quantity theorist will always have to admit the direct role of variations in T which are operative but only at one remove. They will not be content. If anything, they will be annoyed, especially if they suspect that more is at stake than a mere theoretical argument. In this they were right, of course, in the 19th century as well as in the 20s and 30s of the 20th. A rigid quantity theory, one that attributed to M an altogether unjustifiable role in economic therapy, had a way of suddenly emerging from more careful formulations. Especially in the United States, the sound money men and all those economists who felt quite rightly that currency troubles are but the reflex of deeper things had plenty of reason for distrusting the possible practical implications of the quantity theorem, a distrust that then extended, however unfairly, to the quantity theory analysis itself. But they could have urged purely scientific reasons also. What I have described as straitjackets may be useful for certain restricted purposes exactly as are all such oversimplified set-ups, for example, the Keynesian system. Outside of the range of these purposes, they become inconvenient and impediments to more fundamental analysis. If, moreover, we admit cyclical variability of V and stress the importance of such indirect causes as the rate of interest, the rate of change of P, versus P itself, and so on, they become in addition useless. And it is hardly an exaggeration to say that the chief progress of monetary theory in more recent times has been the result of a tendency to tear up the straitjackets and to introduce explicitly and directly all that the best presentations of the quantity theory relegated into the limbo of indirect influences. Lesson, in economics more than elsewhere, a good cause and one that will win out eventually may be so inadequately defended as to appear to be bad for decades together. See, purchasing power parity and the mechanism of international payments. Before going on, let us touch upon two other matters. In that period, more definitely than before, we find in the neighborhood of the quantity theorem its old ally, the purchasing power parity theory of foreign exchange, that is, the proposition that, if left to itself, the price of a country's monetary unit in terms of foreign currencies tends to be inversely proportional to the relations between the respective price levels. It was repeatedly stated, for example, by Marshall and Schlesinger, but when, in the discussion on the exchange troubles that arose during and after the First World War, Cassel pressed it energetically into service, it struck most people like a new discovery. 1993, as one have stated it, the proposition does not seem very exciting. Both Marshall and Schlesinger noticed it as they went along, without putting much emphasis upon it. And we may discern, in the torrent of publications which purchasing power parity was to produce, a quiet little inlet of discussions about the merits of that proposition as a tool of analysis. 1994, the excitement sprang from the fact that Castle linked it up with a strict quantity theory and, in application, with the problems of war inflation. In consequence of this, the purchasing power parity theory turned into the so-called inflation theory of foreign exchange, which reads, increase in M raises the price level, the rise in a country's price level decreases the value of its monetary unit in terms of non-inflated foreign currencies. Opposing arguments were marshaled under the flag of a balance of payment theory, which often, though not always, went so far as to make the causal nexus run from exchange rate to price level instead of from price level to exchange rate. We cannot go into this controversy in which opponents never met each other's arguments on the same plane of fact and of abstraction, and which, though better things were not lacking, on the whole presents a sad example of the futility largely due to inadequate analytic power of the participants of so many economic controversies. I take this opportunity of noticing another controversy, or set of controversies, that proved more fruitful, the controversy on the mechanism of international payments. It ran its course and produced its results in the 20s and 30s, but its sources are in the work of the 19th century, and some of the most important participants drew inspiration from the contest between Thornton and Ricardo. See above, Part 3, ch. 7, Sector 3. 1995. We have before us what is indeed a typical case of normal scientific development. The older authors had, more or less explicitly, noticed all the essential elements of the problem. But when J.S. Mill summed up their work, it was nevertheless an incomplete and one-sided picture that emerged, namely, the schema of the mechanism of unilateral international payments, tributes or loans or repayment of loans, according to which the paying country first transfers gold, thereby increasing the price level of the receiving country and reducing its own so as to acquire an export surplus, which then takes care of the subsequent payments. The glaring inadequacy of this account, which not only puts the whole burden of adjustment on the price level but also neglects the phenomena inevitably associated with such an adjustment, was indeed felt and noticed by Bastable, on some applications of the theory of international trade, Quarterly Journal of Economics, October 1889, and others, but the theory proved a hardy plant and survived in current teaching right into the 20s, in spite of protests, example Wicksells in International Freights and Prices, Quarterly Journal of Economics, February 1918. When the problem of German reparations drew everybody's attention to these questions of mechanism, relatively rapid progress was made in building up an organon of analysis that was new as such, though none of its elements were. Olin's Performance, Interregional and International Trade, 1933, supplies a convenient landmark in this as it does in other respects. The role of Tausig's teaching should be particularly noticed. He started from Mill's schema and, in spite of a number of improvements he added, personally never abandoned it. But by virtue of the criticism he elicited and of the work of his pupils, whom his leadership inspired, he helped the new analysis into existence almost as effectively as if he had created it himself. On the one hand, much of the most significant theoretical work developed from his teaching, Weiner's especially. On the other hand, he started off an important sequence of factual researches. 1996. 6. The value of money, the cash balance and income approaches. 1997. The Newcomb, Fisher equation of exchange and expressions closely similar to it were indeed widely used, or implied by verbal circumlocutions, but not universally. We are now going to glance at two other important formulae. In both cases, it is as important to grasp that they were fundamentally equivalent to the Newcomb, Fisher equation as it is to understand the nature of the differences that induced many economists to prefer them. Or to put the same thing from a different angle, the important thing to understand is why those formulae, in spite of their fundamental equivalence with the Newcomb-Fisher equation, nevertheless suggested advance in a different direction. A. The cash balance approach. Walras often spoke of the quantity of money. But the central concept of his analysis of money is the encaisse désirée, that is, the amount of cash that people individually desire to hold at any moment. Similarly, the Cambridge economists, following Marshall's lead and in obedience to the Petty, Locke, Cantillon tradition, adopted a formula that expressed the same idea. Let N be the amount of cash in circulation with the public, P the index number of the cost of living, K the number of consumption units, also an index figure, representing the physical complement of the public's holdings of hand-to-hand cash, K the number of consumption units representing similarly the physical complement of the public's checking deposits, and R the fraction of K that banks keep as a cash reserve against K, then we have 1998. N equals P, K plus RK. This is the so-called Cambridge equation, which is to embody the cash balance approach. It assumes and asserts exactly what the Newcomb-Fisher equation assumes and asserts. In particular, it is not more and not less of an identity. The feature that at first sight may seem to constitute a substantive difference, namely, the absence of velocity, is not very important, for all the problems that, in the Newcomb-Fisher equation, are treated under the heading velocity turn up in much the same form when we try to work with the Cambridge equation. But there is nevertheless something about it which deserves notice because it sheds light on an important aspect of the filiation of scientific ideas. In expressing the Cambridge equation in words, it is natural to say, and all Cambridge economists did say, that the public choose or elect to keep P, K plus RK, in cash and balances, and this manner of speaking constitutes a psychological bridge to later, especially Keynesian, opinions, for it points toward the individual decisions that are behind the public's behavior in the matter of holding liquid assets and suggests analysis of the motives that prompt them. Especially, if we express the matter by saying that there is such a thing as a balance of advantage as between holding money and holding other forms of wealth, we cannot help seeing the signpost that points toward the liquidity preference theory of Keynesian fame. But once more we have to add that this does not amount to the liquidity preference theory. It is clear, especially in the case of Walras and encaisse désirée, that we need additional assumptions concerning people's attitude toward holding cash to carry us from the one to the other. B. The income approach. We have noticed that Tuke, in his 13th thesis, had suggested that the explanation of money prices should start from consumers' incomes. As we know, he offered this as an alternative to the explanation of price levels by the quantity of money, which he rejected. Ever since, the income approach has appealed to analysts, though it was also adopted by others who disliked the quantity theory or even the equation of exchange. 1999 But it is easy to see that, in itself, the former is nothing but another way of writing the latter. Moreover, the amendment might seem to be of doubtful value, since incomes evidently determine prices in the same sense only in which prices determine incomes. Yet we Sir S. 2000 and Hawtrey's preference for this approach is quite understandable, though it yields no result that cannot be obtained via the equation of exchange. Like the cash balance approach, it points to individual behavior. More than the cash balance approach, it removes mere quantity of money from the position of approximate cause of the price level and substitutes for it one that is still nearer to prices, income, or even consumers' expenditure. 2001 Finally, it relieves the theory of money prices from such questions as what is to be considered as money. The effect of an increase of money upon prices is indeterminate so long as we do not know who gets the additional money, what he does with it, and what the state of the economic organism is on which the new money impinges. The income formula does not in itself take account of all these questions, but it directs our attention toward them and thus helps monetary analysis to step out of its separate compartment. This advantage is particularly obvious in analyzing an inflationary process. Though there is really not much more sense in quarreling over the question whether it is the increased quantity of money or the increased payroll that causes inflation than there would be in quarreling over the question whether it is the bullet or the murderer's intention that causes the death of the victim. there is still something to be said for concentrating on the mechanisms by which the increased quantity of money becomes operative, not to speak of the additional advantage which counts for so much in economics, namely, that the income-expenditure formula does not meet with some of the prejudices that the equation of exchange encounters. 7. Bank credit and the creation of deposits. The important developments that occurred during that period in the banking systems of all commercialized countries and in the functions and policies of central banks were, of course, noticed, described, discussed. We cannot survey the vast literature which performed this task and of which reports of official commissions and the articles of the best financial journals, the London Economist in particular, formed perhaps the most valuable part. It was written by businessmen, financial writers, business economists of all types who knew all about the facts, the techniques, and the current practical problems of banking, but who cared little about principles except that they never failed to refer to established slogans and cannot be said to have had any very clear ideas about the meaning of the institutional trends they beheld. Considered from the standpoint of scientific analysis, these works were, therefore, raw material rather than finished products. And since the scientific analysts of money and credit largely failed to do their part, namely, to work up this material and to fashion their analytic structures to its image, we might almost, though not quite, characterize the situation by saying that that literature on banking and finance was as much of a separate compartment within the literature on money and credit as the latter was a separate compartment within the literature on general economics. There are a number of books for England, in particular, such as W.T.C. King's History of the London Discount Market, 1936, and the various histories of the Bank of England, example the recent one by Sir John Clapham, The Bank of England, 1944, which will supply part of the information that cannot be given here. For other references, see the little bibliography attached to the article on banking, commercial in the Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, especially the books of the following authors: C.A. Conant, A.W. Kerr, A. Courtois, E. Kaufman, A. Ward, J. Reeser, O.G. Idels, C. Supino, C. Esfeld, H.P. Willis. This bibliography contains two items which, owing to their high quality, should be particularly mentioned: cf. Dunbar's Theory and History of Banking, 5th ed., 1929, but essentially a work of the 19th century, and F. Somary's Bank Politic, 1st ed. 1915, 2nd ed. 1930. Perusal of A History of Banking Theory by L.W. Mintz, 1945, will show the reader how far the descriptive literature spilled over into the books on monetary and banking theory, though the author's presentation of his huge material is somewhat impaired by undue emphasis on the shortcomings of a particularly narrowly defined commercial theory of banking, the real bills doctrine. The situation described above by the separate compartment simile accounts for the emergence of a special type of book which was written not only for the general reading public but also for economists in order to enlighten them on the facts and problems of banking or finance. The success of these books proves, better than anything else could, how far the separation of those departments, between which they sought to establish connection, had actually gone. Two famous instances call for notice. The one is W. Bagehot's Lombard Street, a description of the money market, 1873, one of the most frequently and most admiringly quoted books in the whole economic literature of the period. No doubt it is brilliantly written. But whoever now turns to that book with its fame in mind will nevertheless experience some disappointment. Barring a plea for the reorganization of the management of the Bank of England and for a reform of English practice concerning gold reserves, it does not contain anything that should have been new to any student of economics. Obviously, however, it did teach many economists things they did not know and were glad to learn. Our other instance is the not less brilliant book by Hartley Withers, The Meaning of Money, 2nd ed., 1909, whose chief merit consists, as we shall presently see, in having boldly spoken of the manufacture of money by banks. But this should not have surprised anyone. Yet it was considered as a novel and somewhat heretical doctrine. Thus, Academic analysis of credit and banking, including the contribution of writers who, without being academic economists themselves, conformed to the academic pattern, as did some bankers, went along on the stock of ideas inherited from the preceding period, refining, clarifying, developing no doubt, but not adding much that was new. Substantially, this meant the prevalence of the commercial theory of banking, which made the commercial bill, or, somewhat more generally, the financing of current commodity trade, the theoretical cornerstone of bank credit. We shall, of course, trace this position to Tooke and Fullerton. But the currency school influence was stronger than appears on the surface. Toward the end of the period, it asserted itself particularly in the precincts of the theory of cycles, see below, Sector 8. As regards central banking, economists enlarged indeed their conception of the functions of central banks, especially the controlling and regulating function of the lender of last resort, but most of them were surprisingly slow in recognizing to the full the implications of monetary management, which, as we have seen, was developing under their eyes. Adherence to the commercial theory was, of course, partly responsible for this. Because of it, control continued to mean not wholly but primarily control by discount policy. The economics profession was not even sure whether it was in the power of central banks to regulate market rates, or whether bank rate was merely declaratory. 2002 votaries of both opinions then discussed the effects of bank rate in terms of the two classic modi operandi: on the one hand, pressure on prices by restriction of credit, almost equivalent to amount of commercial bills presented for discount; on the other hand, attraction from abroad of foreign funds, or recall from abroad of domestic funds. As regards banking in general, it is quite true that strict adherence to the commercial theory caused economists to overlook or misconceive some of the most important banking developments of that time. Nevertheless, the derogatory criticism leveled at it in our own day is not entirely justified. To begin with, it was not so unrealistic for England, and English prestige in matters of banking tended to make English practice the standard case. But, quite apart from this, it should be emphasized that acceptance of the commercial theory does not necessarily involve uncritical optimism about the working of the discounting mechanism. Economists stress the elasticity of the system that turns on financing commodity trade. But they had grown out, or were growing out, of the opinion that if banks simply finance the needs of trade, then money and production will necessarily move in step and no disturbance will arise, which is the really objectionable thesis. On the one hand, most of them realized, as Ricardo and Tooke had done before them, that there is no such thing as a quantitatively definite need for loans or discounts, and that the actual amount of borrowers' demand is as much a question of the bank's propensity to lend and of the rates they charge as it is a question of borrowers' demand for credit. On the other hand, they realized more and more that the practice of financing nothing but current trade, discounting good commercial paper, does not guarantee stability of prices or of business situations in general, or, in depression, the liquidity of banks. 2003 And it was Wicksell's achievement to introduce both facts into the general theory of money by means of his famous model of the cumulative process, see below, Sector 8. Finally, there is another point, quite independent of all this, that must be noticed: the curious narrowness and lack of realism in that period's conception of the nature of bank credit. In order to make this point stand out clearly, let us restate how a typical economist, writing around 1900, would have explained the subject of credit, keeping in mind, however, all the limitations and dangers inherent in speaking of typical views. He would have said something like this: in the logical beginning is money. Every textbook on money, credit, and banking begins with that. For brevity's sake, let us think of gold coin only. Now the holders of this money, so far as they neither hoard it nor spend it on consumption, invest it, or, as we may also say, they lend their savings, or they supply capital either to themselves or to somebody else. And this is the fundamental fact about credit. 2004 Essentially, therefore, credit is quite independent of the existence or non-existence of banks and can be understood without any reference to them. If, as a further step in analysis, we do introduce them into the picture, the nature of the phenomenon remains unchanged. The public is still the true lender. Bankers are nothing but its agents, middlemen who do the actual lending on behalf of the public and whose existence is a mere matter of division of labor. This theory is satisfactory enough in cases of actual lending on account of others 2005 and of savings deposits. But it was also applied to checking deposits, demand deposits, the English current accounts. These, too, were made to arise from people's depositing with banks funds that they owned, are gold coins. The depositors become and remain lenders both in the sense that they lend, in trust, their money to the banks and in the sense that they are the ultimate lenders in case the banks lend out part of this money. In spite of certain technical differences, the credit supplied by deposit banking, the bulk of commercial credit in capitalist society, can therefore be construed on the pattern of a credit operation between two private individuals. As the depositors remain lenders, so bankers remain middlemen who collect liquid capital from innumerable small pools in order to make it available to trade. They add nothing to the existing mass of liquid means, though they make it do more work. As Professor Cannon put it in an article in Economica, the meaning of bank deposits, which appeared as late as January 1921, if cloakroom attendants managed to lend out exactly 3/4 of the bags entrusted to them. We should certainly not accuse the cloakroom attendants of having created the number of bags indicated by the excess of bags on deposit over bags in the cloakrooms. Such were the views of 99 out of 100 economists. But if the owners of those bags wish to use them, they have to recover them from the borrowers, who must then go without them. This is not so with our depositors and their gold coins. They lend nothing in the sense of giving up the use of their money. They continue to spend, paying by check instead of by coin. And while they go on spending just as if they had kept their coins, the borrowers likewise spend the same money at the same time. Evidently this phenomenon is peculiar to money and has no analogue in the world of commodities. No claim to sheep increases the number of sheep. But a deposit, though legally only a claim to legal tender money, serves within very wide limits the same purposes that this money itself would serve. Banks do not, of course, create legal tender money, and still less do they create machines. They do, however, something. It is perhaps easier to see this in the case of the issue of banknotes, which, in its economic effects, comes pretty near to creating legal tender money, and which may lead to the creation of real capital that could not have been created without this practice. But this alters the analytic situation profoundly and makes it highly inadvisable to construe bank credit on the model of existing funds being withdrawn from previous uses by an entirely imaginary act of saving and then lent out by their owners. It is much more realistic to say that the banks create credit, that is, that they create deposits in their act of lending, than to say that they lend the deposits that have been entrusted to them. And the reason for insisting on this is that depositors should not be invested with the insignia of a role which they do not play. The theory to which economists clung so tenaciously makes them out to be savers when they neither save nor intend to do so. It attributes to them an influence on the supply of credit which they do not have. The theory of credit creation not only recognizes patent facts without obscuring them by artificial constructions, it also brings out the peculiar mechanism of saving and investment that is characteristic of full-fledged capitalist society and the true role of banks in capitalist evolution. With less qualification than has to be added in most cases, this theory therefore constitutes definite advance in analysis. Nevertheless, it proved extraordinarily difficult for economists to recognize that bank loans and bank investments do create deposits. In fact, throughout the period under survey they refused with practical unanimity to do so. And even in 1930, when the large majority had been converted and accepted that doctrine as a matter of course, Keynes rightly felt it to be necessary to re-expound and to defend the doctrine at length. 2006, and some of its most important aspects cannot be said to be fully understood even now. This is a most interesting illustration of the inhibitions with which analytic advance has to contend, and in particular of the fact that people may be perfectly familiar with the phenomenon for ages and even discuss it frequently without realizing its true significance and without admitting it into their general scheme of thought. 2007. For the facts of credit creation, at least of credit creation in the form of banknotes, must all along have been familiar to every economist. Moreover, especially in America, people were freely using the term check currency and talking about banks coining money and thereby trespassing upon the rights of Congress. Newcomb in 1885 gave an elementary description of the process by which deposits are created through lending. Toward the end of the period, 1911, Fisher did likewise. He also emphasized the obvious truth that deposits and banknotes are fundamentally the same thing. And Hartley Withers espoused the notion that bankers were not middlemen but manufacturers of money. Moreover, many economists of the 17th and 18th centuries had clear, if sometimes exaggerated, ideas about credit creation and its importance for industrial development. And these ideas had not entirely vanished. Nevertheless, the first though not wholly successful attempt at working out a systematic theory that fits the facts of bank credit adequately, which was made by MacLeod 2008, attracted little attention, still less favorable attention. Next came Wicksell, whose analysis of the effects upon prices of the rates charged by banks naturally led him to recognize certain aspects of credit creation, in particular the phenomenon of forced saving. 2009. Later on, there were other contributions toward a complete theory, especially, as we should expect, in the United States. Davenport, Taylor, and Phillips may serve as examples. 2010. But it was not until 1924 that the theoretical job was done completely in a book by Hahn, and even then success was not immediate. 2011. Among English leaders, credit is due primarily to Professors Robertson and Pigou, not only for having made the theory palatable to the profession but also for having added several novel developments. 2012. Elsewhere, especially in France, resistance has remained strong to this day. The reasons why progress should have been so slow are not far to seek. First, the doctrine was unpopular and, in the eyes of some, almost tinged with immorality, a fact that is not difficult to understand when we remember that among the ancestors of the doctrine is John Locke. 2013. Second, the doctrine ran up against set habits of thought, fostered as these were by the legal construction of deposits. The distinction between money and credit seemed to be so obvious and at the same time, for a number of issues, so important that a theory which tended to obscure it was bound to be voted not only useless but wrong in point of fact, indeed guilty of the elementary error of confusing legal tender money with the bookkeeping items that reflect contractual relations concerning this legal tender money. And it is quite true that those issues must not be obscured. 2014. That the theory of credit creation does not necessarily do this seemed small comfort to those who feared its misuse. 8. Crises and cycles, the monetary theories. We have seen on the one hand that, broadly speaking, the monetary analysis of that period centered in the problems of value of money, or price level, but on the other hand that some leading economists were working their way toward monetary analysis of the economic process as a whole, in which mere price level problems fall into secondary place. This tendency has been illustrated by the implications of the cash balance and income approaches, but it asserted itself also in many other ways. It is significant, for instance, that Marshall originally intended the volume that appeared as Money, Credit, and Commerce to carry the title Money, Credit, and Employment, and there are in fact many things in it that come within the range of recent income and employment analysis. Much more significant was it that Wicksell, in his somewhat hesitating way that is so engaging, eventually made up his mind to the effect that we need a concept of monetary demand for output as a whole. 2015. This revived the Malthusian idea and anticipated, though in an incompletely articulate manner, the consumption function of Keynes's general theory. But the most considerable advance in the direction of monetary analysis in the present-day sense occurred within the precincts of the problems of interest and business cycles. We have already noticed symptoms of a growing inclination of economists to recognize and to use a monetary concept of capital. Nothing came of this, nor did the few attempts that were made to interpret interest as a purely monetary phenomenon meet with any success. 2016. Throughout the period, the rate of interest remained, for practically all economists, a rate of return however explained to physical capital, and the money rate a mere derivative of the real rate. 2017. It had long been recognized, of course, that the two may diverge from one another, Ricardo's explanation of how new money inserts itself into circulation implies recognition of this fact, and writers on banking must always have been aware of it. But nobody attached much importance to it until Wicksell made it the center of his theory of the value of money and the subject of an elaborate analysis that produced the Wickelsian cumulative process. He pointed out that, if banks keep their loan rate below the real rate, which as we know he explained on the lines of Bohm-Bawerk's theory, they will put a premium on expansion of production and especially on investment in durable plant and equipment, prices will eventually rise, and if banks refuse to raise their loan rate even then, prices will go on rising cumulatively without any assignable limit even though all other cost items rise proportionally. 2018. The analytic situation created by this argument may be described like this. In itself, the Wickelsian emphasis upon the effects of possible divergences between money and real rates of interest does not constitute a compelling reason for abandoning the position that the fundamental fact about interest is a net return to physical goods, a position from which Wicksell himself never departed. However, it does constitute a good and sufficient reason for treating the money rate as a distinct variable in its own right that depends, partly at least, upon factors other than those that govern the net return to physical capital, natural or real rate. The two are related, of course. In equilibrium they are even equal. But they are no longer fundamentally the same thing. 2019. And so soon as we recognize this, they will drift further and further apart, and we shall drift further and further away from the position that the net return to physical goods of one kind or another is the fundamental fact about the interest rate of the loan market, the position which we have traced to Barbon and which Lord Keynes was to condemn on the ground that it involved confusion between rate of interest and the marginal efficiency of physical capital. 2020. Other factors, such as the loan policy of banks, will then seem to us to be just as fundamental, and the road opens toward the purely monetary theories of interest that emerged later and of which the Keynesian was to attract more attention than any other. Let us, however, keep in mind three things. First, we have been sketching a most interesting line of doctrinal development, which starts with Barbon and runs a course that, for the moment, ends with Keynes. But it is not suggested that the individuals who made themselves responsible for the newer monetary theories of interest consciously arrived at their conclusions by working out the implications of the situation created by the Wicksell analysis. This may have been the case with his Swedish disciples, though I do not wish to question anyone's subjective originality, but it was certainly not so with the others. Second, it is not suggested that, by retracing Barbon's steps, the economists of our epoch have simply returned to the monetary theories of pre-Barbonian times, though similar to them in important respects and especially to those of the scholastics, theirs are unquestionably novel in others. Third, by defining the new variable of our economic system, money interest, as a thing that is monetary in nature and not only in form, we do not eliminate from the problem of the loan rate the real factors as completely as some modern economists seem to think. The rate of net return to physical investment remains, at the very least, a factor in the demand for loans and therefore cannot vanish from any complete theory of the money rate. 2021. Wicksell's position in the development of modern monetary cycle theories is quite similar to his position in the development of modern monetary interest theories. He himself no more held a monetary cycle theory than he held a monetary interest theory. But he opened the road for the former as he opened it for the latter. In fact, the cumulative process itself need only be adjusted in order to yield a theory of the cycle. Suppose that banks emerge from a period of recovery or quiescence in a liquid state. Their interest will prompt them to expand their loans. In order to do so, they will, in general, have to stimulate demand for loans by lowering their rates until these are below the Wickelsian real rate, which, as we know, is Bohm-Bawerk's real rate. In consequence, firms will invest especially in durable equipment with respect to which rate of interest counts heavily. 2022 beyond the point at which they would have to stop with the higher money rate that is equal to the real rate. Thus, on the one hand, a process of cumulative inflation sets in and, on the other hand, the time structure of production is distorted. This process cannot go on indefinitely, However, there are several possible reasons for this, the simplest being that banks run up against the limits set to their lending by their reserves, and when it stops and the money rate catches up with the real rate, we have an untenable situation in which the investment undertaken on the stimulus of an artificially low rate proves a source of losses, booms end in liquidation that spell depression. This theory has been sketched out by Professor von Mises 2023, who, while extending critical recognition to Wicksell, described it as a development of currency school views. It was further developed by Professor von Hayek into a much more elaborate analytic structure of his own 2024, which, on being presented to the Anglo-American community of economists, met with a sweeping success that has never been equaled by any strictly theoretical book that failed to make amends for its rigors by including plans and policy recommendations, or to make contact in other ways with its readers' loves or hates. A strong critical reaction followed that, at first, but served to underline the success, and then the profession turned away to other leaders and other interests. 2025 The social psychology of this is interesting matter for study. Hawtrey's 2026 analysis makes business cycles, as he himself put it, a purely monetary phenomenon in a sense in which the Mises-Hayek cycle is not. Hawtrey makes no use of the element of disturbance, or maladjustment, in the time structure of plant and equipment. Fluctuations in the flow of money income, themselves caused by exclusively monetary factors, are the only cause of general cyclical fluctuations in trade and employment. But he does use the cumulative process and traces it, like Mises, to the inherent instability of the modern credit system. Banks, then, are again supposed to start abnormal activity by easy conditions for loans. Only the main link of this with general booming conditions is not increase in orders for new plant or equipment, but increase in the stocks held by the wholesale trade that also react to small changes in loan rates. Expansion leads to further expansion, hence to increased money incomes and to loss of hand-to-hand cash by the banks, whose inability to go on expanding loans indefinitely then leads to a rise in rates which reverses the process, which is why the central bank rate plays so great a role in this analysis. Thus, similarities are sufficiently pronounced to entitle us to speak of a single monetary theory, the votaries of which disagree on one issue only, whether bank loan rates act primarily on durable capital or via the stocks of wholesalers. Throughout the 20s, Hawtrey's theory enjoyed a considerable vogue. In the United States, especially, it was the outstanding rationalization of the uncritical belief in the unlimited efficacy of the open market operations of the Federal Reserve System that prevailed then. Nor is the fundamental unanimity of the votaries of the monetary theory of cycles 2027 seriously disturbed by those economists who place responsibility for the phenomenon with the vagaries of gold. This idea commanded more assent when it was used to explain those longer spans of prevalent prosperity or prevalent depression that are in fact associated, more or less, with significant changes in the rate of gold production, such as, roughly, 1849 to 72 or 1872 to 91. But it has also been used to explain business cycles proper. In this case, since an accession of gold acts on bank reserves and hence makes banks more willing and able to lend, we have a particular reason for expecting expansion instead of the more general reason formulated by Mises and Hawtrey. But, for the rest, the argument will be much the same, again credit inflation owing to low money rates, again the point at which interest catches up with prices, and reversal of the process. The most eminent sponsor of this type of monetary theory, Professor Irving Fisher, at first stated it in this unsophisticated manner in his Purchasing Power of Money, 1911, ch. 4.2028. But, though he continued to emphasize the monetary aspects of the phenomenon, he so broadened the basis of his analysis as to end up with the debt deflation theory, which, contrary to his unduly restricted claim, applies to all recorded business cycles and is in essence not monetary at all. Ostensibly, the burden is chiefly laid upon the fact that in the atmosphere of prosperity debts are accumulated, the inevitable liquidation of which, with the attendant breaks in the price structure, constitutes the core of depression. Behind this surface mechanism there are the really operative factors, new technological and commercial possibilities chiefly, which Fisher does not fail to see but which he banishes to the apparently secondary place of debt starters. Econometrica, October 1933, p. 348, so that, exactly as in the case of his general monetary analysis, see above, Sector 2, the true dimensions of what is really a great performance are so completely hidden from the reader's view that they have to be dug out laboriously and in fact never impress the profession as they should have done. 9. Non-monetary cycle analysis. It will be convenient to go on in order to glance briefly at some analyses of cyclical phenomena other than Hayek's that are non-monetary in the sense defined 2029, although we shall have to cross the frontiers of this chapter's subject in doing so. But we shall go no further than is necessary in order to establish one important proposition, namely, that all the essential facts and ideas about business cycle analysis had emerged by 1914, the subsequent 30 years brought forth, indeed, a flood of statistical and historical material, and many new statistical and theoretical techniques. By clarification and elaboration they may be said to have expanded the subject into a recognized branch of economics, but they added no principle or fact that had not been known before. 2030. A. Juglar's performance. As we have seen, it was the spectacular phenomenon of crises and the less spectacular but still more irritating phenomenon of depressions, gluts, which, in the preceding period, first attracted the attention of economists. We have also seen, however, that some of them did look beyond depressions. Such men as Tooke and Lord Overstone fully realized that crises and gluts were but incidents or phases of a larger process. Many more displayed symptoms of a vague awareness of this fact. Nevertheless, it was only during the period under survey that the cycle definitively ousted the crisis from its place in economists' minds and that the ground was cleared for the development of modern business cycle analysis, though practically all workers in the field continued to use the old phrase, an interesting case of terminological lag. This is why the decisive performance is considered here, although it was published in 1862. It was the work of a man who was a physician by training, but must be ranked, as to talent and command of scientific method, among the greatest economists of all times, Clement Juglar. 2031. This evaluation rests upon three facts. To begin with, he was the first to use time series material, mainly prices, interest rates, and central bank balances, systematically and with the clear purpose in mind of analyzing a definite phenomenon. Since this is the fundamental method of modern business cycle analysis, he can be justly called its ancestor. Second, having discovered the cycle of roughly 10 years' duration that was most obvious in his material, it was he who discovered the continent, islands near it several writers had discovered before he proceeded to develop a morphology of it in terms of phases, upgrade, explosion, liquidation. Though Tooke and Overstone had done the same thing, the modern morphology of cycles dates from Juglar. And so does, in the same sense, periodicity. This morphology of a periodic process is what he meant when he proudly claimed to have discovered the law of crises without any preconceived theory or hypothesis. 2032. Third, he went on to try his hand at explanation. The grand feature about this is the almost ideal way in which facts and theory are made to intertwine. In themselves, most of his suggestions concerning the factors that bring about the downturn, loss of cash by banks, failure of new buying, do not amount to a great deal. But all important was his diagnosis of the nature of depression, which he expressed with epigrammatic force in the famous sentence, "The only cause of depression is prosperity." This means that depressions are nothing but adaptations of the economic system to the situations created by the preceding prosperities, and that, in consequence, the basic problem of cycle analysis reduces to the question, what is it that causes prosperities, to which he failed, however, to give any satisfactory answer. Economists were at first slow to follow up Juglar's lead. Later on, however, most of them, even those who were more inclined than he was to commit themselves to particular hypotheses concerning causes, adopted his general approach, so much so that today Juglar's work reads like an old story very primitively told. and at the end of the period stands a work that, on the one hand, was entirely conceived in his spirit and, on the other hand, ushered in a most important part of the psychoanalysis of our own time, Wesley C. Mitchell's Business Cycles. 2033. B. Common Ground and Warring Theories. That period, then, established a method, at least the fundamental principle of a method, on which, by the end of the period, a majority of business psychoanalysts agreed and which was to serve the bulk of the work of our own time. Agreement went further than this, however. By the end of the period, the lists of the features or symptoms that characterize cyclical phases which different economists did draw up or would have drawn up looked much alike. And not only that, by the end of the period most workers agreed or tacitly took for granted that the fundamental fact about cyclical fluctuations was the characteristic fluctuation in the production of plant and equipment. Now, how is this? We seem to be discovering a lot of common ground that should have assured much parallelism of effort and much agreement in results. Yet this is not at all what a survey of that literature reveals. On the contrary, we seem to behold nothing but disagreement and antagonistic effort, disagreement and antagonism that went so far as to be discreditable to the science and even ludicrous. The contradiction is only apparent, however. Agreement on the list of features, even if it had been complete 2034, does not spell agreement as to their relations with one another, and it is the interpretation of these relations and not the list per se which individuates an analytic scheme or business cycle theory. Even agreement to the effect that it is the activity in the plant and equipment, capital goods, industries which is the outstanding feature in cyclical fluctuations does not go far toward ensuring agreement in results, since it leaves the decisive question of interpretation wide open. And, in order to avoid misunderstanding, we must emphasize at once that the outstanding feature of cyclical phases, whatever it is, need not contain within itself the cause that explains why cyclical fluctuations exist. This cause may still lie somewhere else, for example, in the sphere of consumption. But in spite of all this, it remains both true and important that agreement went further than the troubled surface suggests, and that most of the analysts of the business cycle phenomenon who produced theories, which look so different, really started from a common basis. The fact that the relatively large amplitude of the movements in constructional, as compared with consumption, industries is one of the most obvious general characteristics of industrial fluctuations. 2035 can hardly fail to obtrude itself upon anyone 2036 who has learned to look at a cycle as a whole, though it may escape attention so long as one looks merely at the depression phase. Nevertheless, it took time for it to be recognized consciously and with full awareness of its pivotal importance. Speaking very roughly, we may associate this achievement or a decisive share in this achievement with the work of Tegan Baranowski. 2037. It is, however, only the emphasis upon the pivotal importance of that fact which constitutes the historical merit of the work. His own interpretation of it, that is, his distinctive theory which runs in terms of alternating accumulation and release of liquid saving, is valuable only as an example of how short the way is from a promising starting point into a blind alley, even for an able and serious worker. The outstanding work in the line under discussion is Arthur Spyathoff's. 2038. His analytic schema first lists a number of possible starters of a process of expansion of plant and equipment, which process then accounts without difficulty for all the other observed phenomena of booms, great care being taken to account for the individual peculiarities of every historical instance. This emphasis upon the expansion of plant and equipment is reflected in the choice, for the role of fundamental index, of iron consumption, production plus imports minus exports. The problem that remains, namely why this expansion eventually runs into a general condition of production at a loss, overproduction, is then solved by means of several factors, such as shortage of working capital and temporary saturation of demand in particular directions. This schema, which at every step leaves plenty of room for alternatives, is admirably suited for absorbing, into their proper places and without exaggerating their importance, many other factors that are worked up into unique motors of the cyclical movement by other theories, such as psychological factors, monetary factors, acceleration, undersaving. Spyathoff's analysis, therefore, comes nearest to an organic synthesis of relevant elements and to full utilization of the coordinating power of that starting point. And it has still another virtue, with the possible exception of Marx. Spyathoff was the first to recognize explicitly that cycles are not merely a non-essential concomitant of capitalist evolution but that they are the essential form of capitalist life. Also he was one of the first to observe that there are long periods during which prosperity phases of cycles are accentuated by favorable conditions, spans of prosperity, and other long periods during which depression phases are accentuated, spans of depression. He refused, however, to combine these drawn-out spells of predominant prosperity and depression into long cycles, and he reserved judgment as to their causation. It would be extremely interesting to compare Spyathoff's work on cycles with the work of Robertson, which, though independent of Spyathoff's, displays affinity in important respects. 2039 There is no similarity in method. Spyathoff started, in the spirit of Huglar, from minute investigations of available statistics. Robertson worked first and last as a theorist, taking only the broadest and most obvious facts as a base and concentrating on forging tools of interpretation. Therefore, their work is complementary rather than competitive. But their general visions of the cyclical process and its causation were closely similar. 2040. A few examples will suffice to display the fact that most theories of cycles are nothing but different branches of that common trunk, plant and equipment. First, the reader will realize without difficulty that even the purely monetary theories of cycles may be included among the investment theories. For although they locate the causes of the cyclical movement in the monetary sphere, effects upon the plant and equipment industries are bound to play some role. If, in particular, explanation pivots on the money rate of interest, disturbance in the structure of physical capital must always be a factor in cyclical situations, though, especially from a short-run point of view like, for example, Hawtrey's, it need not be made the decisive one. If we do make it the decisive one, we get the non-monetary or semi-monetary theory of Hayek: increased production of durable plant and equipment, lengthening of the period of production, through a fall of the money rate of interest below the marginal rate of profit. Second, writers who agree to interpret business cycles primarily as investment cycles in the physical sense of the term investment may still differ as to the starter, and such differences will then individuate their theories. Thus, what may be termed the perpetuum mobile theory contents itself with the fact that depression itself will in its course produce conditions favorable, first, to revival and, then, to the construction of new plant and equipment. To give another example, Mrs. England, with a keener sense of the necessity for a more convincing cause, pointed to the activity of promoters or, more generally, to the intrusion into the horizon of entrepreneurs of new technological or commercial possibilities. 2041. Third, whatever it is that gives the prosperity impulse, we may derive a distinctive theory by emphasizing the indubitable fact that the plant and equipment, construction of which is undertaken in reaction to such an impulse, takes time to get into existence and working order, time during which there is nothing to blunt the edge of that impulse. Consequently, when later on the stream of additional products impinges upon consumers' goods markets, something like general overproduction, that is, a price fall that turns expected profits into actual losses, may result. If we trust this explanation sufficiently, we can speak of a lag theory of the cycle. We get another version if we put the main emphasis, instead of on the fall in the prices of consumers' goods, on the rise in the price of cost items. The former version may be exemplified by the works of Bauniation and Aftalion, the latter by that of Lescure, though there is much in all three of them to relieve the pressure on the factor primarily stressed. 2042. Incidentally, we may infer from this that he who says that business cycles are primarily cycles in prices may mean exactly the same thing as he who says that they are primarily cycles in investment. Fourth, there was again, as there had been in the preceding period, a crop of those theories which, in one way or another, impute responsibility for depressions to the inadequacy of money incomes in general, more precisely their failure to expand pari passu with the production, actual or potential, of consumers' goods. 2043. Or to people's saving habits, or, finally, to inadequacy of the incomes of some classes and the saving habits of others. I have had occasion already to comment on the indestructible vitality they owe to their popular appeal. It was to this appeal particularly strong in prolonged periods of predominant depression and not to any great improvement in their analytic foundations that they owed their survival. Leading scientific opinion, however, continued to be unfavorable to them, and they continued, to borrow Lord Keynes's felicitous phrase, to live in a scientific underworld. So much was this the case that leading economists did not even bother to make the concessions that were obviously indicated. For though the argument against oversaving theories may be strong so long as they aver that saving is an ultimate and independent cause of disturbance, it should never be denied, on the one hand, that there are plenty of hitches in the saving investment mechanism, and, on the other hand, that saving, in a depression that has already set in for reasons other than saving, may make things worse on balance than they otherwise need be, especially if saving takes the form of hoarding, as it is likely to do in a depression. But the leaders of prevailing opinion, though they had occasional glimpses of all this 2044, completely failed to go into the matter properly, a fact that explains much in the recent history of economics. They evidently attached but little importance to these possibilities of disturbance. They did not even emphasize the role in the cycle of that saving which is being used for the repayment of bank loans. Thus a considerable tract of open country was left unguarded, in which, to the backward glance of the economist of today, there seems to stand, in something that to many looks very like a halo of glory, the figure of J.A. Hobson. Actually, his was not a solitary figure. Nor did he come very near to having anticipated the doctrines of present-day Keynesianism. But we shall confine ourselves to him. 2045. In most cases, there is no sharp dividing line between underconsumption theories and others. Some, though not all of them, might just as well be couched in terms of overproduction or overinvestment, monetary or real, whereupon it becomes easy to see that they are but another branch of the plant and equipment tree. This is particularly clear in the case of the type of oversaving argument that was espoused by Hobson. Today most writers who see saving in the role of villain of the piece aver that the mischief arises from savers not spending at all, either on current consumption or on investment goods. The problem then is to show why, having saved, people refuse to invest, thereby creating unemployment and pools of idle money. 2046. But though Hobson notices this aspect of the matter, he based, not quite logically, his explanation of cyclical fluctuations and of the incident unemployment upon an entirely different argument. With him, saving produces alternating prosperities and depressions precisely because savers do invest promptly and thereby increase the productive powers of the economic engine beyond the possibility of sale at cost-covering prices. This line of reasoning may be labeled overproduction through saving and is certainly not Keynesian. But Hobson, like Tugan-Baranowski before him, went on to point out that most saving is done by the relatively rich, and he used this fact to arrive at the proposition that the ultimate cause of cyclical disturbance and of the incident unemployment is the inequality of incomes. Therefore, we shall understand why economists who are interested in nothing but politically relevant results will hail Hobson as a forerunner of Keynes. 2047. Fifth, it is only for the sake of convenience that I put Marx at the end of our list of examples. In justice, he ought to have been put first because more than any other economist he identified cycles with the process of production and operation of additional plant and equipment. Both followers and enemies have experienced difficulty in attributing to Marx any clear-cut theory of cycles. The obvious reason for this difficulty is that Marx did not live to systematize his ideas on the subject. His theory remained the great unwritten chapter of his work. But there is another and more fundamental reason. His topic was capitalist evolution. Everything he ever wrote, even his scheme of a stationary society, was written to elucidate this topic. Capitalist evolution was to end in the breakdown of the system. But he early adopted the idea, it is already in the Communist Manifesto, that the current crises were previews of this breakdown, that is to say, the same kind of phenomenon that need only intensify itself in order to bring about definitive breakdown, the economic complement of the revolution, Point 2048. Therefore, all the elements of capitalist reality were, directly or indirectly, relevant also to his vision of the cyclical phenomenon. The unwritten chapter would have had to sum up the whole of his analysis of capitalism. And the whole of this analysis in turn centered in, 1. The production of real capital and, 2. In the factors that change its composition, relative increase of constant compared with variable capital. 2049. These are the unifying conceptions to which must be referred what otherwise may easily appear to be disjointed and even contradictory hints. There are, of course, many of these, such as, capitalists' ineluctable craving for accumulation, regardless of return, that is to motivate bursts of investment activity. The weakest point, though buttressed by various suggestions about more substantial factors, the ever-present impulse that produces manias and crashes, vividly but superficially described by Engels, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, whether or not satisfactorily motivated, overproduction and anarchy, uncertainty, of capitalist decision, recurring periods of reinvestment, renewal of the physical apparatus of production, with periods of reduced activity to follow. There were others, among them a clear pointer toward underconsumption by the laboring masses as the last cause of all real crises, Capital, Volume 3, p. 568, and toward the consequent inability of capitalists to realize the surplus value that exists in the commodities that have been produced. Conflicting evidence makes it impossible, however, to impute to Marx an underconsumption theory of cycles, though it remains possible to attribute to underconsumption a role in conditioning an ultimate state of stagnation. Point 2050. But none of these hints, taken by itself, nor their sum total amounts to a theory of cycles. So far as Marx himself is concerned, the historian of analysis, after having noticed the basic conception and also perhaps the particularly unsatisfactory handling of money and credit, must leave it at that. All the same, there are a number of Marxist cycle theories. But they should be attributed not to Marx but to their authors, Marxists who, either selecting hints that appealed to them more than others or trying to develop, from the Marxist basis, ideas of their own, provided substitutes for the unwritten chapter rather than reconstruction of it, fully believing, no doubt, that they were interpreting Marx and always keeping in mind the cherished relation between the crises of experience and the ultimate catastrophe of capitalism. It is not possible to survey them in a sketch like this. Point 2051. C. Other approaches. Though it is impossible to survey all the other ideas that emerged during that period about the nature and causation of economic fluctuations, it is both possible and necessary to point out that most of them, besides being suggested by untutored observation, were bound to appeal to economists who had developed economic statics as the centerpiece of their science. As we have seen above, they naturally exaggerated the importance of their central achievement. They saw more in it than do we, that is, more than a logical schema that is useful for clearing up certain equilibrium relations but is not in itself directly applicable to the given processes of real life. They did not realize how many and how important the phenomena are that escape this logical schema and loved to believe that they had got hold of all that was essential and normal. Now, from the standpoint of this type of analysis, it is natural to locate the causes of observed disturbances either outside of the economic system 2052 or in the fact that the economic engine, like any engine, never works with precision. And this attitude toward observed fluctuations was the common root or common characteristic of another group of theories that also seem at first sight to have nothing to do with one another. Point 2053. We shall notice three examples. First, the most exogenous of all factors that influence economic life is variation of harvest in so far as due to weather, a factor pressed into service for the purpose of explaining business fluctuations by W.S. Jevons, H.S. Jevons, his son, and H.L. Moore. Point 2054. Second, the fact that the economic engine is likely to stall may be exploited for the purposes of business cycle analysis in various ways. The most direct one is to attribute responsibility to uncertainty in general, which will result in erroneous decisions. But since this uncertainty is, in many respects, Due to the fundamental properties of the private enterprise economy, we may also directly accuse the latter's institutions. 2055 And since individual errors cannot convincingly be held to produce big disturbances, unless they are overwhelmingly one way, we may put our trust in waves of optimism and pessimism, a version that was quite common and later on was to appeal to such authorities as Pigou and Harrod. 2056 There are many other variations of this theme, none of which is entirely void of a modest element of truth and all of which are unequal to the burden put upon them. Third, so long as we do not see much ground for believing that the economic system produces general fluctuations by virtue of its own logic, we may easily conclude that these fluctuations arise simply whenever something of sufficient importance goes wrong, no matter for what reason. Roscher had already delivered himself to this effect, and no lesser man than Bohm-Bawerk once expressed the opinion 2057 that there was no general explanation of either cycles or crises. They belong in a last chapter of an economic treatise where all their possible causes should be listed. There is more in this opinion. I am inclined to believe that Marshall would have agreed with it than appears at first sight, though Huglar's achievement suffices to show up its inadequacy. It takes account of, though it overstresses, the fact which is so often neglected by ardent theorists, namely, that every cycle is a historical individual to some extent and that unique combinations of circumstances must enter largely into every analysis of a particular case. Moreover, it bars effectively all those single-factor explanations that rest on nothing but their author's pet aversions such as saving or exploitation. Finally, it invites detailed study of individual mechanisms, which carries us a long way, though not the whole way. The bulk of what has been done on this line belongs, however, to the post-war period. The necessary analytic techniques were slow to develop. 2058 On these post-war developments, see below Part V, Ch4, Dynamics and Business Cycle Research. All this together with what has been said above in Section 8 seems to establish our thesis. The essentials of both the methods and the explanatory principles that serve in today's business cycle analysis, barring refinements of technique, date from before 1914. An instance of continuity in development or affiliation of ideas that is all the more interesting because conscious effort was all the other way. Fairly satisfactory synthesis that would have left no major fact unaccounted for and would have constituted an excellent basis for further research was objectively possible by then. Why was it not attempted? The answer seems to be that objective possibility is one thing and its realization quite another thing. No more than any other history can the history of research afford to neglect the personal element. Entangled in controversy that was often petty, enamored of their own ideas and particular emphasis, economists plodded along successfully enough. But nobody rose to what would indeed have been a most difficult feat of leadership. 2059. In view of an entirely unfounded criticism that many of us are in the habit of directing against the work of that time, it should be added that economists did not fail to offer explanations of unemployment that were certainly not obviously inadequate. By going once more over the contributions that have been mentioned and scrutinizing them for their implications concerning unemployment, the reader can easily satisfy himself of this. Sectional and general, technological and monetary, temporary and permanent, types of unemployment were all in the picture that would have resulted from an effort at balanced synthesis. Even our own mistakes were there. The indictment that the economists of that time disposed of all unemployment as merely frictional is true only if we adopt so wide a definition of friction as to render the indictment tautological. 2060. But another indictment stands against the vast majority of the economists of that period, if it be indeed proper, considering the analytic situation in which they worked, to call it an indictment, with few exceptions, of which Marx was the most influential one. They treated cycles as a phenomenon that is superimposed upon the normal course of capitalist life and mostly as a pathological one. It never occurred to the majority to look to business cycles for material with which to build the fundamental theory of capitalist reality. 2061. Part B. Conclusion. A sketch of modern developments. 1. Introduction and plan. 1. Plan of the part. Once more we change our rules of procedure. The surveys presented in the 3 preceding parts were indeed far from complete. But though incomplete, they aimed at conveying fairly comprehensive pictures. So far as scientific economics in the usual sense is concerned, no significant man or work or movement was left out, not intentionally, at least, and I have done what I could do within this volume to touch upon the more important framework and frontier questions. In this part, we shall not go on with this plan. In a sense, our inquiry ends at the foothills of the Marshall, Wixelian mountain range, with the last glance at the classical situation around 1900. If we go on at all, it is with a different and much more restricted purpose. It seemed desirable, first, to show how the work of that period fared in our own time, 2062. Second, to point out some roads that are leading away from and beyond it, and, third, to attempt diagnosis and prognosis of contemporaneous efforts. This will at best give us a bird's-eye view of just a few great contours with all the details and all the frontier districts left out. More than that, this view will have to be highly selective. I cannot even list all that I am going to leave out. But I will illustrate it by mentioning 2 men, Gottel and Span. The widely different messages of these men, as is indeed obvious from the considerable body of literature produced by their followers, have shaped many a mind. In this sense, they are possibly more important than any 2 high-powered technicians of economic theory. But they are not important for us. We are concerned with the technicians. He who writes a history of, say, agricultural technology does not thereby prove that he thinks it more important than the history of religion. Only so far as those authors or any other of the same type actually attempted analytic work in the sense adopted for the purposes of this book, does our failure to deal with them carry implications to which they or their adherents could object. Is this quite understood? JAS never finished this introduction to the conclusion, nor did he cover some of the topics he planned to include. In place of the introduction he would have written, there is presented in the next section a summary of 5 lectures, which were outlined at the same time that he was planning Part V and the last 2 or 3 chapters of Part 4, and which presumably summarize what JAS considered to be the main lines of advance in the recent period. What he actually intended to cover in the conclusion, in addition to CHS 2, 3, 4, and 5 below, can only be guessed at from 2 pages of abbreviated notes, mostly in that maddening shorthand, which are reproduced in the appendix. Among the things still entirely lacking in Part V he listed 1. Morgenstern and von Neumann, Theory of Games and Economic Behavior, 1944. 2. Leontief's Linear Programming. 3. Income Analysis Social Accounting. 4. Chenery, Engineering Production Functions. Frisch. 5. Several lines of shorthand notes. From the second paragraph of Section 3, this chapter, it is obvious that JAS also intended to comment on the unprecedented wealth of statistical facts and on econometrics, the new relation between economic theory and statistical methods. 2. The progress of theoretical economics during the last 25 years. 2063. A. Introductory lecture on the scope of the course. The First World War caused a complete change in the economic policies of all nations, which has persisted ever since. This was due, first, to the fact that all nations have had to face new problems arising out of political and economic situations in which they had never found themselves before. But, second, this change in policies was due also to the fact that the war had thoroughly upset the previous distribution of political weights. Thus, we observe not only new problems and new situations but also new attitudes toward them. Economics and political economy. Economists moved with the times and a significant change occurred in their views about practical questions. The sum total of these views together with the schema of social values that underlies these views we shall call political economy. Accordingly, we say that a new political economy arose after 1918. But, however interesting it would be to describe this new political economy and to inquire into its sociological roots, this is not our task in this course. The new views on economic policy will be considered only so far as they are relevant to the development of scientific economics. By scientific or analytic economics, in contrast to political economy, we shall mean the stock of facts and methods that economists collect with the purpose of explaining the phenomena of economic life. The difference between this analytic economics and political economy can be illustrated by analogy with the difference between the subjects that are taught at a faculty of medicine. Such a faculty has professors of surgery, internal medicine, and so on who teach the practical art of treating patients. But there are also professors of chemistry, physiology, biology who teach the scientific foundations of that art but not that art itself. It is with the analogues of the latter that we are concerned. Economics and economic theory. We shall restrict our subject still further. Perhaps the most important progress that has occurred in scientific economics is the vast increase in our command over facts. All types of information about facts have increased beyond the boldest dreams of past generations, but our epoch has been particularly characterized by an increase of statistical information which was so great as to open up quite new possibilities for scientific research. In step with this increase of statistical material, there has been an equally important development of statistical methods. But we shall disregard all this and concentrate our attention on the developments in that restricted field which is called economic theory. So many misunderstandings still prevail about the nature, use, and limitations of economic theory that it is necessary to explain our conception of it. There was a time when economic theory meant precisely what we have called political economy above. There was a liberal or socialist or mercantilist theory, and all those theories more or less meant political doctrines or at least practical recommendations. This is not the modern view. The modern economist considers theory simply as an instrument of research. This instrumental character of economic theory will be illustrated by examples which will also explain the relation that nevertheless exists between economic theory and economic policy. Precisely because economic theory is only an instrument of research, it cannot produce concrete results without the facts that are supplied by statistics or non-statistical description. This had been realized already by the Spanish economists of the 16th and 17th centuries. But the alliance between statistics and theoretical economics was not complete until the emergence of modern econometrics. The main lines of advance within economic theory. The most obvious way in which sciences advance is by new departures, that is, by the discovery of new facts, or new aspects of old facts, or new relations between facts. Examples will be given from the history of physics and of economics. But there is another way. When we use the concepts and theorems that we have inherited from our predecessors, these concepts and theorems which we call the analytic apparatus of a science change in our hands. We add here and correct there, and so this apparatus slowly develops into a different one. It will be our first task to describe how, approximately between 1890 and 1914, a system of economic theory consolidated itself and how this system formed the basis of later work, which started in the early 1920s and transformed it without intending to do so. Part V, ch. of this history. Then we shall see how a new analytic apparatus developed which is known as economic dynamics. Part V, ch. 4 of this history. Another new departure, mainly associated with the name of Lord Keynes, will be considered next. Part V, ch. 5. And, finally, we shall sum up what has been accomplished and what might be expected for the near future. B. The Marshall-Wicksell system and its development. Scientific economics found its systematic form in the 18th century, Beccaria, A. Smith, Turgot, and, after various revolutions, in the principles of political economy of J.S. Mill. This system was in turn revolutionized by the introduction of the marginal utility principle, Jevons, Menger, Walras. But another process of consolidation took place between 1890 and 1914, and a theoretical system of apparatus emerged which is embodied in the standard works of A. Marshall and K. Wicksell. A few minutes will be devoted to describing the salient characteristics of this system and the extent to which it was accepted by the professional theorists of all countries. Part 4 of the history. We shall then proceed to discuss the main lines of advance that started from this system. The theory of the individual firm and monopolistic competition. Neither Marshall nor Wicksell had neglected the task of analyzing the behavior of individual firms. But their theorems, except in the case of monopoly, referred mostly to a whole group of firms, industry, or even to the whole organism of the social economy. They hardly realized the necessity of investigating more closely the behavior of the individual units that combine to produce the phenomena which we associate with an industry or the social economy. In analyzing this behavior, theorists soon discovered that the case of perfect or pure competition was a rare exception rather than the rule, and that the economic organism, especially in cases of decreasing average cost, does not function as it would under perfect or pure competition. From this a new body of theorems arose, the theory of imperfect, Robinson, or monopolistic, Chamberlain, competition, the main features of which will be briefly characterized. Part V, ch2 of the history. Indifference varieties. In spite of the protests of Pareto and others, the theorists of the Marshall, Wicksell generation used uncritically the concept of marginal utility. During the 1920s and 1930s this concept was rapidly discarded in favor of the indifference curve approach. The reasons for this and the advantages of the indifference curve approach will be discussed briefly. See Hicks, Value and Capital, 2nd ed., 1946, Part 4, ch7, Sector 8, and App and Part V, ch2. The consequences of the passing of the old marginal utility theory for welfare economics can only be touched perfunctorily. Part 4, ch7, Appendix, Note on the theory of utility. Other improvements of the Marshall, Wicksell apparatus. With increasing scientific rigor and especially with the increasing use of mathematics in economic theory, the theorists have in the last 25 years been able to develop many of the doctrines taught by Marshall and Wicksell and to correct others. An example of these developments is the theory of substitution, which created the concept of elasticity of substitution. This conception is useful in settling in a few lines many problems that filled pages and even volumes in the past, for instance the problem of the influence of the introduction of machines upon the interests of labor. Corrections have been mainly applied to the old theory of production by means of a closer analysis of the properties of production functions. Part 4, ch7, Sector 8. C. Economic dynamics. We call a relation static if it connects economic quantities that refer to the same point of time. Thus, if the quantity of a commodity that is demanded at a point of time, t, is considered as dependent upon the price of this commodity at the same point of time, t, this is a static relation. We call a relation dynamic if it connects economic quantities that refer to different points of time. Thus, if the quantity of a commodity that is offered at a point of time, t, is considered as dependent upon the price that prevailed at the point of time, t1, this is a dynamic proposition. These definitions of the terms static and dynamic must be carefully distinguished from others that have been used and are still used sometimes. The Marshall, Wicksell system was essentially static. The importance of a dynamic theory. The necessity of developing a dynamic theory rests upon three facts. 1. It is obvious that most quantities demanded and offered, both of finished commodities and of factors of production, as well as prices and incomes, are in reality related to other economic quantities that belong not to the same moment but to the past or to the expected future. It is particularly obvious that monopolists want to maximize gains not for the moment but over a stretch of time. 2. It is not so obvious, but it is nevertheless true that this makes a great deal of difference to results. If we drop the hypothesis that each element of the economy depends only on the other elements as they are at the same point of time, quite different results and quite new phenomena emerge, for instance the phenomenon of endogenous fluctuations. 3. Finally, the task of developing a dynamic theory is very difficult and cannot be accomplished simply by adding dynamic qualifications to static theory. It requires new techniques and raises fundamental problems of its own. An example of the new techniques required is the theory of difference equations. An example of the new fundamental problems is economic equilibrium, which, if considered from a dynamic standpoint, appears in a new light. An illustration, the cobweb problem. When farmers observe current prices of, example pork and fodder, they will decide to produce more or less hogs according as hog production is or is not profitable at this current relation between the prices of pork and fodder. But this decision cannot take effect before a certain period has elapsed. The resulting supply of pork will then impinge on the market and change the pre-existing relation between the prices of pork and fodder. This will induce new decision by the farmers and so on. This cobweb problem or hog cycle will be discussed, under simplifying assumptions, by means of a simple diagram. A similar problem is the so-called shipbuilding cycle studied by Tinbergen, Weltwirtschaftsliches Archiv, 1931. All the problems outlined for this lecture on economic dynamics are treated in Part V, ch. 4 of the history. D. Income analysis. We have a strong scientific interest in reducing the number of the economic variables with which we have to deal. If we tried to write down the equations that determine the static equilibrium of millions of firms and households, we should never accomplish the task. In particular, we could never marshal the statistics that would be the necessary complement of such a system. This suggests the idea of reducing the number of variables to a few great social aggregates. This idea is very old. From the first, economists have tried to reason on national income, national sum total of wages, and the like. But it was only during the last quarter of a century that this idea has been systematically followed up. It is clear that we should be in a much better position to apply theory to statistics and statistics to theory if we could, for some purposes or for all, confine ourselves to such variables as national income, national consumption and investment, quantity of money, employment, and interest rates. Analysis which attempts to do so is called macroanalysis, or frisch. Because the national income is the central variable in which we are particularly interested, it is also called income analysis. The Keynesian theory. The most successful of all the theoretical systems that have been inspired by this wish to simplify the structure of economic theory is the static system that is associated with the name of the late Lord Keynes. Many others have also been constructed, for example, by Amoroso, Frisch, Kalecki, Pigou, Tinbergen, Vinci. Lord Keynes used only 4 variables explicitly: quantity of money, deposits, consumption, investment, and interest rates. Income enters also, but is simply identical with consumption plus investment. The price level is eliminated by the use of wage units or labor hours in which all quantities are expressed. Employment is wedded to income by the assumption that it is strictly proportional to income expressed in wage units. The variables are linked together by 3 relations: the liquidity preference function, the consumption function, which implies the famous multiplier, and the investment function, all of which will be briefly explained. Discussion of the Keynesian theory. Keynes presented his theory as a macrostatic system. But it is possible to turn it into a macrodynamic system without great difficulty. It is much more serious that Keynes assumed not only that methods of production remain unchanged but also that the amount of industrial equipment does not vary. This restricts his analysis to very short periods of time, 3 to 10 months. Moreover, since technological change is the essence of the capitalist process and the source of most of its problems, this assumption excludes the salient features of capitalist reality. The novelty in Keynes's theory of saving consists simply in this. Before Keynes, economists used to take it for granted that, normally, savers invest whatever they save. Keynes assumed that people save without having any definite intention to invest and that, when they have saved, they may decide not to invest at all but to keep their savings in the form of money. General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, 1936, pages 165-6. On this alone rests the peculiar features of his theory of interest. But saving without investment occurs only in deep depressions, that is to say, in about 1 year out of every 10 on the long-time average. The concept of marginal efficiency of capital is not the same as the old marginal productivity of capital, but essentially it expresses the same facts. Keynes's theory of wages is interesting because it seems to supply an explanation of permanent unemployment as distinguished from cyclical unemployment. But it does so only by means of the assumption that monetary wage rates are rigid. And nobody has ever denied that unemployment may persist indefinitely in this case. The success of the Keynesian theory. We have seen that fundamentally Keynes accepts the Marshall-Lien apparatus of economic theory and that he only adjusted it in a number of points. But these points were very important for the explanation of the depression of the 1930s and therefore rightly attracted attention. Moreover, his simple system that considers only a few aggregates was easy to master and to manipulate. From these factors of scientific success we must, however, distinguish a much more potent factor of political success. Keynes seemed to present an argument that saving, the great virtue that the majority of bourgeois economists from A. Smith on had always extolled, was really a vice that was the cause not of capital formation but of unemployment and capital destruction. This attracted many people who had for other reasons renounced allegiance to the values of capitalist society, and thus made Keynesian doctrine not quite logically the banner of economic radicalism. All the salient points of this lecture on income analysis will be found developed in Part V, ch. 5, Keynes and Modern Macroeconomics. Summary of the course. It is impossible to foresee what future generations will think of the work in economic theory from 1920 to 1945. We can survey the points which posterity will have to judge, but we cannot pronounce upon their value. One thing must be kept in mind, however. The economic theory of our own time and of all future times can never again be so fascinating to the wider public as it had been in the times when it was understandable to every educated person and when it seemed to establish directly eternal laws and practical rules. Everyone can understand A. Smith. Only specialists can understand the matrix calculus and functional equations. Everyone is interested in free trade or protection. Only specialists are interested in questions of determinateness and stability. The progress in technique. The one thing that can be confidently asserted about the work of the period we have been surveying is that the theory of 1945 is greatly superior to the theory of 1900 as regards technique. Results are more reliable, proofs are more rigorous. This in itself also means more results and more specialized results that fit better the endless variety of the configurations of economic reality. At the same time, it must be admitted that fundamentally new ideas have been almost wholly absent. We make much more of the ideas which we have inherited from the preceding period and often present them in a new light, but we have added little to them. As a conspicuous example, the theory of business cycles will be briefly discussed in order to show that all the essential ideas were developed before 1914. Part V, ch. 4. Economic theory in the service of economic policy. Modern theory no longer undertakes to show that free trade is the right policy for all times and places. But it shows much better than could have been shown by Smith or Mill what will be the effects of a particular measure of protection on the interests of all classes of society. Modern theory no longer undertakes to prove that perfect competition is an ideal. But it can show what the effects of given deviations from competition will be. Modern theory no longer recommends saving under all circumstances. But it gives to economic policy a complete description of the process of saving and of the effects that different kinds of saving will exert upon the economic situation of a country. Many other examples could be cited in order to show that modern theorists are developing an apparatus that is indeed no longer simple but will render in the end the same service to economic policy which theoretical physics renders to engineering. Planning and socialism. What has just been said may be applied to any kind of economic planning. Economic theory is slowly developing the mental instruments that are necessary in order to rationalize planning and to tell planners what they must do and avoid in order to attain certain given ends. If a socialist society is defined as the perfectly planned society, then we may further say that modern theory is building the foundations of a truly scientific socialism. Part 4, ch. 7, Sector 5. To say that pure theory is of no interest for practice is as unreasonable as to say that pure mechanics is of no interest for building the machines we want. The ends themselves, that is to say, the kind of society or culture we want, we must choose ourselves. No science can do more than indicate the means of attaining whatever it is we want. 3. Background and Patterns 2064. Very roughly, the beginnings of what I believe to be a new period in the history of economic analysis date from the First World War. But this was a coincidence. Causally, that World War had little to do with the new tendencies, which in fact were discernible before 1914. The public, of course, was under the impression, as it always is in any epoch of striking events, that the economic phenomena it observed were entirely novel, unheard of, and of a nature to upset completely the schemata of analytic economics. And it was a new experience for some people to be poor instead of rich and for others to be rich instead of poor, for some to see their interests championed by politicians instead of ignored, for others to see their interests attacked by politicians instead of defended as they used to be. But no economic fact or process observable during that war and its aftermath had anything new to teach to the scientific economist. The inflationary processes in particular fitted beautifully into the oldest of old schemata. Nor is this anything to wonder at. Economics is a very unsatisfactory science. But it would have to be much more unsatisfactory than it is if such an event as a war, however extensive and destructive, sufficed to upset its teaching. The fundamental independence from war influences of the developments that brought about a new period of economic analysis can be easily established by listing them. First, there was the unprecedented wealth of statistical facts. Second, there were new results that grew out of working the old apparatus. Third, there was the development of dynamics. Fourth, there was the new relation between economic theory and statistical methods, econometrics. It is these four obviously interdependent aspects of contemporaneous work that will be discussed in the chapters that are to follow. The rest of this chapter will be devoted to the discussion of a matter of atmosphere. Our time is one of transition, not only in the sense in which any time is of necessity transitional, but also in the specific sense defined by rapidity, and by universal awareness and expectation, of actual and impending social change of a fundamental nature. Few will deny this. It will be convenient to state at once the two ways in which that fact bears upon the scientific work in our field. The first things to occur to most of us are the new patterns and the new problems. But so far as these are concerned, it is more important to realize the extent to which they are but old friends in new sociological garb than it is to realize the extent to which we are really facing new scientific problems. For to begin with, we may repeat for recent economic history what was said a moment ago for the economic history of the First World War. Social patterns, economic and other policies, economic situations are all quite different, but this does not in itself imply that new economic principles are either suggested by them or required in order to understand them. Thus foreign policies, economic and other, that strike the good old liberal as novel heresies and more enthusiastic observers as great discoveries would, as we have seen, have looked very familiar to Maloney's and Miss Eldon. The labor contract is no longer free, but not only has it never been so except during comparatively short spells of history, but also this does not mean a novel problem to the analyst. All he has to do is to take a different model from his box of tools. Political rents payments from public funds to particular groups to which no specific economic service corresponds are a salient feature of modern society, but they were not less important in the society of Louis XV. The fact that the recipients carried different class connotations is, for purposes of purely economic analysis, less important than it might seem. Friends and foes of the New Deal agreed in looking upon it as new. So it was in more than one sense. But not in our sense. Practically every measure that is covered by that slogan had been observed and fully analyzed before. Nor is this all. There are possible events that would create historically novel situations. Full-fledged, not Bolshevist, socialism, adopted by modern industrial society, is an example. But to the economist it would not present a new problem. The theory of a socialist economy lies ready at hand, fully worked out in part by thoroughly bourgeois economists at a time when there was no hope or danger of that exercise in pure theory ever being put to practical use. In this respect, economists were better than was their repute. Nevertheless, there are patterns and problems that are analytically novel. Among the examples, I might have mentioned going off gold, devaluation, depreciation, exchange control, and other features of monetary management as instances of time-honored devices, only they were not always honored and hence they were known under uncomplimentary names. But this would be only substantially, and not quite, correct. We do see other sides of them that were not seen before, and we have learned to reason about them in different ways. Moreover, theory tends to become in part intentionally, but still more unintentionally specialized when, by tacit agreement, theorists look for a long time at the same social and economic pattern. Its features are then taken for granted, and many propositions are framed to fit even the least persistent of them. If central banks are practically treasury departments, if other banks have almost lost all functions but the clerical ones of cashing checks and buying government bonds, if the market rate of interest does not mean a thing and money market and stock exchange mechanisms are well nigh paralyzed, if the profit motive of the industrial family is rapidly vanishing, if salaried employees administer the most important concerns, if private thrift and private investment have ceased to function, and income generation through government expenditure is looked upon as a normal element of the economic process, in which taxation absorbs the higher incomes, and so on, then the relative importance of the various pieces of the capitalist engine is so thoroughly affected, many of the pieces do not work at all, whereas others that could be justifiably neglected before assume a dominant role, that all the applied fields will naturally acquire an entirely different complexion. And theorists will redistribute their emphasis upon their various models and work out some of them more fully while shelving others. But it is important to realize that this is all, and that from the standpoint of analytic technique it means much less than the layman is inclined to believe. Unfinished, many shorthand notes and then a sentence, which began, the other way in which awareness of actual and impending change influences scientific work. 2. Developments stemming from the Marshall-Wicksell apparatus. 1. The modern theory of consumers' behavior and the new theory of production. The modern theory of consumers' behavior developed almost wholly during the last quarter of a century so far as the doctrine is concerned that is actually used and taught by the sector of the economics profession that is primarily interested in theory in this sense. But what was and is being developed consists in methods and results, mainly associated with the work of Fisher, Pareto, Barone, Johnson, and, if we do not mind adding a paper that remained practically unknown for a decade or more after its publication, Slutsky. This means that the fundamental ideas were present before the close of the First World War, not in the form of embryonic suggestions only, but well worked out, mainly by authors of international reputation, in forms accessible, so we should think, to every professional theorist. They had only to sink in and to be clarified, amplified, applied, and occasionally straightened out in the process. But little had to be added to them that was fundamentally new. The situation was much as it was in the automobile industry. In spite of all the improvements and new gadgets, a modern motor car is still much the same kind of thing as the motor car of 1914.2065. Exactly the same holds for what may still be called the new theory of production. And the concept of elasticity of substitution illustrates well not only what has been done but also what could be done in this field under the given circumstances. 2066. A historian, inspired by his observations about similar events in the past, might have expected that Walras would have missed the boat, that is, that his work, in an epoch that was able to understand him at last, would have been thrown into the limbo where dwell the works that, inadequately appreciated in their own time, were condemned on technical inadequacies of their apparatus when their real time had come. This was not so, however. The work on consumers' behavior and on production that can be fitted into his system and that, in part, was fitted in by Pareto, instead of preventing him from taking his proper place, produced rather a modernized Walrasian system. This process extends from 1924, when Professor Bowley's mathematical groundwork of economics made Walras' equilibrium system internationally accessible, already modernizing it in many spots, to 1939 when Professor Hicks's Value and Capital, or the first two parts of it, completed the task. 2067 To some extent this book was particularly successful in unearthing Walrasian problems of which Walras himself had not been aware. And, partly in its wake and partly independently, a rich stream of contributions was released, from which I shall merely read by name the works of Lang, Metzler, Mozak, and only alphabetically last Samuelson. Much or most of this work pivots around questions of determinateness and around stability conditions, and thus constitutes the bulk of the work of our day in the field of fundamental theory, or even Grundlagenforschung. 2. Theory of the individual firm and monopolistic competition. Equally important, however, and much more important as regards direct applicability to practical questions, and hence for the economic profession as a whole, is another development that objectively stems from Marshall: the theory of the individual firm, and in connection with it, the theory of monopolistic or imperfect competition. 2068 Everyone knows that this new arm of the economist's analytic engine was added, in different forms, by English and American authors who worked independently of one another, a striking proof of the intellectual, still more than practical, need for this type of theory, and a not less striking illustration of how the logic of the scientific situation may drive different minds along similar lines of advance. 2069 In the United States, the theory of monopolistic competition sprang, without any warning, fully armed, from Professor E.H. Chamberlain's head in 1933-2070, and met with a corresponding success, which was as much due to the force and brilliance of his exposition as it was to the maturity of the scientific situation. The work claimed to reconstruct the whole of value theory by blending or fusing the hitherto separate theories of monopoly and competition. Nor was this all. It also claimed to teach a new economic Weltanschauung, from the standpoint of which practically all economic problems appear in a new light. In any case, the most important original contributions of the work, mainly contained in chapters 4 to 7 on product differentiation and selling costs, met with very little fundamental dissent, if indeed with any. But a whole literature that amplified and applied these contributions followed in its wake. In England, Mrs. Joan Robinson's Economics of Imperfect Competition, also in 1933, impinged upon a less unprepared profession and, for this and other reasons, was less spectacularly successful. As we know, Piero Sraffa, in 1926, had thrown out the idea that appeal to the theory of monopoly was the remedy for the difficulties about equilibrium that had arisen in connection with increasing returns. In doing so, he had already suggested that actual conditions in industry will in general lie in the intermediate zone between monopoly and competition, and that, since it was the competitive theory which held the field, it was then necessary to turn towards monopoly. Finding monopoly thus released from its uncomfortable pen, Robinson, OPCITP 4, in which it had existed, in seclusion from the main corpus of economic analysis, Mrs. Robinson proposed to reconstruct the theory of value by allowing monopoly to swallow up the competitive analysis, every firm being a monopolist, that is, a single seller of its own product, and competition coming in by bits until we reach the limiting case where a large number of such single sellers of perfectly substitutable products sell in a perfect market, and the demand for the product of each of them becomes perfectly elastic, the case usually described as perfect competition, OPCITP. 5.2071 It should be observed that this concept of monopoly is not the traditional one. In fact, the traditional concept can be satisfactorily defined only by the criterion that it admits the application of the Cournot-Marshall theory of monopoly. But this theory in turn presupposes the existence of a demand curve that is independently given and immune to influences from other firms upon the behavior of the one under consideration. Hence the traditional theory of monopoly is constitutionally unable to swallow up any cases where these influences cannot be neglected, and hence the traditional concept of monopoly becomes inapplicable. 3. Economics in the Totalitarian Countries 2072. No explanation should be needed of what to some readers may seem to be an unjustifiable neglect of totalitarian economic literatures. However, I do wish to state that such neglect has nothing to do with political prejudice. I have no intention of neglecting any analytic work that has been done or is being done in totalitarian countries, and the mere fact that such work is presented in the wrappings of a totalitarian philosophy or even intended to serve and to implement it is no more reason for me to neglect it than my strong personal aversion to utilitarianism is a reason for neglecting the analytic work of Bentham. The various totalitarian philosophies themselves, however, are excluded just as has been the utilitarian philosophy qua philosophy, not because they are totalitarian but because they are philosophies, that is, speculations that live outside the sphere of empirical science. In this respect we are merely carrying out a principle that has been followed all along and has been fully discussed in Part I, where the distinction between analytic economics and political economy was introduced mainly to give effect to it. Since this view is at variance with deeply rooted beliefs, the reader is invited to refresh his memory about what was said there. The principle above does not, however, fully explain why the economic literature introduced in totalitarian countries will not figure greatly in the sketch that is to follow. There are two other reasons for this. First, some of the most important contributions, such as von Stackelberg's Marktform und Gleichgewicht, 1934, or part of Del Vecchio's work on money, have already been mentioned in Part IV, where we carried the histories of a number of topics down to the present. Second, material of the kind that belongs in a history of economic analysis has not been plentiful under totalitarian regimes. For the rest, the cases of the three main totalitarian countries, Germany, Italy, and Russia 2073, are too different to be covered by a single generalization. 1. Germany. In Germany, methods of teaching and research had been rapidly improved in the period of the Weimar Republic, 1918 to 32. Historical work and work on current problems, of the kind cultivated by the Verein für Sozialpolitik, went on as before, as noticed in Part 4, Chapter 4. These types of work gradually lost their anti-theoretical methodological bent, and both interest and competence in theory increased, the spreading use of Cassell's treatise 2074 being equally significant as an effect, a cause, and a symptom. In addition, there were the autochthonous messages of such teachers as von Gottel, Liefman, Oppenheimer, and Spahn, to which even their most severe critic cannot deny the merit of having stimulated many minds, and there were, more accessible to Anglo-American understanding, and to my own, the performances of Diehl, Eucken, and others, and, above all, those of Spyathoff and Sombart. The Viennese group, under the leadership of Professor L. von Mises, though it retained a vital individuality until it was, for the time being at all events, dispersed in the 1930s, entered into closer relations than before with the rest of German economists and was thus in a position to assert its own distinctive doctrines. Two tendencies toward Americanization cannot be left out of this sketch. One was the inexorable progress of specialization. Though the comprehensive courses on general economics, economic, and social, policy, and public finance remained in their dominant positions, specialized groups began to acquire more and more definite existence. In a more significant sense than before, it was possible, after 1918, to speak of agricultural, or labor, or industrial economists. Again, research institutes like the National Bureau of Economic Research or the Bureau of Agricultural Economics grew up both inside and outside the government departments concerned with economic problems. It will suffice to mention the Institute for Weltwirtschaft at the University of Kiel, founded by one of the most efficient organizers of research who ever lived, Professor Bernhard Harms, and the Institute for Konjunkturforschung, the foundation of a similarly efficient organizer, Professor Ernst Wagemann in Berlin 2075, both of which added new economic journals to the existing ones. There is only one point in this picture of considerable advance and still more considerable promise that, from the standpoint taken in this book, must be registered as of sinister import. As the Weimar Republic settled down, the governments of the individual states there were neither federal nor private universities. Only state universities yielded increasingly to the demand of political parties, mainly the Social Democratic and the centrist parties, that the appointments to professional office in economics should take account of the politics of candidates. The argument, discussed quite openly, ran as follows: economics, unlike physics and like philosophy, is a Weltanschauungswissenschaft, that is, a science into the research and teaching of which necessarily enter the ultimate beliefs and allegiances of the investigator or teacher. These ultimate beliefs and allegiances were embodied in the socialist and the centrist, Catholic, parties and in an agglomeration of all other parties defined by the negative characteristic that they were neither socialist nor Catholic. Hence, professorships should be divided up, as equally as possible, between members of these three political groups, though nobody advocated, to be sure, that this should be done irrespective of qualifications. There is no need to discuss this matter again. Less openly, the tendencies verbalized by the theory of the Weltanschauungswissenschaft make themselves felt under any circumstances and in all countries. Also, they never prevail fully anywhere except in modern Russia. In the Weimar Republic, the resistance of the faculties and of upright members of the bureaucracy kept them in relatively narrow bounds. Under these circumstances, the advent of National Socialism did not mean quite as great a break and did not cause all the damage that a foreign observer might expect. The National Socialist regime was intolerant not only of criticism of its policies but also of any display of lack of sympathy with the party philosophy. It promoted party members and demoted Jews. If it did not insist on acceptable professions of faith, it welcomed them. In individual instances, the party, or groups within the party and even the authorities went much further than all this implies. And in addition, the disturbing effects of the general conditions then prevailing upon research and study must be taken into account. However, though less so than in the field of the physical sciences, the bulk of professional work went on. In particular, nobody would have got into trouble in consequence of having worked out new theoretical or statistical tools. A work like Keynes's general theory could have appeared unmolested and did. 2076 It must not be forgotten that the creed of National Socialism was not primarily or essentially economic and that, hence, it was compatible not only with all kinds of technical economics but also with the advocacy of widely differing policies. To Italy. In Italy we find a similar situation, only much more pronounced. The fascist regime resented criticism of its measures as much as since individual policies were much more closely associated with the leader personally, still more than was the case in Germany. 2077 It also insisted either on a sympathetic attitude of economists or else on neutrality. Perhaps the best way of expressing the situation is to say that what the government insisted on was absence of active hostility to fascist principles. A few leading men such as Ricci and Bresciani expatriated themselves, but most were not seriously disturbed. Purely scientific work was not interfered with at all. 2078 Under these conditions, scientific economics continued to move at what we have seen in Part 4 was a high level, both within and without the Pareto school, until the war. Barring war effects, there was no break, and neither was there one after the fall of the regime. 3. Russia. But the case of Russian economics 2079 in the Stalinist period differs from the German and Italian cases, not in degree but in kind. In the decade preceding that period, roughly between 1917 and 1927, this was not quite so. Opponents of the Soviet regime or even neutrals were indeed dealt with much more ruthlessly than were opponents of the National Socialist or Fascist regime. Scientific research itself, not only discussion of policies, was regimented in a manner unheard of in Germany or Italy, not only because of the nature and methods of the Bolshevist administration but also because of two other reasons that contradicted and, nevertheless, reinforced each other. On the one hand, the Soviet creed, ideologically at least, was essentially an economic creed, and slight deviations from the holy books, even if of a purely theoretical kind, acquired an importance that is difficult for us to understand. On the other hand, the Bolshevist government very naturally exploited to the full the naive emotionality of the revolutionary people, who necessarily believed that, the millennium having arrived, there were no longer such things as economic laws and hence no need for any economic analysis at all. In this situation, discussion tended to be geared exclusively to the momentary wishes of the men who were, or were believed to be, at or near the helm, and such arguments as that a certain view was reactionary or leftist. In fact, pure denunciation began to replace scientific views. Nevertheless, the break was not complete. Conversion to Soviet orthodoxy was made easier by the facts that Marxism, now the prescribed creed, had a strong hold on Russian economists even before 1917, and that there is plenty of room for scientific analysis within the limits set by allegiance to its principles. So long as genuine Marxist stalwarts like Bukharin played some role, we might have still to state that, qualitatively more than quantitatively, genuinely analytic work was at an ebb, but there would be no reason to question that there was genuinely scholarly work, as the mere existence of the Marx, Engels Institute suffices to show. However, there were other institutes, for example one for research in agricultural economics and another for business or cycle research, which for the time being enjoyed some freedom not only in collecting but also in interpreting economic data. Kondratiev's work, already mentioned, caused a great stir 2080 and constitutes, so far as I can make out, the peak performance of the work produced by a considerable number of competent economists, Perwuskin, Oparin, Sokhonikov, and others. This work, in spite of the sinister implications of the fact that some of the authors have not been heard of since, may be taken as proof that serious economics survived until the rigors of the Stalinist regime fully asserted themselves. Then the break occurred after all, and teaching as well as the work of the Institute of Economics of the USSR was more and more reduced to descriptive treatment of the practical problems of the Soviet government and to mutual recriminations of slaves incessantly in fear for their lives. 2081 We confine ourselves to 2 points that promise better things for the future. First, Soviet Russia inherited from pre-Soviet times an excellent tradition of work in statistical methods and their mathematical, mainly probabilistic background. This work, much less exposed than economics to political attack, survived and continued to produce internationally recognized contributions. Second, it is evidently impossible to plan investment without developing an apparatus, however primitive, for comparing alternative methods of carrying it out, even if the purpose itself is given by dictatorial command, and for comparing alternative investment purposes if there is some freedom of choice. But into any attempt to do so, actuarial norms and the concepts of value, marginal productivity, and interest enter by logical necessity. The task of Soviet economists was and is not to improve these concepts but to smuggle them in such a manner as to hide their fundamental identity with the corresponding capitalist concepts. 2082 Advance on this line is difficult and slow owing to the incessant threat of denunciation that lurks behind the unfavorable reviews that publications of this kind seem to have received so far. However, there is in these publications some promise for the future, especially because it is safe to predict that denunciations of this type will go out of fashion. Bolshevist economists are bound to discover in the end what Pareto and Barone realized half a century ago, namely, that there is an economic logic that has nothing specifically capitalist about it. Nor is this all. National income accounting and budgeting techniques are rapidly developing in non-Bolshevist countries. They can hardly be called capitalist anymore, and traditional economics will have to adapt itself to them. JAS intended, but did not actually write, a section on national income accounting in this concluding part. These techniques and corresponding methods of analysis are still more obviously needed in the Soviet state. There thus exist two tendencies that, born of similar needs, have begun to assert themselves independently in Russia and elsewhere, especially the United States, and now tend to converge as do so many others. Still, beyond this there is nothing to report for a history of economic analysis, and only he can wonder at this who, even at this point, has not grasped the purpose of this book. 2083. 4. Dynamics and Business Cycle Research. Let us recall once more that here, as throughout this book, dynamics means exclusively analysis that links quantities pertaining to different points of theoretic time in the sense that has been repeatedly explained before, and not the theory of evolutionary processes that run their courses in historic time. It is practically coextensive with sequence analysis and includes period analysis as a special case, but it is not coextensive with the theory of economic growth or development, or progress. 2084 thus defined dynamics is a genuinely new departure. We have indeed seen at various turns of our way, particularly in the case of Sismondi, that dynamic considerations in our sense intruded into economic analysis times out of number, chiefly by implication but also explicitly. But the exact core of economics was nevertheless static and was believed to constitute a self-contained body of doctrine, a body moreover that embraced all or almost all of the essential insights. This is obvious in the case of Walras. But it also applies to Marshall. 2085 He no doubt added plenty of extra static considerations, chiefly about growth but also about sequences, so much in fact that he may be said to have posited the task of future dynamic theory, CEG Principles, p. 519, just as he posited the task of future econometrics, but though he presented material, viewpoints, and desiderata, he did not cross the Rubicon. For the rest, we have noticed the suggestive pointers of Pantaleoni and Pareto, but there was no advance toward the goal to which they pointed. By the phrase, crossing the Rubicon, I mean this: however important those occasional excursions into sequence analysis may have been, they left the main body of economic theory on the static bank of the river. The thing to do is not to supplement static theory by the booty brought back from these excursions but to replace it by a system of general economic dynamics into which statics would enter as a special case. The realization of the fact that even a static theory cannot be fully developed without an explicit dynamical schema, Samuelson, 2086, which we have noted before, is a first step in this direction, and if space permitted, a few others could be mentioned. 2087 However, no attack on the whole front of Walrasian theory has as yet developed, and the analogy with a building plot is still painfully apposite. An increasing number of workers see the new goal, but for the time being this is practically all. Since H.L. Moore's effort did not go substantially beyond comparative statics, more positive success has attended the efforts to dynamize aggregative theory. 1. Dynamizing aggregative theory, macrodynamics. This is understandable. On the one hand, aggregative theory that reduces truly innumerable arrays of variables to half a dozen or even less can evidently stand up much better than could a Walrasian system under the complications that are inseparable from even the simplest dynamic schema. As an illustration, consider so simple a dynamizing device as the introduction of lags. Offhand, and until more powerful methods are invented than are available now, there is very little we can say when we give different time indices to all the quantities that enter the Walrasian system, except that it becomes unmanageable thereby. But this is no longer so if the only variables we have to take care of are consumption, investment, and a national income that is identically equal to current consumption plus current investment. Suppose we postulate arbitrarily that the consumption, Ct, of some period, t, equals a constant proportion, alpha, of the income of period, t1, alpha yt1, and that the investment, it, in period t equals a constant proportion, beta, of the difference between current consumption and the preceding period's consumption, beta, ct1, or beta, alpha yt1 alpha yt2. Remembering that yt-ct plus it, we get as, on the strength of grammar school mathematics, it is easy to see 2088. Yt equals alpha, 1 plus beta, yt1 alpha beta yt2. This is a homogeneous second-order difference equation with constant coefficients, which is very easy to solve by an elementary technique that lies ready at hand and yields certain economically interesting results. The temptation to avail oneself of so tremendous a simplification is almost irresistible and impervious to the objections that might be raised on theoretical grounds. 2089 No wonder, then, that the early 1930s were fertile in such aggregative schemata are. Frisch's macrodynamics. 2090 Not all of them were mathematically exact. Of course, a fuller survey would have to mention several important ones that were presented by non-mathematical economists such as Professor von Hayek. It should be carefully observed that this drive toward macrodynamics was in itself quite independent of any wish for a closer alliance of economic theory with statistical figures, macrodynamics would have asserted its claims even if theorists' attitudes to statistics had not changed at all as compared with the preceding period, and as a matter of fact several writers who displayed no symptoms of such a change in attitude were just as anxious as anyone can be to secure the advantages of aggregative simplification. 2. The statistical complement, econometrics. But, on the other hand, the equally strong drive toward a numerical economics, an economics that would be statistically operational, is also a dominant factor in our scientific situation. And this factor, however independent of the desire for a simplification of the pattern of economic theory per se, also favors macrodynamic methods. For with few exceptions the aggregative variables, particularly if their number be augmented by price levels and interest rates, are easy to identify with our most important time series. As an outstanding example, which displays both tendencies closely united and which constitutes so important an element in the economic research of our time that it cannot be omitted from any sketch of it, however brief, I mention the work of Tinbergen. 2091. His numerous aggregative schemata, most of which use many more variables to start with than do those of other authors, are in the first instance set up on the basis of purely theoretical considerations that are extremely simple, so much so that it is perhaps more enlightening to speak of common sense considerations. They embody, in a system of, almost always, linear equations with constant coefficients, the definitions of obviously important aggregates, definitional equations, the relations that common sense suggests should subsist between them, balance equations, and relations that are supposed to describe the behavior of classes of households and firms, behavior or decision equations. 2092. This involves the fundamental principle that construction of the theoretical setup should precede the statistical work. The relations themselves are not suggested by statistical observations, they are postulates and not results. 2093. Statistical figures are to explain the numerical values of some variables by given numerical values of others by the method of multiple correlation, a process which also eliminates those explanatory variables whose partial regression coefficients indicate the insignificance of their influence. The system is then, by process of successive substitutions, reduced to final equations that are held to depict the economic mechanism. 2094. In itself, every step in this procedure is open to serious criticisms, about which no more can be said than that they should not blind us to the greatness of this pioneer effort. Since most of these criticisms are of a statistical nature, the statistical work of Frisch, partly taken account of by Tinbergen and his group, should at this point be mentioned again, particularly the work of Havelmo, who during his brief sojourn in the United States, without holding a teaching position, exerted an influence that would do credit to the lifetime work of a professor. 2095. In any case, however, the economist who accepts macrodynamics as it stands, with or without its statistical complement, may speak of conquest already achieved and not only of a developing attack and of the increasing clearness of a goal, which is all that we are able to record in the matter of dynamizing the Walrasian or Peirtian system. 3. The interaction of macrodynamics and business cycle research. Exactly as macrodynamics has been and is being propelled by the specifically econometric drive, the tendency toward reasoning in terms of statistical figures, so both the theoretical and the numerical components of macrodynamic work have been propelled by the preoccupation with business cycle problems. This preoccupation is, as we have already seen, a salient characteristic of our time. From the foregoing analysis of the factors that produced macrodynamics and in particular statistical macrodynamics, we may infer that this development would have occurred even if there were no such thing as the particular kind of fluctuations that are commonly identified as business cycles. From what has been said earlier in this part and in part 4, we may infer that preoccupation with the phenomena of business cycles would have increased, as compared with the times before 1914, even if modern macrodynamics had not emerged. But it is obvious that both developments were bound to reinforce one another, and that, on the one hand, the methods, materials, and results of business cycle research encompassed more and more of general economics, and, On the other hand, the methods, materials, and results of modern macrodynamics evolved principally with a view to serving business cycle research 2096, so much so that reference to business cycles intrudes even into the titles of many macrodynamic publications of much wider range. 2097 It is now easy to formulate more precisely the nature and results of this interaction. We have seen in Part 4, Chapter 8, that all the fundamental ideas concerning the phenomenon of business cycles were present before 1914.2098. What our period added, besides critical development of these ideas, was in the first instance the new wealth of data and new statistical methods of handling them. Even the econometric program, barring the higher mathematics, had been carried out by such outstanding students as Huglar, Mitchell, and Spyathoff. 2099 But incomparably greater possibilities have offered themselves since 1919. Some writers were content to use whatever figures the arms of their analytic apparatus could grasp. An outstanding example is Professor Pigou, whose Industrial Fluctuations, first ed. 1927, though remaining a theoretical work, nevertheless, owing to the new material, differs greatly from the kind of work that an economist of the same type would have produced before 1914. Others displayed a tendency to plunge into the statistical material directly and to scrap the existing apparatus as well as the existing explanatory hypotheses. We may illustrate this tendency by two instances that in other respects have very little to do with one another, namely the work of the Harvard Committee, W.M. Persons, and the work of Mitchell. The Harvard University Committee on Economic Research, presided over by Charles J. Bullock and chiefly directed by Warren M. Persons and W.L. Crum, embarked upon extensive historical statistical investigations and developed important time series, but owes its international renown its methods being discussed, copied, and further developed almost everywhere, especially by E. Wageman's Berlin Institute, to the three-curve barometer, a revised version of which the reader finds authoritatively described in the April 1927 number of the Review of Economic Statistics, the construction and interpretation of the Harvard Index of Business Conditions. No analysis of its method is possible here. We must confine ourselves to indicating the fundamental principle and to adding three remarks which the reader is urgently requested to bear in mind. The principle is to correlate time series which common sense indicates to be particularly relevant, after having eliminated from them seasonal variations and the secular trend, so that cycles are given as a residual. For details see W.M. Persons, Correlation of Time Series, Rietz's Handbook of Mathematical Statistics, 1924, ch. 10. The remarks I wish to add are these: 1. The statistical methods used by the Harvard Committee are in the light of later, and even of contemporaneous, developments of higher statistics exposed to serious objections. But this must not induce us to overlook the impulse that both further compilation of statistical figures and the development of statistical method derived from that pioneering venture, or to overlook the fact that there was a rough common sense about those methods that would go some way toward justifying their results as approximations, if anyone cared to undertake the task. 2. If critics erred in failing to give due weight to the historical importance of that venture, they erred still more in that part of their criticism which was directed against the forecasting value of the barometer. The fact is that the barometer curves indicated the approaching break in 1929 clearly enough. The trouble was that the interpreters of the curves either would not believe their own methods or else would not take what they believed to be a serious responsibility in predicting depression. 3. The constructors of the Harvard Barometer emphasized for the benefit of their readers and also believed themselves that they were not using any of that discredited and discrediting monster, economic theory. Professor Persons was quite prone to reply to theoretical objections by pointing to the hundreds of correlation coefficients that had been figured out under his direction. As a matter of fact, however, they did use a theory that was all the more dangerous because it was subconscious. They used what may be termed the Marshall-Lien theory of evolution. That is to say, if we neglect the important but in this connection secondary correction for seasonal variations, one of their most lasting contributions, they assumed that the structure of the economy evolves in a steady or smooth fashion that may be represented, except for occasional changes in gradient, breaks, by linear trends, and that cycles are upward or downward deviations from such trends and constitute a separate and separable phenomenon. This is an error which we shall have to mention again presently. But though erroneous, this view constitutes a theory, or the backbone of one. The little methodological controversy on the subject of business cycle research without theory, which flared up occasionally, was of a nature similar to the one that arose about the work of Mitchell and the National Bureau of Economic Research, and will hence be touched upon together with the latter. The importance of the work of Wesley Clare Mitchell and the National Bureau of Economic Research, which he led and inspired, has been emphasized already. Just as Professor E. Wageman said somewhere that the publications of his Institute für Konjunkturforschung were simply the second volume of his Allgemeine Geldlehre, 1923, so Mitchell might have said that most of the publications of the National Bureau formed altogether a huge second volume to the first he had published in 1913. And his volume of 1927, Business Cycles, The Problem and Its Setting, was, like Wageman's Konjunkturlehre of 1928, an organizing survey of problems, viewpoints, and materials for work which it was given to him to carry, if not to completion, at least as far as his, and A. F. Burns's, monumental Measuring Business Cycles, 1946. We cannot enter into a discussion of what is known as the National Bureau method of depicting cycles statistically. All we can do is to point out that this effort of establishing and of marshalling a vast amount of, primarily, statistical material essentially continues the plan that was partially executed in the book of 1913 and owes nothing to macrodynamic theory, though it may eventually set problems and provide important checks for it. The work of Mitchell and his group aims primarily at showing what it is we have to explain and, beyond this, suggests viewpoints from which to do so. I use this opportunity for a brief comment on the little controversy about methodology adverted to above. Mitchell might have done something toward preventing it, had he distinguished more clearly between theory in the sense of explanatory hypothesis and theory in the sense of analytic apparatus. Most of us would agree with him if he felt that the formulation of explanatory hypotheses should wait upon acquisition of a fuller command of the facts, and that the explanatory hypotheses, so far offered, old and new, lacked proper substantiation and might be unable to stand up in the light of the facts he was going to assemble. Even so, he displayed no active hostility to the many theories of business cycles which he listed in his book of 1927 with perfect detachment. But in addition, he cared little for the technical refinements of theory in the instrumental sense of the term, just as he cared little for the modern refinements of statistical method. His early associations with Vebelite tendencies did the rest to make him appear, in the eyes of the profession, as more of an anti-theorist than he was, and still more so in the eyes of those votaries of macrodynamics for whom economic theory and the mathematical model tend to be synonymous. But actually, in intention as well as in fact, he was laying the foundations for a theory, a business cycle theory as well as a general theory of the economic process, but for a different one. Similarly, the Harvard Committee, in professing to proceed without theory, really meant no more than that they did not intend to be guided in their factual work by preconceived explanatory hypotheses. But business cycle research is research into sequences of business situations which are also the subject matter, or part of the subject matter, of macrodynamics. Cooperation between the two was thus obviously indicated. All students of business cycles, not debarred by mathematical disabilities, should have recognized this from the first. The formal logic of lags, rates of change, cumulations, and of the oscillations they may produce is bound to be helpful in the interpretation of the observed behavior of time series material. Macrodynamics should be not less helpful in any attempt to put the existing theoretical material into a more promising shape, for instance, in deciding questions of determinateness and in formulating conditions of damping or explosiveness and the like. Problems of the mechanisms by which impulses are propagated through the economic system may be cleared up by macrodynamic methods, which therefore may contribute substantially, among other things, to our understanding of cyclical turning points. 2100 The star example by which to demonstrate the usefulness of these methods is the theory of oscillators, that is, of factors that create fluctuations in the system, although they are perfectly steady free from fluctuations themselves. 2101 Literary students of business cycles will not easily see the possibility of this. They will be prone to argue that no factor can contribute to cyclical fluctuations unless its own time series is oscillatory. And so they might be expected to show some signs of gratitude to macrodynamics for thus widening their horizon, as they should in other instances for having their arguments sharpened and corrected. If they do not always do so, this is no doubt primarily owing to mathematical disabilities. But there is also another reason which it is important to state. It has been said above that macrodynamics helps us to understand mechanisms of propagation. It will perhaps assist the reader if he will look upon the economic system as a sort of resonator, which reacts to the impact of disturbing or irritating events in a manner that is partly determined by its physical structure. Think for instance of a violin that reacts in a determined manner when irritated as the player applies the bow. Understanding the laws of this reaction contributes to a complete explanation of the phenomenon that we call a violin concert. But evidently this contribution, even if reinforced by the contribution of the neurophysiologist, does not explain the whole of it. Aesthetic evaluation and the like apart, there is a range of purely scientific ground that acoustics and physiology are constitutionally unable to cover. Similarly, macrodynamics, while quite essential to an explanation of cyclical phenomena, suffers from definite limitations. 2102 Its cyclical models are what acoustic models of resonators are for the violin concert. But its votaries will not see this. They construct macrodynamic models that are to explain all there is to explain, for economists, in the cyclical phenomena. The very attempt to do so involves several definite errors of fact. 2103 And flimsy structures based upon arbitrary assumptions are immediately applied and presented as guides to policy, a practice that of course completes the list of reasons for irritation in the opposite camp. One sometimes has the impression that there are only two groups of economists, those who do not understand a difference equation, and those who understand nothing else. It is therefore a hope, rather than a prognosis to be presently fulfilled, which I am expressing if I venture to say that this entirely unnecessary barrier, but one which is no novelty in our science to fertilizing interaction, will vanish by virtue of the logic of things. I have still to advert to a promising branch of dynamics that is not indeed microeconomics, because it does not reach the individual deciding agents, but is not macroeconomics either, because its models do not embrace the whole of the economy. It is akin to Marshall's partial analysis and is, mostly, concerned with individual industries. The famous corn hog cycle is the best known instance. If farmers, under the influence of a favorable relation between the price of hogs, pork, and the cost of rearing them, price of corn, all decide at roughly the same time to increase their hog production, and if, as will be the case in this instance, they all come out at roughly the same time with an increased supply of hogs, this may cause a sharp drop in the price of pork, and also a rise in the price of corn, which might induce a majority of them to contract their production, which would recreate favorable conditions that would in turn lead to another expansion in hog production. The resulting cycle may of course be damped, explosive, or stationary, and a very simple general model can be set up to describe this mechanism that is indeed observable, not only on the hog market but in a large class of cases. 2104 Another famous instance, displaying the phenomenon for durable goods, is Professor Tinbergen's shipbuilding cycle. 2105 On the one hand, it stands to reason that no great confidence can be placed in the results that such schemata yield more apparently than really, and that extreme care is imperative in applying them, if indeed they be applicable at all to any practical cases at all. Thus, readers of Professor Tinbergen's paper will note with concern the formidable list of assumptions contrary to fact that they are asked to accept. But even if they accept them all, they will find it difficult to reconcile themselves to the complete neglect of all the influences upon shipbuilding that other industries and general business conditions are bound to exert, and they may see in the basic graph, OPCITP 154, more traces of the business cycle than of the mechanism that the schema isolates. On the other hand, however, Schemata of this kind are first steps toward a more perfect dynamic theory and must therefore be listed as pioneer ventures of first-order importance. The same reader who is impressed with their shortcomings much as he would be in reading a description of Columbus' flagship should be also impressed with the fact that an element of the mechanism they describe is undoubtedly present in almost every practical case and, furthermore, with the host of well-defined tasks that they suggest for further work on the same line. Such work cannot at present claim to be more than exploratory. But it explores the ground on which a new structure will stand someday. 5. Keynes and Modern Macroeconomics 2106. In a history of economic analysis, it is from the standpoint of modern macroeconomics that we must look upon the greatest literary success of our epoch, J.M. Keynes's General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, 1936, and it is from this standpoint only that we can attempt to do justice to it. From any other view, this inevitably spells injustice. Like most of the great economists whose messages reached the general public, especially like A. Smith, Lord Keynes was much else besides being a worker in the field of economic analysis. He was a forceful and dauntless leader of public opinion, a wise advisor to his country, the England that was born in the First World War and that afterwards kept, with deepening lines, the social physiognomy then acquired, and a successful representative of her interest, a man who would have conquered a place in history even if he had never done a stroke of specifically scientific work. He would still have been the man who wrote The Economic Consequences of the Peace, 1919, bursting into international fame when men of equal insight but less courage and men of equal courage but less insight kept silent. 2107. His general theory, in a sense, was a similar feat of leadership. It taught England, in the form of an apparently general analysis, his own personal view of her social and economic situation and also his own personal view of what should be done about it. In addition, impinging as it did upon the moral atmosphere created by the Depression and upon a rising tide of radicalism, the message of the book, issued from the vantage ground of Cambridge and propagated by many able and faithful disciples, met with equal success elsewhere and particularly in the United States. Considering that Lord Keynes's attitude was rather conservative in many respects, especially in matters touching freedom of enterprise, this might seem surprising. But it must not be forgotten that he rendered a decisive service to equalitarian in an all-important point. Economists with an equalitarian bent had long before learned to discount all other aspects or functions of inequality of income except one, like J.S. Mill. They had retained scruples concerning the effects of equalitarian policies upon saving. Keynes freed them from these scruples. His analysis seemed to restore intellectual respectability to anti-saving views, and he spelled out the implications of this in Chapter 24 of the General Theory. Thus, though his scientific message appealed to many of the best minds of the economic profession, it also appealed to the writers and talkers on the fringes of professional economics who gleaned nothing from the general theory except the new economics of spending and for whom he brought back the happy times of Mrs. Marset, see Part 3, ch. 4, when every schoolgirl, by learning the use of a few simple concepts, acquired competence to judge of all the ins and outs of the infinitely complex organism of capitalist society. Keynes was Ricardo's peer in the highest sense of the phrase. But he was Ricardo's peer also in that his work is a striking example of what we have called above the Ricardian vice, namely, the habit of piling a heavy load of practical conclusions upon a tenuous groundwork, which was unequal to it yet seemed in its simplicity not only attractive but also convincing. All this goes a long way, though not the whole way, toward answering the questions that always interest us, namely, the questions what it is in a man's message that makes people listen to him, and why and how. However, our only task is to insert into our survey Keynes's contribution to our analytic apparatus. But the importance of his work seems to impose the duty, before doing this, of presenting a few comments on its wider aspects. 1. Comments on the wider aspects of Keynes's work. First, Keynes's work presents an excellent example for our thesis that, in principle, vision of facts and meanings precedes analytic work, which, setting in to implement the vision, then goes on hand in hand with it in an unending relation of give and take. Nothing can be more obvious than that in the beginning of the relevant part of Keynes's work stood his vision of England's aging capitalism and his intuitive diagnosis of it, which he followed up without the slightest consideration of other possible diagnoses: the arteriosclerotic economy whose opportunities for rejuvenating venture decline while the old habits of saving formed in times of plentiful opportunity persist. This vision was clearly formulated in the first pages of The Economic Consequences of the Peace, 1919, and adumbrated with increasing clearness in successive works, especially in the Tract on Monetary Reform, 1923, and the Treatise on Money, 1930, Keynes's most ambitious purely scholarly venture. This treatise, though no failure in the ordinary sense of the term, met respectful but damaging criticism and, above all, failed to express Keynes's vision adequately. Thereupon, with admirable resoluteness, he determined to throw away the impeding pieces of apparatus, and bent to the task of framing an analytic system that would express his fundamental idea and nothing else. The result, given to the world in 1936, seems to have satisfied him completely, so much so that he felt himself to have led economics out of 150 years of error into the land of definitive truth, a claim that cannot be put to test here but was as readily accepted by some as it discredited his work in the eyes of others. Next, we must record Keynes's acknowledgments of indebtedness, which in all cases can be independently established, to Mrs. Joan Robinson, Mr. R.G. Hawtrey, Mr. R.F. Harrod, but especially to Mr. R.F. Kahn, whose share in the historic achievement cannot have fallen very far short of co-authorship. I take this opportunity to rescue from threatening oblivion, in addition to his share in Keynes's general theory and in the theory of imperfect competition, another contribution of Kahn's. Marshall, though offering plenty of material about the theory of short-run processes, always emphasized primarily the properties of the long-run normal without, perhaps, making it sufficiently clear that what he really meant was the pure logic of the economic process rather than any state of things that will actually emerge at any future time. It was necessary to realize that what in fact emerges and can be observed is the result of a succession of short-run events and short-run responses to them, and will in general bear little resemblance to the perfect equilibrium that would emerge if time were given for everything to work itself out without any further disturbances occurring meanwhile. This point of view, obviously very important for the improvement of economic analysis, has been taken consistently by Mr. Kahn, more consistently and consciously than by anyone else, I believe, although I am unable to put my finger on any particular publication of his that would substantiate this assertion. On the possible relation of this scientific contribution to the short-run philosophy of our age, see above Part 4, ch. 7. Third, Keynes must be credited or debited, as the case may be, with the fatherhood of modern stagnationism. In itself, stagnationism is practically as old as economic thought. In any prolonged period of economic malaise, economists, falling in like other people with the humors of their time, proffer theories that pretend to show that depression has come to stay. We have had instances before. But so far as our own epoch and scientific literature are concerned, this attitude can be traced, as we have seen, to Keynes's Economic Consequences of the Peace. In the United States, very naturally, it did not catch on until the crisis of 1929–32, but in the aftermath of this crisis it caught on with a vengeance. A group that might almost be called a school and that found resonance in almost all the strata of public opinion, the opinion of the harassed business community included, rose to scientific importance under the brilliant leadership of Professor Alvin H. Hansen, who amplified and expanded the doctrine of the mature or stagnating economy in part on different grounds than Keynes. We cannot attempt a critical analysis of it, and shall confine ourselves to noting that it stood up better than might have been expected in the face of apparently contradicting evidence for three reasons. 1. Because the new economic opportunities that are unfolding themselves may be, in part with justice, attributed to the consequences of the Second World War, and thus be interpreted as an intermezzo that is irrelevant to questions of fundamental trend. 2. Because every span of prosperity, however prolonged, displays setbacks that it will always be possible to interpret as manifestations of that trend. 3. Because some workers who are not stagnationists in either Keynes's or Hanson's sense nevertheless arrive at a similar result for reasons of their own. 2108 It sometimes looks as if we ought to speak not of stagnationists and anti-stagnationists but rather of two different lines of a single stagnationist argument, at least if we neglect all those anti-stagnationist writers who confine themselves to criticizing individual stagnationist arguments. Finally, fourth, let us note the significant fact, significant in that it shows the extent to which Keynes's general theory was a response to widely accepted ideas that in the 1930s other works appeared that, each in its own way, attempted to express views that were similar to Keynes's in important points. An enthusiastic Keynesian has for instance spoken of Swedish stepping stones to Keynes, and, if we neglect the value judgment which this phrase implies, we may indeed agree that the leading Swedish economists, in particular Lindahl, Myrdal, and Olin, developing certain pointers of Wick cells, built with similar materials according to a similar plan. However, I shall merely mention two works that will illustrate what I mean. Eric Lundberg's Studies in the Theory of Economic Expansion, 1937, appeared a year after Keynes's general theory, took full account of the latter, and contains explicit acknowledgement of its stimulating influence. But no work of this range and depth can, within a single year, be formed by an outside influence unless its author has arrived at somewhat similar conclusions by himself. In addition, Wicksell's influence is much more obvious than Keynes's, and Lundberg's work, both in methods and results, differs sufficiently from Keynes's to put his fundamental independence from the latter beyond doubt. Indeed, except for effectiveness of presentation, we might well speak of superiority, especially, but not only, because Lundberg tackled from the first the problem of sequence which had to be done for Keynes by followers. For us the book is particularly interesting because it displays the micro and macrodynamic roots of current Keynesianism much better than did Keynes himself. And for the post-Keynesians of our day it should be particularly interesting because of the enlightening experience that it may afford of seeing Keynesian propositions in a different light and in different connections. Karl Fohl's book, Geldskapung und Wirtschaftsskrilauf, 1937, owes nothing to Keynes's general theory because, as the author stated in the preface, his manuscript had been completed in December 1935 so that he was not able to do more than to add references to the general theory here and there. All the more striking are a number of parallelisms between his and Keynes's propositions, though, for English and American readers, the full extent of actual agreements will not be obvious at first sight. This is owing to two facts. Dr. Fohl used a different conceptual apparatus and arrived at his conclusions by methods that tend to obscure those agreements, and writing in a different environment he gave much space to problems that are no longer interesting to the American profession. Precisely because of this, the study of this book would be extremely instructive to American economists. Precisely because of its apparently un-Keynesian approach, it reveals, objective, doctrinal relations and sheds what amounts to new light on several Keynesian problems, especially the problem of equilibrium underemployment. This book has had some influence in Germany and, so I have been informed by a Danish fellow economist, a considerable influence in Denmark. 2. The analytic apparatus of the general theory. The analytic apparatus of the general theory is, first, essentially static. We shall explain presently the apparent paradox that its place in the history of analysis is nevertheless bound up with the impulse it gave to macrodynamics. Nor do I mean to deny that large parts of the book, some would say, its most valuable parts, are devoted to dynamic considerations. But these were added to a skeleton 2109 that was severely static, so much so as to neglect, on principle, all sequences and periods. 2110 Second, this static theory is not the statics of long-run normals but the theory of short-run equilibria. Third, the most important point in this connection is that, of all the aspects of the investment process, it is only the expenditure effect of new investment which enters the model, not the book. As Keynes himself rightly emphasized, physical capital, equipment, is assumed to remain constant throughout, both in kind and quantity. This limits the theory to an analysis of the factors that determine the higher or lower degree of utilization of an existing industrial apparatus. Those who look for the essence of capitalism in the phenomena that attend the incessant recreation of this apparatus and the incessant revolution that goes on within it must therefore be excused if they hold that Keynes's theory abstracts from the essence of the capitalist process. 2111 Fourth, though aggregative, Keynesian analysis no doubt for the sake of simplicity presupposes free, if not actually pure, competition in all commodity and factor markets. Fifth, everybody is supposed to react to a particular kind of real values, namely, to prices expressed in wage units or prices divided by an average money wage per unit of labor, which is determined by bargains between employers and employees, a well-nigh desperate measure of simplification that makes results incomparable as between two different points of time unless wage rates are the same in both. But there is an important exception to this postulate that people calculate in terms of real values in this sense. Workmen do so only in so far as they save and invest, but not in their bargains about their labor. When they negotiate wage contracts they consider exclusively money wage rates. 2112. Within the framework set by these 5 points, Keynesian analysis, the analysis of current national income, works 5 endogenous variables, that is, variables which the system is to determine: national income itself, employment, consumption, investment, and the rate of interest, and one exogenous variable that is given to the system by the action of the authorities: quantity of money. 2113. Employment may be allowed to drop out on the strength of the hypothesis, perhaps permissible in the very short run, that it is uniquely determined by national income. The latter's current value is by definition identically equal to current consumption plus current investment, all three quantities being expressed in wage units. 2114. And, with all the givens implied, current value of national income may be said to be determined by three functions or schedules that Keynes dignified with the title of psychological laws. 2115. The consumption function, the investment function, and the liquidity preference function, the three great simplifiers, which are to implement Keynes's vision of the economic process, in particular the intention to prove the existence of underemployment equilibria and, to put it with perhaps inadmissible emphasis, his conviction that saving, or, alternatively, the rate of interest, holds the role of villain of the peace that impoverishes nations. 2116. In a sense similar to that in which the Marshall-Lien demand curve descends from Cournot, and, objectively, also from Very. The Keynesian consumption function descends from Malthus and Wicksell. 2117 but received added precision at the hands of Keynes. As everybody knows, it represents current total national consumption, total expenditure on consumption in terms of wage units, as a function of current national income, in wage units, and expresses the arbitrary postulate that any increase in the latter is always attended by an increase in the former but by a smaller one. 2118 The investment function is less easy to convey in a few words because of its connection with the very important dynamical considerations of Keynes's chapters 11 and 12. Which do not enter into its explicit statement. It relates the rate of aggregate investment to the marginal efficiency of physical capital in general, which that rate of investment will establish. OPCITP 136, the marginal efficiency of capital being defined as the relation between the expected yield of one more unit, properly chosen, of any capital good and the cost of producing this unit. 2119 This, as Keynes pointed out, is the same as Fisher's marginal rate of return over cost. 2120 But there is this difference between the two. Whereas with Fisher this marginal rate of return over cost, which implies a discounting process of the series of expected yields, constitutes the basic fact about the interest phenomenon, Keynes broke away at this point from what I have termed the Barbon tradition and, in intent at least, established a monetary theory of interest, according to which interest is not derived from, or expressive of, anything that has, in whatever form, to do with the net return from capital goods. 2121. This brings us to the third of Keynes's basic functions or schedules, the liquidity preference function. In Chapter 13 of the General Theory, Keynes seemed to accept the theory that makes the rate of interest depend on the interaction of the schedule of the marginal efficiency of capital with the psychological propensity to save, time preference. For he stated as his only objection that it is impossible to deduce the rate of interest merely from these two factors, because it will also depend on the form in which the saver wishes to hold whatever he saves. Having decided how much he will reserve in some form of command over future consumption, p. 166, note the classical ring of this phrase, he has still to decide whether and to what extent he will part with immediate command for a specified or indefinite period, that is, on his liquidity preference. 2122. On the face of it, this clearly amounts to not more than an amendment. Later on, however, even in the general theory, Keynes himself and still more some orthodox followers of his, especially Professor Lerner 2123, went much further than that in the direction of the propositions that interest is nothing but a payment for overcoming one's reluctance to part with the one ideally liquid asset in existence, own rate theory of interest, and that the quantity of money, considered relatively to the amount of it that is absorbed by transactions, is the sole directly governing factor in its determination. 2124. Current saving and current investment, being identically equal, cannot determine anything. Planned, ex ante, saving and planned, ex ante, investment determine income, total net output, but not interest. And a number of paradoxes follow, for which some verification can be found in the freakish situations of deep depression. 2125. 3. The impact of the Keynesian message. By means of those three basic functions or schedules, a system of three equilibrium conditions, equations, and one identity can be written that will, with the quantity of money as an externally imposed datum, and under proper assumptions, uniquely determine interest, investment, and either savings or consumption, and can be extended to include also other variables such as Keynes's wage rates. 2126. But it was not this exact and crippled rendering of Keynes's message which fascinated, but the resplendent whole of it, particularly in its bearings upon saving, interest, and underemployment. This message seemed to reveal a novel view of the capitalist process, not only, as we saw before, to the public and writers on the fringes, but also to many of the best minds in the sphere of professional analysis, a novel view that was as attractive to some as it was repellent to others. 2127. This created almost immediately an atmosphere that was ideally suited for a struggle full of zest, as much so, in principle, as was the atmosphere created by Ricardo in 1817, but more so, in fact, owing to the temperature produced by the vastly increased number of professional economists. All that can be done in this sketch is to list the three types of tasks that were undertaken, and together account for the torrent of more or less Keynesian literature that is so characteristic of the decade after 1936. The first task, of course, proceeded from the need felt by almost every economist to find out and to tell how he stood in relation to a message that nobody could ignore. The bulk of the profession's work went on as usual and was but little affected by that message. But for all theorists, general economists, and workers in the fields of money, banking, and business cycles, that need could be satisfied only by laborious analysis, criticism, development. Since we cannot survey the literature of this type satisfactorily. 2128. We merely know two facts. The one is that to have created such a response is, in and by itself, an achievement, frank recognition of which is the greatest and most deserved of the compliments that may be paid justifiably to the memory of Lord Keynes. It was not the analytic performance which did it, nor was it the attraction of the practical issues raised. As in the case of Ricardo, it was the intellectual performance spiced by the real or putative relevance to burning questions of the time which achieved what, in our field, neither could have achieved by itself. The very blemishes of the intellectual performance and the very objections that may be raised against Keynes's practical answer were instrumental in bringing about spectacular success and in extending controversy over the whole field that lies between, and includes, recommendations and purely logical questions of method. The other fact is the cumulative property of success of this kind, which can be best conveyed with reference to teaching. Any successful work of scientific standing must be mentioned in courses on the subject to which it is relevant. But a teacher, as soon as he discovers that students will take to a work independently of his teaching or can be trusted to have become acquainted with it before they entered his course, will also discover the pedagogical advantages to be reaped from referring to, and building upon, such previous knowledge, and he will, whatever his own opinions, deal much more intensively with such a work than he would merely on its merits. Thus, as in banking or insurance, growth induces further growth merely by increasing reserves, success engenders success. Literature produces further literature. The second task that the general theory presented was the development, critical or constructive, theoretical or factual, of a large number of individual points. 21-29 There were the questions of Keynesian underemployment equilibrium, of the own rate versus the loan fund theory of interest, of the principle of aggregative, macroeconomic, theory, of the relation between money and real wages, and many others, all of which produced special literatures of their own. But one example must suffice, the work that has been and is being done on the consumption function. No theorist worthy of the name can accept as an exact statement the postulate that links expenditure on consumption, in terms of wage units, with income, in terms of wage units, alone. Still less is it possible to accept the Keynesian property of this function, dc/dy, see footnote above, as universally valid. We have therefore an approximation before us. But how close is this approximation and, in particular, precisely how imperative is it to add a term to allow for shifts of the function in time? And how seriously are we sinning if we decree that the function be linear? Or must we take in sales and admit independent variables other than income, for instance, the amount of assets or at least liquid assets that individuals happen to have already? All these questions are theoretical questions in the first instance to be answered with reference to the autonomy of the function 2130 and to its consistency with other relations that we mean to accept on the same plane of argument. But evidently they have also a most important factual aspect. And it is not surprising but a matter for congratulation that a dozen or so econometric eons have devoted, and are devoting, attention to it. The third task springs from the necessity of dynamizing the Keynesian system either on the lines suggested by Keynes himself or on others. This necessity became obvious as soon as people began to work the Keynesian system seriously, for, as we know, even the mere question of the stability of a static system quickly leads into dynamic considerations. But in addition, many Keynesians set about introducing into their models the usual dynamizers, especially lags. As examples I mention Professor Smithy's model 2131 and then again the Hansen-Samuelson equation which we have already met. Thus, Keynesian equilibrium analysis gradually gave way to Keynesian process analysis, and at present this Keynesian process analysis tends to merge with the older and broader macrodynamics, the development of which we have glanced at before. Here, at long last, we are at the point from which it is possible to define and locate the historical importance of Keynes's purely analytic contribution to economics. This being important and, owing to the brevity of our exposition, not easy to grasp, the reader's attention is requested for the following resume. So far as the exact core is concerned, Keynes's system is essentially static. This static theory sufficed for the purposes he had most at heart, particularly for his doctrine of underemployment equilibrium. However, partly because it was inevitable that he should have had to add dynamic considerations to that core, partly because his work impinged on a situation in the field of pure theory that was dominated, independently of him, by the novel interest in macrodynamics, this macrodynamics absorbed his work. But, owing to the position Keynes's work conquered in the thought of the profession, it was not simply swamped by macrodynamics but in turn helped to mold and to propel the latter, for which Keynes's model was particularly qualified by virtue of its simplicity. Professor Hicks was obviously right in saying that the general theory of employment is neither the beginning nor the end of dynamic economics 2132, but it is also true that, unintentionally and perhaps even against his will. 2133 Keynes gave a mighty impulse to it. Almost all work in macrodynamics now starts from a dynamized form of his model. In a history of analysis, this is the point to stress. 2134 In a history of economic thought, Keynes's policy recommendations, time-bound as they were and certain characteristically Keynes's doctrines which are losing their hold already, may be much more important. The manuscript breaks off at this point. There are brief notes, partly in shorthand, other points to be added. Macroeconomics will need a new conceptual apparatus. New general objects. Multiplier. Accelerator. Editor's appendix. This appendix is written for the specialist who is interested in the order in which the various parts of the history were written and to what extent they were completed. I have already touched briefly upon these problems in the editor's introduction and in editorial notes, in square brackets, throughout the book. The ordinary academic reader will find everything he needs to know in the introduction. As I stated there, everything had been written out in longhand originally. Some of the chapters had been written early and rewritten later, most of them had been typed and corrected in pencil by JAS, a few sections had been typed toward the end and the typescript had been read very hastily or not at all, and, finally, there was some material still in manuscript. There were even alternative versions of some of the manuscript in the chapter on equilibrium analysis, ch 7 of part 4. The reader is reminded that the original manuscript, the alternative versions, many bits of discarded manuscript, the notes, some of them on those little pieces of yellow paper with which every student and close associate was so familiar, and the first typescript with corrections and suggested revisions in the hand of JAS, will all be deposited in the Houghton Library at Harvard University, where they may be consulted by the interested scholar. Although I attempted to present as complete and accurate a version as possible of what was actually written, there are undoubtedly some places where a different interpretation would be possible. It is, therefore, a great source of satisfaction to me that the original manuscript and the notes for revision will be available in the Houghton Library. In my anxiety to show that the author would not have sent his history to the publisher without further work upon it, it may be that I have overemphasized the degree of its incompleteness. In reality, the history was substantially finished. The three main parts, 2, 3, and 4, needed a little polishing here and there, a few additional pages to complete some of the sections, a few titles and subtitles, and, of course, the references needed to be checked. The chapters on the mercantilist literature, Part 2, and on Socialpolitik and the historical method, Part 4, which date from the early period, would have been revised. This was also true of the section on Senior's four postulates in Chapter 6 of Part 3. A little more work remained to be done on some of the sections in the chapter on equilibrium analysis. On the whole, however, Parts 2, 3, and 4 were all but completed. As for the rest, the introductory Part I and the concluding Part V were being written at the very end and were somewhat less complete. These two parts, however, were distinctly subsidiary and not absolutely necessary to the main plan, the divisions of which were based on those of the Epikinder Dogmen und Methodengeschichte of 1914. Part I was to be a brief exposition of methodological problems of which all but the last two sections of the final chapter had been written. Part V was to be an equally brief treatment, relating the present state of economics to the work of the past as described in the three main parts. The photostats of the plans of Part V, which appear below in this appendix, indicate that perhaps 2/3 of the conclusion must have been written. There is another way of indicating the relative importance in the whole work of the introduction and the conclusion, namely, by comparing the relative amount of space allotted to them with the total. The copy which eventually went to the publisher consisted of 1919 typed pages, about 20% of it in single space. Had the history been completed, there might have been 2,000 typed pages, of which the introduction would have occupied a little more than 100 pages or 5% of the total, and the conclusion another 100 pages or 5% of the total. Thus the two together would have taken up only about 10% of the total space. It has already been stated in the editor's introduction that JAS probably began writing the history in 1941 or 1942 and that substantial portions were typed in 1942 and 1943. At that time he intended merely to translate, revise, and bring up to date the Dogmengeschichte. Subsequently most of this early work was rewritten, so completely rewritten that often only a page or two, much crossed out and written over, of an early version was used in a final version. A question naturally arises at this point: how do we know when various chapters and sections were written? For the most part we do not know the actual dates of writing, but we do know in many cases either the actual or approximate dates of typing. The date of typing may be considerably later than the date of writing, since JAS often accumulated a large amount of manuscript before sending it off to be typed. He did not have even a part-time secretary until the fall of 1948, and the typing was done by at least 5 different people using different typewriters and having distinctive typing styles. Mrs. Thorpe, who did much of the typing between 1943 and the middle of 1948, often put the date of typing on the carbon copy. It was a great pile of these carbon copies, in the attic of the Acacia Street house, which first indicated to me just what had been written and kept me searching until I found manuscripts and first typescripts for all the carbon copies. One young woman typed manuscript only in the summer of 1948, a second in the academic year 1948-9, and a third in the fall of 1949. Other means of determining the approximate time and order of writing are 2 reports of progress, which were made to me in the second half of 1947 and the first half of 1948, and the dates of some of the references quoted. The following outline of dates of typing will help the reader to understand the detailed explanation of the order in which the history was written and the extent to which various parts were rewritten. Many of these bits of manuscript were without a title. Where there was a title provided by JAS, I have enclosed it in quotation marks. Otherwise the headings are merely descriptive of the material covered. The references in parentheses at the end of each description indicate the part, chapter, and section in which the subject matter was eventually treated. Items dated 1950, and after, were typed after the death of the author. Why do we study the history of economics? But is economics a science at all? The historical character of our subject matter. Is economics an ideology? Economic thought and economics. Economics and economic theory. Very little of this earlier introduction is embodied in the final one. Typed pages 1 and 6 to 8, much crossed out and revised, were used in Chapter 1, JASCHS 1, 2, and 3, and typed pages 15 to 17 in Chapter 4, JASCH 6. Otherwise the material in the final manuscript of Part I was completely new. I do not know why JAS entitled Chapters 2 and 3, originally CHS 4 and 5, Interlude I and Interlude 2. I added the titles and subtitles in square brackets, as I have done throughout wherever JAS failed to supply detailed titles. He had indicated the 6 divisions in Chapter 2. The title supplied by me, The Techniques of Economic Analysis, is not quite accurate since strictly speaking there are only 3 such techniques: economic history, statistics, and theory, with economic sociology as a possible 4th, see above, CHS 1 and 2 of Part I. The last unfinished chapter in Part I, The Sociology of Economics, is concerned with many of the problems treated in Science and Ideology, the author's presidential address before the American Economic Association in December 1948, and I am sure that he worked on both simultaneously. As was his custom, JAS spoke from rather detailed notes and wrote up the address for publication afterward. Part 2 was complete except for the money chapter, which was written but not typed, and the inevitable revisions. The manuscript, notes, and discarded manuscript for Part 2, Chapters 1 to 4 and 7, 2 to 5 and 8, were found in a pile in the closet of the Taconic Study. 2138. The first typescript for Chapters 1 to 5 and 7, 2 to 6 and 8, read and corrected by JAS, were in a file box labeled by the author. The manuscript for Chapter 5, 6, was also in this file box apparently because the author had not yet read the typescript of section 4, the concluding section. The carbon copies were with all the others in a room on the 3rd floor of the Cambridge house. The manuscript of chapter 6, 7, Value and Money, with numerous notes and discarded bits of manuscript, including some pages from the early version typed in March 1944, were found in a separate file box. Until the last year or so JAS had planned to have 8 chapters in Part 2. He then reduced the number to 7. There was a fragment of a chapter 1 entitled From the Beginnings to the First Classical Situation beginning with 1. Plan of the part. The first 2 paragraphs of this plan have been used at the beginning of the chapter on Greco-Roman economics, see above, ch1 of Part 2, since it is obvious that JAS had not made the necessary revisions at the beginning of this chapter when he made it the first instead of the second in the part. Part 2 was written earliest and rewritten more than any other. It is here that we see most clearly how the original plan, to translate, revise, and bring up to date the early sketch of doctrines and methods, grew and changed almost beyond recognition. It will be recalled, editor's introduction, that the Epikinder Dogmen und Methodengeschichte was divided into 4 parts or chapters, which in turn were divided into sections. These sections were given titles in the table of contents but were merely numbered as they occurred in the text. This practice of numbering his sections, without titles, JAS followed when he began writing the history of economic analysis. It was mainly in the chapters which were written early and not subsequently revised, chs 1 and 7 of Part 2 and ch 4 of Part 4, that the editor had to supply section titles. Later the author gave titles not only to sections but even to subsections, for example, in Parts 3 and 4. This last was not done at all in Part 2. Where the sections in Part 2 were long, the editor divided them and supplied titles for subsections. The first part or chapter of the Dogmengeschichte, the development of economics as a science, treats very briefly the sources of economics in the writings of the philosophers, from ancient times down to the 18th century, and in the popular discussion, subjects that are covered in considerable detail in chapters 1 to 3 of Part 2 of the history. The second part or chapter, the discovery of the circular flow of economic life, includes roughly those authors, the physiocrats, Turgot and Adam Smith, and topics that are discussed in chapters 4 to 7 of Part 2 of the history. The Dogmengeschichte devoted 32 pages, somewhat large pages, to be sure, to what required 326 pages in the history. A glance at the outline of the known or approximate dates of typing various portions of the history will be most helpful in tracing the evolution of the chapters in Part 2. Most chapters went through at least 2 stages, but chapters 2 and 3, the scholastic doctors and the philosophers of natural law and the consultant administrators and the pamphleteers, went through no less than 3 stages: an early, an intermediate, and a final treatment. The early version of chapters 1 to 3, entitled Chapter I, Beginnings, consisted of 77 typed pages divided into 17 sections without titles. It starts with a description of the author's concept of classical situations and ends with a short account of the consultant administrators and of public finance. It must have been typed not later than 1942, since a few pages of it are embodied in an intermediate version of Chapter 2 typed June 19, 1943. Several pages of this early version were used in the final manuscript of the first chapter, Greco-Roman Economics. For example, typed pages 5 to 6, 14 to 16, and 19 to 21 became manuscript pages 2 to 3, 42 to 4, and 52 to 4 of the final version. I believe the date of typing in this case is somewhat misleading, and that this chapter was kept back and sent off to be typed only when Chapter 2, which was revised in 1944 and again in 1945, was ready. There were no section titles, although the sections were numbered. Chapters 2 and 3 were revised and expanded twice. There is no trace of the early version in the intermediate treatment of the scholastics, and only 4 pages, 39 to 42, of the early version appear in the intermediate treatment of the consultant administrators. A few pages from both the early and intermediate versions are used in the final manuscripts of chapters 2 and 3, but most of the material is entirely new. Chapters 1 and 2 were typed finally in August and September 1945, and it seems probable that chapter 3 was typed about the same time, but we have no definite date. The editorial note on page 181 above explains how chapter 3, section 4e, Adam Smith and the Wealth of Nations, which had been discarded by the author without ever being typed, was restored by the editor. Chapter 4, The Econometric Eons and Turgot, was entirely new except for 2 typed pages taken from the intermediate treatment of the consultant administrators and the pamphleteers. JAS was somewhat in doubt about the title. It was originally The Econometric Eons. He added and Turgot, in pencil on the first typescript. Chapter 5, Population, Returns, Wages, and Employment, had a rather full early version which was typed in 2 sections on March 15, 1943, and July 13, 1943. It was almost completely rewritten with only 2 typed pages from the early version used in the final version, the last section of which was typed on February 21, 1946. This last section of typescript had not been read and corrected by JAS. Chapter 6, Value and Money, was found in manuscript, obviously not quite finished, with the pages unnumbered and slightly mixed up. The order of pages in such cases was determined by Arthur W. Margate, who put this chapter together and did much of the work of editing it. Some of the manuscript was much crossed out and written over, but it seemed to be divided into 7 sections, of which 1, 3, 6, and 7 had titles. In the file box with this manuscript, there were voluminous notes, largely in shorthand, and many discarded bits of manuscript, also the manuscript of the early treatment of money typed in March 1944. Several typed pages from the early manuscript were used in sections 2 and 3 of the later version. Among the notes was a plan of the chapter, which is reproduced on the opposite page. This plan confirmed the impression that 7 sections were intended and supplied the missing section titles. This page, as well as the 3 others reproduced in this appendix, will give the reader a more vivid impression than mere words could convey of the appearance of many of the notes and the difficulty of deciphering them. As I have said already, I am frankly puzzled as to when this revision of Value and Money in the early period was written. I have some reasons for feeling that it might have been done rather early, as I stated in my note at the beginning of ch6 of Part 2 above. If that was so, however, I do not understand why it was never typed, unless JAS wanted to do a good deal more work on it and decided to wait until he was working on the money chapters in Parts 3 and 4. We do know that the early version, which consisted of 31 typed pages, was typed on March 26, 1944. Pages 1 to 12 of this early version were incorporated into Section 2 of the later version, see above, ch6, Section 2, of Part 2, and pages 14 to 18 on Gallieni were incorporated into Section 3. For a time, I was convinced that this chapter on money was written rather late, after those in Parts 3 and 4. The money chapter in Part 4 was already typed when JAS outlined the state of the history to me in the first of our 2 interviews on this subject, probably in the fall of 1947. At that time he told me that Part 2 was complete except for the chapter on Value and Money, and that Part 3 was complete except for chapters 6 and 7, Pure Theory and Money, Credit, and Cycles, which remained largely to be done. Chapter 7 was typed in 2 installments, the second one during the summer of 1948. I assume that, having finished the money chapters in Parts 4 and 3 in that order, he then undertook the rewriting of Value and Money, before 1790, for Part 2. At about this time, he had agreed to write 2 little books, one on money and one on banking, for the Economics Handbook series. He had taken out of the brown trunk, in which it was kept, the manuscript of the book on money 2139, which he abandoned on his return from Europe at the end of the summer in either 1934 or 1935. It would have been natural at the same time to revise his early treatment and to emphasize certain fundamental concepts that were important to his own theory of money. The only trouble with this thesis is that the manuscript does not look like something written in 1948 or later. As time went on, Jas became increasingly sure of what he wanted to say. It is possible, of course, that this was a very hurried version with which he was not completely satisfied, that he wanted to go over it again before having it typed. It may even be that some of the sections were revised earlier and some later. This may help explain why some sections had titles and some did not. Sections 2, 4, and 5 lacked titles and were not quite finished. The final paragraph of Section 7 on interest, which is also the final paragraph of the chapter, was unfinished. The page, crowded with notes to be used in carrying on the argument, is reproduced on the next page as a typical example of many such pages. Chapter 7 of Part 2, The Mercantilist Literature, was written very early and was never rewritten as were the early versions of the other chapters in this part. It was typed in 2 sections on June 19, 1943 and July 13, 1943. It had no title and was not even divided into sections, although it was a comparatively long, 71 typed pages, and detailed treatment of the subject. It gives evidence of sustained reading of the literature in the Kress Library at the Harvard School of Business Administration. The title for the chapter was suggested by the author in a penciled note on the typescript, which he had read and corrected. The editor divided the chapter into sections and subsections and supplied titles. Part 3 presented no such problems as those we have just reviewed. It was apparently written in a perfectly straightforward way and was complete except for the first section of Chapter 6. It corresponds to the third part or chapter of the Dogmengeschichte, the classical system and its offshoots. All of Part 3 was assembled in Taconic. The manuscript of the first 4 chapters with notes and discarded material was found in a heap in the closet of the Taconic study. The first typescript of these chapters was in 2 folders on the desk. The manuscript and typescript of chapters 5 and 6 were in 1 file box, and there was another box of notes and bits of discarded manuscript for these chapters. The manuscript and the typescript of the 2 chapters on money, credit, and cycles, Part 3, ch 7, and Part 4, ch 8, were in the same file box. All the typescript of Part 3 had been read and corrected by the author in pencil except the last 2 sections of Chapter 6, Section 5, Capital, and Section 6, the distributive shares. It should be noted, however, that these were 2 very long and important sections consisting of 103 typed pages. Some of the other chapters had been read very rapidly and superficially, especially the middle portion of the money chapter. A few days before his death, on his return from the meetings of the American Economic Association toward the end of December 1949, JAS began to go through Part 3 systematically. In addition to penciled corrections on the typescript, there was a little pile of notes on several sheets still attached to a pad with the heading Reading 3. 30.12.49. These were undoubtedly suggestions for changes. Then or earlier he had also removed some pages from the end of Chapter 5, Sector 5C, the model, and Sector 6, the classic conception of economic development. Clipped to the first of these pages was a sheet of shorthand notes with the comment ch5, Sector 5 becomes quite loose. There were not so many early versions for Part 3 as for the preceding part. There was a Chapter 2, the political and intellectual scenery, a few pages of which were used in the final version of Chapter 3, there was a Chapter 3, scope and method, a few pages of which were used in the final version of Chapter 5, and there was the material, with no title, on Senior's 4 postulates which, without being rewritten, became the first section of Chapter 6. The first and last of these 3 were typed in December 1943. The editorial note for ch6 of Part 3 explains that JAS would have revised the material on Senior's postulates and integrated it with the rest of the chapter. But how do we know this? The rest of this chapter was written rather late, probably in 1948. There were 161 typed pages, but it began with Section 2, Value. The first page of Section 2 was page 1 of the typescript. The material on seniors' postulates in a folder was put at the beginning of the chapter. In discussing the plan of Part 4, JAS wrote Chapter 7, Equilibrium Analysis, corresponds to Chapter 6 of Part 3 and assigns the same piloting function to walrus that was assigned to senior in Part 3. There was also another problem, that of a title for Chapter 6. All the other chapters in Part 3 were complete with titles, section titles, and in many cases subsection titles. All of Chapter 6 from Section 2 on was complete with section titles and subsection titles. But Section 1, not having been revised, lacked a title, and so did the chapter, since the chapter title appears at the beginning of Section 1. Here again the plan of the part provided a solution. This time it was the plan of Part 3, ch1, Section 3, of Part 3, where JAS explained that he proposed to draw a picture of analytic developments with reference to a cross-section. Represented, in Chapter 5, by J.S. Mill's principles, and that he would simplify matters by reserving the details of pure theory and of money. For two separate chapters, 6 and 7. Hence the titles for Chapters 5 and 6: General Economics, a cross-section, and General Economics, Pure Theory. Part 4 may be considered a development of the fourth part or chapter of the Dogmengeschichte, the historical school and the marginal utility theory, but only so far as the broad subject matter is concerned. In the early sketch, this material required only 27 pages, in the history, it required nearly 400 pages. At one time this part was to have consisted of 10 chapters, then the number was reduced to 9 and finally to 8. This was not the result of any elimination of material, but rather the result of the consolidation of Chapters 4 and 5 into Chapter 4 and of Chapters 8 and 9 into Chapter 7, the intervening chapters having changed their numbers. Because this confused me at first, and because it may confuse others using the manuscript and notes deposited in the Houghton Library, I shall quote from Chapter 1 of Part 4 as it was originally written before being edited. Probably the first 3 chapters of Part 4 and the parallel chapters in Part 3 had been written and typed not later than early 1947. After commenting on the first 3 chapters, the outline for the plan of the part on page 758 read as follows. Then follow comments on 2 allied groups of men and ideas that lend themselves to separate treatment: the group whose work centered in the contemporaneous interest in social reform and whose leaders were with singular infelicity dubbed Socialists of the Chair, Socialisten, and the group that was called, and called itself, the Historical School, Chapters 4 and 5. The much debated question of economists' value judgments will conveniently be touched upon in connection with the former and the famous battle of methods, and its American counterpart, the institutionalist controversy, in connection with the latter. To some extent, this arrangement impairs our picture, because when we go on to a brief survey of the men, groups, and developments in general economics, Chapters 6 and 7, we shall have already eliminated 2 of the most important influences upon this general economics. Let me hence entreat the reader to peruse these chapters in their order. The last 3 chapters of the part deal with sets of topics that it has seemed best to reserve for separate treatment. Chapter 8 corresponds to Chapter 6 of Part 3 and assigns the same piloting function to walrus that has been assigned to senior in Part 3. It aims at presenting the emergence of the elements of modern pure theory in a manner that will, I am afraid, prove as unsatisfactory to the modern theorist as it will seem overloaded to the non-theorist. The latter may be right in contenting himself with what he will have read on these matters in Chapters 6 and 7. Chapter 9, on the fortunes of utility theory and its successors to the present day, stands by itself or almost so, and should only be read by those who take special interest in the matter. Segregation of the topics of money, credit, saving and investment, business cycles in the last chapter, 10, calls but for this remark: segregation imposed itself for reasons of exposition as it did in Part 3. The manuscript and typescript of Chapters 1 to 5 were found in a file box. In the folder with Chapter 4 were notes and reprints to be used in the rewriting of this chapter. The manuscript, typescript, notes, and discarded bits of manuscript for chapters 6 and 7 were found in another file box. There were also a few bits from chapter 7 found in the desk at lit hour. After mid-1948, the carbons were no longer deposited in the attic on Acacia Street, so that it was somewhat more difficult to find out just what had been done and where it belonged. JAS had glanced over the typescript of most of the chapters in this part very hastily and made small corrections in pencil. He certainly had not read through the early chapters systematically as he was approaching the end of his work. For example, he had not corrected the numbering of the chapters in the plan of the part quoted above. Part 4 presented no real difficulties except with reference to Chapter 4, Socialpolitik and the Historical Method, Chapter 7, Equilibrium Analysis, and the concluding section of Chapter 6, Sector 6, the Contribution of the Applied Fields, all of which were unfinished. Chapter 4 as printed consists of two early versions typed in 1943, which would have been extensively revised. The long editorial note at the beginning of Ch4 of Part 4 says all that is necessary about this chapter. Chapter 6 was written and typed relatively late but seems complete except for the final section on the applied fields, which was only sketched out. Of the 5 subsections, 2 had headings only and another that on public finance was unfinished. This material was found in manuscript and typed after the death of the author. Chapter 7, Equilibrium Analysis, aimed at presenting the emergence of the elements of modern pure theory, assigning the piloting function to Walras. There is a brief early treatment typed in February 1943. It consists of 29 typed pages with many blank spaces for footnotes to be filled in later. The concluding paragraph, summing up and appraising the contribution of Walras to scientific economics, breaks off in the middle of a sentence. JAS had read the first typescript 2140 and made many penciled notes in the margins and other blank spaces. These were not corrections but suggestions for elaboration of the argument. The final version is a long chapter of over 200 typed pages, 123 printed pages, which covers essentially the same topics as those discussed in Economics 203, the course in advanced economic theory given by the author. Much of this chapter was written a few pages at a time during the second half of 1948 and the whole year 1949, possibly after a return from a classroom discussion of the subject. This last fact explains to some extent the existence of a number of abandoned early versions for some sections and the existence of alternative versions for other sections. It was a little confusing in the beginning to choose from among these, but the choice was made easy in some cases by the fact that an early version was revised and extended to form a final version, sections 4 and 6, for example. The plan of the chapter and the numbering of the sections was always perfectly dear, with the single exception of the position of the material on welfare economics, which will be explained below. The first 6 sections of Chapter 7, the first 6 sections of the appendix to the chapter, Note on the Theory of Utility, and the section on welfare economics were typed during the academic year 1948 to 9.2141. Sections 1, 2, and 5 were left as they had been typed with minor corrections and revisions in pencil on the typescript. The typed version of Section 3 was abandoned by the editor, 2 alternative versions in manuscript being used in its place. Sections 4 and 6 were revised and added to by the author. The final version of Section 6, part of Section 7, Sub A, B, and C, and Section 8 were typed in the last quarter of 1949. The version of welfare economics typed in 1948-9 was abandoned by the editor for another found in manuscript, which became Section 8 of the appendix, Note on Utility. It may be a little confusing that both Chapter 7 itself and the appendix to the chapter have 8 sections. We now comment on the sections in their numerical order, omitting sections 1, 2, and 5, which, as has been stated, presented no particular problems. Section 3, the concept of equilibrium, presented several problems. There were no less than 4 different versions with 4 different titles: the typed version of 1948-9 and 3 alternative versions in manuscript to which JAS had clipped a page of shorthand notes with the comment, "There are now 3 alternative formulations of Section 3 undecipherable shorthand for the purpose of inevitable rewriting of 3. The title of the typed version was 3. Statics and Dynamics. Determinateness. Stability. Equilibrium. I labeled the 3 alternative formulations, 3A, 3B, and 3C. Their titles were as follows: 3A, The Concept of Equilibrium; 3B, Statics, Dynamics, and the Stationary State, Evolution; 3C, Determinateness and Equilibrium. Stability. There was a great deal of repetition of the problems discussed in these 4 versions, and yet no single one of them was complete. I abandoned the typed version for reasons to be discussed in the next paragraph but one. I decided to use alternative formulations, 3B, and 3C, which were roughly complementary, whereas 3A tended to repeat what was treated more comprehensively in 3B. At first it was my intention to publish 3A, and some other early and alternative versions in this appendix. The arrangement whereby they will be deposited in the Houghton Library at Harvard makes this unnecessary. In the editorial note at the beginning of the chapter on equilibrium analysis, I explained that it had first been put together with the assistance of Richard M. Goodwin. This was done in the late spring and early summer of 1950 before parts 2 and 3 and the preceding chapters of part 4 had been edited because Goodwin was leaving for Europe. In dealing with section 3, he used parts of all 4 formulations, arranging them so as to give as much coherence and continuity as could be achieved. Later, after much work on the earlier portions of the history, I decided to present it as nearly as possible as it had been written. This meant, of course, no mixing and rearranging of different treatments of the same subject, even in the interest of more complete coverage. I found no manuscript for the typed version of section 3, which was so general and so completely lacking in specific footnote references that I began to wonder if it could have been dictated. Later on I had the same feeling for the same reasons about the typed version on welfare economics. As I have pointed out on more than one occasion, JAS first wrote all the history in his own hand. Occasionally he bemoaned the fact that there was so much to do and so little time in which to do it. When during 1948-9 he had adequate secretarial assistance for the first time, I remember encouraging him to attempt to dictate some of the material he knew so well with the idea that he could revise it later. He reported that the experiment was not successful. Section 4, The Competitive Hypothesis and the Theory of Monopoly, affords an example of the difficulties encountered when the manuscript pages were not numbered at all and several bits of typescript were each numbered independently with no hint of their order. The final version of this section consisted of 4 different installments, written at different times. 3, the first 2 and the last, had been typed in 1948-9 and 1 existed only in manuscript. Actually the first 2 followed directly after one another despite the fact that the pages were numbered 1 to 8 and 1 to 5 respectively. First JAS read and revised in pencil these 2 typed installments, then he added several pages in manuscript with the last paragraph of the typescript continued on the first page of the new manuscript. Finally the 4th installment, 3 typed pages, seemed to follow the last paragraph of the new manuscript installment, although this last is not absolutely certain. See note, ch 7, subsection 4c, of part 4. To further confuse the situation, there was found among the notes another treatment in manuscript entitled Monopoly, Oligopoly, Bilateral Monopoly. This was apparently a brief first attempt that had been discarded without ever being typed. There were 3 versions of section 6, Partial Analysis, all typed from manuscript, 2 in 1948-9 and 1 in the last quarter of 1949. The first of these, 5 typed pages, had obviously been discarded. Typescript and manuscript were found folded up together in the closet of the Taconic study. The other 2 versions were found in the file box with the rest of the material for this chapter. The second version, 8 typed pages, was read and revised and had several pages of new manuscript added to it. It was then retyped and became the third version, 12 typed pages. This last version had not been read and corrected by the author after it was typed. Now we come to section 7, the Walrasian system of general equilibrium, which was unfinished and most of which had not been typed. Fortunately, since this was to be the pivotal section of the chapter, a good deal of it was found in manuscript. Perhaps it would not be out of place to recall here the comments made on the work of Walras in ch. 5, section 1, of part 4 above, his system of economic equilibrium, uniting, as it does, the quality of revolutionary creativeness with the quality of classic synthesis, is the only work by an economist that will stand comparison with the achievements of theoretical physics. It is the outstanding landmark on the road that economics travels toward the status of a rigorous or exact science and, though outmoded by now, still stands at the back of much of the best theoretical work of our time. The editorial note for ch. 7 of part 4 explains how this chapter was put together from 6 different installments, 2 of which were typed and 4 of which existed only in manuscript. For the most part there were no subsection titles. The 2 typed installments, of 9 pages each, were found with their manuscripts. They had not been read by JAS. These are now subsections 7a, 7b, and 7c. 5 different installments were found in manuscript with pages unnumbered. I numbered them 1 to 3, 4 to 7, 8 to 24, 25 to 36, and 37 to 55. The first 3 pages were used as the introduction to the section, pages 4 to 7 were discarded, pages 8 to 36 became subsection 7d, Walras' theory of production, and pages 37 to 55 became subsection 7e, the introduction of capital formation and of money. The discovery of this last important section of manuscript was rather dramatic. It had been overlooked when the section was first put together. I was going through the file box in September 1951 in the hope of finding a few discarded paragraphs on this subject. I did find a few preliminary pages and I was having them typed when suddenly I came upon pages 37 to 55. These last subsections must have been written in the second half of 1949. There is a reference on page 1021 to Leontief's Input and Output Analysis, Papers and Proceedings, American Economic Association, May 1949. Section 8, The Production Function, was typed in the last quarter of 1949. It must have been written during that year, possibly in the summer, since there is a reference, in subsection 8c, to a controversy in the Quarterly Journal of Economics for February 1949. The February number probably appeared in March. JAS had scarcely more than glanced at the typed copy and had not made the usual corrections in pencil. He had been very busy in December 1949 writing the article on Mitchell for the Quarterly Journal, putting down notes for the March into Socialism for the December meeting of the American Economic Association, preparing an outline of the Walgreen lectures to be given in Chicago in January, along with the usual lectures and consultations at Harvard. It is for this reason that none of the material typed in late 1949 was read carefully and corrected. Finally we arrive at the appendix to the chapter. The first 6 sections of the note on the theory of utility and the version of welfare economics, printed above as section 8 of the note, had been written earlier than other parts of the chapter. It will be recalled that the account of the fortunes of utility theory and its successors to the present day, which at one time was to have been ch. 9, had been written but not typed when I had my first interview with JAS on the state of the history during the latter part of 1947. The 6 sections of the note were numbered, but the first 4 did not have titles. Section 7, the consistency postulate, and the beginnings of a new section 8, the corpse shows signs of life, were apparently written later and had not been typed at all. For reasons given in the editorial note on page 1068, I believe that welfare economics was originally to have been section 8 of the note on utility, and I have placed it in that position. Since the new section 8, the corpse, consisted of only a single paragraph and a few notes, I have put it in the editorial note already mentioned. The version of welfare economics actually used was not the one typed in 1948-9. The latter was rather general and lacked specific footnote references with one exception. Moreover, I could find no manuscript corresponding to this treatment. As I have already explained, I had the impression that, like the early version of Section 3, it might have been dictated. There was another version in manuscript, which had never been typed. It was written in ink and corrected in blue pencil and lead pencil, as were the first 6 sections of the note on utility. It certainly looks as though it had been written at the same time as the latter. The section numbers for the note, 1 to 6, were in parentheses. There was a pair of parentheses with no number inserted before the title, Welfare Economics. Finally, the latest reference in this version of Welfare Economics, as originally written, was to an article by Tintner in Econometrica, January 1946. Later a reference to Samuelson's Foundations, 1947, was added in pencil. This is consistent with the probable time of writing of the first 6 sections. The manuscript version was more specific than the typed version. Each version had certain things the other lacked. Goodwin suggested a composite version, using some pages from both treatments, but, as a matter of editorial policy, for reasons already given, I had ruled against this solution. I finally decided with qualms, to be sure to use the manuscript version. Chapter 8, Money, Credit, and Cycles, was probably the first of the money chapters to be completed. It was certainly the first to be typed. Apparently when JAS sent it off to be typed, he was not happy about it. Of course, he was never really satisfied with his own work. If only there were time, he felt, it could be improved in so many ways. Clipped to the first typescript, which had been hastily read and corrected by the author, were a number of small pieces of paper with names, outlines, and shorthand notes. On the outside was the comment, "Now this was reserved as containing necessary additions and corrections. They are not carried out and were thus left when I sent the chapter off in despair." For this chapter, I supplied some titles for subsections which will be easily recognized from the fact that they are enclosed in the usual square brackets. I also divided Section 8 on crises and cycles into 2 sections, 8 and 9, so that I could preserve the subtitles under non-monetary cycle analysis. Part V, Conclusion, a sketch of modern developments, like the introductory Part I, was intended to be brief. Its function was to help the reader understand how modern work links up with the work of the past. JAS was working on Parts I and V at the time of his death. There was a file box in the Cambridge study containing notes and brief plan for Part V. It is from the 2 pages of notes reproduced on the next 2 pages that we know what were to be the main lines of discussion. Unfortunately, the plan itself is mostly in shorthand. It indicates 8 items, of which at least the last 3 developments from Marshall, business cycles and dynamics, and Keynes had actually been written up. The list of things still entirely lacking in V is perhaps more revealing because more of it is in longhand. Only a fragment of an introduction to the part existed. It was for this reason that a summary of the Mexican lectures, see editorial note at the beginning of Ch1 of Part V, on the progress of theoretical economics during the last 25 years, was published in Chapter 1.